You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Lisa? Chloe could recognize Lisa's voice. Yeah. Did you come back to the country? Why didn't Director Richard say anything? Chloe was surprised. No, I'm still in Chicago. How have you been? How's your baby girl? I'm good. Mila's been really good too. Ever since her divorce, Lisa became more mature. I'm glad. I missed you, so I decided to call you. Are you pregnant yet? Not yet. Chloe smiled awkwardly. It's okay. You can't rush pregnancy. Just go with the flow and keep yourself happy. I will. Are you still in contact with Simon? Lisa asked after some hesitation. No. Why? Nothing. My uncle told me that a while ago. Simon went looking for him and begged him to let him go back to work at the first hospital. I don't think he's doing well. What did Director Richard say? My uncle said he wanted to give him a chance, but Simon's skills were limited. He's a doctor of ophthalmology, but he can't even write an academic paper. The first hospital can't hire someone like him. Oh, Chloe nodded. She hadn't seen Simon in so long that she almost forgot he existed. Ever since Chloe refused to lend him money, they didn't see each other again. Lisa, do you still hate him? To tell you the truth, I don't hate him anymore. Whenever I see Mila, I feel bad that she doesn't have a father. I actually called to ask you something. If you have the chance to see him again, can you ask him if he wants to come to Chicago? Lisa. Chloe wanted to say something but stopped herself. I know what you want to say, that he's not worth trusting, but I still want to give him a chance. Not a chance to be my husband, but a chance to be Mila's father. I understand. Don't worry. I won't talk you into giving up. We're outsiders, but you're one of the parties involved, so I will always respect what you want to do. Thank you, Chloe. After hanging up with Lisa, Chloe felt happy. Although Simon was an a-hole, at the end of the day, he was still Mila's father. If Lisa wanted to give him a chance, Chloe didn't have the right to stop her. Therefore, she decided to ask Simon if she ever got the chance to see him again. There weren't a lot of patients in the afternoon, so the on-call doctors were told that they could leave an hour early. After she left Southside, Chloe drove straight to GK's headquarters. To her surprise, however, she bumped into Emery by the company entrance. Emery was extremely sexy in her bright red jacket and thick makeup. What Chloe didn't understand was why Andrew, a man who liked beautiful women, didn't love Emery. She was both beautiful and had a breath-stopping aura. As Emery passed by her, Chloe was just about to open her mouth and say hello when Emery walked right past her, completely ignoring Chloe's presence. This left the latter feeling incredibly awkward. Why was Emery suddenly treating her like that? She turned around to see Emery walk up to a black Land Rover. The driver of the Land Rover was Zion, who waved at Chloe upon seeing her. She, on the other hand, ignored him and turned around to walk into GK. After Emery got onto Zion's car, he asked her with a smile, "Why are you being so indifferent today? Are you allowed to ignore the young madam? She's not my friend. Why should I greet her?" Emery sneered. Zion, on the other hand, laughed. "Ha ha, don't look for excuses. It's because of Andrew, isn't it? You're so annoying. Shut up and drive." Emery's face darkened at the mention of Andrew. Zion knew that Emery was trying to avoid the subject, so he stepped on the gas and drove away with her. Chloe went directly to the president's office, where Jack was in the midst of delegating duties to the executives. Chloe sat down on the corner of the sofa, afraid to disturb the meeting that was happening. "Young madam, here's the milk you wanted." Assistant Mark brought in a warm glass of milk. Ever since Chloe began preparing her body for pregnancy, Assistant Marks traded coffee and tea for hot milk. Chloe felt more and more awkward, however, as she was still not pregnant. "All right, that will be all for today. I want to see the improvements at the beginning of next month. Yes, President Dawson, you may all leave. With that, all the executives turned around to leave. Young madam. Good afternoon, young madam. At the sight of their boss's wife, several executives made sure to give their regards. Chloe smiled, nodding. After they all left, Chloe got up and sat down on Jack's legs, her arms intimately wrapped around his neck. You're so busy every day. Do you ever feel that the work is dry? I do. Jack nodded. Then, how about we trade? You can go be a doctor, and I'll take over as CK's president for a few days. What do you think? Chloe joked. That's not a bad idea. Jack continued nodding. Haha, never mind. Being a doctor is actually pretty easy. All you have to do is treat patients. Your job is too complicated. It makes my head hurt. GK was involved in too many industries. As its president, Jack would often find himself impossibly busy. Oh, what's this? Chloe looked down and saw a gift box on his desk. I'm not sure. Mark brought it in a moment ago. He told me it's a delivery. I haven't had the time to look at it yet. Jack didn't seem to care a lot about these things. You get deliveries too? Let's open it. Maybe it's something really valuable. She then began to tear open the box. Inside, it was a Versace men's shirt. It was black, and its cuffs were decorated with diamonds. The shirt looked very luxurious. Jack already had a shirt like this. Chloe remembered that it was priced at $80,000. Who's generous enough to buy you such an expensive shirt? Who knows? Jack looked stoic. Chloe took out the shirt and discovered a pink card at the bottom of the box. President Dawson, Happy New Year. I hope work is going well for you. Then, Chloe saw the name written at the bottom of the card, Jennifer, and she suddenly realized something. Jennifer? Is the woman still not giving up? She was even more persistent than Bella. Chloe was almost impressed by the woman. At the sight of the card, Jack immediately took the shirt from Chloe's hand and dumped it into the garbage can. Why throw it away? Why else? Am I supposed to wear it? Mr. Dawson retorted arrogantly. Chloe couldn't help but laugh. You could have just given it to Assistant Mark. Do you think he has the guts to wear something like that? His wife's going to make him kneel on durians. Assistant Mark came in with some documents, just as Jack finished his sentence. He immediately corrected Jack. Wrong, sir. My wife would never buy something so expensive for me to kneel on. There are currently 2 bowls of cacti in my house. Chloe. Haha. Chloe didn't expect Jennifer to give Jack a Versace shirt, but she wasn't affected at all. After all, the girl was so far back in the Get With Jack line that she was barely visible. What do you want to eat later? Chloe asked cutely. You. Seriously, Chloe protested. You asked for my opinion. Of course, I'm going to pick something I like. Jack looked more than innocent. Hubby, Uncle George, not back yet. It'll be a pain to cook for ourselves. Let's go eat Japanese food. Sure. Chloe waited for Jack, who didn't finish work until 5:30 p.m. They then drove to a famous Japanese restaurant. Just as they parked their car, Chloe saw a woman coming out of the restaurant, catching her off guard. Why is she here? Chloe murmured. Jack followed Chloe's gaze but was completely unfazed by the sight of the woman in front of them. In Mr. Dawson's eyes, someone like June was too irrelevant to be remembered. However, it was strange to see her walk out of a famous Japanese restaurant in February. It wasn't a cheap place to eat. A meal at the restaurant was priced in the thousands. Didn't she say she was going home for New Year? Why was she back so soon? She was dressed quite nicely too, without a trace of the feeling of a country girl. It was still comical, however, as it was the middle of winter, and she was wearing a pair of shiny black leather pants, matched with black booties, and a black fur shawl on top. June's figure wasn't the best. She had a classic pear-shaped body. So, with so much black on her, she looked like a black bear from far away. She walked out alone, got into a taxi, and left. Chloe saw another familiar face just as they got off the car. It was Abby. She was evidently surprised by the sight of Chloe as well. She then lowered her head and quickly left the area. The Hall cousins would stay away Chloe at all times. Those were the terms of their bet. Abby and June? Two unrelated people appearing together at the same Japanese restaurant? Chloe couldn't help but become suspicious. She didn't think about them anymore, however, as she followed Mr. Dawson into the restaurant for their quiet meal. The chef was from Japan, and since Jack and Chloe had VIP status at the restaurant, he came out to serve the food himself. Despite his broken language, he didn't forget to praise. "Your girlfriend is very beautiful. She's my wife," Master Dawson replied, as proud as could be. Chloe pinched him in secret. "Why are you being so serious with him? He's not even from the city. I honestly don't care what country he's from. Wrong is wrong. There's a big difference between a girlfriend and a wife." Master Dawson continued being a stickler, leaving Chloe feeling warm and fuzzy inside. She felt like she was easily satisfied. As far as she was concerned, true happiness was being with the one you love and eating the food you love. Halfway through dinner, Justin also made an unexpected entrance into the restaurant. This time he wasn't with the guys, Brenton and Max. Instead, he was with a few famous artists under Imperial Star. Outsiders used to make fun of Imperial Star due to its imbalance of female and male artists. The company always had a lot of female celebrities when compared to their male counterparts. Its popularity, however, was indisputable. Justin's management style was both efficient and modern, securing Imperial Star as a successfully managed entertainment company. Because of its amazing reputation, many theater graduates did everything they could to enter Imperial Star. Today, Justin only had with him Gianna, Zion, and two rising female stars. As the boss of Imperial Star, it was normal for him to take his artists out for food. Since Gianna liked Japanese food, they came here. To his surprise, however, Jack and Chloe were there as well. Gianna regretted her choice the moment she stepped into the restaurant. She knew that, as long as Chloe was there, President Cooper's eyes would wander. "President Cooper, how about we go somewhere else? I don't want Japanese food anymore." Gianna reacted quickly, unwilling to eat at the same restaurant as Chloe, since it would be awkward for everyone if they stayed, especially President Cooper. Justin, however, remained silent. Zion spoke first. "Let's just eat here. This place is really nice. I'm starving and don't want to run around." "Let's just stay here. You guys get seated first. I'm going to go say hello." Justin didn't want to hide, so he walked up to them. "Happy New Year, President Dawson." "Happy New Year, President Cooper," Jack replied like a gentleman. Justin then looked down and glanced at Chloe, who was eating sashimi. "Don't dip too much wasabi. It's spicy." Then he left. Upon hearing this, Chloe's hand shook, getting more wasabi than she was supposed to. When she ate that piece of sashimi, tears fell out of her eyes. "Look at you. You're like a child." Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately handed her a glass of water. Chloe took a giant swig. She chugged the water so hard that some got on her face. Then, Jack wiped off her face as if he was taking care of a little kid, his expression as gentle as could be. One of Imperial Star's female actresses fawned over Jack. "I'm so jealous. President Dawson treats his wife so well." "Yeah, I heard they've been together for years. I have a friend who works as GK, and she told me that President Dawson is the ultimate wife lover. He doesn't care about anything unless it has to do with his wife. He's such a good man. Why aren't we as lucky as she is?" "You're not as smart as Mrs. Dawson either," Zion teased. A little unhappy, Gianna interrupted their conversation. "Guys, let's eat." After dinner, when Jack asked for the bill, he was told that Justin had paid for them already. Jack didn't say anything and left, hand in hand, with Chloe. Justin, on the other hand, was in no mood to eat anymore. He was exhilarated to see Chloe, but as soon as she left, he became depressed. "President Cooper, I'd like to make a toast to you. Thank you for your support this past year. You helped me rise to fame." A female artist smiled as she gave a toast to Justin, who picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. After dinner, someone suggested they go to Seductive Fox. Justin didn't refuse. He reserved a big private room for his artists. As everyone partied, The door of their private room was suddenly pushed open. Andrew walked in, wearing a dark purple leather jacket. He looked like a perfect gentleman. Jack loved black and always wore black, whether it was his shirt or suits. Justin loved everything white. He even liked wearing white underwear. Andrew, on the other hand, liked colors. His jackets were mostly orange, light blue, coffee, or even red or pink. However, his ever-changing clothing style made him seem extremely fashionable. "Young Master Cooper, let's talk. Sit." Justin wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't even look up. Andrew didn't mind it much and sat down beside Justin. A sensible, female artist poured Andrew a glass of wine. "Thanks, pretty lady." "You're welcome, President Green." The female artist smiled shyly. "Hey, aren't you the female lead of that popular spy TV show? Let me think. What's your name again?" "Wenna, right? You know me? President Green?" The female artist was pleasantly surprised. Justin's gaze swept past Andrew. "So, you're here to talk to me about hitting on my female artists?" The female artist immediately felt awkward. She was afraid to anger President Cooper, and therefore stood up to leave. Andrew, however, smiled nonchalantly. "Of course not. Your artists are for your own enjoyment. I'm here to talk to you about something important." Justin didn't like beating around the bushes, so he asked up front, "Young Master Cooper, are you interested in a partnership? Work with you? How? Do you want to enter the entertainment industry?" "Nope, the opposite. I want you to enter the real estate industry." "Real estate? I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Justin had so much money that he couldn't even count it. If he wanted to venture into real estate, he would have done it a long time ago. Moreover, Cooper Financial Bank could provide him with an endless supply of loans and investments. However, he was fine with just having Imperial Star. He could have fun and make money out of it, so he didn't want to be so greedy. Moreover, he wanted more time to himself, or else what was the point of having so much money? He would have to run around like Superman every day and attend 100 meetings until he went crazy. "I know you're not interested in real estate, but what if this matter has to do with Jack?" Andrew continued asking. "Why does it have to do with Jack?" This certainly piqued Justin's interest. "Are you interested in working with me to defeat Jack?" "I want to defeat him until he can't get back up anymore." Justin was slightly shocked by what he heard. Andrew laughed. "Young Master Cooper, I'm not kidding, I'm completely serious." "So, you hate Jack so much because he dug up your ancestors' graves?" Justin asked. After a brief pause, Andrew answered, "No, I just really want to defeat him." "Why? Don't you think it's an interesting challenge?" Mr. Spike came to invest in our city, so he held the snooker competition. The truth is, even if Jack didn't win, Mr. Spike would still work with him because they already met before the competition. Jack must be a business genius for Mr. Spike to pick him. He's obviously a leader in our city, but what about us? I don't think we're stupid. We're just not as ambitious yet. If you're so ambitious, you can go ahead. Justin's tone had a hint of disdain. "I can, but it's a waste of time. I don't have much patience left. I think if we work together, GK will falter in a month at most. Jack will run out of options. Aren't you afraid that Chloe will hate you if you did something like that?" Justin was surprised. He thought Andrew treated Chloe well. Was he so ambitious that he was willing to take Chloe out of the equation? "I'm not a man who thinks that much. What I want is simple, and I only care about the results. The goal of a war is to win. Winner takes all, and the strong prey on the weak." Andrew licked his lips and said with a smile. However, Justin got goosebumps from that strange smile of his. He snickered. "Ha, you sure are ambitious. I'm a man. What's the point of living if I'm not ambitious?" Andrew was nonchalant. "So, you've already decided to deal with Jack, right?" "I'm not dealing with Jack. I'm taking GK apart," Andrew emphasized. "What do I get for working with you?" "We can split GK, 50-50. "What about Chloe? Do we split her as well?" Justin sneered. Andrew looked at Justin with a complicated expression on his face. "You're funny, young Master Cooper. I always thought You treated Chloe well. Justin lit up a cigarette and said slowly, I do, Andrew admitted. But why are you forcing her into a corner? If you hurt GK, you'll hurt Jack. If something happens to Jack, what do you think will happen to Chloe? Do you remember what happened at the hospital? You're basically pushing Chloe off a cliff, Justin said in all seriousness. What if I can get Jack to leave Chloe on his own? Would you work with me then? Andrew suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Justin's expression changed. Justin's words were always half-hearted. Therefore, no one could easily see through him. Andrew always got a headache when he talked to Justin, because the latter never played by the rules and always said weird things. Andrew rubbed his temple. Young Master Cooper, I can't agree to that. When we get GK, I promise to give you half. But Chloe is a person, not an item. I can't split her as I wish. You'll have to listen to her decision. Of course, if she wants to be with you, that's her freedom, and I can't do anything about it. Aren't you just stating the obvious BS? Justin smiled as he cursed back at Andrew. If she wants to be with you? Andrew was sure good at word games. If Chloe wanted to be with Justin, she would be with him already. Did he have to wait until today? That was why Justin thought Andrew's promise was complete BS. It was pointless. Justin cursed at him with a smile on his face, so Andrew couldn't get mad. The latter began to regret his decision to ask this young master to cooperate. He could do it himself. It would just take longer. A bad decision sure comes back to bite you in the ass. So, young Master Cooper, do you want to work together or not? Just tell me. Usually Justin was the impatient one, but today, Andrew's patience ran out first. He felt like he would go crazy if he kept talking to Justin. The latter took a few puffs of his cigarette before smearing it in the crystal ashtray on the table. Then, he looked at him and replied in all seriousness, Nope. Andrew wasn't surprised. He smiled. Okay then, I won't bother you anymore, young Master Cooper. After patting Justin on the shoulder, Andrew stood up, adjusted his jacket collar, and turned around to leave. Yes, Justin wanted to defeat Jack, but he wanted to do it through his own powers. He would never look for a helper, because that would be considered cheating. Moreover, he would never bully Jack with someone like Andrew. Everyone in his circle knew that Justin was hot-tempered. He had the right to be. The Cooper family's powers were significant in the city, and even capital city. However, Justin was a smart cookie. His brain spun fast, and he was good at observing people. He never liked Andrew. To him, Jack was actually qualified to be his competitor, but Andrew was no more than a petty man who hid in the shadows. Andrew only cared about results and not the process. This meant he was willing to do anything to achieve his goal. After all, people were all different. If Jack and Justin were heroes in war, Andrew would be the greedy man with power. He was like Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms dynasty, filled with cunning tricks, but still lived in eternal glory. Perhaps Chloe didn't know, but the three men in her life were like the Three Kingdoms, each with their own thoughts and plans. All she wanted to do was living happily ever after with Jack and have a child of their own. Andrew left Seductive Fox in a foul mood. Justin could have just told him that he wasn't interested. Why did he have to play around with him and even curse at him? What was worse was that Andrew couldn't even get mad. Great, Justin. Haha. Once I finish dealing with Jack, I'll get to you. I have a lot of time on my hands. Andrew smiled before getting onto his flashy Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the top floor of Seductive Fox, Rick leaned on the wall of his office. He was wearing a black trench coat and thinking about the conversation he just heard in Justin's private room. Andrew asked to work with Justin, and the latter heartlessly refused. Rick and Jack had been suspecting Andrew for a while, so they had been keeping a close eye on him. However, they hadn't gotten any useful information. Why did he want to deal with Jack all of a sudden? Andrew even said he could get Jack to leave Chloe on his own. Will. What did Andrew have on them? Rick knew he had to talk to Jack about this tomorrow. Andrew looked at his watch. It was almost 11 p.m. He couldn't sleep at his mansion since Bella was there. Andrew hated himself, but he hated Bella even more. When he looked at her, he would become so nauseated that he felt like throwing up. Therefore, he picked up his phone and called Joyce. She was already in dreamland when Andrew called. Upon receiving his phone call, she quickly put on her clothes and ran downstairs without even putting on makeup, waiting outside her residential district for Andrew to pick her up. Truth be told, she had ordinary looks and wasn't beautiful at all. Even now, she wondered what kind of luck she came across to be chosen by someone like President Green. What amazed her even more was Andrew gave her money and bought her clothes. Yet, he never touched her. She often wondered if Andrew was impotent. His car slowly parked by the side of the road. Joyce was just about to get on his car when Andrew said, "Sit in the back." He didn't like it when others sat in his passenger seat. Chloe was the only one who could. Joyce didn't dare say anything else. She quickly got onto the back seat, and the car began to move. "President Green, you haven't slept yet?" Joyce was somewhat scared of Andrew. Therefore, she always stuttered when she talked to him. "No," Andrew coldly replied, and she didn't dare say anything else. Andrew drove to his private condo. Joyce had been here a couple of times and spent the night here. Therefore, she was familiar with this place. "Go shower," Andrew commanded, and she nodded, heading straight for the bathroom. After a while, she came out thinking that something might happen tonight. However, Andrew only embraced her from behind, like every other time. His movements were extremely gentle and tender. Unwilling to give up, Joyce felt like if they didn't have sex, it meant he didn't acknowledge her. Therefore, she bravely turned around, gliding her hand seductively across Andrew's chest. "President Green," she called him coyishly. "Turn around." Andrew's face darkened immediately as he looked at her angrily. Horrified, Joyce quickly turned her stiff body around. She fell silent, so scared that she even controlled the sound of her own breathing. After a while, just when she thought she was about to fall asleep, she heard Andrew mutter gently behind her, "Chloe?" Who was Chloe? Joyce didn't pay attention to the high society, so she had no idea who Andrew was talking about. She didn't dare mention it to anyone else either. To her, Andrew was a scary person. She was afraid that if she blabbed about anything, something bad might happen to her. The next morning, the two of them got up and put on their clothes. Just when Andrew was about to get onto his car and leave with Joyce, he saw Bella's car parked before him. "Get in the car," Andrew ordered. Joyce looked down, too scared to say anything, and headed straight for his car. Bella was just getting off her car, so she bumped right into Joyce. When the latter passed by Bella, she impolitely grabbed her chin and observed her face. Terrified, Joyce recognized that this woman was Andrew's wife, Mayor Hall's daughter. As the third person in their relationship, would Bella kill her? "Ha ha, your looks are truly disappointing," Bella mocked. Too scared to say anything, Joyce shook Bella's hand off her face and quickly climbed into Andrew's car. "Why are you here?" Andrew frowned. Seeing Bella first thing in the morning certainly ruined his entire day. It was the same disgusting feeling a person got when they saw a black crow first thing in the morning. "I need to talk to you." Bella was arrogant. Andrew cautiously looked around before saying, "Come in." Yes, he was a careful man. Paparazzi from small newspaper outlets loved hiding outside the houses of rich people and taking whatever photos they could. Bella followed Andrew into his condo. She was wearing a wine-colored cashmere coat and over-the-knee boots with 7-inch heels. "What do you want?" "When can we get divorced?" Bella cut to the chase. "Now's not the time. Then when is?" Bella didn't want to stay married to him any longer. It was fine that she was living life as a widow, but she hated pretending that they were in love in front of other people. It disgusted her. She didn't even have the guts to go see Jack, because she hadn't figured out her relationship with Andrew yet. Therefore, she was determined to end things with him. "You don't have to worry about that. It's not going to be long. Trust me, I don't want to spend a minute longer with you than I have to." "Haha, I used to think that you always pretended to be mysterious, like you had a lot of secrets. Now I realize that you certainly do have a secret, something you can't tell anyone. Andrew raised an eyebrow and stared at Bella's delicate face. Are you curious as to how I found out? Bella asked, proud of herself. Andrew didn't reply. Your eyes betrayed you. I only realized recently that you only seem like a human being when you look at Chloe. Other times, you're no better than a monster. Andrew still didn't say anything. That woman just now, she's not that good looking, but she kind of looks like Chloe. So, that woman in your heart, the one who Emery can't even compare to, is Chloe, isn't it? You like your own sister? What an incestuous. Before she could finish, Andrew walked right up to her and grabbed her by the collar. Are you done? His tone was icy. I'm not. The more scared you seem, the more I'm going to say, you're a sister lover. You might not be related by blood, but your last names are both Green. You're such a pervert for liking her. Chloe doesn't know, does she? Imagine how scared she would be if she found out that she knows someone so perverted. As soon as Bella finished her sentence, Andrew tossed her by her collar. With a bang, Bella landed on the ground, feeling her organs shake in pain. Bella, don't challenge my bottom line. So what if you know? I only have one thing to say. Say whatever you want to, but if you do, I'm going to make sure that your family falls from grace. You won't be able to be a young heiress anymore, but the pathetic thing is, you're not even skilled enough to be a hooker. Backchiz should be good backchiz. Don't pretend to be Sherlock Holmes and guess what's on my mind. Then, Andrew took out his white handkerchief and wiped his hands off, as if Bella was just something dirty he had touched. So what if she found out his secret? Did he care that others knew about it? Did she really think she could threaten him with this? What a joke. He really wanted to teach Bella a lesson, but unfortunately, he was too busy to deal with her. His war with Jack was about to begin, and he had to make sure everything was well prepared. After Andrew got onto his car, Joyce asked from the back seat nervously, President Green, is your wife angry? Was it because of me? Who the hell do you think you are? Andrew was irritated, as he had just finished arguing with Bella. Realizing her faux pas, Joyce shut her mouth immediately. At the GK Corporation, Rick's fiery Ferrari stopped outside the entrance. He got into Jack's personal elevator and reached the top floor. Jack had just finished his morning meeting. At the sight of Rick, he wasn't surprised at all. He knew that Rick had something important to tell him, so he immediately dismissed the others and told Mark to guard his office door. Jack's relationship with Rick was similar to his relationship with Noah. Although they rarely saw one another, their friendship was still alive and well. Rick was just as quiet as Jack, if not quieter and more indifferent. Many foxy girls tried to hit on the cold, mixed-blood, handsome man, but in the end, his heart was unexpectedly captured by an innocent university student. Jack, I have something important to tell you, Rick said in all seriousness. You're getting married? Rick couldn't believe that Jack had such a funny side to him, and he tried his best to keep his cool. No, it's something else. Jack grabbed a bottle of Lafite from the liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses, handing over one to Rick. Make yourself at home. Sit down and tell me everything. With the glass of red wine in his hand, Rick didn't drink, nor did he sit. He couldn't be as calm as Jack when it came to emergencies, since he was very serious about everything. Last time, when Cece asked him for a bowl of hot pot to go, he drove his Ferrari to the restaurant, entered the shop, and said to the owner in a very serious tone, "A bowl of hot pot to go, with spice and pepper, no cilantro, and lotus leaf powder as the base." That was how serious Rick always was. Andrew's planning something big. You need to be careful. I've been expecting him to do something big for a while now. Jack seemed to have seen this coming a long time ago. But he seems to have something on you, Rick added. Something on me? Jack hesitated. Immediately afterward, Rick took out his phone and showed Jack a short video of Andrew and Justin together. Upon seeing it, Jack remained silent. Then, he analyzed. Knowing Andrew's cautious character, He would have picked up on the micro cameras in the room. He also knows about our relationship, so it also might be a bluff. Yes, but we still cannot eliminate the possibility of him having something on you, so it's better to be careful. Jack turned around to face the windows and smiled at the sight of the restless city. What is meant to come will come. All of the seeming detours in life are actually roads we must take. Rick looked at Jack with praise in his eyes. Jack was a young man, but he already had the charismatic attitude of a supreme emperor. "Do you have news on Chloe's real family?" Rick asked. "We got a little bit of information. On New Year's Eve, my wife received a mysterious present that's supposedly priceless. I checked the originating address and found that it was from Switzerland. Although we couldn't investigate further there, her family is definitely living in a foreign country." "I don't think they are ordinary people," Rick analyzed out loud. Jack smiled. "Normal people can't afford a $120 million white jade calabash. Did you just say that the person gave Chloe a $120 million present?" Rick was shocked. "The calabashes came in a pair. My wife only received one of them, so I think the other person is either Chloe's older or younger sister." "Why not a brother?" Rick asked. "Because usually only sisters like sentimental things like this, each getting half of something." Jack was also skilled in analyzing people's psychologies. Although he hadn't discussed the issue with Chloe much, he was sure that it wasn't Chloe's parents. They wouldn't send her only half of a pair of calabashes. "What about male-female twins?" Rick was persistent. "Like I've said before, a man wouldn't choose a feminine gift like a white jade calabash. It was a prized possession of a Han Dynasty empress. Girls like these things." Jack began having a headache. Rick really didn't understand women. No wonder he always got into trouble with his girlfriend, sending her into fits of tears. "Rick, how's your relationship with the girl?" Jack rarely asked about Rick's personal life, but Chloe would be rather interested. Same old, same old. "I really don't understand women. They never speak their minds. She says she's not angry, but she's obviously mad at something. She says she doesn't like something." Then, Rick had clearly fallen into the troubles of love. "Give it time. You'll get it eventually." Jack patted Rick's shoulders. "Do you need more people for Chloe? I'm afraid of what Andrew might do." Everyone knew that Chloe was Jack's only weakness. This was why Rick was so worried. What if Andrew harmed Chloe to hurt Jack? No, it's not necessary. He would never do anything to Chloe. Not only would Andrew not harm Chloe, Jack was certain that the man would worry a lot about her. "All right then, just make sure to be careful. I'm here anytime you need me. Okay? Make sure to tell me when you're about to get married." Rick walked out of the office feeling speechless. He wasn't sure he could keep being friends with Jack. After Rick left, Jack took out his phone and video called Chloe. Chloe accepted the call immediately, smiling brightly. She looked especially pleasant in her white lab coat and black-framed glasses. "Dr. Green, are you free at lunch? Do you feel like coming over for food?" "I'm sorry, President Dawson, but I need to study up on some new neurological medication that just came out. How about tonight? I'll treat you to good food tonight." "All right then. I'll pick you up in the evening." Jack hung up the phone gently. Chloe sat down in front of her computer and began filtering through the new medication. She didn't even have time to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Just then, her office door was pushed open, and in came Cody with a box of exquisite-looking food. "Sis, why are you here? When did you come back?" Chloe smiled at the sight of Cody. "I've been back for 2 days already. Don't you watch the news?" "Geez." As he made his complaint, Cody placed the box of food atop Chloe's desk. "I brought you your favorite scallop dumplings. This is too much food. I can't finish it all." You can share it with your assistant. You're right. Call Violet for me." Cody hesitated for a moment before turning around and saying, "Violet, your boss wants you to eat with her." "Oh, sure." Violet walked into Chloe's office from the reception desk. At the sight of Cody, The nurses at Southside would scream at the top of their lungs, since, after all, he was an idol. So, in order to not draw attention to himself, Cody would always wear a black mask, a baseball cap, and a pair of sunglasses whenever he visited the hospital. He would only take them off after he entered Chloe's office. Cody was almost back at full health. Chloe would put together the correct combination of vitamins and soothing traditional herbs and send them off to him. Each time, it was Violet who delivered the medicine to Cody. After a while, they got to know each other. Violet walked in carefully. "Violet, come here and sit with us." "Chief, it's okay. I can eat at the cafeteria." Violet was clearly a bit shy. Before Chloe could respond, Cody interrupted. "The food in your cafeteria tastes like dog food. Sit down. I got double of everything." Upon hearing this, Violet's face ruddied. Unable to reject Chloe and Cody's insistence, Violet took a chair and sat down beside them. With one leg over the other, Cody sipped on his tea as he and Chloe began to chat. "It's been hard for you during the spring festival. Your schedule looks jam-packed. Do you want me to ask President Dawson to give you some time off?" "Yes, please. I've been really stressed out lately. I don't want to travel anymore. Can I just stay in the city for a couple of days?" After finishing his sentence, Cody's gaze landed unintentionally on Violet. This tiny action, however, was captured by Chloe's keen eyes, but she didn't say anything. Violet finished her food very quickly. After a few bites, she got up and said, "Chief, I'll be getting back to work now. Aren't you going to drink some water?" "You're going to choke," Cody said as he grabbed a bottle of water, twisted its cap off, and handed it to Violet. She took the water bottle with her head down and quickly ran away. "Why is Violet acting so strange today?" Chloe murmured to herself. She's probably bedazzled by my good looks." Cody smiled narcissistically. That afternoon, Chloe went back to her office to tidy up after her meeting. Violet came with a few reports in her hands. "Chief, these are the receipts for our department's shipment and purchase orders for the month. Leave it here. I'll take a look at it later." "All right, Violet," Chloe said slowly. Do you like Cody?" Chloe suddenly asked. Violet's face immediately turned bright red. "Chief, I wouldn't dare to. How could someone like me, like someone like Cody? He's a famous celebrity, and I'm just a girl from the countryside. I wouldn't dare." Violet was very nervous, going on and on about how Cody was way out of her league. "But I have a feeling that Cody likes you too." Chloe's words made Violet even more anxious. They stayed in contact ever since she started delivering medicine to Cody. Their initial disregard for one another turned into the occasional bickering. She knew that, for someone like her, liking a big celebrity was complete nonsense. Cody would occasionally bring her gifts and send her messages through Snap, but she would ignore them all, afraid of misreading his gestures. That was why she always avoided Cody. She was even more afraid of what would happen if Chloe found out. In her mind, Chloe would laugh at her, disapprove of her feelings, and maybe even fire her. "Chief, I won't anymore. Please don't fire me. I know he's way out of my league. Someone like Cody would never fall for someone like me. I promise to control myself from now on. I'm sorry." Violet couldn't stop apologizing to Chloe. Chloe was speechless. "Violet, why are you apologizing to me? Liking someone is a good thing." No. I'm not good enough to like Cody. At most, I'm his fan. Really, it's nothing." Violet lacked confidence, to say the least. Chloe had known this about her since the incident with her promotion. However, she was truly a great girl. She was hardworking, proactive, and thorough. Chief Nina liked her a lot back when she was working under her, and now she was Chloe's prized assistant. She was similar to Cody in age, and although she was not gorgeous, her big eyes made her incredibly cute. It was normal for Cody to like her. Violet was a very kind girl, and having low confidence was her only fault. "Violet, don't be nervous. Listen to me. It's not about you liking Cody right now. It's about him courting you." "He's courting me?" Violet didn't dare to think about such a thing. Why else would he buy food for two people? "It's obvious that he intentionally bought some for you. Do you think he would waste all that money for nothing? With that, Violet was once again startled. But Violet swallowed her words. No buts. There is no such thing as someone being out of someone's league. That's just a stupid saying. What matters is how much you value each other. Violet, you're a nice girl, and Cody's a good kid. I won't ask how much you've both suffered in the past, but no matter what you guys decide, I just want the two of you to be happy. Chloe really liked her assistant. The girl was smart, sensible, and straightforward. Chief, thank you so much. Violet's eyes began tearing up upon hearing this. She was pleasantly surprised to receive such a positive response from her chief. Okay, let's stop before we both start crying. Go back to work now and I'll talk to Cody when I get a chance. Meanwhile, don't overthink things. After she comforted Violet, Chloe went back to tidying up. After work, she left her own car at Southside's parking lot and got onto Jack's. Honey, what are you treating me to? Do you want hot pot skewers? Jack, I really want to eat that. It's such a cold day. How happy would steamy hot pot skewers make us? Chloe cupped her face with her hands. Sure, let's go then. Jack truly spoiled Chloe to no end. He would agree to anything she suggested. The pair parked their car in front of a hot pot skewer shop close to downtown. Due to the time of the year, the place wasn't crowded yet. The two sat down in front of a hot pot and began eating. During dinner, Chloe told Jack about Violet and Cody. Jack was silent the whole entire time. Hubby, you're not against artists dating, right? Why would I care? Then why are you so quiet? I'm wondering why you objected to Thomas and Amelia's relationship back then, but are now supporting Cody and Violet. Jack couldn't really understand the difference between the two. Men and women always did see things differently. Chloe was saddened by the mention of Amelia. The night before New Year's Eve, she and Thomas even drove to the North Hill Public Cemetery to visit Amelia. That poor girl. Hubby, the difference is in their personalities, not their status. Amelia was both timid and innocent. Her innocence was verging on naivety. She was still a child and hadn't really stepped out into the real world, so she wasn't strong enough to take on life's blows. Thomas was also young, and their immature relationship wasn't going to last. It was way too unstable. Cody and Violet are different. They've both had similar experiences. Because of their difficult childhoods, they're both mature and sensible, beyond their years. Violet's very detail-oriented and thorough. She always finishes everything I give her perfectly and never makes any excuses. She's a very responsible girl. Similarly, Cody manages to stay clean in an environment like the entertainment industry, which is not an easy thing to do. If he could fall for Violet after seeing so many different women, it means that his feelings are for real. It's not infatuation. They really are attracted to each other. After hearing Chloe's analysis, Jack gave her a big thumbs up. Baby, you should really study psychology like Victoria. Your analysis is very accurate. I'm taking courses. I'm quite interested in the subject. After Victoria has her baby and returns to work, I'm going to bother her every day to learn more. Haha. Chloe laughed. Jack picked up a cooked shrimp ball and placed it onto Chloe's plate. The pair enjoyed a happy meal together. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of February. The duo decided to go back to the Dawson Manor for dinner, and therefore had the entire day to spend by themselves. It was rare for the both of them to be on vacation at the same time, so Jack suggested that they go to a spa resort somewhere in the countryside. Chloe didn't agree to the suggestion, as she wasn't in the mood for a spa. Hubby, can you go somewhere with me? It's a place that I really want to go to. Where? Ming Temple. Jack was a little surprised, then nodded afterward. After eating breakfast at South Hill Manor, they headed out. Ming Temple was located 60 kilometers east of the city. It was a 1,000-year-old temple located deep within a gorgeous mountain. Apparently, this temple was first constructed during the Ming Dynasty and then experienced several renovations. Even though it was just a little temple deep in the mountains, over the years, countless worshippers have traveled there to show their dedication. On the way there, Chloe told Jack a story. Honey, I heard that there's a statue of the Goddess of Mercy that was formed naturally and rose up from the South Sea after the tide went out. Afterward, people moved it to the far-out mountain to worship it. It is said that its ability to answer prayers works really effectively. You believe in stuff like that? When someone is in a hopeless situation, there's nothing wrong with resorting to the gods. Chloe smiled while holding Jack's arm. It took them more than an hour to get there. Perhaps it was because of the weather, but there weren't many people there. Both Jack and Chloe wore black cashmere jackets and white scarves. One look, and anyone would know that they were wearing couple outfits. The good looks of this couple attracted a lot of attention on the way. Especially Mr. Dawson, as a lot of people secretly snapped pictures of him with their phones. "Honey, are we going to buy the incense sticks at the door?" Jack had never been to a temple, so he wasn't sure what to do. "No, we can head inside directly." "Kind-hearted people, please spare some change for me. Please offer something." There were a lot of beggars kneeling outside the temple, with metal bowls in their hands. Chloe took out a bunch of spare $10 bills, and she gave everyone $20 or $30 each. "Don't you worry that they are liars?" Jack held her by the shoulder. "Even if they are liars, it's fine. It's freezing cold and not easy to kneel here and beg." Chloe decided from the bottom of her heart that she was going to do good deeds for the entire day. Usually, when others called her a Mary Sue, she would laugh. Some people were probably just too dumb to tell who was actually a Mary Sue. Those who see a crazy dog biting people and would still argue for the dog, and those who see someone killing a fly and would complain about killing it, those were the people who should really be called Mary Sues. Chloe didn't consider herself as someone who enjoyed butting into other people's business. She only helped those that she genuinely cared about. Given Chloe's personality, she couldn't be a Mary Sue. For the most part, she had correct moral views. For any person living in this world, having the correct moral views was necessary and a top priority. But having good moral views didn't mean being a holier-than-thou batch. But today, she was going to take a bit further just for one day in order to pray for her wish. It was because she came with 3 wishes today. At the foot of the mountain, staring at the 1,700 stair steps, which looked just like a ladder to the sky, Jack felt confused. "Should we take the tram up?" Chloe laughed. "Mr. Dawson, do you think it's a scenic spot?" "Why would there be a tram? We have to walk up." "Fine, I will consider it fitness training. Let's go." Jack held Chloe's hand tightly and was about to walk up when Chloe stopped him. "You go ahead and walk up first. You go ahead and walk." "What about you?" Jack turned around and looked at Chloe curiously. "I'm going to kowtow every 3 steps. You are crazy." Jack was bewildered. There were 1,700 steps in total, each on a steep slope. She might die from exhaustion if she kowtowed every 3 steps. "Honey, I came here today with 3 wishes. I was hoping I could do something to make the gods feel sympathetic." After that, Chloe let go of Jack's hand. After taking 3 steps, she knelt down and kowtowed with her hands in prayer. "Chloe, you don't have to do this." Feeling a bit heartbroken, Jack looked at her. He seemed to have already guessed what her 3 wishes were. Having known her for so many years, Jack clearly understood Chloe's personality. When she set her mind on something, it couldn't be changed by anyone. Jack felt bad for his wife, so when Chloe took 3 more steps and was about to kneel down again, Jack knelt down next to her. Chloe turned around surprised. "Honey, I'm with you. No matter what you do, I will do it with you." Jack looked at Chloe lovingly. Jack was an atheist. He didn't believe in the heavens, the earth, the ghosts, or gods. But he believed in Chloe. As long as it was something Chloe had set her mind on doing, he was willing to accompany her. Going up the 1,700 steps while kneeling down every 3 steps was easier said than done. Chloe was so touched. It was her idea to come to Ming Temple this time, so she didn't want Jack to do what she was doing. But she also knew Jack's personality. Whatever he set his mind on could not be changed by anyone either. The couple was finally slowly approaching the top of the stairs in freezing weather. People who occasionally passed by them all looked at them in amazement. Since they were not ascetic monks, there was no need for them to worship in such a harsh way, by kneeling down every 3 steps. After walking up for what seemed like a really long time, Chloe felt exhausted, but she managed to press on for the sake of her wishes. Jack noticed that Chloe was low on energy and held her tightly. Together, they slowly moved up one step after another. It took them 5 hours to get to the top of the mountain. They arrived in the morning, and it was already the afternoon. Not a lot of ordinary people had this kind of perseverance. It was good that Chloe was patient, with the support from Jack next to her. After the two of them arrived at the top of the mountain, they suddenly felt unconstrained. Both of Chloe's legs were shaking, and she couldn't even stand. There was still about 1 kilometer from the mountaintop to the temple. Jack immediately held Chloe up. "Honey, let me down. I can walk by myself." Chloe was worried about Jack and didn't want him to carry her since he was probably just as tired as she was. Why would he make himself more tired? But no matter how much Chloe complained, Jack remained silent and carried her all the way to the door of the temple. Then, they took the free incense given outside the temple and kneeled down and worshipped, one by one. Chloe donated several $100s to each of the offering boxes. Then, they walked up to the wishing tree. The centuries-old tree stood there with its gorgeous figure, providing the only green in such a cold climate. On the branches were countless red wishing ribbons. Chloe spent $20 for 2. She handed one over to Jack while keeping one for herself. "Let's start writing. They say you can make 3 wishes." Chloe smiled, just like a little girl. Then, she hid to the side and started writing slowly. Jack also smiled, but without a word, walked over to the other side with the ribbon. Not long after, they both went back under the tree with their wishing ribbons. "Honey, what did you write?" Chloe was curious and wanted to see Jack's wishing ribbon. "I thought wishes won't work if others see it." Jack smiled gently. "Okay, fine. Mr. Dawson, I won't look. Let's go tie them to the branches," Chloe said with a pout. So that her ribbon would be high on top, Chloe even climbed up the tree. Luckily, the tree wasn't tall. Otherwise, Jack simply tied his, somewhere where there were fewer ribbons. "Where are we going now?" Jack held Chloe's hand and gently asked. "I want to go draw a fortune stick." Chloe held Jack coquettishly. "Okay." Jack nodded and walked towards the temple, where they could get fortune sticks. Apparently, an old woman here was very experienced at reading them. However, when the two arrived outside a temple, they only saw a little monk sweeping. "Young master, can we draw a fortune stick?" "Sure, but my master isn't here today, so no one can read your fortune." "Oh, I see. Would you still like to draw one?" the little monk asked, holding a broom in his hand. "Sure, how much is it?" "Drawing the fortune stick is free. Reading cost $1, but my master isn't here today, so feel free to draw one if you want." The little monk was nice. He immediately ran towards the temple to get the fortune stick holder. The monks at Ming Temple were down to earth and uncommercialized, unlike places that asked for money wherever you go. Drawing a fortune stick here was free, and reading it only cost $1. There weren't a lot of places like this left in the country. "Honey, do you want to draw one with me?" Chloe tilted her head at Jack, who smiled at her. "No, it's okay. You can draw one. You represent me." Chloe smiled. Then, she knelt down and sincerely shook the fortune stick holder. Finally, a fortune stick fell out. The little monk picked it up and handed it to Chloe. Her heart sunk upon seeing what the stick wrote. Unlucky. A simple poem was written on her stick, the 79th one in the holder. The flowers of March fell onto the river. The wind blows up people's sorrows. Spring leaves and autumn comes in a flash, and soon you will have reached old age. Jack noticed the change in Chloe's expression. After he walked up and glanced at the bamboo stick in her hand, his expression changed as well. The little monk glanced at the two of them. "Masters, you got the unlucky stick. No matter what you ask for, you shall be met with bad faith. Chloe, do you want to ask for another one?" Jack asked, trying to console Chloe. No, it's okay. This is fate. It is what it is. Chloe didn't need someone to read her stick to understand what it meant. Words like fallen flowers were definitely a bad omen. Chloe suddenly remembered a while ago, when her mother-in-law took her to the fortune teller, that old man told her she would encounter a big disaster in life. It seemed like that disaster was about to fall upon her. Chloe wasn't superstitious, so she didn't usually pay too much attention to things like this. However, recently she had been feeling unsettled. Nothing happened, but she was still constantly nervous, as if something was about to happen. She felt like that at work and at home. It was an awful feeling. She had never felt like this before, whether it was during her middle or high school entrance examinations. After carefully placing the bamboo stick back into its holder, Chloe took out a couple of $100 and placed it in the merit box. Then, she and Jack walked out, hand in hand. Don't think too much into it. You have to rely on yourself for most things, Jack consoled her. I know, honey. Don't worry about me. I'm strong. Either way, no matter what happens, no matter what difficulties we meet, we won't give up. Remember that only by being alive will hope arise again. We have to work hard. Jack nodded. Then, he tightened his arms around Chloe. The couple stood on top of the mountain and watched the snow fall before them. It was romantic. Chloe leaned on Jack, her hands tightly holding his waist. She kneeled down every 3 steps until her knees became swollen and her forehead became chafed. She came with 3 wishes, and she wanted to move the gods and spirits with her sincerity. Her first wish was to be with Jack forever. Her second wish was to see her real family. Her third wish was to have a baby with Jack. These were Chloe's pressure points and also her deepest wishes. She was not one to repeat something over and over again, so she never mentioned these wishes to Jack. However, they were in her heart this entire time. If gods, spirits, really existed on this earth, she hoped they could hear her. She hoped that they would be touched by her sincerity and give her the strength to realize her wishes. She didn't wish for money and riches. All she wanted was to live peacefully. She and Jack didn't need wealth, power, status, or fame. All she wanted was to grow old with him. But Chloe didn't know if her wishes could become reality. It was what she wanted, that was all. After a long day, the two of them walked down the mountain, exhausted and hungry. On their way back to the city, they were both starving when Jack drove past a restaurant. Unable to control her hunger, Chloe asked Jack to stop. They ordered some stir-fry dishes at this small restaurant, but the food was delicious. Perhaps they were just too hungry. Thomas was back in New Zealand. When he first returned, he called Chloe every day. But later, he got so busy that he forgot. The days passed by, and soon, the first month of the lunar calendar was over, marking the end of New Year. At Southside's beginning of the year meeting, Chloe resigned from her position as the chairman of the Green Foundation. Her decision shocked everyone, but Director Richard approved her resignation without asking too many questions. Andrew didn't understand Chloe's decision, so he sent her a snap message that day. "Why did you resign from the Green Foundation?" "I'm just too busy. I can ask Director Richard to lessen your workload." "No thanks. I like my job and I want to do what a neurology physician is supposed to do. I don't want to manage a foundation like a businesswoman." "Ha ha ha. But you're in charge of the Chloe Foundation," Andrew laughed. "That's different." "How so?" Andrew continued probing. "My husband established the Chloe Foundation for me. It's my own family's foundation. The Green Corporation has nothing to do with me anymore." "Oh, so to you, I'm an outsider?" Andrew sneered. Chloe didn't reply, but her answer was obvious. That evening, Andrew withdrew the Green Foundation from Southside, shocking all the doctors and executives. Chloe knew that he withdrew the foundation because he was angry. However, to ensure the patients at Southside could continue receiving treatment, that night, Chloe announced that Chloe Foundation would be sponsoring Southside from now on. Director Richard didn't say anything. He just let Chloe make these decisions. It was obvious that Chloe was officially drawing boundaries with Andrew. At Snooker Celebrity Night, Andrew said something to Jack that caused him to lose the competition. Although Jack didn't tell Chloe exactly what he said, she had a feeling that it had something to do with her. Plus, she had been feeling restless, and therefore slowly came to the realization that she had to clean away the possible dangers in her life. Andrew was the first one on that list. However, Chloe never thought what she did would help Andrew accelerate his conspiracy. That night, Jack was working overtime while Chloe watched TV at home. Suddenly, a piece of news shocked her to her core. The piece of land Mayor Hall agreed to give to GK was officially allotted to Green Corporation. Just as Chloe was about to pick up her phone and call Jack, she heard the doorknob turn. Jack was home. Upon seeing that Jack was back, Chloe quickly put on her slippers and ran up to him. "Honey, I just saw the news." "Yeah, I knew about it." Jack lovingly rubbed Chloe's head. No matter how crappy his mood was, he was filled with happiness as soon as he saw Chloe. Nothing could affect him anymore. "You already knew? How did you?" Chloe thought GK was bound to get that piece of land. However, to her surprise, Andrew ended up benefiting from the situation. It's normal. Andrew is Uncle Hall's son-in-law, so it's natural for them to take care of each other. But he promised you the land. How could he do that? The mayor can't go back on his words. Chloe was unhappy. "It's okay. That's Uncle Hall's decision, and I respect him. It's just a piece of land. GK doesn't care." Jack was more accepting of what happened, so he consoled Chloe. "But honey, that's not how business is done, I think." Before Chloe could finish her sentence, however, Jack interrupted her. "Honey, is there food?" "I'm starving." "There is. I'll go make you dinner right now." Chloe immediately ran into the kitchen. "Young madam, you should go rest. We'll make dinner." The chefs in the kitchen were really nice. "No, it's okay. Go rest. I'll do it." Chloe didn't want her husband to be in a bad mood, so she decided to make Jack 4 dishes and a soup. When they lived at Imperial Park, she often made him food. Later, they moved to South Hill Manor, where there were housekeepers, maids, drivers, gardeners, and security. There were so many staffs around the house that Chloe never got to show off her cooking skills again. Therefore, Chloe seized this opportunity and rose to the occasion. She made stir-fry broccoli, sweet and sour pork, green pepper stir-fry, braised ribs with yam, and borscht soup. Upon seeing all the dishes Chloe made, Jack had a great appetite and ate 2 whole bowls of rice. After dinner, the couple went upstairs to shower. After Chloe changed into her pajamas, she curled up in Jack's arms and asked coyishly, "Honey, have you been really stressed lately?" Mr. Dawson didn't know how to respond. "Do you want me to give you a massage?" Chloe offered as she massaged his shoulders. But Jack laughed. "No, it's okay. But can you help me do some exercises to warm up?" Before Chloe could respond, Jack pressed his body against hers. She wondered, wasn't the company in a crisis? How could Mr. Dawson still be in the mood? How magnanimous was he? Jack wasn't surprised that Andrew made this move. In fact, he had been preparing for this. After Andrew obtained that piece of land, he began building a vacation village. At the same time, he announced that the Green Corporation was going to venture into the entertainment industry. The company's recent decisions attracted the attention of the entire city. One day, Andrew appeared on TV wearing a flashy orange suit. "President Green, is the Green Corporation planning something big?" "Didn't you watch the news?" Andrew replied nonchalantly. "President Green, I heard that GK was already allotted that piece of land. Why was it suddenly given to Green Corporation? Is there something we don't know about behind this deal? I think you should ask my father-in-law that question. President Green, are you venturing into the entertainment circle to compete with President Cooper and President Dawson?" "What are you talking about? I'm a businessman. I shouldn't say no to money, right?" Andrew snickered. "President Green, your father died less than a year ago. Is it appropriate for you to wear something so bright? Should I walk around naked to show respect towards my father?" Andrew snapped back. leaving all the media outlets feeling speechless. President Green, I heard you withdrew the Green Foundation from Southside Recuperation Center. Why is that? Does there have to be a reason? I don't want to cooperate with them anymore, that's all. President Green, I heard your relationship with Bella is tense. Is there a third person in your relationship? The reporters always picked the hardest and most eyeball-grabbing questions to ask. If that's really the case, do you think my father-in-law would have given my company that piece of land? In the end, Andrew added, My wife and I love each other very much. Thank you for asking about that. In front of the television, Bella was so angry that she felt like smashing her TV. This man sure could lie. They weren't in love at all. They were basically enemies. If murdering people wasn't against the law, they would have stabbed each other countless times already. Sis, do you think Andrew is venturing into the entertainment industry to hit on women? He's such a scumbag. Abby guessed. Impossible. He's opening an entertainment company to challenge Justin and Jack. Bella was well aware of what was happening. Right now, the city only had 2 entertainment companies, Imperial Star and GK Film and Television. Andrew's entrance into the industry wasn't for money or profit. He wanted to declare war against them. Isn't he looking to die? He's nothing compared to Jack and Justin. Don't underestimate Andrew. He's like a venomous snake and is willing to do anything. Bella didn't think Andrew would lose. Instead, she began worrying about Jack. At this thought, Bella picked up her bag and got up from the couch. Abby, you should go home. I need to be somewhere. Bella hadn't visited GK in a while. When she appeared outside the president's office, Assistant Mark felt more awkward than ever. Miss Hall? The president isn't here. You should go. Mark didn't like Bella. He also knew that the president didn't like her either, so he tried to get her to leave. I don't believe you. President Dawson must be in there. I need to talk to him. Miss Hall, please don't complicate things for me. Just as Mark was about to persuade Bella, Jack came out from the conference room after his meeting and bumped right into her. Jack! Bella was excited to see Jack. Did you need me for something? Jack was still as indifferent as ever. Yes, I really need to talk to you. Just give me 5 minutes. No thanks. You should leave. Jack was unwilling to give Bella even 5 minutes. To him, there was no point in wasting valuable time with unnecessary people. Upon seeing Jack ignore her, Bella didn't let up and shouted from behind, Jack, Andrew is declaring war against you. You need to be careful. He's dangerous. Thank you for the reminder, Jack replied without even turning around. Then, he walked into his office, closing the door right in Bella's face. Mark felt awkward, but Bella didn't. She thick-facedly ordered Mark, You too, remind President Dawson that Andrew's not that easy to deal with. If he needs help, he can come to find me anytime. I'm always on his side. Mark quietly replied, Then, can you ask your dad to give that piece of land back to GK? Bella replied, That piece of land isn't as simple as you think. That a hole threatened my dad to give it to him. It wasn't his decision. You should go home, Miss Hall. It's pretty cold here. You don't want to get sick. Mark was too lazy to talk to Bella. Furious, she turned around and left. Right before noon, Mark ran into the president's office. Sir, I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? Bad news. The bad news is, Emery hopped to the Green Corporation and left, with a lot of newly signed celebrities at the company. Annie gone too. Cody's the only pillar we have left. What about the good news? Jack asked, calmer than ever. The good news is, if they leave, they have to pay double the fine. Our company will still make some money out of it. Jack didn't respond. Mark was nervous. He was afraid that the president would get mad, but Jack didn't. He would never vent his anger out on his employees because of an unexpected crisis. Notify the executives at GK Film and Television that there's a meeting in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. 5 minutes later, Jack sat in the middle of the conference room table, silently looking at the 12 executives of GK Film and Television. Do any of you have any ideas? Jack looked around and slowly asked, President Dawson, I think PR needs to release a statement first and take advantage of public opinion. What kind of statement? Jack asked. Defame the artists who left. We can say they betrayed us and left for the Green Corporation's money. As long as we take the offensive, we'll win public opinion. Then, we can buy an internet water army to spread the news, and the public will oppose what they did. The artists who left need to know that they have to pay for betraying us. This executive's suggestion was worth considering, but it violated ethics. They would be maliciously defaming those artists, something Jack didn't want to do. I don't want to do that. The artists broke their contract and left, but in the past year, they still made quite a lot of money for the company. They still have to survive in this industry. I don't want to be so ruthless. Jack didn't want to involve innocent people in his competition with Andrew. Emery loved Andrew, so it was natural for her to leave. The others who were persuaded by her were merely victims. Therefore, a big company like theirs didn't have to defame them as revenge. They shouldn't stoop down to that level. Any other suggestions? Jack continued asking. President Dawson, we are in need of artists. Can we think of a way to poach some? That's not something that we can do in the short term. We need to take it one step at a time. You're right. The executive scratched his head and fell silent. President Dawson, why don't we send out attorneys' letters first? They've breached the contract, so legal proceedings are inevitable. Yeah, that's a good idea. Go ahead and send them out. Jack nodded. They were in the meeting for over an hour. When it ended, Jack was in a bad mood. For an entertainment company, large amounts of artists leaving was a deadly strike. Moreover, netizens will begin guessing around and making up scandals about GK. Although GK was a big company and didn't need their entertainment company to make money, they still needed to save their dignity. Originally, Jack established GK Film and Television to compete against Justin. Did Andrew steal his artists as a declaration of war against him? Jack went back to his office and began busying around. He still had an important interview in the afternoon. Chloe was the last to know what happened. That morning, she was at the orthopedics department for 4 hours, assisting with a difficult surgery. Therefore, her phone was off the entire time. Even if she were just an assisting physician, she still held herself accountable to the patient. By the time Chloe left the OR, it was already noon. Hungry, she changed out of her scrubs and headed towards the cafeteria. On her way there, she suddenly remembered that her phone was still off. When she turned it back on, her Snap exploded with messages. She even received countless missed calls from numbers she didn't recognize. There were 1 million text messages consisting of something along the lines of, "Hello, Mrs. Dawson. I'm a reporter of blah 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 news. Do you mind giving a phone interview about the crisis surrounding your spouse's corporation? What is your opinion? And how is GK going to deal with it?" What's going on? Chloe whispered to herself as she was a little confused. It wasn't until she opened her group chat with her friends that she found out what was happening, since Sarah screenshotted the news and sent it to Chloe. Victoria was quite concerned as well. Chloe, Andrew is planning something. He actually dug a hole for Jack to jump into. You better show him what you're made of, Victoria said. Chloe, tell Mr. Dawson to go to town and destroy that crook. He's got no dignity, letting his tramp, Emery, play dirty. He's the worst, Sarah poisonously cursed. Chloe lowered her head and carefully read the eye-catching headlines. GK Film and Entertainment faces a giant crisis. All celebrities, but Cody leave for Green Entertainment. Chloe finally realized that Andrew's Green Entertainment already began digging a hole for them. GK was the only victim, as Justin's Imperial Star remained calm. The only artist left with our GK Film and Entertainment was Cody. It was an unprecedented scandal. When Andrew conspired against them, he damaged them in the worst way possible. Chloe frowned and was about to call Jack when somebody suddenly dragged her by the arm into a secluded section of the hallway. Sis, Cody took off his mask. Why are you here? I just came over from the company. What's going on right now? Chloe anxiously asked. I really am the only one left. I don't know when Emery started her plan, but she poached everyone, even the newcomers. President Dao Wasson is in an unpleasant mood. He just held an emergency meeting. Chloe was silent upon hearing what he said. Sister Chloe, don't worry. I'm not leaving you guys. As long as President Dawson treats you well, I'll stay at GK. You're like a sister to me. Seeing Chloe in a bad mood, Cody immediately pledged his loyalty. I know. Thank you for being by our side at this moment. I'm not a backstabber, no matter how good the contract at Green Corporation is. I'm not leaving. Don't worry. The crisis is temporary. President Dawson's so capable, he's going to come up with a way to deal with it. Cody comforted her. I trust him. Chloe raised her head as her trust in Jack was refilled. Chloe had no appetite due to the incident, so she returned to her office alone. Violet and Cody met on the rooftop of the hospital. Chief Green's probably in a bad mood. I'm really worried about her. Don't worry, my sister's virtually undefeatable. She's an unkillable cockroach. Violet burst out in laughter. When she laughed, she was really cute. Cody dotingly looked at her. Being famous might look amazing to you, but it's actually super stressful. We have to pull all-nighters and destroy our health. I'm lucky to be at GK. President Dawson and Chloe take care of me. They don't give me a huge workload, but big roles. I think I'll do it for a few more years, get married, and retire. Why would you retire? Violet was confused. I'm tired. Mentally tired. Upon hearing this, Violet fell silent. I want to open a bookstore that sells all the books I didn't get to read when I was young. I want to grow old with the woman I love. When Violet heard that, her cheeks flushed. Violet, Cody suddenly called her name. In the future, when I'm no longer a star and lose my halo, will you still be by my side? Cody's question was very serious. When he asked this, he didn't dare look Violet in the eyes, because he didn't know what she would say. Violet chuckled. What are you laughing about? Cody was confused by her laugh. I laughed because you're too smart. I didn't even agree to date you yet, and you're asking about the future already? Are you trying to trick me into a relationship? Cody lightly coughed upon hearing this, feeling a little embarrassed. It looked like his sister was right. Her assistant was too intelligent. The plan did not work out. Noticing Cody's silence, she looked out into the distance and continued saying, I'm a stubborn person. If I love someone, I'll continue loving them for the rest of my life. So, whether you're a star or an average person, I'll be by your side for as long as you want me to be. Cody's eyes filled with extreme joy after hearing that. Unable to hold back, he held Violet's hands. Violet, you should go. It's not safe for you to be here. There's a lot of people here at the hospital. It would be bad if someone got a picture of us. The company is facing a crisis. We can't increase the burden on Chief Green's shoulders. Perhaps she was embarrassed, but she turned around and ran away after speaking. But Cody was still overjoyed, having won the heart of this kind girl. Imperial Star Headquarters. President Cooper, did you see the news? Should we do something? The Vice President of Imperial Star hesitantly asked. What do you think we should do? I mean, should we keep a close eye on our own entertainers? Maybe the Green Corporation will target us soon. It won't. Andrew's target is Jack. Justin was very sure that Andrew's nemesis was Jack, not him. If Justin stepped in, Andrew wouldn't be able to keep the situation under control. The only thing Imperial Star needed to do was to stay quiet and observe the situation. Justin was clearly standing in the middle ground. He didn't want to be a part of the fight between Andrew and Jack. However, if somebody tried to harm Chloe, he wouldn't let them off easily. Somebody once said that Chloe was Jack's bottom line. However, nobody knew that Justin's bottom line was Chloe too. Feeling conflicted, Chloe paced back and forth her office before deciding to call Mr. Dawson. So, she initiated a video call. Jack picked up immediately. Hey there, Mr. Dawson. How's it going? Not bad. Jack smiled. I saw the news. Are you okay? I'm great, honey. Thanks for worrying about me, Jack joked. I guess you're fine if you're still in the mood to crack jokes. Have you eaten yet? I have. Don't worry about me. Focus on the company, Chloe lied, as she didn't want Jack to worry. I'll pick you up after work. We'll go back to my parents' place. They miss us quite a lot. Okay, I'll be waiting. Chloe smiled. After hanging up, Jack turned around as his eyes frosted over. Let's continue with the meeting. He sat down with the thick binder of documents and continued working. After the sweet conversation with Mr. Dawson, Chloe was in a much better mood. After all, her husband was a godlike figure. She didn't need to worry because Jack was capable of surviving any crisis. She was just about to go get food when she saw someone at the door. Dr. Green, we meet again. Chloe didn't speak, as she looked at the man with hostility. Why are you here? Seeing Zion at this time put Chloe into an unpleasant mood, since she didn't like this egotistic superstar in front of her. She heard Assistant Mark mention that he was going to sign a contract with GK, but at the last moment, he changed his mind, and instead, signed with Imperial Star. Chloe couldn't stand people who went back on their words. Dr. Green, I wanted to talk to you. Sorry, I don't have anything to say to you. Chloe didn't want to waste her time talking to someone like Zion. When Chloe brushed past Zion, he suddenly said meaningfully, I heard that GK is in a deep crisis? All the entertainers are gone. No, wait, Cody's the only one left, huh? Upon hearing this, Chloe stopped in her tracks, pursed her brows, and stared furiously at Zion. So, you're here to laugh at our misfortunes and rub salt on the wound? No, I'm here to point you in the right direction. To be exact, I'm here to point your husband's company in the right direction. So, are you sure you don't want to talk to me? Zion's words held great meaning, and his expression was extremely complicated. Chloe could very well disregard him, but she was swayed when he mentioned GK. Come with me, this isn't a good place to talk, Zion said, as he put his hands in his pockets and strode towards the hospital's rooftop. Compelled by unknown reasons, Chloe followed him. Perhaps she really wanted to help Jack. If there was really a way, it might pull GK out of the burning situation it was currently in. It was really windy on the rooftop, especially since it was the middle of winter. It made Chloe's white coat seem thin. Taking off his leopard print cotton jacket, Zion said, Here, put this on. You look cold. No, thank you. Mr. Zion, my time's precious. Please get straight to the point. Chloe outright rejected him. Other than Jack, she would not wear another man's clothes. She hated skin-to-skin contact. This was how germophobic Dr. Green was. Helpless, Zion put his jacket back on and took out a cigarette. I'll be frank with you. I can sign with GK. Didn't you sign with Imperial Star already? Chloe was surprised. I have a single film contract with Imperial Star. I already finished my part, so I can sign with other companies at any time. I can do more than just signing. I can bring 5 A-listers, at least 6 B-listers, and countless C-listers and newcomers. If I do, GK's crisis will be immediately over. What are your terms? Chloe calmly looked at Zion. She didn't believe in a free lunch, and she didn't think Zion was someone who would ask for money as compensation. Otherwise, he would have just spoken to Jack, not her. Ha, smart girl, Zion laughed. He really liked Chloe's intellect. Some men didn't like intelligent women or egoistic women, but Chloe's intelligence was just right, making people like her and respect her. So, what are your terms? Chloe asked again. Without lighting up his cigarette, Zion placed it behind his ear and smiled. Sleep with me. Before Chloe could answer, he added, You only have to do it once. What Zion wanted from Chloe was so simple that even Emery could tell what it was. His interest in Chloe sprung that night at the KTV, before he even knew who she was. However, his interest in her was different from Justin and the others. Justin liked her from the bottom of his heart, while all Zion wanted was to dominate her. He witnessed Chloe's arrogance more than once, and was therefore extremely curious as to how this cold and prideful woman would behave while he was on top of her. It was purely a desire to conquer. To Zion, sleeping with Chloe was his biggest wish. He wouldn't be so naive as to ask Chloe to divorce Jack and be with him instead. He was quite a bit older than her and didn't want a serious relationship. After he spoke, Chloe smiled. Seeing her smile made him assume that she would agree to his terms, and his mood instantaneously became better. Do you think you're writing a song? Only once? Did you think a crisis as small as this one would pose a threat to my husband? Coming all the way over just to threaten me? You're so childish. Have you hit puberty yet? You want me to sleep with you? If I light your behind on fire, are you going to fly up into the sky? Do you think you're a rocket? I'll forgive you for how brainless and retarded you are, and I don't plan to sink down to your level. I'm going to give you one suggestion, though. Never stop taking medication. After speaking, Chloe turned to leave. Zion wasted her precious time by making her listen to his farts. Did he really think that she was so innocent and righteous as to cry, beg, and sacrifice herself? She wasn't that idiotic. She always weighed the pros and cons of any situation. It had been a long time since she cursed someone like this, and it relieved Chloe. She felt her pent-up anger disappear. Zion laughed after taking a verbal beating. He finally saw how unique this woman was, even when she cursed others. No wonder Justin liked her as if he was under a spell. Interesting. She's a very interesting woman. Standing on the rooftop, Zion smiled to himself. When he got off work, Jack went to pick up Chloe. The two drove back to the Dawson Manor. Chloe didn't dig deep into what was happening at the company, as she knew that Jack would take care of it. The Dawson Manor. Jack's parents were overjoyed to see their son and daughter-in-law return. Mrs. Dawson offered a cup of rose-green tea to Chloe. It must be cold outside. Have some tea. Thanks, Mom. Then, Chloe sat down beside Mrs. Dawson and made casual conversation with her, while Jack seemed to be discussing something serious with his father. Jack, I know what's going on at the company. Dad, it's nothing. Don't worry, I can handle it. I know you're capable. I just think that you're too tired. I think we should sell GK Entertainment and focus on real estate and jewelry. We don't need the money. The older generation was conservative. Jack's dad always thought that opening an entertainment company was unorthodox, so he wanted to take this opportunity and ask his son to give it up. Dad, I understand what you mean. It's not what you think it is. The entertainment industry brings in a considerable amount of profit, and we can expand in many fields other than investing in movies and TV shows. We can make a lot of stars that represent our company, bringing in sponsorships and the like. I'm interested in the field anyways. Seeing Jack insist made his father stop trying to convince him. At dinner time, the maids made delicious food. The four sat around the table and ate, and during dinner, Mrs. Dawson kept on giving Chloe food. Chloe, you should eat more. You're preparing for pregnancy. You need a lot more nutrients. Thanks, Mom. Let me. Chloe was a little flustered and lowered her head in embarrassment. I hope you guys can have kids of your own soon. Your mom and I aren't young anymore. We don't know if we will have the chance to see our grandchildren grow up. Haha, I even dreamed of it. Jack's dad had a bit too much to drink and shared his secret. Dad, Jack immediately reminded him, not wanting him to say too much and create a burden on Chloe. Dad, I'm sorry. I'll do better. Chloe felt guilty. Although she knew not being able to get pregnant wasn't her fault, she still felt somewhat responsible. After all, she hadn't contributed much to Jack's family after marrying him. Jack had treated her great, giving her all she could eat, drink, and use. He never let her suffer any injustice. Don't say that. We're not stupid. We know it's not your fault. These things take time. We just hope we can take care of our grandson or granddaughter when we're still healthy enough. Jack's father comforted Chloe. After dinner, the couple headed home at 8 p.m. Along the way, Jack tilted his head and looked at Chloe. Don't think too much about what my dad said. He talks like that whenever he drinks. No, it's okay. I understand his intentions. Right. You told Dad that you're going to do better, so once we get home. Shut up, you suck. Chloe knew Mr. Dawson was about to go dirty again, so she immediately punched him. What I meant was, we need to go home and read up on how to be good parents to a newborn. Chloe was immediately speechless. So, why did you get all excited and hit me? Jack laughed. How can you have the heart to joke with me? Take a look at what's happening at your company. Those are small problems. They're not worth mentioning. Jack had been dealing with his company's PR crisis all day, but he never once got a headache. There was another reason Jack didn't listen to his father, and give up on GK Film and Television. He established that company to compete with Justin. If he sold it just like that, wasn't it equivalent to giving up? He would never admit defeat to anyone, whether it was Justin or Andrew. He had to win, no matter what, because only by making himself stronger could he better protect his wife. He knew how outstanding Chloe was, and was aware of how popular she was. He couldn't tell her everything, but he had to secretly fight off anyone or anything that might threaten their relationship. That was the pressure he had to endure as a man. Jack once joked that the women who liked him were just passers-by and easy to deal with. However, the men who liked Chloe were super fans who were hard to fight off. Although he was joking, it was also the truth. At the next morning, GK released a statement saying that GK Film and Television will not be affected by the artists who left and will operate as usual. At the same time, GK's legal team began suing the artists who breached their contracts. On the same day, GK invested $80 million to hold an audition called The Star of GK. Apparently, the winner of the audition would receive a platinum contract with GK and star in a TV show with Cody. GK will be producing an idol drama just for them. As soon as news broke out, newspaper outlets began reporting and sharing this information. No one paid attention to the fact that the Green Corporation poached Emery and the other artists from GK. That day, Jack attended GK Corporation's press conference, ready to be interviewed by the media outlets. President Dawson, more than 200,000 people have signed up for the Star of GK auditions. Did you anticipate this level of success and popularity? I did. As expected, Mr. Dawson continued to be arrogant as usual, making the reporter feel a little awkward. President Dawson, is GK going to blacklist the artists who walked out and betrayed the company? No, I appreciate all that they've done for GK and hope they can succeed in the future. What Jack said was the truth. He never wanted to blacklist everyone because a person of his status was magnanimous and would never stoop down to the artist's levels. President Dawson, the new year has begun. Do you have any wishes? Do you have plans to collaborate on bigger projects? Jack looked down. After a few seconds of silence, he looked back up and replied in all seriousness, I hope I don't have to work so much this year and have time to go to California with my wife. Why California? Is it a special place for you guys? The reporter followed up. Because we both like the song, California Hotel. I promised her I would take her to see the sunrise and sunset in California. Wow, President Dawson, you really love your wife. You guys are so sweet. Do you have plans to have a baby? That'll have to depend on my wife's mood. Jack replied cleverly. Jack's interview made all the single people out there feel bad. He also ingeniously helped GK out of its PR crisis. When Chloe saw the video of the press conference on her phone, her heart almost melted. She was surprised that he remembered Hotel California. Back then, Chloe didn't think he was being serious about it. Girl, did you see the live broadcast? Your hubby is so handsome. Ah! Why isn't he my hubby? Sarah exclaimed in their group chat. What do you think will happen if I sent a screenshot of your message to Captain Noah? Chloe laughed. Don't you dare. I'm going to rip your skin off. I think Captain Noah will rip your skin off before you get to rip mine off, Chloe replied, proud of herself. There's a good husband called Chloe's husband, Victoria sent. Ha ha ha. You're funny, Doctor. Victoria. Sarah couldn't help but burst into rabid laughter. People enough with it. Have you had your fun? Chloe continued laughing. I haven't seen the two of you in so long. I miss you guys. Let's hang out sometime, Victoria suggested. Yes. Wait until I come back the day after tomorrow. You guys can decide what time. Chloe. How's the evening of the day after tomorrow, after I get off work? Victoria. Okay. Sarah. It's a date. See you guys later. After chatting with her friends, Chloe sent Jack a hug emoji. Chloe. Honey, you were so handsome today. Jack. On what day am I not handsome? Chloe. Can you not be so arrogant? Jack. Did you just meet me today? That's just a stupid question. Chloe. Honey, your counterattack today was awesome. I love you. Jack. Love isn't to be said. Chloe. Stop it. You're being dirty again. Jack. Love is to be felt with the heart. Honey, how am I being dirty? Did I say something wrong? Chloe. You suck. Stop playing me. Jack. I might have to work overtime today. If you get off work early, you should come to the company. Chloe. Sure. I'll have a chance to take a look at all the girls who are auditioning. I wonder how many of those women like you, huh? Jack. Sure. Feel free to check up on me anytime you want. Chloe. If I find anything, you might have to kneel on a durian. Jack. If you can't, then I'm going to tie you up with a belt tonight. As soon as Jack mentioned belt, Chloe's face turned red. Talk about embarrassment. Green Corporation, President's office. Emery laid on the couch in a low-cut dress and smiled as she looked at Andrew. Hey, I think your attempt to stir up trouble failed. It made GK even more popular. Andrew was writing calligraphy slowly and nonchalantly when he heard this. That was just an appetizer. Don't be in such a hurry. So, you have something bigger lined up? Emery sat up from the couch and probed. Andrew didn't answer. Rather, he continued writing his calligraphy. When he finished writing and threw his calligraphy brush aside, Emery walked up to his right side and looked at what he wrote. Life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor depend on destiny. Haha, what a setup. You're talking about life and death already? Are you really going to fight Jack to the death? Is it worth it? Emery chuckled. Andrew tilted his head and looked at her with a grim expression on his face. You know, I don't like smart women. But Chloe's smarter than me, Emery rebutted. Nope, it's not the same. Her intelligence is real, but yours is all in your head. Andrew turned around in disdain and went back to looking at his calligraphy piece. Emery was angry, but she didn't have the guts to say anything else. In Andrew's eyes, no one was as good as Chloe, no matter how outstanding she was. She thought that after she began sleeping with Zion, she would forget about Andrew. However, for some reason, she missed him like crazy. Therefore, she threw aside her pride and came looking for him, doing everything for him without him having to ask. She breached the contract, jumped over to the Green Corporation, and even poached a bunch of GK artists. Those in the industry called her a traitor who sold her master for the sake of glory. After Jack openly talked about the incident, GK seemed magnanimous, while she appeared to be more despicable than ever. That night, she lost 800,000 fans on Weibo. Nothing like that had ever happened before. Many of her fans even began to hate on her and curse at her. However, she didn't respond because she did everything for Andrew. But Emery knew Andrew didn't love her. He never did. He didn't even love her body. When they were in bed together, he treated her like a blow-up doll, venting out his lust before leaving heartlessly. She used to think she was the most pathetic woman alive, but later, she slowly realized that Bella and Joyce were even more pathetic than she was. At least she wasn't scared of Andrew. But they were. Anyways, in Andrew's world, all women were pathetic. Chloe was the only woman he would ever treasure and treat like a queen. Emery hated Chloe. She didn't know why a woman like her existed in this world. She was loved by 3 outstanding men. Jack, Justin, and Andrew were all on the top of the food chain. They were all on the top of their games. Why did God favor Chloe so much? She wasn't that pretty nor special, but why? All she had was a heart that was capable of bewitching men. Emery didn't have the guts to say anything else in front of Andrew. After learning her lesson last time, Emery decided to never tempt his bottom line again. Now, all she wanted was to be quietly by his side. Moreover, she wanted to know if Andrew was capable of defeating an emperor like Jack. 2 days later, in Phoenix City, a movie produced by GK Film and Television and If You Never Loved Me, a movie produced by Imperial Star, were both released. This wasn't GK and Imperial Star's decision. It was the movie theater's attempt to promote box office. Releasing the 2 movies at the same time would intensify conflict and drive engagement. The movies were extremely popular and widely disputed. Fans even fought amongst each other on some film review website. Whoa, did you guys see Phoenix City? It was super good, I cried my eyes out. It was garbage using anti-aggression material. It's basically making money out of the country's sad history. The 8 years of the Second Sino War will forever be a prick in the hearts of the people. GK's president sold out his own country to make money. I liked If You Never Loved Me more. Gianna's acting is amazing. I'm officially her fan now. You people are all idiots. If you don't understand what's going on, just shut up. Romance during a war is heartbreaking. Phoenix City perfectly depicted the love of individuals and the love a person has for their country. Although it's a period of history that no one wants to remember, we also saw the older generation sacrifice themselves for the country. If back then, they didn't give everything to this country, do you really think we would live in the harmonious society we live in today? We would have become a colony of Japan a long time ago. I think this movie is telling us to never forget our country's humiliating history. Are you a water army? How much is President Dawson paying you? 5 cents for a comment? Why are you supporting him so much? F. Phoenix City starred Cody and Emery. It was filmed before Emery left. The story told the love between a young communist agent and the daughter of a military officer during the Republic age. Emery played a socialite. She fell in love with Cody during the war, but the young couple was forced to break up because of the conflict between their countries. Later, Emery betrayed her country for her lover and saved countless people. In the end, she was brutally killed during a shooting. It was a tragedy, but the plot was tense and the scenes were exciting. During its sad ending, the movie made a lot of its viewers cry. Thanks to its stellar reputation, the box office was really high and rose from a couple of $1 million to a final box office of $2 billion. The movie became the black horse of the new year, and Cody and Emery became extremely hot celebrities and were hyped up all over again. On the other hand, Imperial Star's powerhouse actress, Gianna, starred in If You Never Loved Me. She was a likable celebrity who had a great reputation and a huge fan base. The leading male character was a newbie, who was also from Imperial Star. The movie told the story of a young couple who fell in love during university. On the night before the wedding, the girl died and donated her heart. In the end, to protect the heart of the woman he loved, the man secretly approached the organ recipient. In the end, they fell in love. Although the plot was filled with twists and turns, it was a happy ending filled with positive energy. Gianna was a professional actress who had stellar skills. She portrayed the organ recipient perfectly and received a lot of praise. In the end, If You Never Loved Me reached a box office of $1.2 billion. The truth was, $1.2 billion was incredible, since not a lot of domestic movies surpassed $1 billion in their box office. Unfortunately, it was released at the same time as GK's movie, and the winner of this round was obvious. The box office for Phoenix City was $800 million more than that of If You Never Loved Me. Therefore, the fans of both movies first fought on some film commentary website. Then, the battle continued on the Weibo pages of the main characters, heating up the conflict. The height of conflict happened one night, when Gianna's fan uploaded a screenshot on Weibo. The photo showed a ticket for Phoenix City, but apparently, she wanted to buy the tickets to If You Never Loved Me. What did that mean? It meant that Phoenix City stole the box office of If You Never Loved Me. Fans immediately began cursing GK for their despicable measures of stealing another movie's box office. They even brought GK's President Jack into their Weibo battles. This incident attracted the attention of many media outlets, and they all began reporting it. People even cursed under Chloe's Weibo. Your husband is shameless. He couldn't defeat Imperial Star, so he stole their box office. How despicable. Dr. Green, did you ask your husband what happened? What's going on? I don't believe that he would steal another movie's box office. Phoenix City is a good movie. Isn't it normal for box offices to be high? If You Never Loved Me isn't as good. Why is everyone being so jealous? Chloe, I trust that you and your husband will never do something like this. You should ask President Dawson to provide an explanation. Dr. Green, did you watch Phoenix City? I heard Cody is your little brother. Is that true? His acting skills are amazing. Chloe scrolled through Weibo after lunch at Southside and almost went crazy. She had received countless comments and was tagged countless times. Her Weibo literally went crazy. What happened? After reading through the comments, Chloe realized that GK and Imperial Star's box offices was the source of this conflict. Chloe replied to a fan who was demanding an answer from her. My husband would never do anything like that. I'm sure there's some kind of misunderstanding. Please calm down and stop cursing at each other. Rumors end with wise people. In Chloe's opinion, it was incredibly belligerent of the fans to curse at each other when representatives of the company didn't even stand out to provide an explanation. She didn't have to ask Jack to know that he would never do anything like that. She trusted her husband. 100%. But the fan who uploaded the screenshot was so sure that GK stole box office rates. Was it, or wasn't it a coincidence? Was it the movie theater's mistake? Chloe thought about it, but she decided not to call Jack. She was his wife and not his company's employee. If she overly meddled in company business, others might talk about her and accuse her to over-interference. That way, it'll make Mr. Dawson's life harder than it already was. After some thought, Chloe sent Cody a message. What's going on? Sis, I don't even want to talk about it. My Weibo sank into chaos too. I have nothing to say to these fans. I'm just the male lead. Why are they cursing at me? A box office of $2 billion means the movie is good. Why would they accuse GK of stealing Imperial Star's box office? Talk about deep waters. Okay, I got it. Don't think too much and get some rest. At a sensitive time like this, make sure you don't accept any interviews, Chloe reminded him. I got it, sis. Talk to you later. GK, Office of the President. President Dawson, do you think we should release a statement explaining the situation? Assistant Mark asked worriedly. No. The more we explain it, the guiltier we will seem. Just let them talk. We're not going to respond. Jack felt like this was just a prank since the movie theater didn't have the guts to offend Justin and help GK steal their box office. Gianna's fans probably didn't like the fact that her movie's box office wasn't as high as GK's movie, so they purposely staged a cursing war. Jack didn't want to deal with this matter because he thought the incident would pass in a few days. To his surprise, the matter became more serious than ever. Gianna's fans began surrounding GK's entrance with all sorts of banners, causing trouble. Some even sprayed Cody's car and threw eggs at it. The star of GK auditions was even forced to pause because of this incident. GK's security tried to quiet the riots down, but there were too many fans and things kept getting out of hand, leaving them helpless. Imperial Star Headquarters. President Cooper, what should we do now? And calmly asked Justin, who responded with a grim expression on his face. Get Gianna here. During the movie premiere, he said that he didn't care who his competitor was. The box office was a rating that the audience gave, and if he lost, he wouldn't be petty. He even sneaked into the theater with a mask on to watch the midnight showing of Phoenix City. It was really good, so he wasn't surprised that he lost. He didn't think Jack stole his box office, but to his surprise, the conflict Gianna's fans stirred up couldn't be calmed down. This wasn't how he wanted things to be. 5 minutes later, Gianna walked into Justin's office wearing a nude-colored dress. Her hair was curled into big waves, and her makeup made her look like a princess. You were looking for me, President Cooper. Gianna always treated Justin with respect. She was a smart woman who remained indifferent in front of both glory and humiliation. When Justin treated her well, she didn't flaunt. When Justin ignored her, she didn't act depressed. That was why Gianna was able to stand tall at Imperial Star for so long, defeating people like Zoe, Annie, and Chloe. What's up with your fans? Did you ask them to do that? Justin frowned as he looked up at Gianna. I didn't, President Cooper. If you're asking me about this incident, then I'm obligated to provide you with an explanation. Go ahead. Justin looked down and took a sip of his Longjing tea. I looked at that fan's Weibo account. She's a verified user and the chairman of my global fan club, so the others probably think she's credible. But I don't think that she was the one who uploaded that photo onto Weibo, because she always contacts me before doing stuff like that. It's weird, though. After what happened, I private messaged her a couple of times, but she didn't reply to me. I think something happened. Maybe someone used her account to upload that stuff to defame GK. Oh? What about the fans who went to stir up trouble at GK? Aren't they your fans? Yes, they are, but they're just cannon fodder. I think someone provoked them. That's why I think this entire incident is just a conspiracy. From the beginning, they declared to seek justice for me, but their true intent is to defame GK, and I feel like the scapegoat. Gianna said all this with extreme sincerity, in both her tone and expression. Justin had known her for a while, and didn't think she would lie. After 5 seconds of silence, President Cooper, should I release a statement on Weibo, explaining that I have nothing to do with what my fans are doing? That's not necessary. People might think you're the mastermind behind this incident and you'll hurt the feelings of your real fans. What should I do then? Gianna asked as she looked at Justin. Let's observe the situation for a little longer. Justin felt like if someone was behind all this, they were bound to give themselves away, sooner or later. Therefore, he wanted to quietly wait and see. What else were these people capable of? That afternoon, at 5:50 p.m., Jack had just walked out of GK headquarters when he was cornered by a group of reporters. President Dawson, do you have anything to say about the rumors that GK stole the box office sales? President Dawson, is the $2 billion box office Phoenix City generated really fake? President Dawson, do you think the screenshot on Weibo is real? President Dawson, the box office for this movie is so high. But Emery left. Is she still going to receive profit for the movie? After all, she's the main female lead. President Dawson, can you talk about the concept Phoenix City originated from? Why did you decide to produce a movie based on the Second Sino War? The box office even defeated the Idol movie. President Dawson, rumor has it, your relationship with President Cooper of Imperial Star isn't good. Is it because you're competitors? President Dawson, can we arrange an exclusive interview with you? We'd like to feature Phoenix City on our magazine. I'm sorry. Please let me through. I'm going home for the evening and don't want to talk about work until tomorrow. Jack looked down at his watch and replied icily. Jack had been at work all day, so he really wasn't in the mood to respond to these people. Therefore, he walked up to his Maybach, but suddenly, a crazy female fan charged up to him with an egg in her hand. You're such a cunning businessman. I'm going to kill you for stealing box office, the female fan screamed as she threw her egg at Jack, who instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. With a crack, however, he froze. The egg didn't hit him. He put his hand down to see a woman wearing a white down jacket standing in front of him. The egg smashed right into her palm. Chloe held the broken egg in her hand, the shell and yolk dripping from her palm. Whoa, look at that. Ms. Dawson is here. The media became even more excited as they rushed up to them, completely blocking her and Jack's way. Chloe raised the hand that was hit by the broken egg and slowly walked towards the fan. Then, she smiled, sending goosebumps right up the female fan's spine. The latter had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. As expected, Chloe raised her right hand and smeared the broken egg right onto that female fan's face, shocking everyone in front of them. Then, Chloe took out a wet toilette from her pocket and wiped the egg off her right hand. She looked at the female fan and said, Jack is my husband. No one can bully him aside from me. Before the others could react, she walked back to Jack's side and intimately linked arms with him. Then, she glanced at all the reporters in front of her. She slowly opened her mouth. I know everyone wants to ask my husband about the Phoenix City scandal and rumors of GK stealing box office sales. I'd like to clear something up for him here. I think you've all underestimated GK. GK is a company that is involved in many industries and the company makes tens of billions from real estate and jewelry every year. GK Film and Television is a new investment that isn't even mature yet. So, the company does not rely on it to make much money, and will never do something as low as stealing box office sales from other movies. Then why is the box office for Phoenix City $800 million higher than If You Never Loved Me? Isn't that a little outrageous? A reporter purposely tried to embarrass Chloe. Chloe, however, responded with a smile on her face. I think you've all forgotten about something. The leads of Phoenix City are Cody and Emery, and they're both the top-tier celebrities. You cannot overlook their domestic appeal and influence. Forget Phoenix City. No matter which movie they star in, as long as the quality of the movie itself is good, it'll no doubt be super popular. It's the same as buying apples and oranges. You can't say one is better than the other, because people have different tastes. My husband and I watched If You Never Loved Me, and it's a good movie. GK and Imperial Star have always engaged in friendly competition, so I hope all these so-called fans can calm down and stop stirring up trouble for no reason, or else the celebrities will end up suffering. This is a final warning. Don't bully my husband, or else I won't forgive you. Then, Chloe held Jack's hand as they got onto his Maybach. It wasn't until they drove away did the reporters came back to their senses and begin taking photos. Many people saw their live broadcast just now. Countless people became Chloe's fans after her domineering speech. Not a lot of women publicly stood out to defend their husbands. Most women coaxed, acted coyishly, or complained. Chloe, on the other hand, domineeringly threatened the fan. She was a full-on Iron Lady. The viewers actually enjoyed her rant. The Dawsons watched TV at home and let out a sigh of relief for their son upon seeing their live broadcast. Chloe sure is bold. Jack picked the right woman to marry, Jack's father exclaimed. Mrs. Dawson was filled with regret. Back then, I was too petty and prejudiced against her. If they went abroad together after high school, our grandchildren would be in kindergarten by now. I'm glad Chloe let go of the past. She did everything for Jack. She loves him, so she loves his family as well. We're older than them, so we shouldn't make their lives hard. Mrs. Dawson nodded. You're right. I'll never do that again. Chloe's a good girl, and I was blind to believe Bella back then. She deepened my misunderstandings against Chloe. Oh, right. Did you ask Mayor Hall what happened with that piece of land? I did. His answer was really official. He said it was the provincial government's decision, and that it had nothing to do with him. BS. Of course it has something to do with him. Last time when he was drinking with us, he promised to give us that piece of land, but he changed his mind. The mayor shouldn't do business like this, Mrs. Dawson said angrily. Forget it. It's normal for him to give the land to the Green Corporation, since Andrew is his son-in-law now. They're family, so they should look out for each other. Inside Justin's private mansion, he swam a couple of laps in the pool before climbing out. The maid handed him a towel, and after throwing it on, Justin sat down on the bench. Max's head emerged from the pool. He had a smile on his face. Did you see the video from today? I did. Justin sipped on his juice nonchalantly. Did your heart ache? Max teased Justin, and the latter fell silent. He knew Max was talking about Chloe publicly defending Jack. Once again, they were flaunting their love. Max thought Justin would be completely dejected, but to his surprise, the latter casually set down his glass of juice and chewed on the straw. Then, he replied nonchalantly, I'm used to it. Max almost choked on the pool water. He was shocked by young Master Cooper's strong heart. He was used to the Dawson couple flaunting their love. Young Master Cooper, good for you. You have potential. Max gave Justin a thumbs up before diving back into the pool. Justin thought back to the Chloe he saw just now. She looked like a penguin in her white down jacket and ponytail. Her smearing the egg on that fan's face completely shocked the reporters. Surprisingly enough, no one doubted or defamed her because of this. Rather, they praised her courage and enjoyed her retaliation. On their way back home, Jack was in such a good mood that he began humming a song. "Hey, Mr. Dawson, your back is basically against the wall. You were just cornered. How could you be singing right now? Didn't my wife stand out and help me just now?" Jack replied proudly. "I'm glad I got there on time, or else the egg would have landed on you. It's not a big deal. It's just an egg, not a bomb." Jack went back to being arrogant. Chloe: "So, you're saying that I should have minded my own business?" "No, you did good. You should do it again in the future." Jack smiled, confusing Chloe. "Do what again?" "Protect me again. Come on, you're a man. You're the president of GK. How can you ask others to protect you? But you're not others. You're my wife. Fine, you make so much sense that I have nothing to say." Chloe felt like Jack had changed. He had become more broad-minded. He was almost attacked by fans, but he still was in the mood to hum a song while driving. Jack was in a good mood because of what Chloe said. She said, "Jack is my husband. No one can bully him, aside from me." In front of all those people. She was so cool. He had imagined Chloe announcing his existence to the world countless times, but he didn't think events would end up unfolding this way. It felt so sweet. He was in a good mood the entire day after that. Mark even said, President Dawson was walking on sunshine, the Green Corporation headquarters. It was 7 p.m., but none of the employees had gone home. This was because Andrew was in a foul mood today, so he told everyone to work overtime, leaving his employees all jittery and panicking. He saw the video as well and felt extremely distressed afterward. How great would it be if Chloe stood up for him like that? Being able to be protected by Chloe, even just once, would give him a feeling of insane happiness. Recently, Andrew had been thinking a lot about the past. When they were young, he could see Chloe anytime. He could bump into her whenever he went to second high. After she grew up, however, she kept a safe distance from them. If he had known things would be this way, he would have dealt with the old man a long time ago. Then, he would make his move before Jack even came back to the country. Truth be told, back then, he made plans when Chloe was talking about marriage with that ex-boyfriend of hers. He was going to cause an accident before their wedding and pick the right time to approach her. He would help her walk out of sadness and get her to rely on him. Then, slowly, he would get her to fall in love with him. To his surprise, however, Jack came back so suddenly, and they moved in and got married in the blink of an eye. When Andrew found out that Chloe and Jack were married, he went crazy and smashed everything in his condo. Then, he lied on the floor for an entire day, even though the broken glass scratched his back. That physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional pain of losing Chloe. Andrew always wondered why she chose Jack. After all, he met her first. According to the order of appearance, he was the first man to appear in Chloe's life. Back then, in an attempt to stir up trouble, Sandra brought Chloe to the Green Mansion. She was only 10 years old, while he was already 16. Andrew thought a 10-year-old girl would be terrified, shy, excited, or even curious to come to a giant, luxurious mansion. However, the Chloe he saw was calm beyond words could describe. She leaned against a pole and chewed on her gum as if she was ignoring everyone around her. Sandra was arguing with Timothy, but she just stood there quietly, as if she was no more than a bystander. He still remembered that she was wearing faded jeans and white tennis shoes. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. The way she looked down while she was lost in her thoughts was really cute. She looked like a little adult. Therefore, Andrew curiously approached her. "Hey, what are you doing at my house? How's that your business?" Chloe was an arrogant girl, even at a young age. At that instant, he fell head over heels for her. Back then, Andrew felt his heart beat uncontrollably in his chest when he looked into Chloe's eyes. That was when he knew that for the first time in his life, he liked someone. Later, he tried his best to get to know Chloe and talk to her, but she treated the Green family with extreme animosity. To her, everyone was the same, whether it was Brenny, Liam, or him. Then, she went to high school and met Jack. After all these years, Andrew was still unwilling to give up. He believed he was ambitious and wanted more out of life because he wanted to make himself stronger. So strong that, one day, he could easily have Chloe to himself. After all these years, his love for her was as high as the Himalayas, taking root and slowly blooming in his heart. Chloe had become his most terrifying obsession. Andrew sat in his office with a grim expression on his face. After knocking, his assistant walked in and carefully asked, "President Green, it's 8 p.m. Can the employees go home?" F off. Upon hearing this, his assistant became so scared that she ran away with her tail between her legs. Andrew took out his phone, opened Snap, and found Chloe under his contacts. Then, he clicked on her friend circle and browsed through all her photos. Her smile was so beautiful, and her expression was as innocent as a child. His big hand gently caressed his screen. "Chloe, my Chloe. Achoo, achoo." Chloe sneezed twice in a row. Jack thought the heater wasn't on high enough, so he immediately turned it up. "Are you getting sick?" "I don't think so. I'm feeling fine." "Honey, what are we having for dinner?" Having dinner with Jack had become something that Chloe looked forward to the most every day. "You're such a foodie." Jack teased her, and Chloe replied arrogantly, "Did you just meet me today or something?" Jack was speechless. His wife was sure smart, learning his catchphrase so quickly. "Honey, I have to treat you better in the future." "Why?" Jack wondered why his wife would suddenly say something like this. Did she finally come to her senses? However, he was at a loss for words upon hearing what she said next. "After all, marrying me means that you've got the best taste in the world. Ha ha." Since when did Jack become the calm one, and Chloe the arrogant one? After returning to South Hill Manor, Chloe realized that the kitchen didn't prepare dinner for them. Just as she was about to ask Jack if he wanted to go out for dinner, he placed a poncho over her. Then, he put her hand in his. "Come on, I want to take you somewhere. Why so mysterious?" Chloe smiled. Instead of Jack's Maybach, they drove the Sprinter, a Mercedes RV. The couple rarely drove it, and the one at the company was used to pick clients up. They bought this one more than 3 months ago, but they had never driven it. It had been rusting in the garage until today, when they finally took it out for a spin. South Hill Manor was only halfway up South Hill, so it was still a way away from the top of the mountain. After Jack and Chloe moved here, the latter often walked by the creek at the foot of the mountain, but never climbed up. Therefore, she had no idea what was up there. Jack bought this piece of land because of its beautiful scenery. Back then, various real estate developers were fighting over it. Apparently, some said this area was extremely spiritual, and whoever lived here would earn lots of money and enjoy a healthy life. He once mentioned this to Chloe, who asked jokingly, "Did some say if this place is good for cultivation? I wonder if I can become an immortal." Jack was immediately speechless. His wife was one weird woman. After 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Then he parked and began unloading things. "Honey, are we camping here?" "Nope." "Then what's all this?" "Barbecue stuff." "Oh my God, we're barbecuing in this weather?" Chloe was dumbstruck. Although they often barbecued with Noah and Sarah, that was during the summer and autumn. Who would barbecue during the coldest month of winter? However, Mr. Dawson was a stubborn man. He didn't even ask the maids to come to help him out, but he got everything ready in half an hour. Jack shoveled the white snow away from the area they were using before setting up an iron stove. Then, he lit up the fire and began barbecuing. He brought all sorts of food: beef, lamb, chicken wings, chicken thighs, ham, and bread. He even brought corn, Chloe's favorite. What surprised her the most was that he even brought a local soda that Chloe used to drink when she was young. This soda now costs $3 a can, but it was delicious. "Honey, you make such a good housewife." Chloe hugged Jack from behind and began acting all coyishly. Jack placed a hand over Chloe's and wooed her. "Honey, it's cold outside. Get in the RV. I'll call you once the food's ready." "No, I want to be with you." Chloe was determined to stay with her husband. Now she understood why Jack reminded her again and again to wear her warmest down jacket. They were barbecuing in the mountains. Winter in northern side was brutal and often dipped down to -20°C. Girls from southern side couldn't stand weather like this. But the good thing was, Chloe had gotten used to it. Their jackets looked great on them. The styles were identical, but hers was red and his was black. Chloe even playfully tied her scarf around Jack, making him look more handsome than ever. "Honey, be a good girl. Go play somewhere else." Jack had to barbecue and take care of Chloe at the same time. He barely had any time to rest. In the end, Chloe was so bored that she began building a snowman. By the time the food was ready, so was her snowman. Jack brought a bunch of vegetables they could grill, so she picked out 2 green peppers and used them as eyes for her snowman. She used a red pepper as a nose, and even gave the snowman her red toque. "Honey, look." Like a little kid, Chloe showed off her masterpiece to Jack, who turned around and laughed. "Is it pretty?" "Yeah, it is." "Who's prettier, me or the snowman?" "You are." "Does that mean my snowman's ugly?" Chloe pouted. "The snowman's prettier." Jack immediately changed his position. "So, you're saying that I'm not as pretty as the snowman?" Chloe's face darkened. "You're both pretty?" Jack quick-wittedly changed his stance again. "So you're saying I'm no better than a snowman?" "Ma'am, I have nothing else to say." Jack admitted defeat, while Chloe laughed her heart out. It was fun to fight with Mr. Dawson. Upon seeing his helpless expression, Chloe felt a sense of accomplishment. When the food was ready, Jack didn't want Chloe to feel cold, so he suggested that they eat inside the RV. However, Chloe insisted on eating outside, since it was more romantic that way. A beautiful evening, starry skies, a snowman, the night view, delicious barbecue, and her loving husband. Jack didn't want Chloe to freeze, so he prepared some wood and set up a bonfire, immediately warming them up. Then, they sat by the bonfire, munching on the kebabs and drinking soda from their childhood. Chloe leaned against Jack's shoulder, filled with happy content. "Honey, I'm so happy right now. So am I. I want us to live like this forever. I really do." Chloe tightly grabbed the corner of Jack's sleeve. She lacked a sense of security and was scared to lose what she had when she was most happy. "We will, if you want to. We'll live like this forever." Jack tightly held onto Chloe's waist. "Honey, let's play a game." "What game?" "Let's ask each other questions. Whoever gets the question wrong will be flicked on the forehead." "Sure," Jack immediately answered upon seeing Chloe's excitement. Chloe immediately tilted her head to face Jack. After taking a bite out of a chicken wing, she asked, "Where did we first meet?" "On the sports field, during the military training in grade 10, Jack remembered Chloe being late that day. When she ran in with her backpack, the training officer got really angry and demanded that she run a lap around the field as punishment. However, she said she couldn't because her period was here, leaving the male officer feeling as awkward as could be. Now that he thought about it, Chloe wasn't just a genius. She was also a complete pain in the ass. Correct, your turn," Chloe asked with anticipation. "The first class we had together." Before Jack could finish his sentence, Chloe answered, "French class. The first class of grade 10 was French class. I was going to ask you how many students the teacher called on during our first French class." That's such a hard question. Chloe was shocked Jack would ask a question like that. It's been so long. Plus, no one knew each other well back then. So how on earth would she remember how many students the teacher called on? Just admit defeat. Jack extended a hand and was about to flick her when Chloe covered her forehead. "What? Are you being a sore loser?" Jack laughed evilly. "No, but for the sake of fairness, you need to tell me the answer first. You shouldn't be asking a question that you don't even know the answer to." "Sure, I'm going to win fair and square." During our first class, the teacher called on 3 students. Who was sitting in the first row, who was sitting on the far left of the third row, and sitting on the far left of the second to last row. "Oh, Right, I remember. Sarah was complaining to me how the teacher didn't like her and called on her on purpose. My gosh, your memory is amazing. Fine, I admit defeat. Chloe looked down as she moved up to Jack. She closed her eyes and awaited his punishment. She really thought Mr. Dawson was going to go easy on her. But to her surprise... Ow! Chloe covered her head and glared at Jack. How much strength did you use? Next time, I'm going to punish you like that when you don't listen to me. Chloe pouted, and Jack continued. I'll have to get a whip too. Come on, let's play another round. It's my turn to ask you. Chloe and Jack each asked each other 5 more questions, and she ended up losing all 5 rounds. Mr. Dawson didn't go easy on her at all, but she still enjoyed herself. They played and ate, and finally, they were full. Chloe happily leaned on Jack's shoulder. She didn't even think about uploading a photo onto her friend circle. When a person was truly happy, all they wanted to do was to enjoy that happiness rather than flaunt it. Honey, one day, we'll die, right? Yeah. If we grow old and I end up dying first, will you miss me? Nope. After you die, I'm going to find myself another old lady. Wow, you're so heartless. Chloe pushed him unhappily. Jack teased her. So, you shouldn't die before me. If I die first, you'll be able to do whatever you want. You can find yourself an old man to live with. To his surprise, however, Chloe's eyes turned red. She held Jack's face in her hands and said in all seriousness, No, I don't need an old man. No one will love me as much as you do, and you're the only man I will ever be able to fit in my heart. I don't want you to die. I want you to live a long life. You can't leave me. And even if we die, we have to die together. That way, we can cross the bridge of forgetfulness and drink the tea of forgetfulness together. We'll reincarnate at the same time and be together again in the next life. Then, before Jack could respond, Chloe kissed him deeply and passionately. The bonfire crackled beside them, and the flames danced enthusiastically. A warm light lit up the Mercedes RV. Chloe felt happy whenever she was with Jack. She loved that they always had so much to talk about. Jack got up, held Chloe in his arms, and carried her into the RV. Then, he locked the door behind him. The giant bed in the RV was perfect. Their love for each other was so deep that all they wanted to do was invade and occupy the other person, hoping to blend their souls together. After an hour or so, they breathed heavily on the giant bed, holding each other as they looked up at the stars in the sky through the panoramic sunroof. It's such a beautiful night, Chloe exclaimed with a smile on her face. Nothing is more beautiful than you are. Jack laid sideways and stroked her face. Keep kissing my ass. You're spoiling me. So what? I don't plan on remarrying, so you're mine, no matter what you become. You can be arrogant, gentle, mean, or cute. Either way, you're mine. So, when I'm alive, I'm yours. And if I die, I'm yours as well? Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Yup, I'm reserving your next life as well. No one can steal you from me. You're so domineering, Mr. Dawson. Did you just meet me today? Jack went back to being arrogant. Chloe smiled happily. Then, she buried her face in Jack's chest and dozed off. Night, hubby. Good night, Chloe. Jack lowered his head and kissed Chloe gently on the forehead. The couple enjoyed a romantic evening on the top of the mountain. The next morning, Chloe and Jack went to work, but as soon as the latter arrived at his company, he saw Assistant Mark standing outside his office with a worried expression on his face. What's wrong? Sir, something happened at the branch company in other city. Again. Mark was panicking. Let's talk inside. Nodding, Mark followed Jack into the president's office. Mark handed Jack some documents. The latter's expression didn't change upon reading them. When did the news come out? He asked. This morning. Where's the person in charge? We can't. Get into contact General Manager Jennifer. What do you mean by that? Jack looked up and frowned. We tried calling her cell, but no one's picking up. No one's picking up the phone in her office either. People at the company said she hasn't been to work for 3 days. If someone's missing, why didn't anyone call the police? Mark looked down. Sir, what should we do now? Keep trying to get in touch with Jennifer. I need to know what happened exactly. Ever since Jack transferred Jennifer to other city, he stopped assigning important projects over to that branch because he was afraid something would go wrong. Still, something happened. Mark was nervous, but Jack wasn't. He was the president of a business empire, so he would never freak out over small things like this. This was just a scandal about his branch company forcibly demolishing a building. However, Jennifer's disappearance was, indeed, a little odd. Did something bad really happen to her? Jack had a feeling that things weren't as easy as they seemed. That evening towards the end of the day, Jack called Chloe, telling her that he was going to work overtime and that she should have dinner or go home first. Jack didn't want Chloe, who was hard at work all day, to come and wait for him at the company. Chloe understood his intentions, so she nodded in agreement. Then, when she drove by a Sichuan restaurant, she parked her car and went in. She had been having dinner with Mr. Dawson so much that she wasn't used to eating alone anymore. Chloe ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Then, she quietly ate her rice. At that time, Andrew's Rolls-Royce Phantom drove past the restaurant. Upon seeing that familiar Audi R8, he immediately stopped his car. "Do you want Sichuan food?" Andrew tilted his head and asked Joyce, who was sitting in the back seat. "Didn't you say you wanted Cantonese just now?" Joyce asked, nervously. "I changed my mind." "Oh, sure, whatever you want." Joyce was a bit scared of Andrew. Therefore, she never had the courage to voice her own point of view, no matter where they went. She didn't understand why Andrew would suddenly choose this small Sichuan restaurant, but she still got off the car with him. When they walked in, instead of greeting Chloe, Andrew sat down with Joyce next to a window seat. 15 minutes later, Chloe finished and called the waitress. "Check, please. Your bill has been paid already." "Who did?" Chloe froze. "The mister beside the window." The waitress pointed at Andrew, who was wearing a coffee-colored jacket. Andrew was looking her way. Upon seeing that Chloe was looking his way, he smiled and waved at her. Chloe's expression darkened. She asked the waitress, "How much was it?" $300. "Okay, I got it." Then, Chloe got up, took $300 out from her wallet, and walked towards Andrew. "Mr. Green, thanks for paying my bill, but I don't like owing other people," Chloe said as she placed $300 on Andrew's table. He smiled and looked up at her. "Are you mad at me because I established Green Entertainment and stole people from GK? You're thinking too much, Mr. Green. Ha, you're so stubborn. Why can't you just admit that you're mad?" "I'm curious, though. Justin is GK's competitor as well. Why aren't you hating on him for competing against GK? The way you treat me really hurts my heart." Andrew smiled. Chloe smiled and looked at Andrew. "You're exaggerating, Mr. Green. Justin isn't capable of being despicable like you, and he would never conspire against others. People are different, don't you think? Mr. Green, you have the ability to steal all of GK's artists in the blink of an eye, but that also means you wield authority. I hope your company can succeed in the future. Have a great dinner with this beautiful woman. Oh, right, you are married already. Won't Ms. Hall mind that you're dining with another woman?" Then, Chloe left before Andrew had the chance to respond. All that was left was the $300 she left on his table. Andrew didn't get mad. He was so used to Chloe when she was mad that he thought she was cute. She's still the same, getting all defensive when she's mad. Andrew smiled as he shook his head, his expression filled with loving adoration. "Mr. Green? Who is she?" Joyce had been with Andrew for a while, but this was the first time she had seen a woman talk to him like that. What surprised her the most was that he didn't get mad. "Don't ask questions that are none of your business," Andrew replied icily, before carefully placing the $300 Chloe left in his wallet. Joyce didn't dare ask anything else, but she had a feeling that this woman was special to Andrew. Justin hadn't seen Chloe in a while, and missed her very much. He could only see her on television, and occasionally on newspapers. He even browsed Weibo 700 times a day, but she never updated her page. At lunch, he went to a seafood restaurant with Max and Brenton. Justin was so down in the dumps that he was in no mood to eat the lobster in front of him. "What's wrong, young Master Cooper? Did you have a wet dream last night?" After Max asked this question, Brenton almost spat out the seafood soup in his mouth. "That's too much information, my friend. It's not appropriate for children." "I'm not going to let you visit my son in the future," Brenton warned him. "I'm serious. What's up with young Master Cooper recently? There's always a few days in a month when he seems irritated. It's like he's PMSing. Justin was just about to eat his lobster with his fork, but upon hearing what Max said, he pointed his fork at him. "Haha, I was kidding. A true gentleman uses words, not his fists." Max immediately grinned cheekily and corrected himself. "I bet he misses Chloe." Brenton's head was down as he pointed out Justin's problem. "That's simple. Just go find her at Southside," Max suggested. "Doesn't he have to have an excuse to go looking for her?" Max interjected. Justin looked up at Max. "Does your family have a history of psychosis?" "No. Why?" "I can ask Doctor Green to give you an examination." That's such a bad idea. Max felt like fainting. Sure, Chloe was a neurology physician, but how could he ask his friend to go get examined? Justin was sure full of ideas. Max almost choked himself, laughing at their conversation. "Oh, right. Young Master Cooper. Green Entertainment is putting its finger in your pie. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "I'm not despicable like that. If Andrew can do it, then let him. There's always more money to make. Whoever has what it takes will win. I'm not scared of competitors. On the contrary, I will get bored if there's no one to play with," Justin said, as he took a sip of his draft beer. After lunch with Brenton and Max, they each went back to their companies. That afternoon, Justin got off work early. He couldn't control himself and ended up going to South Side. However, he didn't drive his own car. Instead, he took the black Mercedes business car his company owned and parked it in South Side's parking lot. Chloe got off work at 5:30 p.m. sharp. It was cold when she came out, so she tied her scarf around her neck before getting in her Audi R8 and driving off. She had no idea that someone drove all the way to the edge of the city just to look at her from far away. She disappeared from his sight in less than a minute, but Justin was filled with happy content. He didn't leave until 10 minutes after Chloe left. After Chloe left work, she didn't head straight back to Southside. Instead, she went to the grocery store to buy her mother some fruits and vegetables. However, she saw someone she hadn't seen in a long time outside the supermarket. Chloe froze. Then, she parked and went up to that person. Simon was obviously shocked to run into Chloe. "How have you been?" Chloe calmly greeted him. Not bad." Simon felt distant from Chloe. He lacked confidence, and for some reason, felt guilty. "Did you find a job?" Chloe knew that Simon was with Jenny for a while and lost a lot of money gambling. His life had been hard, forcing him to work at a patient-tricking clinic and live an awful life. "I did. I work at a pharmacy now." Simon seemed exhausted. A lot of the bigger pharmacies hired doctors as clinicians to better sell their products. It turns out Simon had been reduced to working at a place like that. Truth be told, Chloe felt a bit bad. "A few days ago, Lisa called me," Chloe said quietly. Upon hearing Lisa's name, Simon's body shook. "She and the baby are doing great. Mila is a great girl." "Oh, really?" Simon felt awkward. After all, he didn't treat Lisa very well back then. Therefore, he was filled with regret upon the mentioning of their child. "Lisa asked me to ask you something." Chloe paused. "Ask me what?" Simon looked up, but he was too scared to look into Chloe's eyes. "She wants me to ask you if you want to move to Chicago," Chloe replied faintly. Simon's eyes widened. He didn't understand what Chloe was saying, so she explained herself. "She wants you to go to the States and be with them. Can I?" Simon's voice was hoarse. He didn't seem to believe what he was hearing. "I think she wants to give you one last chance for your daughter." Chloe looked into Simon's eyes and said, word for word. He, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't think I can. I'm not a good husband, nor am I a good father. I've done them wrong, and no matter where I go, I'm still useless. Do you know what I hate about you? Chloe asked him, icily, and Simon looked down without responding. I don't hate you because you're poor and are from an ordinary family, but I hate how easily you give up on yourself and how much you deny yourself of a good life. You automatically assume you're not good enough, even though you haven't even tried. Haha. In the end, you'll realize that you really can't do anything anymore. Simon, men are different from women. Women want a peaceful life, but men have to fight for a better future. You're still young. You have a long life waiting for you. If you give up on yourself, what are you going to do about uncle and auntie, who worked so hard to raise you? They're old, their lives are hard, and you're their only son. I really hope you can stop being so selfish and think about the people who are worth loving and worth fighting for. Then, Chloe took out a post-it note from her bag and wrote down a number before handing it to Simon. This is Lisa's Chicago number. Call her if you make a decision. Your future is in your own hands. Chloe said what she needed do and sincerely hoped that Simon would come to his senses, sooner rather than later. He really shouldn't live such a pessimistic life. Sarah once said that Simon was dealt amazing cards, but he played them all wrong. She was right. Lisa's family was prestigious, and Lisa was so in love with him. They even had a cute daughter together. Moreover, he was an ophthalmologist. How could he let himself fall so hard? Afterward, Chloe went straight into the supermarket and bought a bunch of food. By the time she carried her groceries out, Simon was long gone. She didn't know and didn't want to know what he was going to do. She believed that a grown-up whose brain was fully functioning should be able to choose how to live his life. While she drove to her mother's, Chloe put on her Bluetooth and called Jack. Honey, I think I was a little Mary Sue today. What happened? Jack asked gently. Chloe told Jack what happened with Simon, from beginning to end. You weren't Mary Sue. Lisa asked you for a favor, Jack replied. Then, he laughed. What are you laughing about? Honey, I think your comforting skills are improving. Soon, you'll be able to go into marketing and brainwash people. After what you said, Simon would be an idiot to give up his last chance to go to the States. Haha, Mr. Dawson, what a comeback. You don't even need to swear to curse at people. Anyways, let's not talk about him anymore. I did what Lisa asked me to, and fulfilled her wish. I'm heading over to Sky Blessing Court to have dinner with my mom. Are you coming later? I'm not sure yet. There's still a lot to do at the company. Have fun with Mom. Okay. Come pick me up after you're done. Okay. After hanging up, Chloe arrived at Sky Blessing Court. After Thomas went back to New Zealand, her mother was all by herself again. Chloe felt like she was lonely. Although she lived in a big house, had a lot of money, and didn't need anything, her mother didn't seem completely happy. They never had the chance to talk about anything personal. But today, Chloe wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Sandra. Chloe, you bought so much, I can't finish all that. Her mother first scolded her, and then heartbrokenly took the giant plastic bags from her daughter's hands. Then, she washed a bunch of fruits for Chloe, and the two of them sat down on the couch, chit-chatting. Chloe, are you still taking traditional medicine? I am, Mom. I know how to take care of my body, and I'm constantly getting my body ready so we can welcome a new life into our lives. Chloe smiled optimistically. Look at you. How easygoing are you to still be laughing? Feeling bad? Sandra looked at her daughter. It's okay, Mom. What's bound to happen will one day happen. Chloe was fine with waiting, so she didn't want her mother to worry about her so much. Has Jack been busy lately? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on at his company. Chloe took a sip of her juice and replied, You should go help him when you have time. After all, your family. Your in-laws are too old to take care of the company, and Jack won't be able to manage that giant corporation by himself. He doesn't even have siblings. I know, Mom. Once Thomas comes back from New Zealand, he'll be able to help Jack. They're really close. Jack spoils his brother-in-law to no end. Chloe smiled. Jack was someone who didn't care about anyone but Chloe. However, he spoiled Thomas because Chloe loved her brother. Jack even took care of Thomas's tuition and living expenses in New Zealand. He gave Thomas $1 million every month, but Thomas was a good kid who never spent more money than he needed to. He saved up all the money so he could return it to GK when he came back. Her mother smiled upon mentioning Thomas. He's grown up quite a lot. It would be great if he could help Jack out at the company in the future. That way, Jack's life will be easier. Mom, are you doing all right these days? When the time was right, Chloe asked. I am. I don't have to worry about you or Thomas anymore, and get to live in this giant house. My life is so much better than it used to be when we lived in that little courtyard. I have enough money and all the food I can eat. Auntie William and the others are all jealous of me. Sandra smiled from the bottom of her heart, but Chloe still felt heartbroken for her mother. After all, she was only in her 50s. Mom, I think although you are materially fulfilled, you're still mentally lonely. Mentally? Sandra froze. Chloe nodded. Let me be straight with you, Mom. You should go out and walk around the city when you have time. Tell Auntie William and the others to keep an eye out for quality men around your age. I don't want you to spend the rest of your life alone. Living by yourself is really lonely, and you're not used to living with Jack and I. I know you also don't want to live with Thomas, so after a while, you'll feel lonely. No matter how well we treat you, you still need a man who can take care of you. So, I really hope you can find one who can love you, protect you, and spend the rest of his life with you. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Sandra looked dumbstruck. What crazy talk is this? Mom, this isn't crazy talk and you shouldn't be embarrassed. I understand what you're going through. Thomas and I love you for opening a grocery store and taking care of us after Uncle James died. I want you to find yourself someone to be with, not because I don't want to spend time with you. I just want you to be happier. I'm too old for relationships. It'll be embarrassing if word got out. It might hurt you and Jack's reputations. Sandra sighed heavily. Truth be told, she thought about finding herself a boyfriend. Back then, when her neighbors suggested that she put herself out there and date, she refused because her children were still young, and she didn't want them to feel neglected. Now that Chloe and Thomas were all grown up, she really didn't have to worry about them anymore. However, for some reason, she was too embarrassed to date. She felt like she would be ruining her daughter's reputation, and dating was just something a woman of her age couldn't do. Moreover, her son-in-law was such a successful young entrepreneur, she shouldn't be a burden on him. All in all, she worried so much that she decided to just not date at all. She never thought that Chloe would bring this up. Mom, it's the 21st century. You're not going to ruin our reputations. Isn't it normal to care for elders? Plus, those who hire prostitutes and ruin others' marriages are the ones who are morally wrong and ruining their reputations. Your husband died when you were young, so why can't you find yourself a compatible man? Don't listen to others. Anyways, Thomas and I support you. If Auntie William and others want to set you up again, just go and meet him. Don't refuse right away. I can't. Before Sandra could finish her sentence, Chloe immediately changed the subject. Mom, I'm a little hungry. I'll go make dinner. What do you want you to eat? Your radish meatball soup. Chloe looked at her mother with puppy dog eyes. Okay, I'll make you some pancakes and radish meatball soup. As soon as Chloe said she was hungry, Sandra immediately ran into the kitchen. Chloe felt like her attempt at brainwashing her mother was decently successful. She really wanted her mother to put aside public opinion and place her own happiness before others. But her mother was so traditional, Chloe probably had to talk to her again, since it was unlikely that Sandra would immediately agree to dating. Chloe played with her phone as she munched on fruit. Suddenly, a piece of news caught her attention. Breaking news. A well-known GK artist is being detained at the police station for getting into a fight. According to our sources, his movie, which is scheduled to be released tomorrow, has been banned by the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. After reading this, Chloe's heart sank. Then, she read the netizens' comments. I heard Imperial Star's The Drawing of the Country, and Beauty is being released tomorrow as well. I wonder if GK's scandal is real, or if they're being framed. Maybe Imperial Star did this. Some other netizens cursed at Justin. Justin, you're so despicable! Stop ruining Jack's reputation! While Chloe read through the comments, she received a message from Snap. Chloe, did a celebrity from your company really get into a fight? The message was from Victoria. She wasn't someone who paid attention to entertainment news, but Chloe felt like things were more complicated than they seemed, since Victoria was asking her about it. Victoria, did you hear something? Chloe reacted fast and replied to Victoria's question with a question of her own. Yeah, a bit. After Victoria said this, she sent Chloe a video chat request. Chloe didn't want her mother to hear about what happened and worry about GK's scandal, so she walked up to one of the bedrooms upstairs before accepting the call. Victoria? Chloe? Did Archer really get into a fight? Victoria immediately asked. Aside from Cody, Chloe had no idea who the other artists at GK Film and Television were. Therefore, she was confused to hear Archer's name. I don't know yet. I haven't asked my husband. I just saw the news on my phone, but from the degree of exposure, the incident seems real. Southern Metropolitan reported it. That newspaper's really authoritative. I thought so too. That's why I was in such a hurry to ask you. Do you know where Archer got into a fight? Victoria asked quietly. Chloe shook her head. I didn't pay attention to that. The club he got drunk and hit someone in belongs to Imperial Star. Justin owns it. Oh? What a coincidence. Yeah, that's why netizens have been spreading rumors that his company conspired this. Before Victoria could finish, Chloe immediately understood what she wanted to say, so she finished her sentence. They think Justin wants to hype up his company's new movie, Drawing of the Country and Beauty? You know about it? Victoria asked. I saw netizens curse at Justin. They were talking about his company's new movie, so I bet a lot of people probably think the same way. What about you? What do you think? This incident was sure exposed at a sensitive time. Last time, Imperial Star's box office lost to GK's, and the fans tried to cause trouble. You ended up pushing the scandal down. Yeah, I remember. What about this time? What do you think? Do you think Justin did this? Victoria probed. No, Justin would never stoop down to that level. All these conflicts can't be a coincidence. I think someone's trying to create disputes on purpose. This time, their target's Justin. Yeah, I think it's a conspiracy as well. They just wanted Justin to be the scapegoat. Victoria was relieved that Chloe immediately understood what was going on. She wasn't one of those people who believed in whatever the majority of people said. I don't know any specifics, so I'll have to talk to Jack first. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to tell you not to believe the netizens. I haven't known Justin for a long time, but after I married Brenton, we always hang out together. I have a doctorate in psychology, so I am good at reading people. Justin's actually a really pure man. He can be really impulsive and childish at times, but he would never do anything immoral just for profit. Even if his competitor wasn't Jack, he still wouldn't do anything like that, because someone with his temperament is just too disdainful towards doing things like this. I believe him. Victoria, thank you for telling me all this. Don't thank me. We're closer than that. A lot of things are happening. I feel like someone is targeting you and Jack. You should be careful. Let me know if you need Brenton or my help. I will. Chloe nodded and hung up. By that time, her mother had finished cooking. Chloe went downstairs and didn't even mention the scandal. Upon seeing all the food Sandra made, Chloe immediately dug in. After dinner, she fell asleep and didn't wake up until Jack came to pick her up. Sandra really liked Jack. Therefore, She cooked a couple more dishes when he got here, and the couple didn't leave after they ate. On their way home, Chloe lazily put her arms around Jack's. "Honey, did GK's male artist really get into a fight?" "Yeah," Jack nodded. "The media is going crazy. They're all saying that our new movie's screwed because he got into a fight. It's a reasonable assumption. After all, he hit someone and was detained. The company already dealt with it. But the movie being banned wasn't something that was decided within a day or two. The administration didn't approve the movie because of the sensitive scenes in it." "Sensitive scenes? Are you talking about sex?" Chloe boldly guessed. Jack lovingly pressed his index finger against her forehead. "What's going on in that brain of yours? It's not that. Apparently some part of the movie changed the history, but everything happened thousands of years ago, so who knows the truth? Some so-called experts came out and criticized the movie. Forget it. I don't care. It's just one movie. What happened to the artist who got into a fight? Was he fired?" Chloe was worried. "No, he wasn't. The truth is, it wasn't his fault. He was provoked. It's obvious that everything was planned. Archer's younger than Cody, and he debuted not too long ago. He doesn't understand how deep the waters in the entertainment industry are." Although Jack was the president of a conglomerate, he always sided with his artists. He knew what was serious and could always tell right from wrong. "I see. Victoria's analysis was right. Someone is targeting you." "I know," Jack replied calmly. "Honey, do you think Justin did this?" "Of course not. If he planned this, why would he use his own club? If his IQ was that low, we would have never become competitors." Although Justin was Jack's #1 competitor, he still trusted Justin's character. Chloe was relieved by what she heard, but the rumors were flying all over the place. Things became more and more aggravated. Inside the Hall family mansion, Andrew and Bella were having dinner with Mayor Hall and his wife. It was quite awkward. Bella never pretended to be in love with Andrew in front of her parents, even though they sat on the same table. She sat as far away from him as possible. "Andrew, I heard your company is building a high-end residential district on that land," Mayor Hall said slowly. "Yes, Dad. I'm imitating Dubai's Palm Island. We're going to construct the city's most luxurious residential area on a man-made lake. Will anyone buy condos so luxurious?" Mayor Hall didn't seem to agree with Andrew's plans. "Our city is filled with rich people. Don't worry, it'll sell very well. I really have to thank you for that piece of land." Andrew raised his glass. Just then, Bella rolled her eyes at Andrew as hard as she could. "Daddy, how can you change your mind just like that? When I went to see Mrs. Dawson, she wouldn't even look at me and said that you weren't a man of your words. She said you completely hurt her and Mr. Dawson. If you didn't plan on giving the land to Jack in the first place, you shouldn't have promised them anything that's not how you treat your friends." Before Mayor Hall could explain, Andrew smiled. "My father-in-law believes in me and supports me. We're a family. What's the problem in that?" Mayor Hall smiled awkwardly. "Bella, you don't understand the business world. I'm not the only decision-maker here. The others thought it would be better if that piece of land was allotted to the Green Corporation. After all, GK focuses on too many areas other than real estate. So we made the decision based on realistic circumstances. I wasn't targeting anyone. These are all just excuses. Andrew, when can we get divorced? I don't want to stay married to you anymore. Each day feels like a year. We shouldn't have gotten married in the first place." Bella wanted to divorce Andrew as soon as possible, so she boldly asked him again in front of her parents. "Why the hurry? Now's not the time. Bella, I've been treating you well. Why are you in such a hurry to leave me?" Andrew's smile was so creepy that Bella felt the hairs on her body stand up. "We're just acting. There's no love between us. We got married for your benefit. Don't make yourself sound like a saint. It's disgusting. You guys eat? I'm not hungry." Then, Bella got up and headed upstairs. Worried, her mother followed her up. Andrew and Mayor Hall chatted as they slowly ate. Upon seeing that no one else was around, Mayor Hall said in a low voice, "Andrew, about that other matter. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, not even Yishi and my mother-in-law. You've been so great to me. I'm a grateful person." Andrew smiled profoundly. Mayor Hall never thought that one day a man of his age and status would be threatened by someone like Andrew, who was half his age. He was curious how Andrew found out what he did, since barely anyone knew about it. If Andrew hadn't threatened him, he would have never given him that piece of land, even if Andrew was his son-in-law. In Jack's eyes, he was now untrustworthy. Moreover, he ruined his reputation and relationship with Peter, one of his oldest friends. The good thing was, Jack didn't come demanding an answer, but this made Mayor Hall more restless than ever. He felt like a lifetime of being led. By the nose was just beginning, and wondered what else Andrew was capable of asking him in the future. After he left the Hall mansion, Andrew got onto his Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he drove his car onto Third Ring Road, he looked into his rearview mirror and smiled. 3 different cars in 10 minutes. It's what the heavy criminal investigation team does to their suspects. You guys sure spent a lot of money on me. They may be diligent, but they couldn't fool Andrew. Therefore, after circling the overpass 3 times, he suddenly exited and drove into a narrow alley. He drove so fast that he immediately threw his tails off. Andrew didn't care who sent those people, whether it was Jack or Justin. The most important thing right now was to defeat Jack and win Chloe over. He felt like he was a patient man. However, the closer he came to his goal, the more impatient he became. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted Chloe by his side, intimately holding his arms like the way she held Jack's. At this thought, Andrew couldn't control himself. He felt emotional and was ready to do anything to get her. Chloe was a dream that he had been pursuing for years. No one knew how much trouble he had been through and how much manpower and resources he put into setting his master plan up. If he wasn't distracted by this, he would have kicked the old man and Evelyn out of the picture a long time ago. He did everything for Chloe and didn't care that she slowed down his plans. "Chloe, I really hope you can be by my side one day." Andrew looked down and gently kissed the fading photo in his hand. He looked at the girl, smiling shyly in the photo, his expression as gentle as could be, at his private condo. Joyce put on sexy white lingerie and awaited Andrew's arrival. As soon as she heard keys turning in the lock, she got up nervously. One of her close girlfriends told her that all men were perverts. As long as she dressed provocatively, took the initiative, and acted coyishly, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Therefore, Joyce mustered up all her courage and walked up to him, placing her arms around his neck. She whined, "President Green, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I miss you." Her voice was soft and gentle, capable of seducing any man on this earth. Her white lingerie was see-through, perfectly exposing her pearly skin. She was determined to get into Andrew's pants tonight, or else she wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly. She held her breath as her lips slowly approached Andrew's. Right before her lips touched Andrew's, he violently pushed her away. His expression darkened. "Look at yourself. What are you wearing? Are you a lowly prostitute?" She would never wear something like that. Joyce was pushed to the ground. Her knees and hands were in so much pain that she couldn't even get up. Andrew just stood there, with no intention of helping her up. Frustrated, Joyce felt furious, and she screamed at him, "Who is she? If you like her, chase after her. What's the point of using me as a substitute? Are you enjoying yourself? I'm just a counterfeit. I'll never be like her. You're a man with status. Why do you keep lying to yourself?" Upon hearing this, Andrew's face fell completely. He slowly walked up to Joyce, scaring her so much that she tried to climb away. Truth be told, she was horrified of this man. Andrew grabbed her by the collar and stared into her eyes. "You don't have to know too much. All you have to know is that right now, you're in heaven and I gave you everything. But I can also take everything back and send you to hell anytime I want." "I didn't say any of that on purpose. I just really wanted to be with you." Andrew's actions shocked her. She realized that she was indeed a little impulsive just now, and therefore felt guilty. "Go change. Don't wear clothes like that anymore." Andrew liked Chloe not because of her beauty or body, He liked her because of her natural temperament and her domineering personality. Sure, Joyce looked like her, but her personality was completely different from Chloe's. Andrew, however, didn't mind lying to himself for the time being, at least until Chloe was his. Terrified, Joyce immediately changed out of her lingerie and into cute pajamas that had Mickey Mouse patterns on them. The pajamas were cute and pink, but they weren't sexy at all. However, upon seeing what she wore, Andrew was surprisingly in a great mood. "Come here," he ordered. Joyce slowly walked up to Andrew, who held her up and placed her on his legs. Their faces almost touched. "She likes Disney. You should dress like this in the future." Not a lot of people knew that Chloe was a fan of Disney, but those who paid attention would notice that Chloe often wore clothes with Mickey or Minnie Mouse on them when she attended casual events. No matter how mature and prudent Chloe seemed, she was still a girl who had princess fantasies. Therefore, her pajamas and small items at home were all Disney-related. She had a keychain of Elsa from Frozen and a throw pillow of Nick and Judy from Zootopia. Andrew was someone who paid attention to details. Moreover, he had been collecting Chloe's hobbies for years. That was why there were so many cute cartoon pajamas in his condo. After they showered, they lied down like they always did. Andrew hugged Joyce from behind, but she knew that he was just looking at another woman through her. The truth was, she was terrified. She didn't know how much longer she had to live like this. Andrew had crazy mood swings. Many times he almost choked her to death because of something she said. She often wondered if he was mentally ill. Around midnight, Joyce woke up in a daze from thirst. She almost shrieked upon opening her eyes because Andrew was staring intently at her face. She had never seen him look at her like that. She couldn't tell what he was thinking, but she knew that she was scared. His stare sent goosebumps all over her body. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Joyce asked, her face pale from fright. Andrew didn't respond. He just stared at her. After a while, when she felt like she was about to suffocate, Andrew suddenly turned around and closed his eyes. Joyce let out a sigh of relief. She wondered if Andrew had been possessed by a ghost just now. This man was too weird, and he had too many secrets. Chloe hadn't been sleeping well for some reason. Perhaps it was because too many incidents had happened at GK. She was worried for Jack. The forced demolition incident in Other City was becoming more serious by the day. But Jennifer, the main person in charge, was nowhere to be found. This was really upsetting. Although Jack didn't mention any of this to her, Chloe knew how exhausted he had been. That night, after Jack fell asleep, Chloe sat up and drank some water. Then, she took out her phone and browsed through the forums. Some were still cursing at Justin because of what happened with GK's new movie. Chloe hated what they were saying, so she registered an account and fought with those netizens. She then posted an interesting sentence on Weibo. "Sometimes, what you see isn't real." A lot of people commented under her post. "Chloe, was Imperial Star the culprit behind this incident? Why aren't you doing anything about it? Dr. Green, I'm really worried for you guys. It's such a shame that the movie's banned. Chloe, the box office earnings of Imperial Star's drawing of The Country and Beauty is really high, but I think Justin's really despicable. Hi, Chloe. My child is really sick, and we need money. Can you sponsor him? I heard you're the wife of a rich man." After browsing through the comments, Chloe didn't see any useful information. Just as she was about to close Weibo, she received a private message from Bella. After they stopped pretending to be friends, they unfollowed each other and never paid attention to what the other person posted. Therefore, Chloe was shocked that Bella would suddenly send her a private message. "Chloe, are you there?" Bella couldn't sleep either. She saw Chloe update her Weibo and assumed that she was still online. Therefore, she messaged her. "I am. I need to talk to you about something." "Sure," Chloe replied calmly. "Andrew's targeting Jack. I don't know what he's doing specifically, but I know things aren't as simple as they seem. You should tell Jack to be careful." "Thank you. I will." "Oh, And I think Andrew is a man with many secrets. You should ask Jack to investigate into him. It'd be best if you could expose his true colors. I've had enough of him. He's a complete psycho." Chloe was speechless, but Bella kept typing. "Don't get me wrong, he's not that kind of psycho. We've never slept together, and don't even live together. But I notice that he's really weird sometimes. I can't really explain that feeling, but it's horrifying. I'm scared, I really am. I admit that I'm telling you all this, so you can get rid of him as soon as possible. That way, I can get divorced. Anyways, he's like a malignant tumor. Thank you for telling me all this." Chloe didn't believe everything Bella said, but she didn't think she was completely lying. Half of her believed her while the other half didn't. So many things had happened recently. Ever since the Green Corporation took GK's land, Chloe had a feeling that Andrew was up to no good. Although he never openly challenged them, and therefore no one paid much attention, she and Jack both suspected him. Everything that had happened recently, including the incident involving Justin, pointed to Andrew. Chloe even wondered if he had people spying on them. The next morning, Chloe quietly chewed on a slice of bread at the dining table. "Honey, you didn't sleep well last night?" Jack asked gently. "Why? Your complexion is really pale." Chloe instinctively touched her face and smiled. "I couldn't sleep. I think I was thinking too much." "What were you thinking about? Why didn't you tell me about it?" "Honey, when you have time, investigate into Andrew. I've been feeling restless recently. I'm investigating him already." "Already? When did this happen?" Chloe was surprised. 6 months ago," Jack replied. 6 months ago?" Chloe had to admit that her husband was one smart cookie. He sure knew how to take precautions. 6 months ago, Andrew hadn't even taken over the Green Corporation yet. Back then, everyone thought he was just a young master who lived a life of beer and Skittles. "Did you find anything important?" Chloe frowned. Jack replied calmly, "He's sly. I couldn't find anything." "How is that possible? Is he that good at hiding himself?" Chloe was surprised, and Jack nodded. "Rick and I have been following him for a long time. A few days ago, he completely circumvented the men Rick sent to spy on him. Honey, Andrew is a complicated man. I have a feeling that he's planning a giant conspiracy." "Me too. You should be careful." Chloe reached out and tightly grabbed Jack's hand. After breakfast, they headed to work. Chloe had been feeling anxious recently, but she didn't know why. She just had this feeling that something bad was about to happen, like feeling the sky darkening before a storm. "Chief, you don't look well. Have you been overworking yourself? Would you like me to adjust your schedule so you can get more rest?" her assistant said. "That'd be great. Thanks, Violet." Chloe was a workaholic, but she really did need rest, since she constantly felt distracted at work. After Violet adjusted her schedule, Chloe took a look. In the future, she would only be on consult for 2 hours a day and would have more freedom to do other things at work. She nodded. "Sounds good." After Violet put away Chloe's schedule, she made Chloe a cup of nerve-soothing tea. "Chief, have some tea. You should rest. I'm going to go to the pharmacy and see if we need to restock our medicine." "Okay." Exhausted, Chloe nodded. After Violet left, she took out her phone and logged on to the different forums, reading the netizens' comments. Justin never responded to the scandals, since it wasn't his style to do so. If he explained everything that happened, he would seem down to earth, betraying his regular arrogance. The drawing of The Country and Beauty, produced by Imperial Star, achieved high box office sales. The female lead, Gianna, and 3 other artists under the company were more popular than ever. On the other hand, GK Film and Entertainment had lost quite a lot of money because of the male artist who got into a fight. Jack didn't care about these small losses. For a business empire like GK, an incident like this was like a needle in a haystack. Right now, the only thing he cared about was whether Andrew was behind all these incidents. If so, why would he waste time doing these things? None of these incidents truly hurt Jack's personal interests or threatened GK's office of the president. Is there any news on Jennifer? Not yet. The police said they filed a missing persons report, Mark replied. Jack sneered. A report? I would have to wait for 100 years before they find Jennifer. The police are too slow. Forget it. I didn't have my hopes up for them anyways. You can go now. Yes, sir. After Mark turned around and left Jack's office, the latter picked up his phone and dialed a number. Rick, did you find the person in Other City? I tracked her number, but it's weird. Her number shows that she's still living in her apartment, but when we went to check, no one was there. I think she left her phone in her apartment. I also checked all the intersections, and it doesn't seem like she left the city. Do you think something happened to her? Jack asked faintly. I don't think so. I checked all the suspicious people around her, but no one seemed to pose a threat to her. I even looked into the gang cases in Other City, but there weren't any robberies. The apartment Jennifer lives in is really safe, so I don't think anyone could have done anything to her, unless she wanted to disappear. I was thinking the same thing. I think she went into hiding. What do you plan on doing? Silencing her after you find her, or... Rick thought Jack wanted to tie up all the loose ends. I think someone used her. The incident in Other City is pretty big. She's not capable of causing so much trouble, but I bet she knows inside intel, so Jennifer is a critical person. I want to find her so I can find out what really happened. Okay then. I'll keep looking. No, Rick. You should set this aside for now. Why? Rick didn't understand why Jack asked him to stop. I have a feeling that Jennifer is going to come looking for me. They might want to negotiate with me. Then, is there anything else I can help you with? Rick asked in all seriousness. Keep following Andrew and tell your people to be smarter. If they follow him too closely, they're not going to find anything. I got it. After hanging up, Jack pressed his internal line. Yes, sir? Mark immediately pushed open his office door. Get the private jet ready. I'm going to Other City. Right now? Mark was dumbfounded. Yes, right now. Then, Jack picked up his black suit jacket and headed out. No one knew how important the matter in Other City was. The forced demolition had caused extreme public unrest. People signed a petition and sent it to the provincial government, and even threatened to appeal it with the federal government in Capital City. Most importantly, rumor has it that one of GK's partnered construction teams was so immoral that they disregarded the safety of the residents and demolished their apartments in the middle of the night, causing a regional collapse. A family of 5 that consisted of both adults and children was crushed to death. This piece of news hadn't been exposed yet because a high-level official in Other City didn't want to assume responsibility, so he kept the reporters under control. However, Jack knew this matter was of the utmost importance, because if it wasn't properly dealt with, more people might die. Like before, whoever was behind this incident was sacrificing people's lives to ruin GK's reputation. Only one person was capable of doing something so ruthless. At this thought, Jack's expression darkened. This was now more than a battle between businesses. It was a merciless bloodbath. Jack had a feeling that his enemy wanted more than to just destroy GK. He wanted Jack to die an ignominious death. Before Jack left their city, he sent Chloe a message. He didn't let anyone else know that he was leaving. Honey, I'm going to Other City to deal with some emergency matters. I might not be back tonight. Remember to eat on time and sleep early. Don't worry about me. After Chloe received his message, she called Jack, but his phone was already turned off. Therefore, Chloe had no choice but to send him a message, so he could see it as soon as he turned his phone back on. Don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. It was normal for Jack to go to Other City for work, but why was Chloe feeling so restless? She felt super anxious. The truth was, as GK's president, it was normal for Jack to travel around the country. However, he liked being at home, so he delegated these tasks to the vice president and high-level executives. He paid great attention to Other City because it was a coastal city that focused on imports and exports. Moreover, the city's economic development had been rapid. Unfortunately, After the first incident in Other City, Jack withdrew his main forces and sent Jennifer over to assume command. She was practically in exile, and he stopped giving important projects to that branch. Even so, another incident happened. The scandal of a forced demolition caught public attention, and Jennifer subsequently disappeared. If a reporter found out and exposed the scandal, GK's reputation would once again sustain serious damages. Therefore, Jack wanted to handle this issue before a small newspaper outlet got its hands on the story. "Chief, a patient asked for a consultation. Would you like to see her?" Violet pushed open Chloe's office door and asked carefully. Chloe already saw 2 patients in the morning and was technically allowed to go rest. However, upon hearing that there was another patient, she looked down at her watch and saw that it wasn't noon yet. Therefore, she nodded. "Let her in." 2 minutes later, Violet came in with a pretty girl around 17 or 18 years old. She had long hair, big eyes, and a fair complexion. However, there were dark circles under her eyes and even some bruising. "Have a seat." Chloe pointed at the seat across from her, and the girl sat down stiffly. "Have you visited a doctor before? Do you know what you're suffering from?" Chloe picked up her medical record and saw persecutory delusions written on it. "I do. My mom took me to a lot of hospitals and I saw countless physiatrists, but none of them cured me," she answered, her voice hoarse. "You suffer from insomnia? You can't sleep at night?" Chloe asked. "How did you know?" The girl looked up and glared cautiously at Chloe. "Because you have serious dark circles under your eyes." "Shh! These aren't dark circles. Someone hit me." "Someone hit you?" "Who?" Chloe froze. "I don't know who, but it's someone scary. They always come in when I'm sleeping and hit me. It's terrifying." "Chloe, you're saying that someone goes into your room and hits you when you're asleep?" The girl nodded. "Don't you wake up from the pain? Can't you see who that person is?" "Shh, be quiet. I can't see him. I think he's a ghost." The girl replied mysteriously, her expression as creepy as could be. Terrified, even Violet shuddered as she listened on the side. Chloe, on the other hand, replied calmly, "It seems like you really do suffer from persecutory delusions. Do you always feel like someone's trying to harm you? Of course, there's a lot of bad guys in this world. They hide in the crowd, and you can't even recognize them. But when you're not paying attention, they'll strangle you to death." Then, the girl suddenly stood up and reached for Chloe's neck. Thank God Chloe reacted fast. She held up her arms and covered her face. However, the girl scratched her arm. Violet immediately ran up and held the girl down. "Please calm down," she consoled her without letting go. "Let go of me. I'm going to kill you. You're a bad guy too. You're just a demon hidden under the skin of a human being." The girl viciously jumped at Chloe, struggling so hard that Violet couldn't hold on to her anymore. Chloe suddenly pulled out the silver needle she carried with her and stabbed it into the back of the girl's neck. After the anesthesia spread all over her body, she fell weakly to the ground. "Chief, are you okay?" Violet was so scared that her expression changed. Then, she ran up to Chloe and examined her arm. Her right arm was injured. There were obvious bloody marks all over. "Don't worry, it's just a small injury." Chloe sat down and took out some iodine to disinfect her wounds. Then, she took out some white mesh and quickly wrapped it around her arm. "I'm sorry, Chief. I didn't think the patient would be so emotionally unstable." Violet blamed herself. "It's not your fault. Don't think too much about it. This patient's suffering from severe psychosis. Not only does she had persecutory delusions, but I also think she has multiple personalities, and maybe even auditory hallucinations. If she's not tightly monitored, she might self-abuse or commit suicide. I have to go to a meeting upstairs, call her family, and tell them to pick her up." "Okay, I will, Chief." Violet admired how calm and collected Chloe was under all circumstances. Although a psychotic patient injured her arm, she still logically analyzed the patient's illness. Chloe had high professional ethics. When she left work, Jack called to tell her that he wasn't going home. Just as she was about to head home, Victoria called her. "Chloe, come and have dinner at my place. I bought a bunch of food you like, including king crab. Sarah will be here soon. Okay, wait for me, Chloe said. Then she drove straight to Victoria's home. When she passed an infant shop, she bought a bunch of baby clothes and supplies. After Victoria became pregnant, they didn't hang out as much as they used to, but they were still really tight. When Chloe arrived, Sarah was still on her way. Oh my God! What happened to your arm? Victoria immediately noticed Chloe's injury. Oh, a patient scratched me. Psychosis? Victoria asked, and Chloe nodded. Your profession is almost as dangerous as that of the criminal police squad at the bureau. Jack's heart is going to break when he finds out. He doesn't know yet. He's on a business trip. Sit down. I'll reapply the medicine. Victoria dragged Chloe onto the couch in the living room and took out her first aid kit. Then, she redressed Chloe's wound skillfully. At that moment, Brenton sent her a video request. Victoria clicked accept and placed her phone on the coffee table. Brenton. Honey, what are you doing? Victoria. Can't you tell? Are you blind? I'm dressing Chloe's wound. Brenton. Chloe's at our place? Then, he glanced at Justin, who was sitting beside him. Victoria. I asked her and Sarah to come over for dinner. Brenton. Oh, then you guys eat. I was just wondering what you wanted and was going to buy you some dinner. Victoria. No, it's okay. You guys eat. After hanging up, Brenton glanced at Justin profoundly. Young Master Cooper, did you see? Chloe's at my place. So? Justin asked calmly. Do you want to come over to my house for dinner? Brenton smiled mysteriously, but Justin responded, Are you sure your wife won't end up chasing us out? Ha, of course she won't. My Victoria is really gentle. Brenton chuckled. Max, who was playing a game on his phone, immediately interrupted. Brenton, that's such a bad lie. Screw you, I'm not lying. Seriously, Victoria isn't as scary as you think she is. Brenton protested, but Max and Justin just smiled without saying anything. Huh, but why would Chloe get hurt all of a sudden? Brenton muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Justin's expression changed drastically. Hey, look at that. Young Master Cooper's heartbroken. Max placed his phone down and teased. Why don't you guys come eat at my place? My sister-in-law's going to make you kneel on a durian if you bring us home for dinner without telling her. Max laughed. She won't. Durians are expensive. Cactuses are more plausible, they're cheap, and have thorns. Brenton chuckled. You win. Justin, do you want to go? The truth was, Max didn't care where they went for dinner, but they wanted to know what Justin wanted. No, it's okay. Let's just have a simple bite outside. I have to get back to the company later. Sure, let's eat here then. Brenton nodded, while Max couldn't help but ask, But Justin, don't you want to see Chloe? I don't think it's a good idea to see her right now. After all, there's a lot of negative news surrounding me right now. If she thinks that I framed GK, she won't want to see me. Justin didn't have any confidence in himself. The drawing of the country and beauty was really popular these days, and Imperial Star had been doing very well. He didn't want Chloe to think he was showing off on purpose, so he thought it was better that they didn't see each other. Although he really wanted to see her. He didn't think the time was right. She won't. Chloe's such a smart woman. I'm sure she knows that if you wanted to set Jack up, you would have done it a long time ago. Stop it. Justin already said he didn't want to go, so shut up and eat. Brenton kicked Max under the table so hard that he yelped in pain. In the end, the three of them had some hot pot. Justin's appetite wasn't great, so he didn't eat much. While they ate, he made a phone call, and soon, a black Audi R8 parked outside the restaurant. I'll be right back, Justin said as he got up and left. After a while, he came back with some medicine in his hands and placed it next to Brenton. Max glanced at the medicine and asked, What's all this? Aren't you going home later? Give this to Chloe. Is that necessary? She's a doctor. Do we really have to worry about her? Justin told you to give her the medicine, so shut up and give it to her. Max finally found the opportunity to kick Brenton right back. It was only 7-something when they finished dinner and Justin drove back to his company. Max originally wanted to go home with Brenton, but a chick called him, and he immediately left. As expected, they were still eating when Brenton arrived at home. Victoria, Chloe, and Sarah sat around a table full of seafood as 2 maids stood behind them. "You're back early." Victoria glanced at Brenton. Justin wasn't in a good mood, so we didn't really eat." "Great. Sit down and have some more with us." Victoria pointed at the table. Brenton walked up and lovingly placed his arm around Victoria's shoulder. "Victoria, pregnant women can't eat seafood, remember? Especially crabs. It might cause a miscarriage." "I'm not eating seafood. Take a look. I'm drinking congee." "There's a doctor right here." "She would never let me eat seafood," Victoria retorted, as she pointed at Chloe, who smiled and greeted Brenton. "Hey." "Oh, right. Chloe, Justin told me to give this to you." Brenton immediately remembered what Justin told him as soon as he saw her. Brenton took out the medicine and gently placed it on the table. "Is that necessary? Chloe's a doctor. There are all kinds of medicine at the hospital. Was that really necessary?" Victoria put her arms around Brenton and exclaimed. Chloe didn't say anything. She quietly picked up the ointment and glanced at it. Then she looked up. "They don't sell this medicine at pharmacies or the hospital. This is military grade." "Damn, sounds cool. What does it do? Cure wounds?" Sarah munched on a piece of crab as she asked. "Not just that. It also heals the wound without scarring. I heard it's imported from Germany and sells for more than $10,000, but they don't sell it at pharmacies." Chloe remembered once reading about this magical medicine on some medical journal. "No wonder Justin would ask me to give this to you. It sounds pretty effective. He asked his family chauffeur to bring it over, so it was probably Grandpa Cooper's," Brenton interjected. Chloe carefully put away the medicine and looked at Brenton. "Can you thank Justin for me? Isn't that a little insincere?" "If you want to thank him yourself," Brenton replied as he took out his phone and quickly dialed. The truth was, Brenton knew Justin really wanted to see Chloe, but had no reason to. Therefore, he wanted to create an opportunity for his buddy. Before Chloe could say anything, Brenton handed his phone to her. Soon, a familiar voice sounded over the phone. "What's up?" He thought the person on the other end was Brenton. After a few seconds of silence, Chloe slowly opened her mouth. "I got the medicine. Thank you." Upon hearing Chloe's voice, Justin felt his heart accelerating. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I heard you're hurt. How's your wound?" Justin asked nervously. "It's okay. A patient scratched me. It's just the skin." "I'm glad." Justin nodded. Chloe felt awkward. She held the phone in her hands, but didn't know what to say to him. Then the two said at the same time, "You first, you first," they said again at the same time. This time, Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ladies first, you go," Justin insisted. "It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you not to feel too much pressure with the scandal. Jack and I know you're not the one behind it. He also believes me?" Justin was surprised. "Yeah, we know that you'd never do something as degrading as this. The location of the incident was at your club, so for some reason, you became the scapegoat. A lot of things are happening right now. You should be careful as well." "I will. Thank you for trusting me." Justin suddenly felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Chloe's trust comforted him. "That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to hang up now. Bye." Chloe didn't dawdle. After saying what she wanted to say, she hung up the phone. It was already 9-something by the time they left Victoria's house. After chatting with Sarah for a while, they both headed home. After she returned to South Hill, Chloe changed out of her clothes and took a shower. After climbing into bed, she took out her phone and sent Jack a video request. At that time, Jack was meeting with some other city officials. When his phone rang, he glanced at it and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my wife is calling me." Then, he walked out of the conference room and accepted the call. "Honey?" he said gently. Chloe relaxed as soon as she heard Jack's voice. "Honey, what are you doing? Have you had dinner yet?" She put her hands on her cheeks and lovingly looked at the handsome man on her phone. "I'm having dinner right now," Jack replied gently. He told a white lie so that she wouldn't worry about him. He didn't want to tell her how critical the situation in Other City was. "What are you eating?" "Local specialties," Jack replied calmly. "Mm-hmm. Eat up. I don't want you to be hungry." "I will, honey. You're home from Dr. Victoria's?" "Yeah. Sarah asked me if I wanted to go get a drink, but I haven't been feeling well recently and didn't want to go anywhere. So I came home." "Mm-hmm. You should go to bed soon." "Honey," Chloe called out coyishly. "Yeah? Should I just resign and go help you out at GK? I don't want you to tire yourself out. It's just a big corporation, but there's no one you can trust. Having to do everything yourself is really exhausting." Chloe felt bad for her husband, so she had been thinking about this all night. To her, being a doctor wasn't the most important thing in the world. She would much rather share Jack's work pressure. She wanted to face everything with him. "Isn't being a doctor your dream?" Jack asked with a smile. "Yes, but nothing seems important compared to you." Jack fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Mrs. Dawson, are you confessing your feelings?" "No, I just want to help you," Chloe replied, word for word. "I'm glad to hear you say that, but I want you to work in a profession you like. I can handle the business world. You know I'm not one to falter so easily." "I know, but honey, I'm still having dinner, and I have to head back. You should go to bed first." "Okay then, don't stay up too late." Chloe unwillingly hung up the phone. She didn't think Jack would reject her proposal so quickly. She knew how much Jack loved her, and that was why he didn't want her to work at GK. Working at the hospital was tiring, but it was a job she enjoyed. Being an Iron Lady and a female CEO wasn't what she wanted. Moreover, she didn't see the point in making money non-stop. After hanging up the phone, Jack turned around and went back into the conference room. "I'm sorry, everyone. Let's continue. President Dawson, we talked about it, and think you have to at least pay the victim's family $5 million to stop them from taking this accident to the media. We're all going to be in trouble once news breaks out. Money's not the problem. The problem is that I have a feeling that this matter won't be solved, even if we give them the money," Jack replied faintly. He and the officials talked about the matter for almost 2 hours, but the results weren't optimistic. Jack didn't like dealing with government officials, because most of the time they just pushed the responsibility around, blaming each other and only focusing on money. However, since their company was in this city, interacting with local officials was inevitable. Mark knew Jack was in a bad mood, so, on their way back to the hotel, he barely talked. Presidential suite, Marriott hotels, and resort in Other City. Jack walked into his room. Before he could take off his jacket, his phone rang. He picked it up to see a number he didn't recognize. "Hello? President Dawson, this is Jennifer. You finally called." Jack let out a sigh of relief. "You knew?" Jennifer was surprised. She thought Jack would look for her like crazy. "Tell me, what do you want?" Jack cut to the chase. He knew Jennifer chose to hide away at a time like this, just so she could negotiate with him. "President Dawson, I want to be with you. You don't have to give me status." "I just want to be with you," Jennifer said nervously. "What if I don't agree?" "Then I don't care anymore. I have documents that will directly affect our company's reputation. If I reveal it to the rest of the world, you'll regret it." Jennifer sounded sure of herself. "I think you overestimated yourself and underestimated me." Jack's voice was icy. Unless he was talking to Chloe, he would never show even a speck of gentleness. Therefore, all of GK's employees were terrified of their indifferent president. He was a resolute young leader who never hesitated in his decisions. Jennifer disappeared a week ago. She wanted to make him anxious and pick the right time to negotiate with him. She really thought he would compromise, or at least think about it. "President Dawson, I think, you know I hold the most important evidence of this incident. Let me put it this way. If I say the company is involved with this incident, then it's involved in this incident. If I say it isn't, then it isn't. You should really consider the pros and cons here. I don't care how much evidence you have. I will never be with you. Jennifer, you need to know your limitations. My wife has shown mercy towards you. You provoked her to no end, but she still didn't feed you to the sharks. Don't challenge my patience. I'm going to give you one last chance. Bring the documents to my hotel, or else I promise you're going to suffer from extreme consequences. Haha, are you threatening me? Jennifer laughed. Threaten? You're thinking too much. Do you really? You're worth threatening? Jack found Jennifer amusing. If Bella was an idiot, then Jennifer was probably close to brain dead. She never considered the consequences of her decisions and didn't even realize that she was digging her own grave. President Dawson, I'm going to give you one last chance as well. Are you really not going to agree? I will never be with any woman aside from Chloe, no matter who that woman is. I can't agree to your demands. Then I'm going to. Before Jennifer finished her sentence, Jack said, I don't care, and hung up. He hated being led around by the nose, especially by a brainless woman like Jennifer. Being played by her was an insult to his IQ. From their conversation, Jack realized that Jennifer had something in her hands. However, he didn't care how important the documents were. He was not about to be threatened. Sir, are we really not going to keep negotiating with President Jennifer? Mark began worrying about Jack after he rejected Jennifer's demands. There's nothing to negotiate, Jack replied calmly as he removed his tie. Then, he walked into the bathroom, changed, and got ready for bed. Jennifer was living on the second floor of a building, located in the civilian district on the outskirts of Other City. Right now, she lived like a mouse. Truth be told, she regretted how far she let things go. She didn't want to frame President Dawson or do anything that would hurt GK. Originally, she thought he would compromise because of the documents she had. However, to her surprise, he rejected her without thinking, making her feel more awkward than ever. She had no idea what to do next. After some thought, she was worried, and therefore picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello? A man's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. I called President Dawson, but he didn't agree. What should I do? Then expose what you have. The more attention it gains, the better. Make him clean up this mess. But I don't want to do that. I never wanted to do that. Jennifer was a little scared. Huh, how naive are you? Do you still think you have a choice? You started it, so you have to finish it. Did you know that to Jack, you're just a prick in the eye now? Maybe he's looking for you so he can kill you. Do you know how many people have been to your apartment these days? If you were at home, you would have died a long time ago. Jack's a ruthless man. So, why don't you give it your best shot? But, don't you want to be with him? I do. Jennifer nodded, feeling all over the place. Just listen to me. Once Jack is defeated and his reputation lays in waste, his wife will leave him and he'll have nothing left. You can take that opportunity to console him and be by his side, and he'll fall in love with you. Jennifer's expression was hazy. Will he really? After the phone call with the mysterious person, Jennifer was still contemplating her options, swaying back and forth. Perhaps the mysterious person sensed her hesitation, but they quickly sent a text message to Jennifer. Right now, you have no other choice. Behind you is a cliff, but if you walk forward, there might be a path. Truth be told, Jennifer was not an ambitious woman. Unlike Bella, Jennifer simply had a crush on Jack. She hoped that after all the years she had spent working under GK, one day she would be noticed by the president. Unbeknownst to her until now, her goal had become more and more unattainable. However, she did think that if Jack was no longer who he was and became a nobody, Chloe would definitely leave him. Then, she would have the opportunity to be beside Jack. After all, she would be the only person who loved him regardless of his status and wealth. At the thought of this, Jennifer tightened her fist, seemingly determined, and pulled out her phone. She then registered an account on the most popular online forum and began typing out the story she wanted to tell, one word at a time. When she finished typing and hit the publish button, she knew that this time there really was no turning back. She knew what she did was wrong, and that she was being used by someone else. But she thought that if she didn't give it a try, she would never be able to go anywhere near Jack. After all, as long as Chloe was still there, she would never have the chance to go back to GK's headquarters. "Chloe, this is all your fault. You made me do this." Jennifer narrowed her eyes as she stared at her cell phone screen and simply pushed all the blame onto Chloe. Late night, Chloe was still having issues falling asleep. She got up and walked towards the mini fridge inside the bedroom and took out a bottle of soda. The quality of her sleep had been degrading. When Jack was not home, she could barely fall asleep. She sat on the couch, sipping her soda as she surfed the net on her phone. Suddenly, an explosive news article grabbed her attention. It was published 15 minutes ago and was quickly shared by every known media in the city. The title was "Exposing GK. The Dark Empire That You Do Not Know About Jennifer Was a Good Writer." The lengthy 7,000 to 8,000 word article explained the making of GK within the past years. Many means and methods that were not fit to be revealed had been exposed. But of course, no one really knew if it was real or fabricated. At the very end of the article, however, a photo tied everything together. It was a real estate proposal from GK Corporation, signed by the one and only Jack. It showed the piece of land in Other City that was purchased by GK to build an automated shopping mall. However, right when the company was about to start construction, the rumor of forced demolition erupted. The lengthy article never pointed out it was Jack's idea to forcibly demolish the residential property. However, with the black and white text, even an idiot could figure out what it was really implying. The photo not only showed the official seal, but many trade secrets had also been publicized for everyone to see. No wonder people were losing their mind. Chloe had already taken an educated guess. Other than the missing Jennifer, no one else could possibly get their hands on important documents like this. But wasn't Jennifer madly in love with Jack? Why is she betraying him and trying to put an end to him? Chloe wondered. Chloe no longer had any desire to keep sipping on her soda. She began calling Jack, but was only notified that his phone had shut off. She tried calling Mark, but his phone was turned off as well. This made Chloe uneasier than ever. "What's going on?" "I hope nothing had happened to them," Chloe mumbled to herself anxiously. Other City, Marriott Hotels and Resorts. Jack had already read the article. He saw it 3 minutes after Jennifer posted it. Both him and Mark turned off their phones to avoid being bothered by the media. Jennifer had gone too far. How could she betray us like this? Assistant Mark yelled angrily. "Assistant Mark, I thought that it was going to be juicy, but she disappointed me." In Jack's mind, her exposé wasn't even worth mentioning. He smelt a conspiracy back when the news about forced demolition initially came out. No matter what he did, he wouldn't get out unscathed. An hour and a half after Jennifer posted the article, a statement on Weibo from Other City's Public Security Bureau really put the nail in the coffin. The Other City Police Department has launched a formal investigation concerning the case where the general manager of GK Corporation's Other City branch, Jennifer, is suspected of causing multiple deaths and injuries through forced demolition. If you have relevant information regarding the case, please contact us immediately. The bounty is $50,000. The news confirmed Jennifer's wanted status by the police department, and the informant wasn't Jack. It was the family of the deceased. This post further confirmed the scandal concerning GK's forced demolition. From an outsider's perspective, Jack was the one who ordered Jennifer to commit such abhorrent atrocities. Not only did it make Jennifer a wanted criminal, Jack was also dragged into the situation. Jennifer was scared pale after seeing the news, and she immediately called that number again. "Hey, what's going on? Didn't you say that it'll be all good when I post the evidence?" "Why am I wanted by the police department?" Haha, calm down. This will make it more realistic, okay? UBS, you lied? Jennifer swore at him angrily. Then, she quickly logged onto the account she created on the forum to delete the article she just posted. However, for some reason, it was already locked and she couldn't delete it. "You've got to be kidding me." Jennifer was completely dumbfounded. After the incident, Chloe became more and more anxious since she was unable to contact Jack. Jack thought his wife had fallen asleep long ago, so he didn't think that she would see the news so late at night. So, he didn't think about contacting her. In the end, Chloe directly called Noah. "Hello? Chloe?" Noah was clearly asleep before she called, as his voice was groggy. "Noah, can you use your security system to see which hotel in other city Jack is staying at? You want to catch him in the act?" Half conscious, Noah replied. "I'm catching your mom. Something urgent happened. I am not joking. Hurry up." As soon as Noah heard that it was an emergency, he immediately stopped teasing her and woke up with a start. He contacted the office and called Chloe back 3 minutes later. He's staying at the presidential suite at the Marriott Hotel in other city. Thanks. After hanging up, Chloe immediately got up and got dressed. She booked the closest possible flight that departed at 11:20 p.m., and it would be about 2:30 a.m. when she gets to other city. It was 10:20 p.m. now, so she only had an hour. Time was running out. She quickly got dressed, got on her R8 with her bags, and sped away. Luckily, there was no traffic at night, and she took the highway. When she got to the airport, she was just on time for the flight. She checked the car into the airport parking lot and boarded. At other city's Marriott Hotel, Jack and Mark went back to their own rooms, as the presidential suite had 3 rooms and a living room. The decorations were a minimalistic European style, which only made it look more splendid. When Jack got back to his room, he opened his laptop and kept on working with a glass of red wine in hand. At around 2:50 a.m. in the morning, the doorbell to the presidential suite rang, and since Mark's room was right next to the door, he got up and opened it immediately. When he opened the door, Mark was dumbfounded and thought that he was dreaming. Young. Shh. Chloe held up her finger to her lips, and Mark immediately swallowed his words. "Where's he?" Chloe's voice was soft. "The president is in the innermost room." "Okay." Chloe nodded and walked right in. "Is the young madam checking on him? Luckily, he's not doing anything bad. That would be scary." Mark was stunned to see Chloe arrive in the middle of the night. Chloe walked to the door and felt her heartbeat increase. Sure, they had been married a really long time, but she still felt incredibly nervous. She cleared her throat, purposely lowered her voice, and asked, "President Dawson, do you need special service?" After Chloe said what she did, she couldn't help but giggle. She didn't know how Mr. Dawson would react. Would he remain silent on the other side of the door, or would he kick her out? She lowered her head and wondered. The door opened with a bang, and before Chloe could react, someone held her up by her waist. Then, an hour later, when Chloe walked out of the bathroom, she was so tired that she fell right into Jack's embrace. "Honey, how did you know it was me? You pushed me down without looking. What if I was someone else?" Jack held her and smiled. If it was someone else, Mark wouldn't let them in, and they wouldn't dare act so crazily in front of my door. He added, "I can immediately tell who you are no matter how you change your voice." "It's so late. What are you doing here? The 2-hour plane ride must have been exhausting." Jack caringly brushed away a lock of hair on Chloe's forehead. Okay. You're too smart. You guessed everything. What a bummer." Upon hearing this, Jack laughed. "I was really worried about you." Chloe turned around and hugged Jack tightly. "You saw the news?" Chloe nodded without speaking. "Sorry for making you worry. I thought that you were asleep, and, to avoid harassment from the media, I turned off my phone. I didn't know you would be so worried. I think about the worst when I can't get into contact with you. So I came here straight away. Seeing that you're fine makes me happy," Chloe said, as she buried her head in Jack's chest, basking in his warmth that only belonged to her. After a while, Chloe raised her head. "Honey, what about the incident? Don't worry, I can handle it. Go to sleep." The two hugged tightly, threw all of their worries away, and went to sleep. The next morning, at 6 in the morning, after the two had breakfast, Jack drove Chloe straight to the airport. Before she left, the two were inseparable. "Honey, come home soon. I'll be waiting for you." Chloe was like a little kid, holding Jack's hand, not wanting to let go. Disregarding the envious or jealous looks from others, Jack held up Chloe's face and passionately kissed her peachy pink lips. "I'll be fine, don't worry." Mark watched them from a distance and could not be more envious. The president and young madam had been married for quite a while already, but the two still acted like newlyweds. They loved each other so much. He was lucky that he wasn't single, or he would have probably died from watching them display their affection towards each other. The next morning, the news headlines of other in their city were filled with GK's exposé. Countless reporters surrounded GK's headquarters, and some stockholders even protested at the doors. At that moment, everything fell into chaos. When Jack's father went back to the company, he was stuck at the door. "Chairman Dawson? Why are you here? Did your son run away because of the incident?" "Peter, give us our money back. We're going to lose all our money if your stocks drop, you dishonest man." "You BS? How could you forcefully demolish people's houses? You and your family are going to face retribution for this." "President Dawson, can you explain if it was your call to forcefully demolish or your partner's call? We heard that 5 people died already. An entire family got crushed under a building. It was so tragic." Jack's dad remained silent and entered the headquarters with the stress on his back. He was planning the morning meeting when the vice president reported, "Chairman, after the opening of the stock market, our prices dropped significantly within 10 minutes. What are we going to do? There will be a huge slide if we let this go on." When Peter heard this, he felt his eyes black out. Before he could speak, he fell unconscious onto the ground. "Chairman, Chairman." At South Side Recuperation Center, Chloe had just changed into her white lab coat in preparation to work when she received a call from GK. "Young madam, please come here immediately." The chairman fainted. "All right, I'll be there immediately." When Chloe heard that her father-in-law fainted, she immediately took the day off and drove to the first hospital. Outside the VIP room, "Doctor, how's my father-in-law?" "Dr. Green, your dad's situation isn't looking good. He has high blood pressure and his heart is fragile." The stress made the situation even worse. "What should we do now? Does he have to undergo surgery?" "My suggestion is to keep him under observation in the hospital for now. At his age, the chances don't look good. Look at this. This is the CT from the neurology department." The doctor then handed Peter's medical file to Chloe, who read through it, before looking up at the doctor with a stern expression on her face. "You're right. Surgery isn't the best option right now. I agree with what you said. Lower my dad's blood pressure for now. High blood pressure is too dangerous. It can cause a vein rupture in the brain at any moment and cause a brain hemorrhage." "Thank you, doctor. Don't mention it. We've known each other for a while now. I'll go back to work then. You can see the patient now." Chloe nodded. When she entered the room, only Mrs. Dawson was by his side. She held Peter's hand worryingly, as if she was saying something. Tears rolled down her face. "What are you crying for?" "I'm not dead yet," Peter replied weakly. Chloe took in a deep breath, walked over, and greeted them. "Dad, are you feeling better now?" "Chloe, you're here." "Chloe." Mrs. Dawson turned around too, and the couple looked at Chloe. I heard that you fainted and was really worried." "I'm fine. It's just some old problems." "You're busy with work. You shouldn't run back and forth." Peter looked like he didn't want to inconvenience his children. "Dad, we're family. Nothing is more important than your health." Chloe walked closer, found the speed of the infusion to be too fast, and adjusted it. "Dad, I talked to your doctor. He's a really famous neurosurgeon. Don't worry and relax. He said that you're fine." "I can't. Jack's not at the company and there's a lot of things to take care of. I have to go back." Peter looked like he didn't want to stay at the hospital. "Peter, listen to Chloe. Look at yourself. You can't possibly go back. Is money more important than your health? Mrs. Dawson seemed to be scared as she clutched her husband's hand tightly. But Peter seemed like he wanted to say something. But before he could speak, Chloe interrupted him. Dad, I'll take care of everything at the company. I called for a day off at the hospital, so just leave the company to me before Jack comes back. You should just focus on recovering. Don't think about anything else, okay? Chloe seemed like she was trying to convince a child as she persuaded the kind old man. Did you hear what Chloe said? Chloe's the best doctor at this hospital. You should listen to what she's saying. Mrs. Dawson tried to convince her husband as well. There are a lot of things to take care of, Chloe. Can you handle it? Peter was still pretty worried. Dad, I'll handle it. Chloe smiled confidently. Then Chloe helped contact the best caretaker at the hospital to take care of her father-in-law. She didn't leave until after buying them lunch. Mom, I'm going to head over to GK now. Here's lunch and some fruit. Take good care of Dad. I'll come by after work. Go. I'll take care of him here. When she left the hospital, Chloe called Jack and told him that his dad was fine and not to worry. Only then did Jack rest at ease and continue taking care of the things in Other City. At GK's headquarters, Chloe went back to South Hill Manor to change into a casual black suit before going to the company. After all, it was a company, not a hospital. She didn't have the luxury to wear whatever she wanted to. When Chloe arrived, it was the president's lead assistant, Bella, who greeted her. She was Jack's most competent assistant, other than Mark. She was a strong, independent woman and a workaholic. Young madam, you're here. Please inform everyone that there will be an executive meeting in 5 minutes. Is President Dawson back? Bella froze for a second, and Chloe shook her head. I'm holding it. You're holding it? Stella was obviously surprised. President Dawson has some unfinished business in Other City, so I'll be taking care of things here for the time being. Okay, I understand. I'll let everyone know. Then, Chloe went up to the president's office and fixed her appearance. 5 minutes later, inside GK's executive meeting room, 13 executives looked at the young madam, who sat in the middle of the room with visible confusion. As you may know, President Dawson is still taking care of affairs in another city. Chairman Dawson has fallen ill and is receiving treatment in the hospital. I'll take their places for the next few days. Let's begin. Please ask whatever questions you may have. Time's precious, and we should hurry. This was Chloe's official debut to the executive meeting. She was incredibly calm and wasn't afraid of the situation she was in. Her self-confidence was out of the roof as she faced the 13 executives. She had Jack's rhythm when he held meetings and looked incredibly handsome. Everyone was silent, as they were not used to it. Are my words not being understood? Do I have to repeat what I said? Chloe's face frosted over, enunciating every word. Young madam, after the stock market opened, our prices fell. Our stats are unbearable. Finally, some executive began speaking. I know. The reason for the fall is because of the scandal concerning the forced demolition. President Dawson is personally seeing to that right now. If we can save our reputation, the stock prices will stop falling now. That won't be hard next. Young madam, this is GK Film and Television's quarterly report. Please have a look. The director of GK Film and Television carefully handed her a folder. Chloe took it, looked it over, and saw the key points immediately. There's a 22% drop in comparison to last quarter? Chloe asked. Yes, young madam. It's our fault. We failed you. GK Film and Television was run by a smart, competent female director. Chloe knew what she was like as they had interacted before. It's not your fault. A while ago, our new film was boycotted. That affected us quite a bit. It's not entirely the fault of the company, as there was outside intervention. Don't worry. Things will get better soon. The director was surprised by what Chloe said, since she thought that the young madam would berate her. However, her expectations were defied. Thank you for your understanding. How's the competition? It's at the final stage. After the breakout portion, we'll have the 10 finalists. Go back and devise a plan. For the 10 finalists, We'll live stream it and work with a popular news channel. We have to increase the exposure of the program. When the winner is announced, she'll be a star already, Chloe suggested. Young madam, President Dawson said the exact same thing. I'll start drafting the plan right after the meeting and we'll get it sorted out within 2 days. The director was surprised. All right, Chloe nodded. Young madam, the sales of GK jewelry have decreased recently. A while ago, President Dawson said that he wanted us to launch the new styles of the spring season. We have the designs here right now, so can you take a look? Having an executive meeting was a terrifying thing, as she had to face hot problems passed over from different departments at any moment. Chloe took the documents, glanced at them, and looked up. How about this? Send these to my email and I'll take a look when I'm free. Okay. Young madam, President and Mrs. Liu of Liu Corporation are visiting the city tonight from Southeast Asia, and President Dawson made plans to have dinner with them tonight. Should we reschedule? How long are they going to be here for? Chloe asked. 3 days? 3 days only? In that case, President Dawson might not make it back on time. Make arrangements. I'll have dinner with them tonight. Send me the time and place later, Chloe slowly replied. Yes, young madam. Young madam, the company entrance is surrounded by reporters and investors. Should we release a statement? The PR manager asked. Not yet. We'll decide once I talk to President Dawson tonight. I'll make the necessary arrangements if a statement needs to be released. Yes, young madam. Is there anything else? Chloe glanced around upon seeing that no one else asked any more questions. No, young madam. Good. You can all head back now. Then, Chloe stood up and left, with Stella following closely behind her. Just like that, a 25-year-old young woman conducted a brilliant executive meeting at the largest corporation in the city. She didn't study beforehand or even prepare herself. However, she dealt with the problems of each department so easily, without the slightest bit of hesitation. She was such an unbelievable existence. After she left the conference room, the executives were still exclaiming amongst themselves, "Our young madam is so cool, she conducted the meeting, just like that." Exactly. I knew President Dawson would never marry an ordinary woman. The young madam is so talented. Too bad she's a doctor, with her intelligence. If she came here and helped President Dawson, our company will become an international conglomerate in no time. Is she really 25 years old? She seems more mature than I do. She's no less domineering than President Dawson. Yeah, they're so perfect for each other. The executives talked and talked, but it was all about how cool, smart, and efficient young mistress was. They praised her flawlessness and her vibe. She was a born leader. Inside the president's office, Chloe went back to Jack's office and turned on his computer, browsing through the stock market. Then, she signed the documents each department sent her. Here's some coffee, young madam. Stella brought in a cup of coffee. Get me some milk, thanks. Even if she were super busy, she still remembered that she was preparing her body for pregnancy. After all, Jack only let her drink milk whenever she came to GK. Therefore, she was already used to it. Sure. Stella froze for a second before getting her a glass of warm milk. Chloe spent her afternoon organizing all sorts of data. Right before she left, the administration department sent her a text message containing her evening schedule. 8 p.m., Hilton Hotel Restaurant. Dinner with President and Mrs. Liu of Liu Corporation. Chloe placed her phone on the desk and pressed the internal line. Yes, young madam? When Stella walked in, Chloe asked, Are you free tonight? I am. Can you work overtime? Come to dinner with me. I'll double your overtime salary, Chloe joked, and Stella also laughed. At 5:30 p.m., Chloe organized her documents and left work. Then, she headed towards the first hospital. On her way there, she put on her Bluetooth and dialed a number. Honey, Jack's gentle voice sounded from the other end. Honey, I just left GK and wanted to give you a brief report. Everything here was good today. How's it going in other city? Chloe asked with a smile on her face. A little tricky. Jack didn't hide the truth from her. Worried, Chloe asked, Did they find Jennifer yet? Not yet. What are you going to do then? It's okay. It's no use finding her right now. No one will believe her even if she explains the situation. Right now, I'm consoling the victim's family and trying to figure out how this happened. GK won't just accept being the scapegoat for this incident. Forced demolition isn't a big deal, but the death of 5 people is, and we can't afford to take the blame for something like this. Be careful. Honey, have you had dinner? Not yet. I'm heading to the hospital to see Dad right now. I'm going to eat with them before seeing clients later tonight. Thank you for all the hard work, Jack said, feeling heartbroken. He wished he could be at multiple places at once. That way, his wife wouldn't be forced to deal with everything in the city. Don't thank me. We're family. Your matters are my matters. I'll head back home as soon as I'm done here. Okay. After their sweet conversation, Chloe bought some takeout and soon arrived at the first hospital. Dad, how are you feeling? Much better. Chloe, how's the company doing? Peter was still worried about GK. After all, he fought for this company his entire life. Dad, I've dealt with everything. You should focus on recovering. Don't eat anything oily and drink some multigrain congee. I will. Peter nodded. Then, she handed another bento box to Mrs. Dawson. Mom, taking care of Dad is tiring, so I bought you a nutritious sea cucumber congee and some shrimp dumplings. You should have some. You're so considerate. Mrs. Dawson held the bento box in her hands, feeling a little emotional. A long journey proves the stamina of a horse, and the passage of time tells the true from the false. A person who wore a mask on her face can put on a show for a short period of time, but whenever Jack was in trouble, Chloe would always be the first one to stand up. She never showed fear and didn't care about what others said. She always supported him, no matter what. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson felt incredibly lucky to have a daughter-in-law like her. When they saw the live stream and photos of Chloe protecting her husband in front of the media, they knew that Jack made the right decision to marry her. Now, they were even more touched that she was helping out with GK and visiting them at the hospital, day in and day out. Chloe, I know how busy you are. You don't have to come here every day. Me and the caretaker will take care of your dad. You need to take care of yourself as well. After all, you're still preparing for pregnancy. I know, Mom. I know my limits. Chloe enjoyed a simple dinner with her in-laws at the hospital. When it was time, she drove home and changed into a dress. Then, she got her hair done, put on some nude makeup, and picked Stella up from GK. Chloe didn't like social or business interactions. She would occasionally attend events with Jack, but this was her first time seeing clients on her own. Today, she wore an emerald dress, bringing a speck of green to the icy white winter, and making an impression on anyone who saw her. She had a white shawl with tassels over her shoulders, and looked elegant in her gold high heels. Her hair was curled naturally, and the style was fitting for a woman her age. She didn't look immature, nor did she look old. Stella, what do you think? Truth be told, Chloe was nervous to meet with clients by herself. You're really pretty. Stella looked at the elegant young madam from the passenger's seat and gave a compliment from the bottom of her heart. Chloe smiled faintly. Then, she drove her Audi R8 towards the Hilton Hotel with Stella. She had done her homework. The Liu Corporation and GK mainly cooperated in jewelry. The Liu Corporation was the biggest raw jewels supplier in Southeast Asia. The main source of their jewels came from Sri Lanka, where diamonds and manpower were both cheap. GK, on the other hand, always tried to keep their prices down to earth. The same diamonds and other jewelry would cost significantly less and be of better quality than other luxurious brands. Therefore, the company had enjoyed the stellar reputation over the years. GK Jewelry was an important segment of GK, and the company would never give this department up. Therefore, meeting with important clients such as President Liu was crucial. Inside Hilton Hotel's resultant, when Chloe walked in, she immediately saw President and Mrs. Liu. They were around 50 years old, about the same age as Jack's parents. President Liu was low-key, and only brought with him a bodyguard and an interpreter. Chloe was even more low-key, as she only brought Stella. She said, "President and Mrs. Liu, welcome to the city. My name is Chloe. I am Jack's wife. I've heard President Dawson talk about you before. He has a good wife." President Liu smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. Let's sit." Chloe reached out and gestured for the couple to sit down. Stella was slightly surprised when Chloe first opened her mouth. "I heard that you're from the city as well, Mrs. Liu?" Chloe asked. "Yes, my mother was from here, and my father's Thai. I'm mixed," Mrs. Liu replied gently. Rather than complimenting them and kissing their asses, Chloe conversed with them fluently and casually. They first talked about GK jewelry, then real estate, and then even the new film and television company. The couple was satisfied with Chloe's professional mannerisms. "Mrs. Dawson, my daughter and I really like Cody and his songs." "Thank you. He's a hard-working kid. I treat him like my own brother." Chloe smiled. "Can you give me 2 signed albums? I'm sure my daughters will be very happy." Mrs. Liu immediately began fangirling. "Of course. Next time you should bring your daughters. I can arrange for them to meet with Cody." "Really? That would be amazing." They continued to enjoy dinner. Mrs. Liu really liked Chloe, so she kept asking to drink with her. Due to the difference in age, Chloe treated them with respect, and therefore couldn't refuse the drinks. Soon they finished an entire bottle of wine. However, Mrs. Liu wanted more, and she called the waiter for another bottle. Worried, Stella whispered in Chloe's ear, "Young madam, I can drink for you." "No, it's okay. I can handle it." Chloe knew Mrs. Liu liked her because they had a lot to talk about, so it would seem insincere if she asked her assistant to drink in lieu of her. After dinner, Chloe's face became red, and she felt a little tipsy. "Mrs. Dawson, I heard Seductive Fox is a really popular club. Can you take us there?" Mrs. Liu asked towards the end of dinner. She may be more than 50 years old, but she still had the heart of a teenager. Stella glanced awkwardly at the young madam. She was worried about the latter not being able to handle it. However, Chloe smiled. "Sure, let's head there now. The owner of Seductive Fox is a good friend of Jack and me." "Great, let's head out." The Liu couple really seemed to have enjoyed themselves. They didn't even realize how much Chloe already drank. When Chloe and the clients arrived at Seductive Fox, Rick immediately got a VIP room ready for them. Feeling a little dizzy, Chloe picked out some songs for them to sing and left the room. She leaned on the wall in the hallway, took out a cigarette, and placed it in her mouth. Just as she was about to light it, however, someone snatched it away. "Why are you smoking? Are you trying to kill yourself?" A familiar voice sounded from beside her, causing her to tilt her head and look at the man beside her in surprise. "Why are you here?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Justin. It seemed like her chances of bumping into him increased when she came to Seductive Fox. However, it was normal for Justin to treat clients here since he was the president of a renowned entertainment company. The best club in the city was Seductive Fox, so where else could he go? "I'm here with clients." Justin placed Chloe's cigarette on his ear. "What a coincidence. So am I." Chloe smiled again. She was a little tipsy, so she leaned weakly against the wall. Feeling dizzy, she didn't know what to say except smile. "Hospital chiefs need to meet with clients?" Justin tilted his head and asked. "No, they're GK's clients. Where's your husband?" "Still in other city. He left you to clean up his mess." Justin looked at Chloe, feeling heartbroken. "He didn't leave it to me. I wanted to help." Chloe chuckled, leaving Justin slightly jealous. After a while, he slowly said, "Jack has a good wife." Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled but didn't say anything. She rarely smoked, only when she felt pressured or was drunk. Just now, she wanted to sober herself up with a cigarette, but to her surprise, Justin snatched it from her. Therefore, they just stood there, leaning against the walls of the hallways and chatting casually like old friends. Justin secretly glanced at Chloe's profile. The hallways of Seductive Fox were dim, but even so, Chloe looked beautiful. There were so many instances where Justin wanted to hug her. just hug her. But now that they were so close to each other, he chickened out. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chloe's eyes met Justin's. I wanted to ask you if you're a little tipsy. Your face is really red." Embarrassed, Justin changed the subject. Chloe nodded in admission. "Yes, I drank 2 bottles of wine and 5 bottles of beer." "Are you kidding? Why would you get yourself drunk for a client?" "It's not like GK needs the money." Justin froze. "I wanted to drink. The client is just a part of the reason. A lot of things have been happening and I haven't been sleeping well. So, I thought I'd sleep better if I drank." Chloe smiled. "But, aren't you preparing yourself for pregnancy? Getting drunk and smoking isn't good for the baby." Justin suddenly said this out of nowhere. After 3 seconds of silence, Chloe burst out in laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Justin got goosebumps, and Chloe replied, "I didn't think you would say something like this. You're hilarious." "I'm serious. Drinking and smoking kills. How are you going to get pregnant like that?" "But I'm not even pregnant yet," Chloe said, feeling dejected. She had done everything she could. She got a checkup, drank traditional medicine, and even prayed to the Buddha at the temple. However, she still wasn't pregnant. So what else was she supposed to do? "Don't worry, you're definitely going to have children." Although Justin's heart ached when he said this, he still wanted Chloe to be happy. He didn't like it when she was being all sad and emotional, hiding in a corner, smoking. He wanted to see her being the arrogant and aggressive doctor. Green, someone who could shut a patient up with one sentence. However, he also knew everyone had their weak moments, and even a genius like Chloe could get tired. As they chatted, a waiter suddenly walked up to her. "Mrs. Dawson, my boss is asking for you." "Rick?" Confused, Chloe asked, and the waiter nodded. "I'll be going then, young Master Cooper." "Oh, right. Do you want to give me back my cigarette?" She playfully reached out her hand at Justin. "In your dreams. I'm not giving the cigarette back to you. If I find out that you're smoking again, I'm going to." "What are you going to do?" Chloe laughed and asked Justin before he could finish his thought. "Forget it. You're so omnipotent. No one can do anything to you. Just get going." Then, Justin turned around and went back into his room while Chloe followed the waiter into Rick's office, VIP room. Justin carefully removed the cigarette from his ear and touched it carefully, unwilling to let go. He remembered all of her words and movements just now. Whenever he thought of her, his expression would immediately soften. The top floor of Seductive Fox, Chloe was surprised that Rick asked to see her, since he always contacted Jack directly. Therefore, on the way to his office, she wondered if something happened to her husband. After going in, she saw Rick sitting on the couch and holding his phone, seemingly up to something. Upon seeing Chloe, he stood up. "You're here." "Mm-hmm. Have a seat first." Chloe sat down, and Rick's assistant immediately poured Chloe a cup of hot coffee. "Did you speak with Jack?" "Yeah, we call each other every day." Chloe nodded. "Did he tell you how dire the situation in Other City is?" "He didn't, but it was an easy guess, or else he wouldn't still be there," Chloe replied calmly. "The truth is, Jack and I have been investigating someone," Rick slowly said. "Andrew? Smart." Rick nodded. "Did you find anything?" "I think he's controlling Jennifer, but I don't know how they contact each other. They've been really discreet. The people I sent to tail Andrew haven't gotten any useful information either. Will the problem be resolved if you find Jennifer?" "You can say that. We also need her to change her testimony to clear Jack's name. We also need to know if the contractors in her stamped documents really participated in the forced demolition. That way, we'll find out if GK really participated, or if someone else did something so heartless and blamed GK for it. Jack really cares about this accident. After all, 5 people died. Yeah, death is a big deal. I know he's been trying to deal with this incident. There are 2 things I wanted to talk to you about today." "Go ahead." Chloe felt soberer as she looked at Rick, listening to him intently. "1, you need to be cautious towards Andrew. I've always been cautious. It's not enough. You probably have no idea how dangerous he really is. Overall, you really need to keep as much distance away from him as possible. I will. Chloe nodded. She knew Rick wouldn't say something like that for no reason. What's the second thing? She asked, after a few seconds of silence. Rick slowly asked, I wanted to know, what's a good gift to give a girl on Valentine's Day? Is it a present for your girlfriend, Cece? Chloe laughed. She was shocked by how out of context Rick's question was. Feeling shy, Rick nodded. Fresh flowers, of course. If she's your first love, then give her pink roses. If you are in your honeymoon phase, then red roses. If she's the love of your life, then blue roses. A rich man like you should at least buy 999 roses, right? What else should I give her that'll make her happy? This was Rick's first time being in a relationship. He didn't know how to woo a girl, nor did he know what to give her. Therefore, he idiotically gave Cece a bank card that had $1 million in it. But she threw it in his face. Not all women liked being hit with money. But Rick didn't know that. To him, money was a great present, because she could buy anything she wanted to. You mean you want to melt her heart with your sincerity? Chloe seemed to understand what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Rick nodded heavily. He looked at her with the eyes of an innocent child. Chloe perfectly guessed what he wanted. I think you should do something you've never done before, Chloe suggested. Like that? Like cooking for her. Think about it, you're basically giving her your first time. But you need to do your homework and find out what she likes to eat. It's called catering to her pleasure. Rick nodded, digesting what she said, and replied, Okay, I'll do that. Thanks, Chloe. No problem. If anything happens while Jack's not here or if you need something done, just tell me. Rick reminded her, and Chloe nodded. I will. You should head back. Your clients are still in the room. Oh, right. I have to go back. Only then did Chloe remember that the Liu couple was still inside the VIP room. Therefore, after her conversation with Rick, she headed right back. She had a few more drinks and sang a few songs with them before concluding the schedule that night. She was going to go see her father-in-law at the hospital, but her head was spinning. Stella said from the driver's seat, Young madam, I'll drive you home first. Okay. Just as Stella was about to start the car, an ordinary-looking man walked up to them. Then, he said to Chloe, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, President Cooper asked me to give this to you. Then, before Chloe could say anything, that man left. Chloe picked up the bottle he handed her. It was a drink that helped with sobering up and falling asleep. This drink wasn't sold on the market yet, but it was a drink that Cooper Financial Bank developed that was only distributed amongst family and friends. It contained expensive, nerve-calming traditional medicines and was a precious existence in the wealthy circle. Touched, Chloe realized that although Justin seemed careless, he could be incredibly diligent as well. Opening the bottle, she took 2 giant swigs before leaning back on her seat. Let's go, Stella. Yes, young madam. Stella thought the young madam asked her to come so she could be the interpreter or drink for her. After all, many company executives ask their employees to do stuff like that. However, Chloe did everything herself. When they were heading back, Chloe felt too tipsy and couldn't drive, so she was going to call a designated driver. But Stella was worried and therefore insisted on driving Chloe home. She realized that the young madam was a good person who never acted pretentious because she was Jack's wife. Moreover, she didn't treat her employees like they were just an asset. Like President Dawson, she respected and placed her trust in GK's employees. Stella pressed a button in the car, and music began to play. It was Chloe's favorite song, Hotel California. It was such a beautiful night, and Stella felt free of worry as she listened to this song. She glanced over at the young madam. Her eyes were closed, and she looked like a kid. Although she wasn't the most beautiful woman on earth, Chloe was easy on the eyes. The more Stella looked at her, the prettier she seemed. Stella thought that President Dawson indeed had a good wife. The young madam would set aside her own matters and help him whenever the company needed her. She really did love her husband, didn't she? The next morning, Chloe arrived at the company bright and early. The company was going to conduct a press conference at 9 a.m., explaining the scandal in Other City. She and Jack had come to this decision last night, but just as she was about to head to the hotel, Mark suddenly called her. "Young Madam President Dawson said to cancel the press conference." "Why?" Chloe froze. 15 minutes ago, Jennifer was found dead in her apartment. President Dawson was arrested by the police, and they're looking into this case as we speak. What? Chloe felt like a strike of lightning had hit her on a sunny day. Jennifer was dead, and Jack was arrested pending investigation? Did he have something to do with her death? How did she die? Chloe really wasn't prepared for this at all. Although she disliked Jennifer, she never wished for the latter's death. That feeling of someone she knew dying spread to the bottom of her heart, giving her chills. To Chloe, Other City was an incredibly unsafe city, since Jack's opponent was a devil who murdered people without blinking. If the death of the family of 5 during the forced demolition was an accident, then Jennifer's death was a deliberate act of murder. Moreover, the murderer had an obvious intention. "Young madam, don't worry. President Dawson is still at the police station and I'm heading there right now. I'll update you when he's released." "Okay, remember to keep me updated on the issue," Chloe said, with worry. Other City Police Bureau. When Mark arrived, Jack had just begun recording his testimony. He was a powerful man of special status, so he wasn't locked up and interrogated in a small black room. "Mr. Dawson, where were you last night from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.? "I was sleeping at the Marriott Hotel." "Who was there with you?" "My assistant, Mr. Mark." "Did you ever leave the hotel?" the police asked. "Number. How can you prove that?" "The hotel has surveillance cameras at the front and back entrance, so you would see me if I left. Feel free to bring up the footage from last night." The victim, Jennifer, died in her own apartment. When we found her, she had been dead for a while. According to forensics, she died between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. last night from asphyxiation by a foreign object. We searched the entire apartment, but couldn't find any clues related to her death. We looked into her social circle and noticed that she worked in your company. "Yes, she's the general manager of our branch here." Jack nodded. "That's not important. Most importantly, the last text before her death was to you." "I never received a text." Jack froze upon hearing what the policeman said. He really didn't get a text from her, so he was just as shocked when he heard that she was dead. The police then took out a cell phone, wrapped in a plastic bag. "She didn't get the chance to send out this text. It's not even a complete sentence. It just says, 'President Dawson.' Our assumption is that she wanted to tell you something." "What did she say?" Jack was curious. Just 3 words, "President Dawson. But I guess we'll never know what she wanted to type." "Is there a chance that the murderer left this message on purpose to confuse you?" Jack asked calmly. "That's a possibility as well, but right now we only found the victim's fingerprints on the phone, so we don't know yet. We're sending the cell phone to the lab tonight to check for residual dandruff." "Oh," Jack thought about it and nodded. "Has this employee been behaving weirdly recently?" The policeman probed, and Jack answered truthfully. "She betrayed the company and stole confidential material. She publicized those documents, defamed the company, and affected my reputation. I've been trying to get in touch with her, but my attempts had been unsuccessful. So, there was a conflict between the two of you, right?" "Yes." Jack nodded. "So, there is probable motive to suspect you for murder." Mark went crazy before Jack had a chance to respond. He glared at the police. "What are you talking about? President Dawson was at the hotel with me all night. He didn't even have time to commit murder. But he can order others to do it. He didn't have to do it himself. Watch your mouth. You're making false charges against President Dawson." Mark had never been more furious in his life. Were the policemen here King idiots? How could they suspect President Dawson? Jack pulled the corner of Mark's shirt. "Calm down and sit. But President Dawson, I told you to sit down." Mark immediately sat down upon realizing that Jack was mad. "I understand why you're suspecting me. I'll cooperate with the police while you search for evidence, and I hope you can solve this case as soon as possible. I didn't want my employee to die either. After all, there are so many questions I still wanted to ask her. Her death is a burden on me as well." "Okay, this case is currently our #1 priority. We will solve it as soon as possible." Although the police officers suspected Jack, they didn't have enough proof to detain him. Therefore, he could go about his business and sleep in his own hotel room. However, because of his current situation, he couldn't leave Other City. Things soon became more complicated than ever. That night, someone posted an article online titled, "GK's manager was murdered. The young president is involved." The article was written in detail and explained how Jennifer was investigated by GK because she had too many secrets on her hands. However, she mysteriously died, and therefore, Jack must be the culprit. As soon as this article was posted, the media began sharing it, and it quickly went viral. More and more netizens began bashing on Jack, immediately blowing Jennifer's death out of context. Jack was busy the entire day and didn't get back to his hotel room until 8 p.m. that evening. As soon as he went in, he sent Chloe a video request. "Honey?" Chloe calmed down upon seeing her husband's face. "Don't worry, honey. I'm okay." He always sounded so nonchalant, as if he could handle everything. How did Jennifer die? Asphyxiation. She suffocated? Chloe was surprised. Apparently it was asphyxiation by a foreign object. There wasn't direct evidence, so the police didn't say what killed her. But I think someone suffocated her with a pillow, handkerchief, or something like that. This is terrible. I have a feeling that Jennifer's murderer framed you to ruin your reputation. I feel the same. Jack smiled. How can you still be smiling? Chloe blamed Jack. When I see your face, I don't care about anything anymore, really. The truth was, Jack had been in a foul mood for the past few days. However, no matter how bad of a mood he was in, he always adjusted himself before video chatting Chloe. He didn't want the woman he loved to worry about him. "Honey, when can you come back? I miss you." Chloe looked at Jack's face, feeling heartbroken that he had lost. "Wait. Soon. I'll head back as soon as I'm done here." "Did you see that article from last night?" "Don't worry about it. Someone's trying to make this incident a bigger deal than it is. Should we issue a statement?" "No. The more we explain, the guiltier we'll seem. Time will prove everything. Honey, you need to be careful. Jennifer's dead. This just proves how ruthless your enemies are. They're completely devoid of humanity and capable of killing people like they don't matter. I'm really worried about you, anxious." Chloe reminded Jack again and again. "I know, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me." "Then come back soon," Chloe pouted. I will." Before hanging up, Chloe gently caressed Jack's handsome face on her screen. She really wanted to hug him, or act coyishly in his arms. However, they were in 2 different cities. After hanging up, Chloe didn't feel sleepy at all. After chatting with Victoria and Sarah for a while, she uploaded a status onto Weibo and her Snap friend circle. Good and evil will always be awarded. Heaven will bring evil people to trial. Thomas. "Sis? What happened?" Chloe replied, "Nothing. Go back to studying." Sarah. "The gods are watching everything. Some people are digging their own graves." Victoria. "Chloe, let me give you a hug. Everything will soon pass." Violet. "Chief, everything will be fine. I know nothing will stump you." Cody. "Sis, take care of yourself. We'll always support you." Noah. "People with bad intentions will be met with bad fate. Let's watch them dig their own graves." A lot of netizens commented on Weibo as well. Some good, some bad. There were more than 10,000 comments over the span of 30 minutes. Dr. Green, have you been in a bad mood? Dr. Green, I went to the hospital yesterday to schedule an appointment with you, but they said you're on a break. When are you coming back? Chloe, I believe you're the best. Aren't there rumors that your husband killed a woman? Is it true? I read in some newspaper that something was going on between them, and he killed her so you wouldn't find out? If your husband's the murderer, then you're the ones digging your own graves. I heard GK's stocks are falling fast. Should I buy some while they're low? I'm just a passerby who doesn't know what happened, but I'm waiting for the truth to come out. I have a feeling that someone's defaming GK. On purpose. Chloe couldn't sleep. Halfway through the night, she picked up her phone, opened her company mailbox, and began working. It was such a critical time, and her husband wasn't here. If she didn't hold on, others will look down upon them. Therefore, she made herself a cup of coffee and tried her best to buck up as she planned her itinerary for tomorrow. Andrew's mansion. Bella came back to gather her stuff since she thought it was time for them to get divorced. She didn't see the point in pretending anymore. To her surprise, however, Andrew came back at this time. "Why are you here?" Bella glared icily at him, and he replied, "You can't move out yet. Are you kidding me? Why should I listen to you? I told you, now's not the time to get divorced. Don't make me repeat myself." Andrew looked at Bella domineeringly, obviously annoyed. God knew how much he hated her. If he had no use for her, she wouldn't have lasted this long. "That's your problem, not mine. I can't wait any longer. I have nothing left to say to someone like you." Bella had had enough of him. She used to think that she was the fakest human alive, but she now realized that Andrew was the fakest of them all. He lived two lives. To outsiders, he was a true gentleman. However, there was a devil living inside him that could wake up at any given time. She didn't care how many women Andrew had outside of their nominal marriage. All she wanted was to run away from this devil as soon as possible. "Oh yeah? Does that mean you don't care about Jack anymore?" Andrew smiled. Upon hearing Jack's name, Bella paused. She looked up and glared angrily at Andrew's face. "What did you do to Jack?" "He's other city's #1 suspect right now." Andrew laughed nonchalantly. "He didn't do it. Jack would never kill anyone." As stupid as Bella was, she still knew that a man of Jack's power and status would never murder anymore. Why would he do something so degrading? "Ha ha, you sure trust him? But I bet he doesn't even care about you. I bet he won't look at you, even if you stripped naked in front of him." Andrew walked up to Bella, attacking and humiliating her with his words. "That's my business. I don't care if he doesn't want to look at me even if I strip naked, but no matter how much I wear, I still get nauseous in front of a person like you." Upon hearing this, Andrew slapped her with all his might, hitting Bella's face so hard that she began seeing stars. Falling to the ground, she felt blood dripping down her face. "You all like Jack, don't you? What's so good about him? But don't worry, I'll make sure you get to see what he ends up like. And you, stop pretending to be a high-status socialite in front of me. You and your dad are dogs to me. Understand?" Andrew spat as he pinched Bella's chin, his smile filled with a thirst for blood. Bella shivered. She wanted but didn't have the guts to curse or yell at him. She felt like, aside from the Andrew in front of her, there was another devil living inside him. The moment the devil wakes up, her nightmare would begin. "I told you, you don't have to live here, but you can't make a scene moving out and attract attention. Don't let the media find out about our relationship. Just keep pretending to be in love with me. Bella, don't do anything stupid, or else you'll end up worse than Jennifer." Then, Andrew slowly got up and left. Bella's heart sank as she finally came to the realization that Andrew had something to do with Jennifer's death. However, who was he working with? Those people were capable of killing Jennifer without a trace. If her assumptions were true, then he was a truly terrifying murderer. At this thought, Bella became so scared that she stopped gathering her stuff and immediately ran out of Andrew's mansion, unwilling to stay for another second. The next morning, Chloe woke up and covered her dark circles with a thick layer of foundation. Then, she changed into a suit and headed towards GK headquarters. "Good morning, young madam." "Young madam, good morning." The employees greeted her as she walked in, and she smiled back at them. This 25-year-old woman had such a strong aura that she was completely capable of holding down GK's fort. Young madam, the morning meeting is in less than 5 minutes. Okay, Chloe nodded. After organizing the documents for the morning meeting, she and Stella headed into the conference room. The meeting lasted for an entire hour, but none of the executives had the chance to speak. They listened to Chloe talk fervently while presenting her documents. Did you all understand what I just said? Chloe scanned the room afterward. Yes, young madame. Does anyone have any objections? Chloe looked down and gathered the documents, while an executive answered, No, we all agree with your proposal. Then, Chloe nodded and glanced at Stella. Get the car ready. Let's go to the hotel and deal with those reporters. Young madam, are we really going to hold a press conference? Stella was worried. Were they pushing themselves into a corner by holding a press conference at a sensitive time like this? What if Chloe was stumped by a reporter's question? Wouldn't it make things worse for the company? We have to, Chloe said with determination. After preparing notes for an entire evening, she was sure that she could turn the tables for Jack. Other City. Jack was the prime suspect, so he couldn't leave Other City. Inside Marriott Hotel, Rick called Jack to apologize. Jack, I'm sorry. I didn't think Andrew would lure us away from our base. I kept following him and forgot about Other City because I thought he was going to plan something big in our city. I didn't think he would be so quick to kill. It's not your fault. If we could predict his next steps, then he wouldn't be Andrew. Jack never underestimated Andrew, and always knew that he was an extremely meticulous and ruthless individual. Therefore, he wasn't surprised about Jennifer's death. However, he wondered if Jennifer's text was really directed to him, or if it was just a show that Andrew's people put on. I saw Chloe last night. Rick suddenly changed the topic. Upon mentioning Chloe, Jack's voice softened. My wife was with clients on my behalf. She drank quite a lot. Jack fell silent. Chloe didn't mention this to him. You really do have a good wife, Rick added, and Jack replied arrogantly, You don't have to tell me that. The entire world knows about it. He really wanted to announce to the world that he had a good wife named Chloe Green. So, you have to keep a close eye on her. Justin and Andrew are ready to pounce, Rick added, sending Jack into depression. What Rick said was the truth. Justin's never said anything to Chloe, but it seemed like she was more than just a crush to him. He loved her very deeply. Back then, after he woke up from his surgery, he had dinner and drinks with Noah. Noah said, Chloe loves you enough to die for you, but I feel like Justin was also ready to die for Chloe. He and Chloe had been in love for years and were the apple of each other's eyes. However, that didn't mean Justin loved her any less than he did. Same went for Andrew. He appeared in Chloe's life when they were children. Although Chloe never treated him nicely, he still enjoyed himself. After years of observation, Jack came to the realization that Andrew was a head-to-toe psycho who was capable of hurting anyone on this earth except for Chloe. His love was extreme. Perhaps Chloe didn't understand that Andrew's feelings toward her were completely mutated. If she did, she wouldn't feel troubled like she did with Justin. Rather, she would be terrified. Andrew's love was indeed terrifying. Therefore, Jack forced himself to become stronger, just so he could deal with everything and protect her as much as he could. He didn't want her to get hurt, not even a little bit. However, he either overestimated himself or underestimated Andrew. The latter planned for so many years, and therefore, each of his strikes was deadly. Compared to him, Jack wasn't ruthless enough. Andrew could guiltlessly use human lives as his stepping stones to success, but he couldn't. Jack knew he wasn't capable of doing anything immoral or against his conscience. His principles had put him at a disadvantage. I know. I won't let Chloe get hurt. Not even if I die. Jack wasn't a man who liked expressing himself and only made decisions in his head. Let's keep in touch. Okay. After hanging up, Noah called. Bro, what's going on? I can ask my dad to call the bureau director over in Other City, or else you're going to ruin your reputation. Those who don't know you all think you're the murderer. It's so infuriating. Noah obviously lost his cool. It's okay. Aside from cooperating with the police, there is some other stuff I'm investigating. I see. That's why you sound so calm. Mm-hmm. Are you really okay? I am. Let me know if you need me. After all, I wear a police uniform as well, Noah promised, and Jack nodded. I know. Let's get a drink when you're back. Mm-hmm. Jack nodded again before hanging up. At a 5-star hotel under GK. More than 30 reporters stood inside the hall, waiting for Chloe to attend the press conference in lieu of Jack. They all prepared curveball questions, in hopes that their probing would provide the general public with more eyeball-grabbing information. Hey, look there! Mrs. Dawson is here! A reporter shouted, and everyone's gaze shot towards the entrance. Chloe arrived at the VIP entrance of the hotel, wearing a black slim-fit suit. On either side of the entrance was her security detail, and beside her was Stella, Chloe's new assistant. Chloe didn't like people who made mistakes during important events, so she was very careful when choosing an assistant. Stella had been working for Chloe since she got here, and she liked Stella's mannerisms as well as her work ethics. She was an incredibly detail-oriented woman. After Chloe sat down, Stella opened a bottle of water and handed it to her. After taking a small sip, she placed it back onto the table. We can start, Chloe said quietly to Stella, who nodded. Then, the latter picked up a microphone and said, Friends of the press, feel free to ask questions now. Please remember not to ask overly personal or aggressive questions. Do not bully the young madam. The press conference will last for an hour, so go ahead. As soon as Stella finished speaking, the reporters immediately swarmed up to Chloe. Mrs. Dawson, is the purpose for this press conference to promote the star of GK, or to explain the incident in other city? Both, Chloe admitted. Mrs. Dawson, apparently Jennifer, the key person of this incident, died, and President Dawson is involved, right? Before Jennifer died, she wanted to tell President Dawson something, but she was killed before she had the chance. President Dawson and I offer our condolences to the deceased employee's family. President Dawson is also cooperating with the investigation of her death. Hopefully, the murderer will be brought to justice soon. Please do not spread rumors. We should respect the victim as well as the innocent. Mrs. Dawson, I heard Chairman Dawson's been hospitalized. How is he doing? Thank you for asking. My father-in-law's conditions have stabilized. Mrs. Dawson, aren't you a doctor? Have you resigned? Will you be working at GK from now on? I didn't resign. I applied for a leave of absence at Southside. My husband has been managing a giant corporation by himself, so he can be a bit exhausted sometimes. He's my man, my husband, so his business comes first. Therefore, I'm willing to put my job aside and prioritize his matters for the time being. As soon as she finished her remarks, the reporters began clapping. Some reporters discussed amongst themselves, Mrs. Dawson really loves her husband. Yeah, they've got a great relationship. I heard that they've been together since they were teenagers, so they love each other very much. President Dawson is so lucky to have a wife like her. Mrs. Dawson, GK has been bombarded with negative news recently, resulting in a crash in its stocks. Does the company have any solutions in place? After some thought, Chloe replied, We're thinking of ways to subdue the situation. Tonight, we'll be announcing GK Jewelry's spring launch here at the hotel. I believe that our new products will drive sales and boost our reputation. Hopefully, it will also stimulate the recently sluggish market. GK Film and Television is also working hard to do better. Cody will be releasing a new album in May, and this time, he is trying out new, Oriental-style music. The champion of the Star of GK auditions will star in his MV, so please support them and wait patiently for the album to come out. At the same time, I would like to reassure GK's shareholders that we won't let any of you down. These are great arrangements, Mrs. Dawson. Did President Dawson make these decisions, or did you? Or did the two of you come to an agreement after discussing amongst yourselves? My husband made the arrangements. I'm like his personal assistant." Chloe smiled. Upon hearing what she said, Stella felt a wave of respect towards Chloe. She had been working alongside the young madam for a couple of days now, and was aware of how busy President Dawson was. He had absolutely no time to make any arrangements for the headquarters. Chloe made all these decisions on her own, but when asked, she gave her husband all the credit. Loyal women like her barely existed anymore. A while ago, the mistress of a president of a conglomerate wrote a book in an attempt to free herself of any blame. In the book, she portrayed herself as an inspirational female leader, while the president of the big company was depicted as a ditzy little man. Human beings were all selfish. Even lovers chose to take advantage of each other whenever they could. Chloe could fully say that everything was her idea, since everyone already knew that she was a genius. But this woman didn't. She would never steal her husband's aura in the business world, nor would she step over her husband to highlight herself. That wasn't Chloe's style. "Mrs. Dawson, I heard that President Dawson is involved with Jennifer's murder. May I ask if that's the reason he's not back from other city yet?" The other reporters immediately turned their attention towards Chloe upon hearing this question. This was a question many wanted to, but didn't have the guts to ask. Angry, Stella was just about to shut the reporter down when Chloe reached out and stopped her. She picked up the microphone and smiled. "All public figures are forced to endure pressure. My husband was framed, but it's normal for you all to think otherwise. However, the masses are sharp, and the truth will one day be revealed. Ask yourself these following questions. President Dawson is the president of GK. How much hatred does he have towards a person to kill them? Is it necessary? There's no hatred between him and Jennifer. Yes, she stole trade secrets, but it's not enough for him to kill her over. President Dawson isn't back yet, not just because of Jennifer's death. He also wanted to provide an explanation to the 5 victims that died in the previous incident. That's why he made the decision to investigate this matter thoroughly, no matter how hard it may be. To me, he's a hero, not an evil businessman who disregards human life. That's what differentiates him from most." After Chloe finished replying the reporter's question, the entire room burst into thunderous applause. "Mrs. Dawson's IQ and EQ are really high. None of our questions can stump her," a reporter exclaimed. "Of course not. Her IQ is as high as 138. Trust me, her brain is different from ours." "Young madame, would you like to rest for a while?" Stella asked Chloe, who looked down at her watch. The press conference would be over in 10 minutes. Therefore, she shook her head. "It's okay. There's not much time left. Let's go on. Mrs. Dawson, what do you have to say about the Green Corporation venturing into the entertainment industry? How is your relationship with President Andrew Green?" "We're not that close. Aren't you siblings?" a bold reporter probed. "Siblings don't have to be close. Ms. Brenny is also Andrew's sister, but she disappeared from Green Corporation as well, didn't she? Therefore, don't use family ties to measure the relationship between people. After all, we're all different. It's normal for the Green Corporation to venture into the entertainment industry. Who wouldn't want to make more money? I hope President Green can do well in this industry." Andrew watched Chloe as she said all this in front of the reporters, leaving him in a foul mood. He picked up his remote control and turned off the TV. What Chloe said was so diplomatic, without a touch of emotion. She didn't seem to care about him at all. "Mrs. Dawson, rumor has it that you have an unspeakable relationship with President Cooper of Imperial Star. Is it true? You're a professional reporter, so you should really choose your words carefully." "Unspeakable relationship doesn't properly describe my relationship with President Cooper. We're just friends who don't even hang out that very often. We're also business partners who have been engaged in friendly competition. It's okay if you slander me, but don't defame President Cooper as well, okay? After all, innocent people shouldn't be collateral damage." Chloe's response immediately silenced the reporter, who wanted to stir up trouble. 3 minutes before the press conference ended, a male reporter wearing black suddenly stood up from the corner of the room. He asked, "Mrs. Dawson, everyone knows you and President Dawson have been married for a while now. But you're still not pregnant. What's the reason behind that? Didn't I tell you not to ask personal questions? Didn't you understand what I said? Stella was immediately infuriated. His intentions behind asking Chloe a mean question like this was so obvious. I'm just curious. And, most importantly, so is the public. Mrs. Dawson, are you reproductively challenged? The male reporter asked viciously, his tone as malicious as could be. Security, get this man. Stella was halfway through calling the security over to chase that reporter out when Chloe stopped her. She then picked up the microphone and smiled enchantingly. Didn't your mother teach you not to pick at other people's scars? It's the basic principle of being human. But it's okay if you don't understand it. Not all humans act like humans. Chloe cursed the reporter with a smile on her face, but the latter couldn't do anything about it. Before he could even respond, Chloe continued, President Dawson and I got married last summer and didn't even get to hold a wedding. We've been married for less than a year, so I don't think it's been a long time. There are a lot of couples who don't get pregnant 3 or 4 years into their marriage. Thank you for your concern, but President Dawson and I are both healthy. We got comprehensive checkups at Southside, so the only reason I'm not pregnant yet is because the time isn't right, but we're more than prepared to welcome a new life into our lives at any time. Thank you for paying close attention to my husband and me. If there's good news, I will make sure to let you all know. Her honest answer won praise amongst the reporters, while the malicious reporter was cast aside by his peers. Mrs. Dawson, you're so smart and talented. It's such a shame for you to be a doctor. Will you ever consider quitting your current job and working as an executive at GK? I'm sorry, that's all the time we have today. We'll talk about this again in the future. Thank you all. Then, Chloe elegantly stood up, smiled, and waved at the reporters before leaving the hall through the VIP exit. You were amazing, young madam. Stella poured Chloe a cup of hot tea in the lounge. She felt dizzy since she didn't get much sleep last night and had been busying around the entire morning. Ahem. She coughed non-stop. Young madam, the press conference is over, so you should get some rest this morning. There's nothing urgent at the company. It's okay, Stella. Tell everyone in the jewelry design department that there's going to be a meeting in 20 minutes. We have to decide on the spring line and announce it tonight. That's not urgent. You need to rest. Just go and do as I say. Oh, and don't tell President Dawson that I'm not feeling well, Chloe added. She didn't want Jack to know that she was sick. It was just a cold. She really wasn't that high maintenance. After Stella left, Chloe felt exhausted and leaned back on the couch in the lounge, hoping to rest her eyes for a few minutes. However, her phone suddenly began to ring. Therefore, she had no choice but to pick it up. Violet's anxious voice sounded from the other end. Chief, can you come back? Something bad happened. Chloe immediately sat up. What happened? Do you remember the girl hospitalized in room 5? She's a patient of our department. I do. I thought we had her under control and she was doing better? Chloe frowned. Yes, she was. We were going to discharge her this week, but for some reason, she ran up to the rooftop. The firefighters and policemen are all here. She's threatening to jump. How did that happen? Chloe became nervous upon hearing that her patient wanted to commit suicide. I think she was agitated or something. I don't know what happened specifically, but things are dire here. The other attendings in our department wanted to ask you what you wanted to do since she's your patient. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Chloe didn't want to wait since a girl's life was at stake. Therefore, she immediately called Stella and told her to push back the meeting with the design department. Then, she drove her Audi R8 all the way to Southside. Chloe had been gone for a few days now, since a lot of things at GK required her attention. Director Richard approved her leave of absence, but to her surprise, a patient that was recovering well suddenly threatened to jump off the hospital building. When Chloe arrived, she saw from a distance that a girl wearing a patient's gown was standing on the edge of the rooftop, 12 floors up on the inpatient building. Police cars, fire trucks, bystanders, and even reporters were downstairs. What's the situation right now? Chloe immediately asked Violet upon seeing her. She's been like this for 20 minutes, but she won't come down. She also won't let anyone go near her. The girl's mom cried so hard that she passed out a few times. They've been trying to get her to come down, but the attempts were unsuccessful. Are the rescue cushions in place? They are, but 12 floors is really high. It might not be of much help. Plus, it's so cold outside and she's not wearing a lot of clothes. If she keeps standing there, she might get frostbite, even if she doesn't jump, Violet analyzed. Chloe nodded. Then, she took her white lab coat from Violet and put it on. Let me try. I know her fairly well. Chief, be careful, Violet reminded her, worried that something might happen to Chloe. I'll be fine, Chloe said. Then, she took the elevator straight up to the top floor and then made her way up to the rooftop. This young girl was 15 years old, currently a grade 8 student in the city. Apparently, growing up, she had been a straight A student who received many awards. Because of the pressure she endured as a young girl and her parents' pride, she slowly became a studying machine. Soon, her mentality shifted. This girl's conditions were special. She didn't suffer from depression. Rather, she was diagnosed with mania. She had a hot temper and was easily irritated, even by the little things. She smashed everything at home and her parents couldn't do anything about it. That was how she ended up at Southside. After getting to know her, Chloe realized that this little girl was quite innocent. She tried to ease her temper by hanging out with her. They played games, painted, listened to music, and even went to Cody's fan meeting together. They did everything that a young girl was supposed to do, and soon she slowly recovered. She was supposed to be discharged this week, but for some reason her mood was heightened, causing her to want to jump off the hospital building. Truth be told, this girl had been at Southside for almost a month, and Chloe came to like her very much. Therefore, as long as she could save her, she didn't want any accidents to happen to this patient of hers. After she arrived on the rooftop, the girl's parents looked at her as if she was their savior. Dr. Green, you're finally here. Please save her. She's our only daughter. Ma'am, don't cry yet. I will try my best. Dr. Green, I'm counting on you for this. We can't lose her, the little girl's father said with a pale face. I will. Don't worry. While they were speaking, Chloe passed by them and walked up to the rooftop. Winter in Northern Side was extremely cold, with the harsh winds stinging your face. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Chloe was still wearing the little suit that she didn't get to change out of, with only a thin white lab coat over it. As soon as she stepped onto the rooftop, her hair was blown into a mess by the wind. Sasha, she called gently. The little girl heard her call and turned around, her expression changing. Sister Green, Sasha, what are you doing up there? Come down first, said Chloe as she looked at the little girl, who was standing right at the edge of the rooftop. The girl was so skinny that seemed like she could fall off with just a slight breeze. Sister Green, I don't want to live anymore. I'm so tired. Silly girl, you're already cured and can almost be discharged. You have your whole life ahead of you. You shouldn't say such negative things right now. You're still young. You are only 15 years old. Chloe tried hard to convince her. But whenever I think about the fact that my life later on will still be arranged for me, I immediately feel boxed in. Maybe after I die, I can be truly free. Planned out? Chloe focused on that keyword. You can ask them. The little girl stared coldly at her parents. Her mom bowed her head in shame and said, her father and I wanted to send her to the UK since the environment there is better and the education quality is better too. One of our neighbor's kids went there without even finishing school here. Now his life is really doing good, and his parents are so proud. We raised our daughter hoping she will be successful. Otherwise, Without letting the little girl's mom finish, Chloe cut in harshly. So, in order to satisfy your own pride, you're willing to sacrifice your daughter's well-being? Even her life? We didn't expect her to react so negatively either. We always thought it's what she wanted. Please don't assume other people's preferences. You aren't her. How can you know what she likes? You said just now that you only have one daughter and that you can't risk losing her. Now you want to plan out a beautiful future for her? Parents are unbelievable. In the beginning, When Sasha was first admitted to hospital, you should have thought about why a 15-year-old girl would develop mania, why she was smashing things and biting people like she's crazy. It's the only way she can release her emotions. You didn't even treat her as your daughter, but as a study tool instead, something you can show off to others. After all, you're the only one feeling satisfied. You're wrong. Of course we care about her, argued the girl's father. Really? Then tell me what kind of movies she likes to watch, the kinds of books she likes to read, and the food she likes to eat. What are her hobbies? Who's her favorite celebrity? What's her favorite animal? What's her favorite comic? After Chloe asked all those questions, the girl's parents fell silent. As parents, they didn't even know their daughter's hobbies. As her mom, shouldn't you know the answer to all my questions? Enlighten me. Why would I know? I only focus on her study and tutoring, said the girl's mom with shame. Feeling embarrassed now? You argued that you love your own kid, but you don't even know the most basic things she likes, laughed Chloe mockingly. Sister Green? The little girl seemed to be touched by what Chloe said, and she took a little step back from the edge. Chloe noticed this subtle detail and felt happy. Sasha, do you trust me? Asked Chloe kindly. Sister Green, Don't say anything. Let me guess your habits, shall we? Asked Chloe in a gentle tone, as if she was talking to a little kid while looking at Sasha. The little girl didn't say anything. She stood by the edge of the rooftop looking at Chloe. The policemen and firefighters standing nearby were all nervous and worried that the little girl might accidentally slip and fall. This was really a matter of life and death. Chloe turned around and slowly approached the little girl with light and slow steps. As Chloe walked forward, she asked, Your favorite movie is Big Hero 6 because you wanted to have a friend as kind as Baymax, right? The little girl's eyes lit up with surprise because she had never talked to anyone about her inner feelings. Chloe continued, Your favorite book is Under the Hawthorn Tree because you think only the love that transcends life and death is worth remembering in life. This common but warm love is what you long for. Chloe, how do you know? The little girl was shocked. You like eating pistachios because you think eating it can make you happy. Your hobby is photography. You love capturing all the details in life, either moving or static. Your favorite celebrity is Audrey Hepburn because you think she looks like an angel. Your favorite animal is the koala because you think they are constantly protected by their mothers. Your favorite comic is One Piece because you like Luffy's optimistic personality. You also want to live a free life. Sasha looked at Chloe's face and was too astonished to talk. Sister Green, I've never told anyone about this. How did you know all this? The little girl's face was full of surprise. I'm good at noticing details. Even though you never said anything, these facts are all revealed through the little details in your life. Your phone, your clothing, and your accessories all reveal your preferences. You are actually a kid with a kind and warm heart. You wish to be understood, and you long for freedom. The little girl started tearing up. Perhaps she had never met someone who understood her so well. But Sasha, wishing for freedom doesn't mean looking for death. Death won't give you relief. It will only make those who love you suffer. Don't you know that it's just denial? But living is really tiring. I'm constantly suffering. Misery or joy depends on your heart. Why don't you try to live differently? Can I? The little girl looked confused. After all this time, Chloe was almost standing right beside her. She stepped quietly, one step after the other. Finally, she got a hold of her hand. Sister Green, don't get close to me. The little girl became agitated again. Sasha, we can talk through anything. Come down and let's talk. No, I don't want to come down. Don't come any closer to me. Otherwise, I'm jumping down. The little girl's emotions seemed to be erratic again. Not letting the little girl finish, Chloe suddenly extended her hand and grabbed onto her arm. She succeeded easily, all because of her sudden move. But at the same time, the little girl started struggling and leaned backward due to her unbalanced weight. Chief? Violet was almost scared to death. Sasha, my daughter. Violet and the girl's parents' voices came from the back. The little girl dragged Chloe down, and they both began falling from the edge, scaring everyone to their cores. Thank goodness Chloe reacted fast. Her hand grasped the rooftop railings as tightly as she could. "What are you all standing there for? Go save them." Violet was on the verge of tears as she screamed at the policeman. Only then did the police and firemen come back to their senses and run up to them, pulling them up with all their might. Chloe sighed in relief as her feet landed on the rooftop. "You acted too rashly. You shouldn't have approached her like that. Do you know how dangerous that was?" The leading policeman shouted at Chloe. "You don't know her. She suffers from mania, and I couldn't keep playing ball with her, or else she might have become more agitated, causing the situation to become much worse." Chloe replied calmly before Violet helped her up. "Sedate her and let her rest. I'll come back to see her later." "Yes, Chief." Chloe then looked at the girl's parents, who were scared to death. "If you don't want to kill your daughter, stop forcing her. Shouldn't you ask her opinion before deciding to send her to England or the US? Rather than placing all your hope in your daughter and pressuring her to bring you wealth and fame, you should rather focus on letting her grow up peacefully and happily." Then, she dragged her exhausted body downstairs. "Chief, it's almost lunchtime. I'll go get you some. You should eat before you leave." Violet felt bad for Chloe, so she held tightly onto her on their way down. No, it's okay. I need to head back to the company. Keep the patient under observation and let me know if anything else happens." "I will, Chief." Chloe tried her best to feel alive. Then, she got onto her Audi R8 and headed towards GK. On her way there, Jack called her. She declined his video call and called him back via voice dial. "Why did you hang up on me?" "I'm driving." Chloe tried to make her voice sound vibrant. If Mr. Dawson found out that she almost fell off a building, he would probably punish her with his belt again. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'm heading to the company right now. I'll eat when I get there. I saw the live broadcast of the press conference. What do you think? Did I embarrass you?" Chloe laughed. "Honey. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing?" "Confused?" Chloe asked. "So many incidents have been happening and you're exhausted because of me. I feel really bad. You shouldn't have been forced into holding the press conference." "Don't say that. Aren't we married? We're supposed to be with each other through thick and thin. We were tied together from the moment we registered for marriage, so we'll live and die together. Your glory is my glory. Your troubles are my troubles. Chloe, how can I ever let you go?" "Jack, are you saying that you're planning to let me go?" Chloe chuckled. "No. What I meant is, I'll never let you go." "That's much better. Don't even think about throwing me away. I'm the glue to your rubber. This life, the next life, and the life after that. I plan on giving the Lady of Forgetfulness a really hard time." Upon hearing this, Jack couldn't help but laugh. He had been dealing with complicated matters all day, and only when he was talking to Chloe did his heart feel at peace. "Honey, I'm heading to the company to make a decision on GK Jewelry's spring line." "Do you have any suggestions?" Chloe asked. "You can decide." Honey, am I intervening too much in your business?" Chloe asked with a smile, and Jack replied with a question of his own. "You're so talented. Isn't it a waste for you not to intervene?" Chloe chuckled upon hearing this. "Honey, I have to go now. I'm almost there. Let's talk tonight." "Okay, be careful." After hanging up, Chloe parked her car and headed upstairs. She asked Stella in front of the president's office, "Stella, is there any food? I'm starving." Surprised, Stella looked at her. "It's already 2. You haven't eaten yet. Do you have any fast food like bread or something? I just need a quick bite. The meeting's going to start soon." Before Stella could respond, Cody walked up to her with a bento box in his hand. "Sis, I brought you some food. Why are you here?" Chloe didn't expect to see him, who replied, "Violet just called me. She said you just left Southside and didn't have lunch yet. I was doing a dress rehearsal here at the company, so I got you something to eat." "Good boy. You make me proud." Chloe lovingly rubbed Cody's head. The young man who used to have depression was now a considerate, sweet guy. Cody placed the bento box down and poured Chloe a glass of warm water. "Sis, You should eat. I'm going to head back now. I'll be at the company the entire day, so call me if you need me. Sounds good. After Cody left, Stella looked at Chloe a little enviously. Young madam, you're so popular. Cody's really hard to approach. Most people can't even get close to him. He's hard to approach? He's really not. You guys just need to get to know him, Chloe replied with a smile on her face as she opened up the bento box. Cody sure was generous. He got her takeout from an expensive private kitchen that was famous in the city. There were 2 meat dishes, 2 veggie dishes, and a bowl of red bean soup. Everything looked delicious. Famished, Chloe quickly devoured everything before taking out the designs for this afternoon's meeting and closely looking them over. That afternoon, after a 3-hour-long meeting with the design department, they decided on the company's spring line. The press conference was scheduled for 8 p.m. that evening at a hotel under GK. It was held in such a rush that Chloe didn't get to invite a lot of people. Victoria offered her presence. She was pregnant, but was still willing to come to support her and Jack. Chloe was truly grateful to have a friend like her. If Victoria was coming, Brenton, Max, and Justin would come as well. However, Chloe didn't invite Justin, since it was just a new product launch, and she didn't want the others to speculate them. It was 5 p.m. when she left the company that afternoon. Chloe saw that there was still time, so she drove to the supermarket and bought some supplements before heading to Director Richard's home. Director Richard lived in one of the high-end residential districts in the city. It was a townhouse, and close to where Lisa used to live, so she found it fairly quickly. She figured Director Richard was probably off work, so she nervously pressed his doorbell. Chloe? Director Richard was surprised to see her. What brings you here? I'm here to bring you some presents. I've been slacking off and was scared that you would fire me. Chloe smiled. Gosh, Director Richard, usually a stern old man, burst out, laughing upon hearing what she said. After entering, she met Director Richard's wife, an enthusiastic woman. She was making dumplings and asked Chloe to eat with them. Therefore, Chloe enjoyed a nice meal with Director Richard and his wife. Chloe, you wanted to talk to me about something. That's why you came, right? Director Richard could tell that a lot of things were going on in Chloe's mind. Therefore, he cut straight to the chase. Upon hearing this, Chloe slowly placed her chopsticks down and smiled apologetically. How did you know? Tell me what's going on. I'll do what I can to help, Director Richard said. He valued talented individuals and therefore treated Chloe very well. He was the reason she was promoted, time and again. It was not exaggerating to say that Chloe owed her current success to Director Richard. Director Richard, Chloe choked on her words and hesitated, as if she were afraid to speak. Director Richard became anxious as he watched Chloe hesitate. Director Richard, I would like to resign. Finally, Chloe clenched her teeth and told him what she wanted. Then, she felt like a heavy baggage had been lifted from her shoulders. Director Richard wasn't surprised. He seemed to expect Chloe to make this decision. Are you sure? Director Richard poured himself a cup of tea before asking slowly, and Chloe nodded with determination. Jack's been so busy and there's so many things going on at the company. My father-in-law isn't doing very well, so I want to help him. But, isn't being a doctor your biggest dream in life? Yes, but to me, my husband's matters are my priority. I'm not ambitious, nor do I want to be an iron lady. Therefore, my husband's business will always come first, because I don't want to see him so exhausted. So, then, Chloe fell silent, but her intentions were clearer than ever. After a long pause, Director Richard looked up at her. Chloe, you know how much I appreciate your talents. Yes, I know. There are a lot of doctors in the city, but none of them are as professional as you. You've been working at Southside for so long. Although I've never praised you, I cannot overlook your significant contributions. Director Richard, I'm really not that good. You think too highly of me? Chloe replied, feeling embarrassed. Let me finish. I understand where you're coming from, and it's only normal for you to resign. GK is a big corporation, and Jack doesn't have any helpers, so of course he's exhausted. With your help, he'll be able to relax a little bit. You love each other, so I understand your wish to help him. But, I won't accept your resignation. Chloe froze upon hearing this. Director Richard, I'm a selfish person. I don't want our hospital to lose such an outstanding doctor. So, I'm going to issue you an unpaid leave. Unpaid leave? Chloe opened her mouth, but no other words came out. Unpaid leaves were the ultimate form of honor. It meant that the position will always be there for you, but you won't get paid until you come back. Normal workplaces didn't offer this to their employees, unless they performed outstandingly at their jobs. Chloe was flattered. You will still be the chief of neurology at Southside. Once you're done at GK and want to come back, we'll welcome you with open arms. Director Richard, how can I... Chloe began to sob. But you won't get paid or receive any bonuses, Director Richard emphasized with a smile on his face. I don't need a salary or bonuses, Director Richard. Thank you so much for this. Chloe felt a little emotional, and Director Richard replied, You deserve it. You're so outstanding, so your talents shouldn't go to waste. If you weren't married, I would have asked you to study abroad and contribute more to the medical community. I'm old, and my thoughts are probably different from yours, and you may think that I'm old-fashioned. But Chloe, remember that a person's success cannot be measured by money, status, or power. It's determined by the contributions you make to society and the values you create. Do you understand? I do. That was my goal when I was young. I always believed that using my skills to save a life is the most meaningful thing in the world. Good. Not only do I appreciate your talents, I also respect you as a person. You'll always be Dr. Green, the best doctor Southside will ever have. Upon hearing this, Chloe felt a surge of respect for Director Richard. She slowly stood up and bowed down to him. Thank you. As my mentor and my boss, you've injected me with so much positive energy. You encouraged me, guided me, and gave me countless opportunities to succeed. Thank you for giving me such leeway today. You've given me hope for the future. Stop it. Stop appealing to my emotions. I'm too old for this. Let's eat. The dumplings are getting cold. Director Richard smiled kindly. Then, he changed the subject and went on to discuss neurology with Chloe as they enjoyed dinner. Time passed by fast. Chloe looked down at her watch. The press conference was starting in an hour. Director Richard, I'm going to go now. Starting tomorrow. You don't have to go to work anymore. Just pick up your personal items when you have time. I'll keep your office for you. Director Richard, my assistant, Violet, is an outstanding nurse. Chloe continued, and Director Richard nodded. I know, as long as she's willing to work hard. I'm willing to give her a chance. Thank you. Chloe was elated. She already thanked Director Richard so many times tonight, each time more sincere than the last. Right before she left, Director Richard suddenly lowered his voice and said, Simon went to Chicago. He made up his mind? Chloe tilted her head and looked at Director Richard, who nodded. I think so. Truth be told, I don't like him. But if Lisa is willing to give him another chance for their daughter, then I guess we can do nothing much but wish them the best of luck. I hope he can mend his ways this time around. Me too. Chloe nodded. Then, she said goodbye to Director Richard and directly drove to the hotel. Young madam, you're finally here. Where's the makeup artist? Stella was getting nervous, since the press conference was starting in less than 30 minutes. The young madam, the key person of this press conference, hadn't changed nor even applied makeup. No, it's okay. I'll just go as is. The point of this press conference is to promote our new products, not me. Chloe laughed. Young madam, but... Stella wanted to object, but Chloe smiled playfully. Don't worry, trust me. I won't embarrass our company. Then, she turned around and went into the lounge. After applying some light foundation, she surprisingly put on black eyeliner, giving herself a slightly sexy look. She had never tried this style before. Rather than putting on the gorgeous ball gown the stylist prepared, she wore her black slim-fit suit, which made her look sophisticated. Her style matched that of Jack's. 10 minutes before the press conference began, the guests slowly made their way into the ballroom. Victoria, Brenton and Max sat in the first row. Victoria sat beside Chloe as they chatted happily. Events like this are so boring without Justin. He's going to be sad if he finds out that he wasn't even invited, Max said on purpose, and Chloe smiled awkwardly. Then, Stella walked up to her and whispered into her ear, "Young Madam, President Green of the Green Corporation is here." Chloe's expression changed upon hearing this. Victoria's expression darkened upon seeing Andrew. Why is he here? To gloat? Recently, Andrew's animosity towards GK increased significantly. Jack wasn't here, so he took the opportunity to steal GK's business, whether it was in real estate or entertainment. Chloe wondered if he had a seizure. Why would he come today? "Chloe, why didn't you tell me that you were launching new products tonight?" Andrew walked up to her in a flashy orange suit. "President Green, you're a busy man. I didn't dare to bother you." "Don't be a stranger. We're family." Andrew looked at Chloe's face, his mood lightened by her presence. "You're funny, President Green, but we're not family. I don't have a relative as prestigious as you." "Are you being stubborn again? Still mad at me for establishing an entertainment company? If that's the case, I can ask the artist to go back to GK. It's not a big deal." Amused, Andrew smiled. Chloe kept her elegance. "I'm sorry, my husband and I don't like people who betray their companies. So, President Green, you should keep them for yourself." "It's not like we'll accept them if they come back anyway," she replied, looking profoundly at Emery, who was standing next to Andrew in a black evening gown. Emery remained calm. "Mrs. Dawson, I only look forward. Once I leave, I will never go back. Plus, I didn't know your company very well back then, and President Green was the only reason I signed with GK. So wasn't it normal for me to leave? It's not like we were friends." Chloe became agitated by Emery mocking. Back when the latter was pregnant, she came looking for her every day, and Chloe even interrogated Andrew for her. However, now that she had miscarried, this woman turned against her and completely cut her off, throwing away everything Chloe had done for her. Chloe hated those with no guilty conscience, and was glad that they weren't close to begin with. Or else, Emery stabbing her in the back would have hurt like hell. She smiled. "I knew you were close with President Green, Miss Emery. I also thought you would become Mrs. Green, but too bad he married Miss Hall. I guess life is full of surprises." Upon hearing this, Emery's face fell. She was no match for Chloe when it came to verbal confrontations. If she wanted to, Chloe could poke at Emery's wounds for an hour, making her feel pain she had never felt before. However, Chloe didn't see the point in doing that. After her brief exchange with Andrew and Emery, they sat down in the first row. They came without an invitation. Although Chloe wasn't happy about it, she didn't chase them out either, since so many reporters were here, and it would suck if any scandals broke out at a time like this. 5 minutes before the press conference started, Chloe sent Jack a message. "Honey, I'm really nervous." It was Chloe's first new launch press conference, and she was indeed nervous. If she didn't do good and sales weren't boosted, she would feel extremely guilty. "Don't worry, honey. Repeat in your head, 'I'm not nervous' 3 times, and you'll feel better. Honey, it's not the time to poke fun at me. Don't worry, the company will be fine even if you screw up. Don't feel pressure. I'll be watching you live shortly." Upon seeing this message, Chloe became even more nervous. "Young madam, we're ready. Would you like to start?" Stella asked, and Chloe nodded while holding her breath. Then, the ballroom lights dimmed, and party music began to play. While everyone's attention was on the stage, a man wearing a white Versace jacket sat down in the corner of the last row. He watched Chloe, who was sitting in the first row, with a gentle expression on his face. The models that were hired this time were all well-known international models picked by Chloe. The purpose was to present the full glory of GK's spring jewelry collection. The crowd became wild as soon as the models hit the runway one by one. GK's new release this year's very special. It feels a little different from the traditional designs. Yeah, I was about to say the same. Did they change designers? I heard Mrs. Dawson has been very hands-on in this year's new release. No wonder there's been a complete change in style. But I do think the new collection is pretty good. You must be the trendsetter to avoid becoming obsolete. The old designs were so traditional that even my mother thought it was out of date. Who would want to purchase products like that? The audience expressed their thoughts, one after another, after the first couple of designs were shown. Everyone was rather stunned by the fresh designs and were all expressing high praises. Chloe, the star and moon necklace design on that model is really nice. I'm going to buy one and save it for my baby. Buy what? I will gift it to you, Chloe said generously. Wow, you're so generous. Victoria smiled. Of course, we may very well be in-laws. Ha. Didn't you reserve Sarah's kid? Does my kid have a share too? Victoria laughed. The psychic said I might not have just one kid. So, if I have 2, 3, or 4 kids, we will all be in-laws in no time. Ha, you're so greedy. Victoria held Chloe's arm and continued to watch the show happily. Chloe and GK's 10 designers spent the last night hand-picking the designs that were shown on stage. They had to go through hundreds and thousands of products before picking the perfect ones to be shown. Compared to the previous designs, there had been many changes. Chloe felt a little anxious, as she was afraid that the audience would react negatively. After all, a big move in a different direction sometimes may not be suitable for all industries and projects. Luckily, Jack was an easy person to communicate with and had expressed that Chloe could take charge. 100%. It almost sounded like it would be completely okay even if Chloe screwed up GK royally, as long as the wife was happy. Max never took an interest in jewelry, and surely he wouldn't have shown up at all if he didn't have to come and support Chloe. He took out his phone and messaged Justin. Hey, I'm at the release event for GK's spring jewelry collection. I know, Justin replied within seconds. How did you know? Because I'm here too. Max spat out the mouthful of water he just drank and almost sprayed Brenton across the face. Dude, you're dripping, Brenton complained as he took out a tissue paper and patted his blazer dry. Max turned his head back and scanned the seats, and finally found Justin sitting in a corner in his usually all-white getup. He then turned back immediately and messaged again. Damn, you're really here. Uh-huh. But why the hell are you sitting all the way in the back? Come up, the view is better here. No, I have to be low-key. Get out. You and low-key do not mix. I want the whole world to know that I'm low-key, Justin replied, jokingly. So, are you freaking low-key or high-key? Max didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't tell Chloe I was here. I'm leaving in a bit. So why are you here then? Just to tease us? I'm just passing by. I don't believe you. Max knew it was impossible for Justin to just be passing by. Justin definitely wanted to come and see Chloe, but then he didn't want her to know. Justin's love was becoming more and more grandiose. Max thought that if he was a girl he would probably be very touched by Justin. In the end, Max didn't tell anyone Justin stopped by, not even Brenton and Victoria. 2 hours had passed. Right before the release event was about to end, Stella murmured to Chloe, Mrs. Dawson, it's almost time. You can showcase the last design now. Chloe nodded. Then, she took off her black blazer and walked slowly onto the stage. On the inside, Chloe wore a mid-sleeved chiffon dress shirt. The GK diamonds that were on the sleeves shone and glimmered brightly on the stage under the spotlight. Chloe's simple getup, a white shirt with a pair of black trousers, was really the same style as Jack. Her hair was slightly curled, framing her ears perfectly to showcase the new pearl earrings in the current collection. She walked gracefully onto the stage and was handed the microphone. Not far behind from her, a little girl that was about 7 or 8, wearing a pretty white dress, began playing Castle in the Sky on the grand piano. As the music began to flow, Chloe scanned the audience and smiled. Justin, who was watching from afar, felt something touch his heart as it began to melt. Chloe's beauty isn't the type that can awe the masses, but the way she presents herself is just insane. I've seen too many women, and not one of them can be like her, standing up there knowing that she owns the place. Upon saying this, Max even took out his phone and recorded a video of Chloe. My Chloe is the one and only. If I was a man, I would like her too. Victoria lifted her chin slightly and said proudly. Brenton put his arm around Victoria, intimately. Victoria, next lifetime. If you're a man, then I'll be the woman. We'll still be together. Who said anything about being with you again? Victoria said with an uncontrollable smile on her face. In her heart, she felt sweet and loved. Brenton was a highly intelligent man with a good temper. A lot of the time, he would always let Victoria have her way. He had always been the living and breathing example of the one motto, "There's no limit to spoiling your wife." Victoria was happy about the way her life has been going, despite knowing that it was very different from Chloe's. It was wonderful to have someone that loves you dearly, and comparing with others was unnecessary. After all, in this world, there was only one Jack and one Chloe. Chloe, who was standing in the middle of the stage, began speaking as the piano music continued to play in the background. Now, I would like to introduce the final design of GK's spring jewelry collection. It also happens to be my favorite design. A model walked onto the stage and opened the box. Chloe took out a pair of bracelets that shone with the color of the blue sea. This is a lover's bracelet, and we have named it Eternal Light. As she spoke, Chloe took the lady's bracelet and cuffed it onto her hand. She raised her arm and continued. It is 12.23 centimeters in length and 1.8 centimeters in width. It weighs 45 grams and is made with platinum. It has 134 blue diamonds, symbolizing the love of a lifetime. In this world, there's nothing more beautiful than true love. I feel that you would know if you had found the right person when he or she gives you the support, energy, and courage that allows you to wake up happy and go to sleep soundly. He or she will provide you hope for the future and allow you to be filled with passion. Love should not be used to restrict or to torture the other person. Love is about companionship and becoming the eternal light for one another. That's why we have named this pair of bracelets Eternal Light. I hope you all love it just as much as I do. As soon as Chloe finished her speech, the crowd roared with applause and cameras began flashing insanely. Mrs. Dawson, is this bracelet in stock right now? When do you plan to begin selling? The making of Eternal Light is very complicated, and due to the scarcity in material, we do not have an inventory at the moment. We will only accept reservations. Mrs. Dawson, how much will the bracelet be priced at? Can you tell us? The bracelets will not be sold separately. It is designed for couples only, and thus comes in a pair. The two bracelets come to $68,000. It's not very expensive at all. It's much cheaper than certain luxury brands. Those luxury bracelets will easily be in the hundreds and thousands of dollars. GK's price is very good. Chloe only smiled at the comment. Oh my gosh! It's so beautiful! Honey, I want that bracelet, Victoria said immediately. It was love at first sight. We'll buy it, Victoria said generously. Max was also itchy to get one. I will buy my wife one as well when I get married. It's pretty good. So damn beautiful. 134 blue diamonds. How did she think of it? I must say I'm very impressed with Chloe. She's really talented. Marriott Hotel, other city. Boss, what do you think of Mrs. Dawson's finale? Assistant Mark asked Jack excitedly. Pretty good. Ha ha ha. I think it's great too. The young madam has a bold style and took risks with the redesign. I have a feeling that it'll be profitable. Mark was beyond excited. The days at Other City were dull, and the president went around taking care of incoming issues every single day. At the hotel, Mark would sometimes fall asleep from sheer boredom. His blood was hot and boiling as he watched the live stream from the screen of his laptop. I was saying that I liked the way my wife dressed. Mark was speechless. President Dawson, shouldn't the main focus be our new product? Mark was sweating. Jack was silent as he stared at Chloe when she was standing on the stage. He couldn't get enough of her. President Dawson, is there an employee discount for the pair of bracelets? $68,800 is pretty expensive. Mark seemed to be moved and wanted to get matching bracelets with his wife so he could show them off on Snap. Yeah, if you buy it, I can give it to you for $68,500. That's $300 cheaper than the original price, Jack replied with a serious face, making Mark completely speechless. Boss, you're funny. Like Chloe, Jack really cared about GK jewelry. However, their sales plummeted after the winter holidays. They weren't the only company since the other jewelers' sales tanked as well. At this low point, a new product would be a good thing, since it was at least a novel style and not tiring to the eyes. Other than the main focus of the show, which was the pair of bracelets, a series of jewelry consisting of pearl earrings, pendants, necklaces, and rings was released. It appealed to different needs, and Chloe made the decision after having considered everything. After the product launch ended, Stella ran up to Chloe in excitement. "Young madam, we've passed $5 million in orders. That's so many!" Chloe was flabbergasted since it had only been less than 10 minutes since the product launched. Were these people crazy? Really, especially the Eternal Light bracelet. The online orders are growing exponentially. It's horrifying. Haha, that's great. I'm pretty surprised. Chloe had taken a giant risk choosing Eternal Light as the focal point of the launch. Some experienced designers wanted to go with the original, conservative design and not take risks. They were going to copy a luxury brand's couple's bracelets. However, Chloe didn't like copying others. She thought that a business would be pushed out of the market if they didn't innovate or deviate from the traditional path. She remembered that when she was younger, she passed by a medium-sized restaurant. The restaurant was bustling at the time, as many people chose to have their weddings there. They had an eye-catching sign outside the restaurant. "I have what others don't. I innovate on what others have, and I perfect what others innovate." Chloe thought that the owner was a good businessman and would succeed for sure. 10 years had passed, and that medium-sized restaurant had grown to become a chain restaurant with 30 branches in the city. The businessman also became a famous entrepreneur, so she put quite a lot of effort into the new design and made Eternal Light at the last moment. Also, Chloe had a little secret she didn't tell anybody. When she first gave the final draft of Eternal Light to the production department, she asked them to make a pair, first, for her and Jack. Inside each bracelet, the letters JC were engraved. They were the initials of Jack and Chloe. She wanted to give this surprise gift to Jack on the anniversary of their wedding registration. Since their marriage, Jack had always been the one preparing surprises for her. She seemed to never have prepared one for him. Just thinking about it made her happy. They had planned to make up their wedding, but with all that was going on at the company, Chloe didn't mention it to Jack. Her in-laws reminded her a couple of times, but Chloe always politely brushed them off. She wanted to wait until everything was settled to have a romantic, unforgettable wedding with Jack. After the product launch, Chloe saw Victoria and the others out. When she turned around, she bumped right into Andrew. "Eternal Light. It's stunning, just like you." Andrew looked at Chloe suggestively. "President Green, you're too kind." Chloe's tone was distant. There was a time when her relationship with Andrew was less tense. Once upon a time, Chloe actually thought that Andrew was a good person. With the passing of time, she saw that he was a schemer who never let others know what was going on in his head. He was also someone who was capable of doing anything. When Chloe suspected that he had a hand in Jennifer's murder, and after Bella's message tipped her off, she realized that she and Andrew were on completely different paths and would never mix. They couldn't even be friends because they had different moral standards. Although Justin was arrogant, he still had the correct morals and knew what was appropriate and what wasn't. However, there was no right or wrong in Andrew's dictionary. Later, when Chloe chatted with Jack, they had both suspected that Timothy's death was related to Andrew. Although they didn't have concrete proof, Chloe always thought that Timothy shouldn't have died so soon. Andrew had kept him under his nose for so long, and nobody knew what he said or did to Timothy. Every member of the Green family was kicked out of Green Corporation. No one, not even Brenny, Timothy's biological daughter, got a single cent. Chloe thought that Andrew's methods were way too harsh and merciless. He didn't leave breathing room for others, much less a way out. Although he was successful, people like him had no real friends, because he could never place his trust in others. "Chloe, you seem to dislike me these days." Andrew took a step closer to Chloe, while the latter took a few steps back and replied, "No, you're thinking too much into it." "Really?" Amused, Andrew teased her, and Chloe sneered, "I've never liked you, so I can't dislike you, haha. You're still so clever and savage. But I still like you so much. What should I do?" The corners of Andrew's mouth bent up into an evil smile. He couldn't wait to make Jack disappear. In his opinion, the Jackless Chloe might be the most whole Chloe. "I can't deal with your affection, President Green. Talk to your own kind. We're not meant to be friends. Thank you for coming to the product launch. If you're placing an order, I'll give you 10% off. Have a good day." After speaking, Chloe turned around and went into the hotel. Andrew licked his lips and climbed onto the car. On the shotgun seat, Emery's face was filled with disdain. What's so great about her? She didn't design the products herself. It's the designer's work. She's making it seem like she did everything. Even an idiot can put together a launch like this, and she was just there to show her face. Trash-talking somebody behind their back after the fact is really low. Andrew tilted his head, glaring at Emery as he commented icily. She knew that Andrew didn't like it when she slandered Chloe. She just wanted to say that he shouldn't act like Chloe was the only one that mattered. It didn't please her at all. When Chloe went back to the hotel, the guests were almost gone. Stella approached her and gave her a scarf that matched her poncho. "Thank you. Young madam, I'll drive you home." "No, it's late. You should go home and get some rest." "Thanks for everything, Stella. It's okay. It's my duty." "Then, go to sleep early. See you tomorrow." "Young madam." "Yes?" Chloe turned her head around. "Actually, I have something that I don't know if I should tell you." Stella was a little hesitant. "Tell me." Seeing Stella stutter, Chloe turned around completely and faced her. "Actually, after the launch started, I saw someone arrive. Although he discreetly sat in the back, I still saw him." "Who is it?" Chloe was confused. It was President Justin Cooper from Imperial Star. "Really?" Chloe was a little surprised. She had been busy the entire night and really didn't see Justin. He was so secretive. Did he want to steal secrets from our company? Maybe Imperial Star wants to expand into jewelry as well. Stella didn't really know about the real relationship between Chloe and Justin, and had always treated Imperial Star as their rival. "No, don't worry, he won't." Smiling, Chloe climbed into her car. Right when she got comfortable, she received a message. "Chloe, if I beat Jack, would you hate me? If you win fair and square, why would I hate you?" Chloe asked. Surprised, Andrew immediately replied, "You really think so?" "Yep. I won't hate you. I'll just fight against you alongside my husband." Haha. That was all he wrote. Of course, her temper was still the same. At that moment, Chloe sent him another message. "You took away GK's land. Good for you. You started a rival entertainment company and took all of our talent. Good for you. However, Andrew, you involved innocent lives in order to defame Jack. Don't you even feel a tiny bit of guilt? Little sis Chloe, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "No, you do. I trust that you know what I am talking about. I'm just reminding you, it's fine for you to make money and to fight for power and fame. But remember the bottom line of being human." After speaking, Chloe blacklisted Andrew. She didn't even bother to delete him, since if she did, he could still add you and harass you. If you blacklisted them, you cut contact forever. Although Andrew did not publicly declare war, he had been making frequent moves against Jack. Chloe could see his goal, so she couldn't pretend that they were still friends and keep his snap. When Andrew tried to reply to Chloe, he saw that his message to her was rejected. "Tisk, tisk, blocking me. I like that." Andrew smiled even brighter than before. Before he started the car, he looked at Emery, who was still sitting beside him. Hey, say, what's the bottom line of being human? Emery was a little stunned to hear such a random question from Andrew. She wasn't prepared to answer it at all. Bottom line, how much is it worth anyways? After Andrew said that, he sighed and drove away. Chloe dragged her exhausted body to the first hospital. After seeing Jack's father, she finally drove back to South Hill Manor. She took a hot bath and got dressed. When she exited the bathroom, her phone rang. It was a video chat request from Jack. "Hello, Mr. Dawson." In order to not worry him, she always put on her most energetic and cute self in front of him. "You did a good job today. What prize do you want when I get back? Are you going to give me anything I want?" Chloe smiled proudly. As long as I have it, and if you want it." Jack's gaze was warm. "The only thing I want is for you to be home. I feel so lonely without you here. Even the bed's cold." I'll be home soon. I'll warm up the blanket for you." "What are you talking about?" Chloe's face reddened. "I just want to warm up the bed for you." "Honey, what were you thinking about?" Jack leaned into the camera and looked at Chloe up close. She shyly raised her head and slowly asked, "Sweetie, do you like eternal light? It's the last item of the product launch." She tentatively asked Jack, as she didn't know how Mr. Dawson would react when he gets the gift. What does mean? Do you like it or not?" Chloe wasn't satisfied with Jack's answer. "I like it." Jack couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Chloe would be antsy, like a kid who got perfect on a test waiting for a compliment. Chloe's intelligence was unquestionable, but she always behaved like a kid in front of him. She trusted and relied on him, so she never had to keep anything from him. Like her mother and Thomas, he was her immediate family. A while ago, Victoria brought Chloe to a psychology seminar. A famous psychology professor had a very special lecture. Why was it special? They spent the entire class playing subtraction games. Chloe remembered her first time on the stage very clearly. The professor said, "Write the names of your loved ones on the board." So, Chloe slowly wrote the names of Jack, Sandra, Thomas, Sarah, Victoria, Noah, and Violet, her favorite assistant. The professor smiled and said, "Now, death is going to take a person away from you. You have a choice. The name you cross out will be taken away by death forever." Chloe hesitated. "Go ahead." Chloe debated, looked up at the blackboard, and crossed out Violet's name. Death doesn't think it's enough. He wants to take 3 more. You decide. After the professor spoke, Chloe hesitated and crossed out Noah, Victoria, and Sarah. At that moment, there were only Jack, Thomas, and Sandra left. The professor looked at Chloe and said with a serious tone, "Death is greedy. He's going to take another." Chloe remained silent and crossed out Sandra with a heavy heart. Although she loved her mom and Thomas equally, she was getting old, while Thomas had many years ahead of him. So, her mother should go first if it came down to that. At last, there were only Jack and Thomas left on the blackboard. "Cross out 1 more," the professor ordered. "No, I can't." Chloe was dying on the inside. Although it was only a game, she didn't want to continue crossing out names. There were only Thomas and Jack left, and she loved them the most. "Only 1 can remain. Hurry up and cross the other out," the professor sternly demanded. Shaking, Chloe raised her head and slowly crossed out the name beside Jack's. Finally, only 1 person was left. The professor kindheartedly looked at her. "The final person is the person you value the most. Somebody that you would trade your life for. Cherish them. Life's short. The treasurable time you spend with them is short as well." At last, Chloe found out that the seminar was called Cherishment. It forced people to realize the most important person in their hearts. Chloe already knew that in her heart, Jack surpassed everything. "Honey, did you know? Eternal Light is super popular right now. The orders are through the roof." Chloe continued to ask for validation. My wife's the best. Wait for me at home. Take a break and go back to Southside. Don't let GK affect your work. Jack had always known that Chloe liked being a doctor, so he was thinking for her. After a moment of silence, Chloe slowly said, "Honey, I handed in my resignation letter to Director Richard." "Why?" Jack frowned. "Because I want to help you." "Dummy, didn't I say that you should put yourself first? We don't need the money. We can live comfortably for the rest of our lives. If I am tired, I can sell GK and be a doctor with you." "Do you guys need an extra neurosurgeon?" "I'm quite skilled." Jack smiled gently. As for Chloe, she really wanted to cry. Shouldn't men put their careers ahead of their emotions? Why would her Mr. Dawson be so idiotic and crazy as to think about selling his company so that he could be a doctor with her? Why would you sell it? "It's your dad's legacy," Chloe corrected him. "But the heart is where your heart is at." Jack stared at Chloe's face and said in all seriousness, "Can we not be so modest around each other? Although I like being a doctor, you're more important to me. I feel a sense of achievement when I get to help you. Working at GK is challenging, but I'm constantly fulfilled. Plus, Director Richard said that he won't accept my resignation and issued me an unpaid leave. Once I finish up here, I can go back whenever I want to. Stop worrying about me." "Okay then, you win." Jack knew Chloe had her own thoughts and wasn't easily persuaded. "Has Thomas contacted you recently?" Chloe asked, since this little brat seemed closer to Jack than to her these days. "He went to Africa with his classmates." "What? Africa?" As expected, Chloe's reaction was intense. "He didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. He'll be fine. Africa's not a war zone. There's a lot of protected wild animals there, and he wanted to be closer to nature. Soon, Earth's not going to be able to fit that little brat." Chloe laughed. "Once we're done with this, we'll go visit him in New Zealand and then head to the States to see the sunset in California." Chloe finished Jack's thought. "Yeah." Jack nodded. "It's a deal. You can't go back on your words, or else I'm going to remind you every single day until you die of a headache." "I won't." After being lovey-dovey for a while, Chloe became sleepy. Therefore, after saying goodnight to Jack, she hung up and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. It seemed like she was truly exhausted. Marriott Hotel in other city. "Sir, when are we heading back? Didn't the police say that you're not a suspect anymore?" "I have some more stuff to deal with," Jack said as he walked up to his computer and went back to work. 3 hours ago, Rick called to tell Jack that Jennifer had placed something in a bank's safety deposit box before she died. She seemed to be the only one who could retrieve it. Now that she was dead, only her family could go in lieu of her. However, both her parents were abroad, and no one had been able to get in touch with them. Therefore, Jack had been looking for ways to retrieve whatever she deposited. He had a feeling that it had something to do with the incident, or else Jennifer wouldn't have kept it in a safe. The next morning, Chloe woke up bright and early to go to GK headquarters. "Good morning, young madam." "Young madam, morning." All the employees were used to Chloe being at the company and treated her as their leader. No one doubted her capabilities when it came to taking over for Jack. During the morning meeting, Chloe issued the design department a bonus before arranging sale channels for their new line of jewelry. Then, as soon as she went back to the office, she saw Violet standing outside. "Violet, why are you here?" "Chief, Let's talk inside." Upon seeing that Violet was about to cry, Chloe pushed open her office door and gestured her to come in. "Chief, I want to resign too. If you're not at Southside, I don't want to be there either. Can you find a job for me here at GK too? I want to continue being your assistant." Violet loved working for Chloe. She originally thought the latter had just asked for a few days off, but later the hospital told her that Chloe was issued an unpaid leave and that they didn't know when she would be coming back. Violet panicked. After struggling for an entire evening, she made the bold decision to resign. "Ha, Violet, you're a nurse. I don't think you'll be used to working at a company. I can learn if I don't know something, but I just want to work under you." Violet looked at Chloe as if she had been wronged. She was heartbroken upon hearing that her boss wasn't working at the hospital anymore and had left her there. "Violet, I didn't resign. The director issued me an unpaid leave. I'll probably go back to work soon. But everyone at the hospital's saying that you're not coming back. And I have the same feeling, Violet said quietly. Tell me the truth. Do you want to work here because you'll get to see Cody more? Chloe teased her on purpose, causing Violet's face to turn into a red apple. Chief? What are you talking about? Huh. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. What about this? If you really want to come work here, you can be Cody's assistant for now, rather than mine. There are too many things going on at the company, and it'll be a while before you can learn everything. You can work under Cody at GK Film and Television. Violet was pleasantly surprised to hear this. She didn't think Chloe would agree so easily. Before she could say anything, Chloe added, You'll be paid the same amount as other assistants at GK Film and Television, along with basic benefits. Although you're a full-time nurse at Southside, our company provides social insurance and housing funds, so it's no less than what the hospital has to offer. But I wonder if Director Richard would chop me in half if he finds out that I stole you from the hospital. No, he won't. You're Director Richard's favorite doctor. Violet beamed. Look at you. Go on now. I'll call Film and Television. You can head over there. I will. Thanks, Chief. Oh, wait. Thanks, President Green. Violet laughed as she ran out of Chloe's office. Chloe's head hurt. She took out some cold medicine from her purse and took some. She had been so physically exhausted recently that she felt like she should get a shot of nutrition or something. However, she had no time on her hands, so she could only take medicine for the time being. Only Stella knew about this, and she felt bad for the young madam. Suddenly, she received a voice message from Sarah. I get back to the city this afternoon, and I'm craving barbecued pork hocks. Do I look like a pork hawk to you? Chloe replied. A little, but your taste is off. Pork hawks taste better. Screw you. Only when bickering with Sarah did Chloe realize that she was still a young woman. When do you land this afternoon? I'll pick you up. No, it's okay. Noah's picking me up. Pick a restaurant and let me know, Mrs. Moneybags. You're treating. You'll bring me. I'll bring the money. Chloe laughed. Just then, Stella Nocton came in. Young madam, did you watch the live stream? What live stream? Chloe froze for a second. You should turn on the TV. I think your cousin participated in some reality show and then she's been defaming you. Stella hesitated. A bad feeling crept up Chloe's spine. Cousin? June? Then Stella handed a remote control to Chloe, who turned the TV on and switched to a local satellite channel, which was broadcasting a reality show called Flower Girl. June looked completely different than she used to. Not only did she look fashionable, she also seemed to have gotten microsurgery. It was obvious that she had gotten hyaluronic acid injections on her face. My cousin Chloe, how should I put this? She's not as good as she seems on the surface. Everyone has a dark side. Back when I was living with my auntie, she wrongfully accused me of stealing my auntie's money and chased me out. I didn't tell my auntie these things because I didn't want her to feel bad. My cousin's personality. June continued defaming Chloe, leaving the latter more annoyed than ever. June went on to a reality show to slander her? How exciting. Stella glanced at the TV while observing Chloe's expression. Young madam, should we call the TV station and file a complaint? Number? But what she's saying is really bad for your reputation. It's okay. Let her be. June's reality show defamation of Chloe immediately became a hot topic of discussion amongst civilians. June even took the opportunity to register a Weibo account. Some fans even complimented how real and straightforward she was. That was, until that afternoon when Chloe accepted an exclusive interview with a renowned media outlet. Once the interview was posted, various medias uploaded it onto the front page of their websites. The title of the interview was, Cousin? Chloe doesn't know her well. Chloe looked calm, collected, and relaxed during the entire interview. She emitted a powerful vibe and was neither showy nor humble. Mrs. Dawson? Is June, who appeared on that reality show? Really your cousin? Yes, she's the daughter of my mother's older brother. Then why don't you know her well? She seems close to your mother, but you claim to know Cody better than her. When I was young, we used to be really poor, and my mother raised my brother and me on her own. I guess my uncle was frustrated that we were poor and didn't want us asking him for help, so he never even contacted us. I never met my cousin until she came to visit a while ago. She said you wrongfully accused her of stealing. Is it the truth? Or, the host asked. The jewelry store probably still has the security footage of her selling my mother's jewelry, so I don't think I can wrongfully accuse her of something like this, unless she really did it. She also said that you chased her out? Yes, I couldn't forgive her for selling my mother's jewelry, since my mom gave her pocket money to spend, a place to live, and food to eat. It's a matter of moral quality. I would never let an immoral person live under my roof, whether they are a relative or a friend. Does your mother know about it? She didn't, but after June announced it on the reality show, my mother probably found out. Is there anything you want to tell her? No, I'm not one to stir up trouble, but I won't hide away either. June isn't a scheming girl. I think she was probably used. Your company has an outstanding legal team. Will you be suing her? No, I would never do that to my other. After all, June's my mom's niece, so I don't want to take this matter to court. Some netizens said that she did all this to become famous and receive attention. What do you think? I don't have any comments on that. People can do what they want. I never judge. It's true what they say, Mrs. Dawson. You really are magnanimous. Thank you for accepting our exclusive interview, and I wish you success in the future. Thank you. Finally, may I ask how Eternal Light's pre-sales are going? The host asked with a smile. It's going well. We're already producing the first batch. I hope that it will become a big seller. Thank you. Chloe thanked the host again before leaving the stage. She didn't say much about June. After all, they weren't on the same level, so why would she make such a big deal about it? Moreover, June wasn't worth it for Chloe to use GK's legal team on. After Chloe's exclusive interview was uploaded, netizens began speculating about who was right: June, who claimed that she was wronged and didn't steal jewelry, and Chloe, who said June stole and sold the jewelry. Bored netizens even began asking jewelry stores across the city, and that evening, the owner of a jewelry store uploaded his security footage onto Weibo, proving that June indeed sold a large amount of jewelry at his shop. Once the evidence was exposed, June's Weibo crowded with angry netizens that threatened to cyber manhunt her. Quickly, Chloe and June ended up on the Weibo trending page. Thanks to Weibo, sales for GK's new line of jewelry shot up exponentially. Unwilling to give up, June updated her Weibo status that night. She wrote, "I just like hitting someone when they're down. What can you do about it? Come on, curse at me." GK was currently surrounded by negative news, so June really was hitting Chloe while she was down. She originally wanted to defame Chloe, but her attempt was unsuccessful, and she ended up stabbing herself in the foot. Therefore, she decided that fame was more important, and became more thick-faced than ever. Hundreds of thousands of netizens cursed at her on her Weibo, and some even tagged Chloe. "June, you're such a bakch. You should be called June Backstabber. You're not fit to be Chloe's cousin." Bakch June, you're digging your own grave. Rest in peace. I finally know why Mrs. Dawson didn't even sue you for malicious defamation. You're not worth it. Go to hell. Bakch June, how dare you shamelessly gain fame by tying yourself to Chloe. You're the biggest bakch of all bakches. I heard your entire family's super snobby. When Chloe was poor, you guys stayed away from her, yet now you're saying that she's your cousin? How thick-faced are you? No matter how much plastic surgery you get, you're still a peasant's daughter. How stupid are you to challenge Chloe? Her brain probably weighs significantly more than yours. Stupid bakch June. Not only was June not angry that so many netizens were cursing at her, she even felt proud of herself. Just then, Abby called her. She sounded upset. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say she wrongfully accused you? Why are you the thief now?" Back then, she contacted June. pretended to be friends with her and even gave her presents, just so she could use her one day. June was happy to finally have someone she could slander Chloe with, so she told Abby that Chloe had wrongfully accused her of stealing. What was worse was that Abby actually believed her. In the end, June played her like a fiddle. Abby helped her get onto that reality show, but to her surprise and frustration, June's lie was exposed so quickly. Oh, my cousin's really manipulative. She probably bought a bunch of water army to prove her innocence. Forget it. I don't care. Anyways, don't tell anyone you know me, no matter who interviews you. Abby, what about the $200,000 you promised me? Let's meet up tonight. I'll give you cash. Abby was careful. She didn't want others to find a record of her sending June money, since Chloe was an extremely diligent woman. Okay, I'll see you tonight. Truth be told, June was proud of herself. It was so easy to make money, just by defaming her cousin. Sky blessing court. After a hard day's work, Chloe drove to her mother's house, since the latter called her after watching the reality show. Mom, I'm home. Chloe, what happened? Why would June say something like that on TV? Oh, calm down. Let me tell you everything. Chloe placed her bag on the couch and sat down next to her mother. I saw everything on TV. What's wrong with June? Why would she say that? It's so bad for your reputation. Oh, and didn't she leave our place because she found a job? Why would she appear on TV? Mom, the truth is, June stole your jewelry last time. What? Sandra froze. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. After all, she's your niece. I found where she sold your jewelry and exposed her. She was scared to go to jail, so she bought your jewelry back. Then, I chased her out. No wonder she left in such a hurry. Sandra became sad, as she finally understood everything. Why would she do that? I was so nice to her. Mom, we don't live in a world where sincerity is always returned with sincerity. You're right. During New Year, I told her to give your uncle a bunch of stuff and money. I can't believe after all that she would still slander you. What a heartless girl. Forget it, Mom. I don't care. I went on an interview today and explained everything that happened. I also got to promote our company's new products, so she didn't do any damage. But Mom, if she comes looking for you in the future, I won't even let her in my door, Sandra replied angrily. June's not that innocent. I don't think you should contact her in the future. Chloe nodded upon seeing her mother's attitude. That evening, Sandra made Chloe whole wheat handmade noodles, and the latter ate 2 giant bowls before driving home. After she returned to South Hill Manor, she went straight into the study and began organizing company documents. She finally understood why Jack had to work every day after work. So many things went on at GK, and documents stacked up like tiny mountains on her desk. Therefore, she immediately began going through them. On the other side of town, Andrew was furious at June. He couldn't tolerate those who tried to defame Chloe. In the beginning, he thought Bella was the mastermind behind this incident. But after investigating, he realized that Abby had been in touch with June for a while now. Sir, they're meeting tonight. Great, I'll be giving them a surprise. Andrew raised his hand to his lips and kissed his index finger. That night, after June and Abby saw each other and left the restaurant, a speeding race car slammed into them. Abby broke 3 ribs, while June sustained a left knee fracture and multiple injuries on her body. The 2 of them were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. It was 11 p.m. by the time Chloe was done with work. She was going to have dinner with Sarah and Noah, but she had to reschedule to tomorrow evening because June's rant on the reality show. After showering, she climbed into bed and was just about to go to sleep when she saw a piece of news on her phone. Abby was of special status, so her identity wasn't exposed. However, June's name was all over the news. Most netizens were exhilarated and stated that backed June deserved it. Some even went to Chloe's Weibo and commented, "Justice is served." Upon seeing this, Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Andrew's private mansion. Bella didn't go back home with her parents after coming back from the hospital. When she came back, Andrew was in the living room, drinking red wine in his robe. "You were the one who almost killed Abby, weren't you?" Bella demanded angrily. "What? Shouldn't you be happy? Your idiot of a cousin almost destroyed your face last time. Isn't it better if she died?" Andrew basically admitted to his crimes. He was so arrogant that he didn't see the point in pretending anymore. "Andrew, are you crazy?" Bella screamed. After Bella found out that Abby had gotten into a car accident, she immediately went to the hospital with her parents. Originally, she thought it was a pure hit and run. However, Bella was told that her cousin was with June at the time of the accident, and she immediately became suspicious. In the beginning, she even thought that Chloe did it, but she quickly rejected that thought. Chloe was too smart to do something like that. After all, it was a sensitive time and she would never risk letting a scandal break out. If wasn't Chloe and Jack wasn't even in the city, the only person ruthless enough to do something like this was Andrew. According to Abby, the car was extremely fast, and it was obvious that the driver intentionally hit them. The good thing was that she reacted quickly, and therefore only cracked her ribs. However, June wasn't so lucky, and her legs sustained a comminuted fracture, and surgery couldn't guarantee her full recovery. The Hall family was powerful enough to hide the news of her accident. They didn't let the media report about Abby. Instead, they gave her an alias, redirecting the people's attention to June. The more she thought about it, the more terrified Bella became. Therefore, she drove right back to Andrew's mansion, and as expected, he was at home. "Andrew, is every single person that tries to hurt Chloe a prick in your eyes?" "Smart girl." Andrew smiled as he raised his glass at her. "Ha ha, your love is so pathetic. Does she know what you've done for her?" "She doesn't have to know, as long as she's safe. I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her, including you." Andrew sneered, sending goosebumps up Bella's body. Ever since she found out how Andrew felt about Chloe, she stopped thinking of ways to defame her. Compared to Chloe, Andrew was a much more terrifying opponent. "You've gone crazy. If she knew how perverted you are, she's going to hate you even more than she already does. One day she'll fall in love with me. You should pray for my success. If I defeat Jack, you'll finally have a tiny chance of being with him. I'm not as despicable as you are. Perhaps my methods aren't great either, but I would never risk human lives to get what I want. If Abby died today, my uncle would have killed you." True, Bella wasn't that close with Abby. However, the latter was her uncle's only child, and if she really died, the Halls weren't going to let Andrew off the hook so easily. To her surprise, Andrew slowly placed his wine glass down on the coffee table. Then, he narrowed his eyes at Bella and smiled. "Who does your uncle think he is? If your dad's nothing to me, do you think I'd care about your uncle? Do you really think your family's that powerful? You've got to be kidding me." Bella was so angry that her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to respond. She knew she couldn't afford to anger a psycho like Andrew. "Oh, and feel free to record our conversation and hand the recording over to the police." Upon hearing this, Bella froze. "But you might not be able to make it there alive." Andrew smiled evilly before going upstairs. Terrified, Bella's face was as pale as a ghost. He just threatened her, proving that he was a devil capable of killing others without blinking. Like Chloe, Bella suspected that Andrew had something to do with Jennifer's death in Other City. However, she didn't have any evidence against him and was too scared to investigate. The fact that Andrew tried to kill Abby and June was a publicly known secret. How confident was he to be so sure that he could control everything and do anything he wanted to? He could ignore her dad and her uncle, so how was Jack supposed to defeat a man who treated humans like bugs? Suddenly, Bella became worried about Jack. She may still have the urge to possess him, but right now, she was genuinely worried about him. 12:30 a.m., Chloe's mother called her right when she fell asleep. "Chloe, June got into an accident." "Mm-hmm. Your uncle just called and asked me to pay for her operation. Sandra seemed to be struggling about this. "Oh," Chloe replied, and Sandra couldn't tell if she was happy or mad, so she asked, "I wanted to ask for your opinion. It's your money. You get to decide what to do with it, but I'm not giving her anything." Chloe didn't want to be Holy Mother Teresa. June just defamed her, so why would she pay for her operation? It's not like Chloe's money fell out of the sky. Upon realizing that Chloe might be a little unhappy, Sandra added, "Your uncle said June broke her leg and she's in critical condition. She sustained a comminuted fracture in her knee, and the operation's really difficult and is going to cost about $300,000. But I don't have that kind of money, and I would never give her that amount. But she's a relative, so I ended up paying a $30,000 deposit for her. That's all I'm going to give her." "Yeah, that's fine. Chloe, are you mad at Mom?" "Number, I think we can consider this as using virtue to repay hatred. Us helping her like that will give us good luck. Anyways, go to bed. That's all I wanted to say." Okay. Chloe would never give June a penny, but she didn't have the right to stop her mother. After all, blood was thicker than water, and her mother was a soft-hearted woman. If her uncle called in the middle of the night, wailing and complaining, it was only normal for her mother to give June a couple of $1,000. Chloe would never get mad because of that. The next morning, Chloe received a phone call from Mark as soon as she arrived at the company. "Young madam." "Yeah?" "The president, Mark's hesitation gave Chloe jitters. "What's wrong with Jack?" "The president isn't in a good mood. He didn't even have breakfast." Upon hearing this, Chloe let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. Next time, finish your sentence in one breath." "Okay. No. The problem is the president didn't want you to worry, so he didn't tell you everything. He found a new clue about the incident. Before Jennifer died, she deposited something important at the bank. After finally retrieving it, the driver got into a car crash on the way back and died at the scene. The documents disappeared as well." "What?" Chloe's heart sank. Another car accident? Life really wasn't peaceful these days. Then Chloe realized why Jack had been in Other City this entire time. He was gathering new clues about Jennifer and the incident. Unfortunately, the person in charge of retrieving the documents died. How odd. No wonder Jack was in a bad mood. Is Jack all right? "He's fine, just in a bad mood. He's been really quiet and won't eat." "Okay, I got it." After hanging up, Chloe opened Snap and sent Jack a red pocket. It was a $5.20 red pocket that said, "Honey, remember to be happy." Jack immediately replied with a smiley face and transferred $5,200 to Chloe. Chloe sent him a voice message. "Honey, you made a bad deal. I sent you 5.2 and you gave me 5,200. That means you lost $5,194.8. Your math is amazing, honey." Chloe, "What did you have for breakfast?" Jack, "Porridge." Chloe, "Your nose will grow if you lie." Chloe, "You need to eat, or else I'm not going to like you anymore." Jack, "Who are you going to like then?" Chloe, "I'll go like Justin. He's rich, good-looking, and most importantly, he eats breakfast every day." Jack, "Little minx Chloe, fly over here right now and I'll show you the color of my belt." Chloe, "Ha ha ha, nope, I refuse." The young couple continued quibbling, and once again, Justin ended up being cannon fodder. Imperial Star Headquarters. Achoo! Achoo! Justin sneezed twice in a row. "President Cooper, the morning meeting is in 15 minutes. Would you like to have breakfast first?" and asked him carefully. "No." Justin refused immediately. Young Master Cooper really couldn't take a compliment. He refused breakfast as well. Green Corporation headquarters. "Sir, I got the documents." "Did he see what's inside?" Andrew asked lazily. "We're not sure, but technically he shouldn't have. After all, he's just Jack's lackey." "I don't think he'd have the courage to." "Where is he now?" "Dead." You can leave." "Yes, sir." After his henchman left, Andrew picked up the yellow envelope. He didn't think the backtitch, Jennifer, would leave herself with a backhand. even after she died. This really pissed him off. If he didn't think of all the possibilities, Jack would have gotten this already. Andrew really wanted to avoid unnecessary complications. He slowly opened the envelope. He could tell that Jennifer was extremely careful. As expected, inside was a letter Jennifer wrote, along with a USB, stored with recordings of her talking on the phone with Andrew. Jennifer said in the letter that if she died, this envelope would be mailed out in a month. Jack, however, was fast enough to find it in a few days. Even if he didn't, these things would have been mailed out a month after her death. But who would it be mailed to? The address and recipient surprised Andrew. South Side Recuperation Center, Neurology Department, Chloe? In the end, the person Jennifer trusted the most was her? How ironic. Andrew smiled as he picked up his lighter and slowly lit the envelope on fire. All the documents inside immediately turned into ash. Ha, stupid Batch. I can't believe you would try to stir up trouble even after your death. Don't worry, my Chloe will never see this letter. Chloe worked hard the entire morning. At lunch, she finally had some free time on her own. She sat in Jack's office, staring quietly out of the window. Truth be told, she missed working at Southside. Sure, working as a doctor was exhausting as well, but at least she was doing something she loved. If she were at the hospital right now, she would probably be seeing patients, right? Or would she be eating lunch with Violet? Suddenly she received a message. Miss Chloe Green, are you going to treat us or not? We haven't even had breakfast yet. Haha, come over. There's a good restaurant below the company called Bamboo Pavilion. Okay, wait for us. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Sarah was really about to complain her face off. She hadn't seen Chloe in such a long time and wanted to meet up with her after she got back. However, GK's new president had been so busy. 20 minutes later, at the restaurant below, Chloe was speechless. Did Sarah and Noah have to be so lovey-dovey while walking? They were holding hands and whispering into each other's ears. Ahem, this is a public space. You should be more self-conscious, Chloe said, on purpose. However, Sarah rolled her eyes at her. Seriously? You have no right to say that to us. Remember how cheesy and annoying you guys were back then? Chloe smiled, but she didn't say anything. After sitting down, Sarah began ordering. Mrs. Moneybags, did you bring enough money? I'm going to eat you poor today. Don't worry, eat as much as you can, and you can take some home too if you want. Chloe chuckled. Noah put his arm around Sarah's neck. Sarah, stop embarrassing me. It's not like I can't afford you. You make it sound like you haven't eaten in a century. But you really can't afford me. I can't even buy a Dior handbag with your monthly salary. Upon hearing this, Noah was at a loss for words. Chloe laughed as she watched them quibble. Suddenly, she missed Jack. This scene was only complete with Mr. Dawson here. Just then, Noah tilted his head and asked, Jack's not back yet? Chloe shook her head. I thought he finished dealing with the incident in Other City. I sent him a message the day before yesterday, and he said he finished compensating the victim's family. Noah was confused. He's still working on something, but I think he'll be back soon. Let's get together again when he gets back. Sounds good. They were enjoying lunch. When halfway through, Chloe received a phone call from Stella. Then, she got up apologetically. You guys eat? I need to head back to the company. Already? Sarah didn't want her to go. I'll free up when Jack gets back. Then we'll have all the fun you want. Fine, just go. Remember to pay the bill. Upon hearing this, Chloe burst out laughing. Then she paid for lunch and went back to GK. After she left, Sarah seemed a little depressed. Why aren't you eating? Noah noticed a change in Sarah's expression. I think Chloe is exhausted. She doesn't like managing companies, but she resigned from Southside to work here. Seriously, I feel heartbroken seeing her like that. I've known her for so long, so I know what she likes and doesn't like. She's doing all this. For Jack, Noah finished her sentence and Sarah nodded. Then, she added angrily, So, if I hear others batch about how Chloe doesn't love Jack, I'm going to F-King kill them. Don't listen to netizens. They're just passers-by. We're their friends, so we know what's really going on. Jack treats Chloe as the most important person in his life, and Chloe treats Jack the same way. No one loves the other more. That's right. Sarah nodded in agreement. So are you, Sarah. What do you mean? Sarah was confused. You're the most important person in my life. I may not be as rich as Jack, but I don't love you less than he loves Chloe. Noah wasn't a sweet talker. Plus, he worked at the municipal bureau and therefore his temper wasn't great. He liked challenging and teasing others, and Sarah had gotten used to that. However, she was still happy to occasionally hear him be romantic. Upon hearing what he said, she replied shyly, "Although I'm not as smart or as wise as Chloe, I'm not a coward. If you need me, I can give up the job I like for you as well, even if I have to risk myself to be a spy." Spy? Forget it. You're going to be exposed as soon as you enter enemy territory. Then, this couple began bickering and making up. That was how their relationship was like. It was already 2:30 p.m. by the time Chloe finished up at the company. With nothing else urgent to do, she drove to the first hospital. Her father-in-law's conditions were quite dire, and it had been more than a week since he was hospitalized. Upon arrival, Chloe talked to Peter's attending physician before entering his room. "Dad, Chloe, you're here." Peter placed down the book in his hands. "Where's Mom? She went home to do laundry? Why are you here? Are there a lot of things going on at the company?" "Not at the moment. How are you feeling today, Dad?" Chloe handed Peter a glass of water before sitting down. "Pretty good. When can I be discharged?" What's the rush? You should stay here a little longer, just to monitor your conditions." Chloe chuckled. Peter adjusted his reading glasses before asking in a serious tone, "Chloe, tell me the truth. Did I get diagnosed with something else?" "Of course not." Chloe smiled. "Child, stop lying to me. If I'm fine, the doctor wouldn't have shut me down every time I asked to be discharged," Peter said. Truth be told, he was a wise old man. Chloe didn't say anything and stared quietly at her father-in-law. "Your mom is easy to trick, but I'm not like her. If it's just my blood pressure, it would have been controlled through injections and medicine a long time ago. So why won't the hospital discharge me? So, stop trying to hide it from me. Tell me if I'm sick." "Dad." "Chloe, I may be older than you, but I respect you very much because you're an outstanding doctor. Just tell me the truth." Peter made it very clear that he wanted to know what was wrong with him, so Chloe felt bad about hiding his condition. "Dad, they found a shadow in the middle of your brain." "Shadow?" Peter froze and Chloe nodded. "The CT showed a small shadow in your brain, but they don't know what it is yet. Could it be a brain tumor? The doctors don't know yet. They have to send it to the pathology department. But it's located in a sensitive area. You might not know, but the center of the brain is extremely delicate. It controls the functions of the central nervous system and cortical reflex zone. If something's growing there and presses too hard on your nerves, you might suffer from acquired epileptic aphasia. The worst-case scenario is you'll suffer from a seizure and become paralyzed." Chloe said everything slowly and word for word, while Peter's expression became complicated. Upon seeing her father-in-law's serious expression, Chloe consoled him. "Dad, don't think too much. It might just be a blood clot that was caused by a burst blood vessel due to your high blood pressure. The results aren't out yet, so you have to be optimistic. Patients shouldn't give themselves too much pressure." "I'm fine," Chloe, truth be told. "I was prepared for this since I'm not young anymore, and my health hasn't been great. Don't tell Jack and your mom about this yet. I don't want them to worry." "I won't, but you have to cooperate with the doctors and let them keep you under observation here for a while longer, okay?" Peter nodded heavily. After spending some time at the hospital, Chloe drove back to GK. She felt restless since she didn't tell her father-in-law the true extent of his conditions. Doctor made it very clear that the shadow in his brain was a tumor, but he didn't know if it was benign or malignant. It wasn't just a blood clot. It didn't show the last time he was hospitalized, but now it was the size of a soybean. It didn't matter if the tumor was benign or malignant, he would still need to undergo a craniotomy. It was a difficult surgery because the tumor grew very fast, and once it reached a certain size, it would start to press against his cranial nerves. Her heart felt heavy. She really didn't know how to tell Jack about this. There was enough on his plate these days. If her father-in-law's assessment comes back positive for malignant, then there's a chance that he might die. If he died before getting to see his grandchildren, Chloe would feel like the ultimate sinner. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. As soon as she arrived at the office, she dove right back into work. Jack wasn't home anyway, so she didn't see the point in going home and therefore decided to work overtime. It was also 11 p.m. by the time she looked down at her watch. Exhausted, Chloe yawned. She turned off the lights and left the office, but the elevators had stopped operating. Oh my God, was she going to climb down more than 30 flights of stairs? At this thought, she madly pressed the elevator button a few more times, but nothing. Therefore, Chloe had no choice to walk down the stairs. The sensor lights in the staircase were turned off as well, so Chloe used the flashlight on her phone and carefully headed downstairs. When she was on the 29th floor, she suddenly heard heavy footsteps below her. She was confused. All the employees were home at this hour, so who would take the stairs? At this thought, the hairs on Chloe's head stood up and she instinctively turned around to run back upstairs. As she ran, the footsteps below her became more rapid as well, scaring her half to death. She had never stayed at GK until this hour, so she wasn't familiar with the light switches. All she could do was feel around, trying to remember the layout of the top floor. It was so late, and the elevators were down, so who could be climbing up more than 30 flights of stairs? Security? But GK's security guards patrolled in twos to avoid unnecessary accidents. Was Mr. Dawson back? The top floor housed the president's office, conference rooms, lounges, and VIP guest areas, so normal employees couldn't even come up. Was Jack here in the middle of the night? But he didn't even call her beforehand. How did he know she was still here? Did he ask Stella? Countless questions popped into her head as she continued running upstairs. But a brave thought suddenly came to her. She really wanted to find out who it was. What if someone was in here to steal stuff? If she saw their face, she could identify them later on. Therefore, she slowed down her footsteps and forced herself to turn around so she could find out who it was. The footsteps sounded like they came from one person, or else the pace would be off. If it was just one person, then Chloe didn't have to be so scared. She only needed to run if they had a weapon. Plus, there was a stun gun in Jack's drawer that she could use to defend herself. Chloe stopped at the edge of the top floor hallway. Next to her was the conference room, and at the end of the hallway was the president's office. Soon, the footsteps became nearer and nearer, and Chloe felt anxious as she tried to calm her breathing down. For some weird reason, the voice-activated lights in the hallway weren't working either. Chloe ran and ran, but the lights still didn't turn on. The good thing was, they were located in downtown, so even if the hallways were dark, she could still see the light reflected from traffic lights and neighboring skyscrapers. Chloe held her phone tightly in her hands, and when that person arrived at the end of the hallway, Chloe saw his shadow. The intruder was a tall man. They each stood at each end of the hallway, with about 18 meters between them. It was too dark. When he walked towards Chloe, she suddenly shone her flashlight in his face and almost shrieked out in shock. It was Andrew's face, but he looked different than he usually did. How so? Andrew always wore a relaxed smile on his face when he saw Chloe. However, the man in front of her looked vicious, as if he was a wolf that was chasing down his prey. His expression gave Chloe goosebumps all over. Was this person Andrew or not? Or was it just someone who looked like him? She suddenly had a feeling, if Andrew caught her tonight, then she would be screwed. At this thought, she suddenly came back to her senses and began running, and Andrew's footsteps accelerated as well. On this peaceful evening, he quietly cut off the security system at GK and blocked countless cameras. He even turned off the voice-activated lights and all the elevators. He was determined to catch Chloe tonight. Chloe ran as fast as she could, feeling as if her heart was going to jump out of its socket. However, Andrew's speed was no slower than hers. He smiled evilly and licked his lips. "Chloe, should we play cat and mouse tonight? If I catch you, then—" Chloe quickly reached the end of the hallway and had nowhere else to go. The elevators were down, so the only way to go downstairs was through the stairwell, which was in Andrew's direction. In the end, she clenched down on her teeth and ran into the president's office. She knew going in was a dead end. If the person chasing her came in, they would have to confront each other, face to face. Andrew smiled at his impending success when he saw Chloe hiding into Jack's office. As soon as she went in, she would be trapped with no way out. He walked up to the president's office and looked into the unlocked door. After a slight hesitation, he reached out to open the door. A stack of documents fell down but failed to hit him. This was a tactic that students used in middle school to prank their teachers and other students. Usually, they would use a blackboard eraser. Andrew didn't think Chloe would use such a childish method that couldn't even hit him. So what if it did? They were just documents that couldn't hurt him at all. His Chloe was sure cute. Therefore, he opened the door and headed inside, confident that he was going to win this chase. Victory was so easy, he didn't even get to have his fun yet. Chloe was hiding under Jack's desk, holding a stun gun tightly in her hands. She knew if Andrew went crazy, she would be no match for him. She was 160 centimeters tall, while he was 180 centimeters. Moreover, Andrew looked strong. Chloe wasn't a coward, but she was truly terrified, because Andrew seemed like a vicious beast tonight. She knew if he caught her, she would be a trampled victim. Upon hearing Andrew's footsteps, Chloe closed her eyes and prayed. Perhaps Andrew was too arrogant and overestimated himself, or perhaps he underestimated Chloe. He only remembered to look up and completely forgot about what was on the ground. Andrew didn't realize that something had pricked him until he felt a slight pain in his foot, forcing him to stop in his tracks. He looked down and removed a nail from his leather shoe. The nail went right through the bottom of his shoe and into his foot, because just now he instinctively placed all of his weight on that foot. Only then did he realize that the childish prank by the door was placed to divert his attention. The true catch was here. Accompanying the pain was a numbing feeling on his left foot. Chloe for sure did something to the nail. Andrew was going to gobble her up tonight, but she played him. He sighed and stopped walking because he knew how strong Chloe's anesthesia was. Back when the Green Corporation was still sponsoring Southside, Director Richard casually mentioned to him how strong Chloe's self-made anesthesia was. It was strong and had minimal side effects. While experimenting with it, the slightest injection knocked out 5 fully grown white mice. He knew that he was slowed down by the anesthesia. Therefore, if he continued confronting Chloe, he would end up losing to her. Therefore, after removing the nail from his foot, he immediately turned around and walked away. Chloe didn't open her eyes until the sounds of his footsteps disappeared. She patted her rapidly beating chest and took a couple of deep breaths. Did he really leave? Or was he trying to lure her out? Doubtful, she waited for 10 more minutes. Then, she took out her phone and sent Cody a message. "Come pick me up at the office. The elevator's down. Take the stairs." Cody had just finished listening to the demo of his new album and wasn't yet asleep. Therefore, upon receiving this message, he immediately headed to GK. Half an hour later, someone opened her office doors. "Sister Chloe, are you in there?" Cody asked, since he wasn't sure upon seeing the dark office. When Chloe heard his voice, she crawled out from under the desk. "My God, sis. Are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" Cody was surprised to see Chloe crawl out. "It's a long story. I'll tell you later," Chloe said, as she turned on the lights. Then, she saw the small nail on the ground. Picking it up, she noticed that there was still some blood on it. "Thanks for saving me." She carefully put the nail away and headed downstairs with Cody. As expected, when they went over to security, the guards on call had no idea what had happened. It seemed like the company's system had been hacked, causing all the elevators, surveillance cameras, and hallway lights to stop working. Chloe walked out of GK with a heavy heart and told Cody what happened without mentioning to him that it was Andrew. She didn't want him to worry too much, so she kept this information from him. My God, sis. You almost went face to face with a psycho. What if something happened to you? Cody was terrified. Look at me, I'm fine. Chloe smiled. How can you still be smiling? What if that person didn't step on your nail? What are you going to do then? Cody cringed at this thought. It didn't seem likely that the pervert would fall for her trap. Where would Chloe be right now if the psycho didn't step on the nail? I'm fine. Plus, my tactics may be childish, but they work every time, Chloe said, proud of the 2 traps she set by the door. This was a classic psychological failing. People usually only paid attention to things above them, and more often than not, ignored the things under their feet. Ever since she was kidnapped, Chloe had been very careful when it came to personal security. After all, she was the wife of the president of a conglomerate, so it was normal for kidnappers to target her. Therefore, she always brought an anesthesia needle with her, wherever she went. When she wore her white lab coat, she would place that needle in her front pocket, and when she wore casual clothes, she would hide it in her shoe. There was a bolt on top of that needle, and it became her life-saving weapon. She never thought she would use it, but tonight, she did. If it was some women other than Chloe in that office tonight, they would be wishing that they were dead right now, right? But why was Andrew there? Did he know she was working overtime? Was it a coincidence, or was it premeditated? There were so many questions going on in her head. She originally wanted to call the police, but was afraid to alert the media. It would be bad for the company if the reporters began spreading rumors again. Plus, she couldn't have asked Justin and the others to pick her up, because people might also write about them. With Thomas in New Zealand, she had no choice but to call Cody for help. Sis, you must be hungry. Let's go eat something. It's okay, I'm not hungry. Can you take me home? I'll leave my car here and deal with it tomorrow. Sure. Truly terrified, Chloe felt weak all over as she sat in Cody's white Porsche Cayenne, and the 2 of them headed back to her home at South Hill. Don't let anyone know what happened tonight. I don't want rumors to spread. I got it, sis. Go home and get some rest. You have a full schedule tomorrow. Sis, are you okay? Your face is really pale. Do you want to go to the hospital? Cody asked worriedly. I'm fine. You should go home. Drive safe. After Cody left, an exhausted Chloe headed upstairs. Young madam? Uncle George walked out upon hearing voices, scaring Chloe out of wits. Young madam, would you like a midnight snack? No thanks. Chloe went upstairs to the 2nd floor and opened her bedroom door. She was so tired that she didn't even shower. After crawling under the covers, she quickly fell asleep. At 3 a.m., a familiar shadow opened the door and walked in. He carefully lifted the covers up and gently kissed her. Help me. Let go. Let go of me. Chloe almost jumped up in fear. Chloe, it's me. Jack shook her shoulders, trying to wake her up. Chloe came back to her senses upon hearing his voice. She froze for a second as she stared into Jack's face. Jack? She asked uncertainly. Chloe, what happened? Jack frowned, noticing Chloe's odd reaction. Honey, I've missed you so much. Chloe put her arms tightly around Jack's neck and actually began crying like a little girl who had been bullied. Jack gently patted her back. Stop crying. I'm sorry for coming back so late. You must have been so worried. He finished dealing with the matters in Other City and completely shut down the branch company. It wasn't operating anymore, but Jack was still pissed that he lost the key piece of evidence to Jennifer's case. At the same time, he found out that Andrew's influence in Other City was more significant than he thought. Jack didn't like traveling around since the company's headquarters were in the city. After some thought, he decided to close the branch company first, so Andrew wouldn't be able to manipulate him in Other City. To his surprise, he was gone for so long that Chloe cried when he came back. Chloe hugged Jack for a very long time before finally letting him go. He took some tissues from the bedside table and gently wiped away her tears. Stop crying. Your eyes are going to swell up tomorrow. It's okay. I have small eyes. It's not going to make a difference. Chloe pouted, and Jack couldn't help but laugh. But if you go out like this, tomorrow the newspaper headlines will be, "Last night, Mr. Dawson beat up Mrs. Dawson." Upon hearing this, Chloe's tears turned into laughter. Stop crying, okay? He gently stroked her face, and Chloe nodded. You didn't even change out of your clothes? Only then did Jack realize that Chloe was still wearing her black pantsuit underneath the covers. My God, what was happening? This was something that never happened to our germophobic Dr. Green. I was really tired from working overtime and was too lazy to change. I'll help you. No. Chloe's face reddened as she rejected. We're an old married couple, so stop being so shy. I've seen you naked countless times, Jack said as he gently removed her jacket. Then, he unbuttoned her shirt with great familiarity. Off came her beige bra. Chloe looked down quietly and let Jack slowly undress her. When he removed everything, Jack carried Chloe into the bathroom and filled the tub with warm water. You can go now. I'll do the rest myself, Chloe said, but Jack didn't leave. Rather, he began undressing. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Taking a bath with you. No. Chloe covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. Women never say what they mean. The more you say no, the more you mean yes. I know, honey, Jack said as he walked towards the bathtub. Pervert! Then, water splashed out of the tub as Jack devoured her. Chloe only felt happiness and undying warmth when she was with Jack. An hour later, Jack wrapped a towel around Chloe, carried her back into the bedroom, and carefully placed her on their giant bed. Then, he turned around and took out a white cotton sleep dress from the closet and put it on her. Honey, are you hungry? You're hungry? Jack turned around and gently looked at her. Chloe pulled up the comforter and stared at Jack with puppy dog eyes. I want egg-fried rice. The kind that's a little overcooked. Egg-fried rice is simple, but you want it a little overcooked? Jack struggled for a few seconds, and Chloe laughed. Is it too hard for you? Nope. My goal is to fulfill your every wish. Then, Jack put on his bathrobe and went downstairs to make Chloe food, startling all the maids in the house. Sir, we can do it. The maids all came out and stood in a row. No, it's okay. You guys should get some rest. I can do it. Jack was in a great mood, so his tone was gentler than usual. Upon seeing a man with such high-status cook for his wife, the maids couldn't help but exclaim, The young master is amazing. Men are most handsome when they cook. Yeah, the young master must really love his wife. I heard they began dating when they were in high school. It's amazing. She's so lucky to have a man who loves her as much as the young master does. The young madam is great to the young master, too. He's been out of town for a while, and she's been helping out at the company every day. Anyways, they're perfect for each other. They're soulmates. By the time Jack went upstairs with the food, Chloe was still playing games on her phone. Jack handed her the bowl of fried rice. Ma'am, your food is ready. Thank you, my lord. You're welcome. If you want, I'll make you fried rice every day. Really? Chloe chuckled. You can take care of the company, and I'll be in charge of cooking. Haha, sounds like a plan. Chloe was in a great mood and put a spoonful of fried rice in her mouth. It tasted surprisingly good. Egg-fried rice seemed like a simple dish, but it actually required technique. The chef had to make sure it wasn't over, nor undercooked. He put the perfect amount of salt as well, and the aromatic smell of green onions quickly dispersed within the bedroom. She scooped up another spoonful and gestured at Jack. Honey, have some. Jack slowly opened his mouth and took a bite. They both had one spoon after another, and soon, the entire bowl of fried rice was gone. Jack exclaimed, For a second there, I thought we just started dating. I plan on dating you for the rest of my life. Chloe smiled sweetly. After brushing their teeth, they laid in bed as Jack held Chloe in his arms. Honey? Did you have a bad dream? Why would you ask that? Chloe froze. You reacted really intensely when I came back and kissed you. It seemed like you were running away from something. Feeling mixed emotions? Chloe hesitated before replying slowly. I I think I haven't had enough sleep recently. So, I had a bad dream. What did you dream about? Vampires and other stuff like that? I was really freaked out. Chloe didn't tell Jack what happened tonight, because he would be worried sick if he found out. Jack was exhausted enough as it was, and Chloe didn't want to distract him. Honey, how are things in other city? All done. What about Jennifer's body? I cremated her body according to her parents' wishes. It's still at the graveyard. Her parents are going to be back in a few days. They want to bury her ashes abroad. Oh, I really hope the police can bring the murderer to justice. That way, she can rest in peace. Chloe never liked Jennifer, but she had to respect those who died. Therefore, no matter how scheming Jennifer used to be, Chloe would never say anything bad about her again. The next morning, Chloe and Jack went to the company together. Before the morning meeting, however, Stella nervously knocked and came in. President Dawson, young madam. Yeah? Chloe looked up and Stella said anxiously, Something happened over at GK Film and Television. You should go take a look. What happened? As soon as Chloe heard the words, something happened, all the nerves in her brain jumped up. It really was a period of trouble, where random incidents happened time and again. Before she left, Stella whispered into Chloe's ear, Young madam, I think there's a mole over there. You have to investigate. When Jack and Chloe arrived, GK Film and Television was packed with people, as if something really bad happened. President Dawson, young madam. President Dawson, young madam, you're here. The manager of GK Film and Television had been busy with the auditions and was rarely at the company. Therefore, Cody's agent, Beth, was in charge of most things these days. What happened? Curious, Chloe looked at everyone's serious expressions. Young madam, there's a mole in our company, Beth said in all seriousness, surprising Chloe. Before she could respond, however, Beth continued, Cody's new album is coming out. It's already recorded, and we're waiting for the promotion period to end. It was going to be released on the 12th of next month, but last night, an anonymous netizen posted a bunch of his new songs on a renowned forum, even the title track. Now, no one's going to buy his new album, since people can just listen to the pirate versions. Did you call the police and ask them to track down the IP address? Jack asked. I did, but it was useless. It's an abandoned civilian building that was completely empty when they got there. It's obvious that this was a setup. How can you be sure that there's a mole? Jack continued asking Beth. President Dawson, isn't it obvious? Only the composer and the music directors knew about Cody's song, but they've been working with us for years, so there's no way they would sell us out. Not a lot of people at the company heard it, aside from me, Cody, and the young madam. Oh, there's also that new assistant, Beth said as she glanced at Violet with animosity. Then everyone's gaze landed on Violet, as if she was the mole. Violet looked scared, and looked at Chloe as if she was asking for help. It wasn't me, Chief. Beth, it's too early to make that conclusion. We should investigate first. What's the point of investigating? Isn't it obvious? Nothing of the sort happened before she got here. I can't believe Cody's album would be leaked before its release day. F. Beth cursed as she spat out her gum. It was obvious that she was targeting Violet. Beth had disliked Violet since day one. Ever since she found out that Cody liked this little nurse, she had been trying to talk him out of it, but Cody refused to budge and kept hanging out with her. When Chloe left the hospital, this thick-faced woman even asked to work at GK, making Beth more annoyed at her than ever. She had been giving Violet a hard time at work behind Cody's back. Suddenly, Cody glanced at Violet and said, President Dawson, Chloe, I trust Violet. It's not her. Cody, you can't judge a book by its cover. How can you be so sure? What if she was the one who betrayed you? Beth retorted angrily. She didn't. I know the kind of person she is. Perhaps someone else messed up. Anyways, it's not her. She would never betray me. Then, Cody ignored the other's expressions as he walked up to Violet and took her hand in his own. Emotional, Violet tried to take her hand back. Stop it! Everyone's watching! Why can't we let everyone know we're together? Plus, President Dawson wouldn't stop me from dating. I'm not an idol. I'm not that selfless, and have never said that I would stay single for my fans. Once I release my new album, I'm going to announce our relationship. Cody had never been so courageous and determined. No, I won't agree to it. Beth refused without thinking. Sorry, Sister Beth. This is my personal business. I don't need your approval, Cody said firmly. You brat. So you're all grown up now, are you? You're arguing with me all for the sake of a woman? A mole that sold you out? Let me repeat. Violet is not the mole, said Cody protectively. Violet couldn't stop the pounding in her heart. Ever since she was a child, there had never been anyone who treated her this well. This was an extremely emotional and exciting feeling. Upon hearing Cody say these things while standing next to Violet, just like a man, Chloe was also a bit touched. The kid had grown up and learned how to protect his girl. Beth was so mad that her face turned all white. Cody, stop messing around. President Dawson, what should we do about this? Asked Stella carefully. The new album had been released illegally, which would definitely affect the sales figures. Jack looked at Cody. I heard that you wrote a lot of the songs yourself? Yes. So, let's make use of the time before the album is officially released and write more songs. Cody froze. If you can do this, I will let you go public with your relationship. That's it. After that was said, Jack held Chloe's hand and turned around casually. Cody's uncertain expression immediately changed into a smile. Having to write several more songs was not a big deal, he thought to himself. But President Dawson would allow him to announce his relationship? Wow. Cody felt like the whole world was full of sunshine. Crazy, crazy. You are all crazy. You're crazy, and President Dawson is being crazy with you, yelled Beth furiously. As they were walking out of the entertainment department, Jack asked casually, Honey, what do you think? I don't think Violet did it. You really trust her that much, don't you? Jack asked calmly. I don't just trust her. If she was actually the mole and just wanted to sell Cody's songs, what would her motive be? Money? Isn't dating Cody even more beneficial? Who would destroy their source of money just so they could sell a couple of songs? If she was a mole hired by other people and was so stupid that she got caught within a week of joining the company, how would she get her job done in the future? Makes sense. Yes, but if you still don't trust her, I can have her leave the company. Chloe never did anything emotionally. When she invited Violet to the company, it was solely because of the latter's perseverance. But what Chloe overlooked was that Violet might actually not fit in a big corporation like GK. After all, there were politics in the office as well, just as complicated as that of the hospitals. No, it's fine. You only brought in this one person. Just keep her. Jack hadn't expressed much of an opinion yet, but he agreed with Chloe's objective analysis. Basically, Violet couldn't be the mole. She was just unlucky that everyone else thought she was the mole. But right now, there was another key question that couldn't be ignored. If she was not the mole, then who illegally released Cody's new songs? Were there other moles inside the company? After lunch, Chloe stayed with Jack in the office reading stacks of piled-up files and financial reports. At that time, Violet entered after knocking on the door. Chief, do you have a minute? I have something to discuss with you. Chloe was a bit surprised, but she nodded and led Violet to the tea room next door. What's up? Seeing Violet's serious demeanor, Chloe was curious. Chief, I'm sorry. I would like to resign. I don't want to work here anymore. Why? Did someone say something about you? Chloe thought Violet couldn't take the mental pressure anymore. Violet shook her head. No, I just think I'm too clumsy. Not only am I not able to help Cody much, I'm also causing trouble and making things difficult for him. I know Sister Beth doesn't like me, and Cody always argues with her about that. I don't want that to happen. I think that maybe I should go back to my previous position. You were the one who brought me here, and although people in the company don't dare to say anything in front of my face, they will say anything behind my back. I care about you and Cody a lot, and don't want either of you to bear any negative consequences because of me." Chloe remained silent after hearing what Violet said. "Chief, I'm sorry. Just let me go. But I'm really not the mole," Violet explained with tears in her eyes. Chloe understood Violet's insistence. The latter didn't want to give other people a reason to start speculating about Chloe or Cody. Therefore, she would rather leave with this unfair blame. "Violet, I respect your decision. I will call Director Richard later. You can go back to Southside." Chloe didn't give Violet a hard time, too. Upon hearing this, Violet smiled and gave Chloe a huge hug. "Chief, you will always be my boss. I'll wait for you at Southside." After Violet quit GK, the company regained the peace it had before. Because of this, Cody was displeased with Beth for a long while. Just after the final episode of The Star of GK went live on one of the famous channels, and the final 3 contestants were being selected, the media revealed some exclusive information. Apparently, the winner of the competition won because she bought votes. Moreover, the management of GK allowed this brazen act. Meanwhile, during their interviews, the runner-up in 3rd place also pointed out that the company was not being fair and that the results were not legitimate. They even declared that they weren't going to sign with GK, but with Imperial Star Entertainment instead. This caused a huge stir in the industry, and the scandal somehow involved Justin again. Keywords such as the inside story of GK, winner was bought, and Justin waiting on the other side of wall to poach kept popping up on Weibo's popular search. Chloe told Stella to ask the PR department to release a statement stating that GK is open to an investigation from anyone to see if the winner indeed bought tickets to rig the vote. On top of that, they claimed that they would sue those media outlets who spread fake news. To Chloe, those people had really crossed a line. Inside the office, Jack and Chloe were not affected by this issue at all. All this was old news for them, since managing an entertainment company meant facing these problems on a daily basis and being prepared for slander at all times. Chloe was leaned back on the couch, drinking milk and reading fashion magazines when a page caught her eye. It was a new collection wedding dress, with a deep V-cut that was charming, yet sexy. It was worn by a foreign model, and the dress looked extremely high-end, seeming to be of high quality. There were clover-shaped designs on the surface of the dress that were connected with pearls, which made it look extremely luxurious. Chloe was immediately drawn to it. They had been married for a while now, but never had the chance to hold a ceremony. Therefore, she also never had the chance to wear such a beautiful wedding dress. It was said that the happiest moment for a woman was when she puts on her wedding dress. After discussing things with their in-laws, they were originally going to hold a wedding ceremony in May, but now her father-in-law's health condition was complicated, and there was a lot going on at the company, so who knew what would happen in May? Chloe suddenly felt like she couldn't wait anymore. She just wanted to get the wedding ceremony done with Jack first, in case something else happened. At this thought, Chloe quietly closed her magazine and peeked at Jack, who was working not far from her. "Honey, yes? Let's get married, shall we?" Jack paused his hand that was holding the mouse, tilted his head, and looked at Chloe lovingly. "So, Mrs. Dawson, are you proposing to me right now?" asked Jack with a chuckle. "Yes, Mr. Dawson. So, will you marry me?" "What will I get out of marrying you?" Mr. Dawson began acting arrogant. "A lot of perks." "Like?" Jack smiled, and Chloe replied with confidence. "I can cook." "So can I. I can wash clothes. We have a washing machine at home. I can warm up your bed." Chloe decided to pull out her big guns. Upon hearing this, Mr. Dawson thought about it. "Enticing, but your skills are so-so. You have to work harder." "Haha, Jack, stop it." Chloe threw a magazine at him, and the latter caught it perfectly in his hand. "I'm intrigued by your proposal, so don't hesitate. Just say, yes. I'm not a patient person. Didn't you say you wanted to wait until May? You don't want to anymore? It doesn't sound like you." Jack wondered why Chloe suddenly wanted to hold a wedding ceremony. She was such a calm person, so why would she be in such a hurry? Were there other reasons behind this decision? I don't want to wonder if another woman's going to steal you from me. So, I've decided to take the initiative. If that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Jack smiled as she walked over to Chloe and carried her up from the couch, bridal style. Then I'll ask a designer to custom make your dress and my tux. Jack kissed the top of her nose, but Chloe shook her head. We don't need a designer. It's going to take too long. Let's buy them at a shop here in the city. Really? Just like that? Jack was surprised. It's just a formality, so these minor details don't matter, plus there's no guarantee that designers are going to make prettier dresses. Okay then, you're the boss. What about the rings? Jack continued to ask. GK Jewelry has a bunch we can choose from. Let's pick a pair of couple wedding bands. Wow, you're not picky at all. Jack was at a loss for words. Nope, I'm not picky. Let's just get married at one of GK's hotels. Honey, what's going on? Does our wedding have to be held in such a hurry? It's not in a hurry. We have all these resources in hand, so it doesn't make sense to look elsewhere. Jack didn't know how to respond, and Chloe took the opportunity to put her arms around his neck and say coyishly, Honey, please? Sure, whatever you say. Finally, Jack admitted defeat in front of Chloe's perseverance. After discussing, they decided to ignore the company's current scandals and head over to GK Jewelry to look at wedding rings. Then, they tried out wedding dresses at a bridal shop. Since they didn't purposely avoid the media, quite a few reporters snatched photos of them while they were doing all these things. That evening, the headlines of all newspapers were something around the lines of, GK's President Dawson tried out rings and dresses with his wife. Are they getting married? Curious netizens who didn't know what was happening wondered, aren't they already married? Yes, they were. But this was their wedding ceremony. Chloe and Jack got their marriage license discreetly, and they just never held a celebration. People of their status had to hold a wedding, sooner or later. Originally, Jack's father wanted them to hold the wedding in May, but Chloe didn't want to wait anymore. Therefore, bystanders began speculating when the big day would be. Apparently, a GK source claimed that they were getting married in 2 weeks, but no one knew if it was true. This news immediately caused a ripple in the city. Imperial Star headquarters, President Cooper, the two runner-ups of the Star of GK competition, are asking to sign with our company. They're offering really cheap prices. Should we sign them? Tell them to get lost. I'm not going to sign them even if they're free. I'm not stupid enough to be the scapegoat. To Justin, these two women were hot potatoes. The outside world already thought that he was deliberately defaming GK, so if he signed them, he would be tacitly admitting to such accusations. Thanks to Justin's rejection, the two women ended up at Andrew's company. Ever since Jack and Chloe's wedding plans were revealed, Justin's been in a bad mood. He even yelled at all the executives during his company's meeting that afternoon. President Cooper, you're meeting with President of Z Media in half an hour. Assistant Anne reminded him carefully. Cancel it. President Cooper, but I'm not seeing anyone today and I'm going out for drinks tonight. Don't bother me, Justin said as he grabbed his jacket and left. The Green Corporation. Andrew smiled after watching the news that day. My little sister Chloe isn't someone to be in a rush. Why are you doing this? Emery walked into his office wearing 7-inch heels and a white mink jacket while carrying a luxury brand bag. Andrew, did you watch the news? Andrew didn't respond. Instead, he picked up his teacup and carefully cleaned it with a white handkerchief, as if he was wiping off a piece of art. Do you think Chloe and Jack are holding the wedding to boost GK's reputation? Should we release a movie or something to hype ourselves up? If we don't, they might steal our thunder. After establishing Green Entertainment, Andrew barely tended to it. Emery took care of everything. That was how much she loved Andrew. She knew he didn't love her, and she knew he loved someone else, and therefore wouldn't marry her. However, she was willing to do anything for him. She would be happy for an entire day, even if all he did was compliment her. Chloe would never try to boost her company's reputation by holding a wedding. So, you're saying that she really wants this to happen? Emery froze. Ideas are beautiful, but the reality is harsh. Plans are always changing. Will they really be able to hold a wedding? Andrew smiled evilly. Then, with crack, the delicate teacup in his hand smashed into a million pieces. Suddenly, bright blood began flowing down his hand. Yes, he was strong enough to break a cup with only his hand. His strength was evident. Andrew, you're bleeding. Horrified, Emery rushed up and tried to help him. Get away! Don't touch me! Andrew said icily, scaring Emery out of wits as she froze in her footsteps. Overnight, the entire city found out that Jack and Chloe were holding a wedding, and it quickly became the hottest topic of discussion. Some artistic fan even wrote an article about them called, "After the next set of 7 years, I will still be waiting here for you." It glorified their relationship and wrote about how they were separated due to a misunderstanding when they were young and got married 7 years later. The author wrote a bunch of stories. No one knew if they were fake or real, but everyone was touched. Even Chloe felt like crying after reading the article. Victoria and Sarah gave her wedding advice while Jack prepared everything in his study, from the hotel they were going to book, the guests they were going to invite, and the red wine and champagne they were going to drink. He picked everything as meticulously as he possibly could. Seductive Fox nightclub. Andrew was drinking with a bunch of rich heirs. Justin was there too, drinking with Brenton, Max, and a few women Max brought with him in a separate private room. When they saw each other in the dim hallway, Andrew smiled at Justin. Chloe's holding a wedding soon. Are you sure? You don't want to do anything about it? Immediately angered by what Andrew said, Justin grabbed his collar and pushed him against the wall. Andrew, let me tell you, I don't care what unruly methods you use to deal with Jack because that's your business. But if you do anything to hurt Chloe, I'm going to kill you. Justin hadn't been this angry in a really long time, but Andrew lit him up like a firework with a single sentence. It wasn't that he was afraid of Andrew. He just cared too much about Chloe. I was just kidding. What are you getting so excited about? Andrew laughed. He didn't seem to care that Justin was angry and treated his curses like they weren't directed at him. Too disgusted to continue his conversation with Andrew, Justin pushed him aside, let go of his collar, and went back to his own private room. Andrew leaned on the wall as a devious smile appeared on his face. It seemed like Justin was also a disgruntled victim of Jack and Chloe's decision to hold a wedding. Justin's expression was ugly, even when he returned to his private room. He placed a cigarette in his mouth and sat down on the couch. "What's wrong?" Max asked, but Justin didn't reply. Brenton knew Justin was probably in a bad mood, because Chloe and Jack were going to hold a wedding. I heard that Chloe's getting married in 2 weeks, right? Max asked Brenton, and the latter nodded. Seriously? It's so fast. I guess the newspapers were right. Victoria was good friends with Chloe, so naturally, Brenton knew of the date. They were holding their wedding on the 28th of this month. It did seem a little rushed, since nothing happened to foreshadow their impending nuptials. Justin still didn't say anything. Max placed a hand on Justin's shoulder. "Big boy Cooper, give up. They're announcing their love to the world soon." Upon hearing this, Justin took a giant drag of his cigarette and began coughing nonstop. Brenton felt bad seeing Justin like this. Therefore, he quickly changed the subject. "The champion of the Star of GK is really pretty?" "She is, but her breasts are small. The 2 runner-ups have larger breasts, but I heard they got implants. You know this too?" Brenton was speechless by Max's remarks, and the latter replied proudly, "Ha! I know women better than you guys, you have to admit that." Justin drank a lot tonight, and his mood was further soured by his brief exchange with Andrew. He smeared the rest of his cigarette into the ashtray, picked up the wine glass on the table, and chugged everything. "Master Cooper, should I get one of the girls to hang out with you tonight?" "You really need to get laid," Max asked with a smile. "No, it's okay. Save them for yourself. Let's go home." Justin wasn't in the mood to drink anymore, so he suggested that they head home. Therefore, the 3 of them left Seductive Fox and each headed their way. After work, Brenton only did one of two things: hang out with Justin or hang out of his wife at home. Max, on the other hand, went to some other club with two beautiful women. Justin got onto his Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, but he wasn't in a hurry to start his car. He just sat there quietly until he received a message on his phone. He unlocked his phone. It was actually a message from Chloe. "Jack and I are holding our wedding at the Ritz-Carlton on the 28th of this month at 9 a.m. Do you have time to come?" Upon reading this message, Justin felt his heart stop briefly from the pain. However, he still replied, "I'll be there." Chloe invited a lot of friends to their wedding, including her colleagues from Southside and the First Hospital. She also made it clear to her guests that she and Jack wouldn't be accepting money or presents. All she wanted was their blessing and for her friends and family to witness her and Jack's love. She originally wanted Victoria to ask Justin for her, but it seemed insincere. Moreover, nothing was going on with them, so why couldn't she ask him herself? After some thought, Chloe sent this private message to Justin, who immediately replied. Then, neither of them said anything else. Later that evening, Chloe updated her Weibo. "No two people on this earth are made perfect for each other. Relationships are hard, and we have to learn to comprise. Although in the end, you lose yourself, you will also end up as a part of an amazing team. Love isn't a one-way street. If you believe in love and happiness, then one day you'll meet that person who will place a ring on your finger and say to you, 'For better or for worse.'" Chloe's post immediately made it to the Hot Topics list on Weibo, and many fans commented under her page. "Chloe, it's amazing that you're holding a wedding. I bet you'll be gorgeous in your wedding dress." "Dr. Green, I heard you're getting married on the 28th. Is it true? Can fans come to see you? Haha, I really want to go." "Chloe, you're finally holding a wedding with Mr. Dawson. It sounds so romantic. Best wishes. I hope you can be happy." "Congratulations, Chloe. I can't believe you're getting married. What about young Master Cooper? Are you lost? You're not on Justin's Weibo. This is Chloe's page. I love Jack and Chloe together. You guys are such a great couple, Chloe. You're the best. You deserve to be happy." After Chloe uploaded this post, Victoria immediately shared it and tagged Chloe. Brenton said, "For better or for worse? At our wedding too. I guess he's more poetic than I thought. Haha. Chloe, I wish you all the happiness this world has to offer." After seeing this, she replied with a kiss emoji to Victoria. Bella's Weibo, however, was quieter than ever. People assumed that she didn't say anything because she had completely given up on Jack. South Hill Manor. Chloe lied in bed and played with her phone as she discussed her wedding with people she knew. That was when Thomas sent her a video request. "Sis, what's happening? What are you talking about?" Amused, Chloe looked at her younger brother, who asked, "You're holding a wedding?" "Yeah." "In 2 weeks?" "Yeah." "What's the rush?" "Is it?" "I don't think so." "You suck. My school's holding a competition in 2 weeks." "Then don't come back." Chloe pouted on purpose. "What are you talking about? How can I not go back for your wedding? I'd rather drop out, haha. Wait for me, sis, and tell my brother-in-law to prepare a big red pocket. If it's not big enough, I'm not going to let you off the car." "You're such a money grubber," Chloe laughed. In the side, the bride's younger brother sat in the car with the bride on the day of her wedding. Before getting off the car, the groom had to give the brother a red pocket before the latter would let the bride off the car. Therefore, those with older sisters would usually get a huge wad of cash on the day of his sister's wedding. With a man like Jack as his brother-in-law, Thomas would almost immediately become Mr. Moneybags. They chatted until Chloe became sleepy. Then, she hung up and went into the bathroom to shower. Justin's private mansion. To his surprise, Justin's mother was peeling an apple in his living room when he arrived home. "Mom, why are you here?" Justin asked. He didn't expect to see his mother here. "I've missed you. You're such an ungrateful brat. You haven't been home in such a long time. Your grandpa's been nagging to me about you too." "Oh, I've been really busy and forgot to visit." Justin randomly thought of an excuse. "Come, sit." Mrs. Dawson patted the seat beside her. Justin removed his jacket, revealing a stylish shirt, and sat down beside his mother. "You went drinking?" Mrs. Cooper asked upon smelling the reek of alcohol on her son. Mm-hmm. He nodded. Then she passed him a peeled apple. Have some fruit. Justin took the apple, bit into it, and slowly leaned back on the couch. Justin, I saw the news today, Mrs. Cooper slowly said in a soft tone. Oh, Justin responded nonchalantly. Are you sad? What do you think? Justin smiled bitterly as he took a giant bite from the apple. You should just listen to me and forget about her. She was never yours to begin with. The truth was, Mrs. Cooper liked Chloe very much, and once wanted to see how far she and her son could go. However, later she realized that Chloe had a great relationship with her husband, and immediately told her son not to interfere with her marriage. She even arranged a couple of unsuccessful dates for Justin. I know, you don't have to remind me, but I feel bad seeing you like this. I gave birth to you. How could I not know what's going on in your head? Mrs. Cooper said, as her eyes became misty. Mom, I'm really fine. It'll pass. You should go abroad during the wedding. Give yourself some time off. I'll ask someone from our family to take care of your company. You don't have to worry about it. Mrs. Cooper already planned to send someone from the bank to help out at Imperial Star. No, I'm not going anywhere. I need to attend the wedding. Son, how big is your heart? Why would you go to the wedding? I have to go, she invited me. Justin answered in all seriousness. He wanted to fulfill all of Chloe's wishes. Justin, you are not going to be single for the rest of your life, right? Justin didn't answer. Chloe won't end up in our family. Can you stop thinking about her? I'm not, I just miss her. I can't get over her, Justin said, innocently. Truth be told, he wanted to get over Chloe more than anything in the world. But love wasn't something that could be easily picked up and thrown away. If he could, he wouldn't be human. He'd be a god. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cooper burst out in tears, freaking Justin out. Mom, why are you crying? I'm just worried about you. You're so stubborn. When you were young, you were even sad for years after our family dog died. How can I live with myself, knowing that the woman you're in love with is married? I'm not becoming a monk. I think sooner or later my feelings for Chloe will disappear. After all, time will wipe anything clean. She'll have her own family and children one day, and I can't be alone for the rest of my life, right? Do you really think so? Mm-hmm. So when can you get married and give me grandchildren? Mrs. Cooper asked with much anticipation. But Justin replied vaguely, once I can accept another woman. What if you never meet someone like that? I'm not that long-lasting. Who's to say I'll never meet someone? Justin smiled as he comforted his mom. Mom, please stop crying. Even my dad's terrified of your tears. Don't mention your dad to me. All he cares about is the bank and money. I haven't seen him in almost 6 months. Cooper Financial Bank was headquartered in Capital City, so Justin's dad hadn't been home in a while. Do you think he's got someone else on the side? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cooper immediately punched her son in the shoulder. Watch your mouth. Okay, if you have the strength to hit me, then you're fine. You should go home, I'm tired. Fine, I'll go. Come home when you have time. Your grandpa's not doing well. He canceled a bunch of business trips. I'll be home tomorrow evening for dinner. Only then did Mrs. Cooper nodded in satisfaction and left Justin's private mansion. The next morning, Chloe drove to a luxury shop in downtown in hopes of buying a couple of pairs of shoes for her wedding. To her surprise, she ran into Andrew. Standing beside him was a clean-looking girl, but Chloe didn't know who Joyce was. Chloe, are you really going to hold a wedding? What, do you have a problem with it? Chloe stared icily at Justin and asked impolitely, if I said I did? Would you cancel it? Andrew smiled, enraging Chloe for some strange reason. Andrew, who do you think you are? You're hilarious. Let me tell you, even if you're Jesus himself, you won't be able to stop our wedding. I'm marrying Jack, no matter what. Yeah? I hope you can get what you want, but life is fickle. Chloe, you really shouldn't make such bold promises. We'll see. Chloe treated Andrew with zero politeness. She turned around and left, no longer in the mood to buy shoes. After she left, Andrew's expression fell. He walked out of the shop as well. President Green, I haven't bought anything yet. Joyce felt wronged, but Andrew didn't respond. It seemed like he was thinking about something. After getting in his car, Joyce couldn't help but ask, "Is that girl Chloe? The girl you've been thinking about?" "Why?" Andrew glared at her. "Nothing. She looks ordinary. I thought she'd be super pretty," Joyce replied enviously. Indeed, before she met Chloe, Joyce always wondered what kind of woman a man like Andrew would have fallen in love with. However, she was a little disappointed by what she saw. Chloe wasn't pretty enough to awe the masses. Joyce wondered if Chloe wasn't even as pretty as her. Would Andrew fall in love with herself one day? She was too busy feeling proud of herself when she said this, that she didn't notice how angry her remarks made Andrew. He tilted his head and looked at her face, as he said, word for word, "Let me tell you, a person like you is no better than Chloe's finger. You're not fit to be compared to her. Then what are you keeping me for?" Furious, Joyce retorted. To her surprise, Andrew pushed open his car door. "Get out now." That's when Joyce realized that Andrew was mad. Her tone softened. "President Green, I didn't do it on purpose. Before she even finished her sentence, however, Andrew pushed her right out the door. Joyce fell onto the ground, immediately scraping her elbow. Then, he started his Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove off, leaving nothing but dust behind him. If Joyce had known how important Chloe was to Andrew, she would never have said what she said. She was scared. Joyce had gotten used to living the luxurious life. So, if Andrew stopped paying for her, she didn't know what she was supposed to do. Joyce went from initially feeling confused and terrified towards Andrew to relying on him both mentally and financially. Anyways, at some point, Andrew became the most important man in her life, even though she had no idea what their relationship was. He paid for everything and gave her everything, but he never touched her. Joyce didn't know what to do about his treatment towards her. After running into Andrew, Chloe was in no mood to shop. Therefore, she drove back to Sky Blessing Court to pick up her mom, and the two of them headed to the Dawson Manor. Today was the official meeting of the in-laws before the wedding. Strictly speaking, due to his condition, Jack's father wasn't supposed to be discharged, but after finding out that his son and daughter-in-law were going to hold a wedding soon, he and Mrs. Dawson couldn't keep their cool anymore and decided to go home, at least until after they've met their in-law. Peter's attending physician called Chloe before discharging him. Worried about her father-in-law, Chloe called the Dawson family's private physician to come to take care of Peter, just in case something urgent happened. Chloe and Jack had been married for more than a year now, but their parents haven't officially met since there were still misunderstandings between them after what happened in the past. In addition, Mrs. Dawson used to be really mean and repeatedly bullied Chloe and her mother, resulting in a long-term grudge. However, after everything that had happened, Chloe's relationship with her in-laws improved significantly. Therefore, they decided to put the past behind them and enjoy a meal together. Jack wasn't there when Chloe and her mother arrived at the Dawson Manor. The maids and chefs busied about. It seemed like they bought a lot of food and were still preparing them. Sandra was wearing an aqua-colored pea coat with a silk scarf Chloe bought for her wrapped around her neck. Her hair was up in a bun, and she even applied light makeup on her face, making her look poised and elegant. Mrs. Dawson was wearing a red velvet cheapao and a white pearl necklace. Peter, on the other hand, was wearing a gray suit. He was holding onto a cane since it was hard for him to walk around, while Mrs. Dawson carefully helped her down from the second floor. "Dad, Mom." Chloe greeted them with a smile. The Dawsons felt a little embarrassed as they nodded at Sandra. "You're here," Mrs. Dawson said, and Sandra nodded awkwardly. "Come sit down. Pour us some tea," Mrs. Dawson called out to her maid as the four of them sat down in the living room. How's your health been? Not bad. I heard you were sick. How are you feeling now? Sandra asked. Good. I'm still receiving treatment at the hospital. Chloe's been running between the company and the hospital these days. She's really a great kid. Peter wasn't stingy with his compliments. Dad, it was my pleasure. Sandra held Chloe by the hand and said, My daughter doesn't know how to sweet talk, but she's an honest girl who always proves her heart through her actions. The truth is, I'm younger, so I was supposed to visit the two of you a long time ago, but because of what happened in the past, Sandra suddenly paused. Sandra, we were idiots back then. Please forgive us. We can't turn back time, but we promise to treat Chloe like our own daughter in the future. Don't worry, Mrs. Dawson said, her eyes filled with sincerity. Truth be told, she felt extremely guilty. In the past, she always thought she was right, and that everything she did was for her son's own good. However, it now seemed like her selfishness tore a family apart, stripping them of happiness and warmth. Thinking about what she did in the past made her restless. I'm not a petty person. Since we're in-laws, we're basically family. So let's not talk about what happened in the past anymore. It's all ancient history. From now on, we'll get along peacefully, so our children don't have to worry about us. Chloe thought it would be awkward between the three of them. However, they talked things out as soon as they met, allowing their later conversations to feel more natural. Sandra chatted fervently with the Dawsons. 11:45 a.m. Jack's car stopped before the mansion. The young master is home. As soon as the maid said this, the four of them got up on their feet. Jack opened the front door and walked in. Mom, you're here. Sandra nodded with a smile. Jack's back. Let's have lunch. Come on, Sandra, Mrs. Dawson said as she led Sandra into the kitchen and the five of them sat down. There were 18 dishes on the table, everything looking as delicious as could be. Wow, there's so much food. Chloe licked her lips. Chloe, eat as much as you can. You've been overtiring yourself recently. You need nutrients, Mrs. Dawson reminded her, and Chloe nodded. I will, Mom. Come on, let's eat. Don't be shy, Sandra. Dig in. Okay. As they ate, Mrs. Dawson thought that the time was right, so she said, Sandra, our children are holding a wedding soon. We should talk about the reverse dowry. Reverse dowry? No, it's okay. Their ceremony is just a formality. We don't need money and presents. Plus, Jack's been great to Chloe, buying her a house and car. He even bought me an expensive townhouse. I'm very happy about everything, so we really don't need anything else. Sandra wasn't greedy when it came to money, as long as Chloe had enough to spend. Therefore, she would never make her daughter's life hard by listing out unrealistic expectations. Although she wasn't as rich as the Dawsons, her dignity would never allow her to do anything that might embarrass herself in front of her in-laws. Sandra, this is a northern tradition. We can't skip over it. Let's go by the ancestors' rules. No, really, it's okay, Sandra insisted. Peter slowly said, Sandra, please, don't misunderstand us. We have to give our daughter-in-law a reverse dowry. You've worked hard to raise 2 kids on your own, and we are so grateful that you raised a daughter like Chloe. You have no idea how proud we are that she's our daughter-in-law. Therefore, stop refusing the reverse dowry. It's necessary. Sandra was just about to say something when Jack interjected. Mom, if they want to give you money, just accept it. They're filthy rich. Upon hearing this, Chloe couldn't help but laugh as she nudged Jack. Mrs. Dawson, on the other hand, glared at her son. You little brat, sucking up to your mother-in-law already? Then, the 5 of them burst out in laughter. Mrs. Dawson took a delicate box out from her bag and handed it to Chloe. Chloe, Jack's paternal grandmother gave this to me. It's a bracelet made with high-quality jade. I'm going to give it to you now, and hopefully, you'll be able to pass it down for generations to come. Thanks, Mom. Chloe smiled and carefully took the jade bracelet from her mother-in-law. Jack laughed. Mom, you might as well have told Chloe to have a son, so she can give this bracelet to her daughter-in-law in the future. What are you talking about? I don't care about gender. If you guys have a girl, Chloe can just give this bracelet to my granddaughter. Mrs. Dawson smiled. Peter placed his wine glass down and said slowly, "Sandra, why don't we tell you our plans for the reverse dowry? It's a formality." "Sure." Sandra nodded. She really didn't have it in her to ask them for money. Therefore, she was happy that Peter offered to tell her their plans. "Dad, we don't need a reverse dowry. Jack and I have been married for over a year, and this time around we're just holding a ceremony. You don't have to take it so seriously." Chloe tried to persuade her father-in-law. "We can't do that. Getting married is a big deal. These formalities can't be overlooked. Just listen to Dad, okay?" Jack reached out and placed his hands over Chloe's. After glancing around the room, Peter said in all seriousness, "After discussion, my wife and I decided to give 3 houses to Chloe. 1 in Hawaii, 1 in Suzhou, and an ocean view villa in the city. They're all decorated, so you can live there whenever you want. 3 houses is too many." Chloe felt speechless. How rich were her in-laws to give her 3 mansions in 3 different locations? Then, Peter continued, "I already asked our family lawyer to transfer the properties over to Chloe. They're hers now." "Dad, don't I get anything?" Jack chuckled. "You get a wife!" Peter answered, and everyone laughed. Peter went on, "We also think Chloe should get a new car." "Dad, I like my car," Chloe immediately said, and Peter nodded. "I know you like Audis, so we bought you a silver gray Audi S8. It's very low-key, just the way you like it." Mrs. Dawson added, "We also bought you an Audi A8L and Q7. They're really easy to drive." Chloe, 3 cars? Peter, as for jewelry, we have our own GK jewelry to choose from. We also bought a set of ruby crystals for Sandra. Mrs. Dawson, Chloe, this is Jack's grandmother's bracelet. It may look a little old-fashioned, but it's worth a lot. An American couple once offered me $120 million for it. But I didn't sell it to them. Peter, since we're giving Chloe a few estates and cars, we're not going to give too much money, since they don't need it anyway. We prepared $88.88 million for Chloe, and we'll transfer it to her. Mrs. Dawson, it's not a lot of money, but we'll continue treating Chloe like our own. Sandra, this is more than enough. Of course, since today is our official meeting before the wedding, we prepared something for the 2 of you. Then, Peter took out 2 gold bank cards and handed Chloe one of them. "This one's for you. There's $999,900 in there. I hope you and Jack will be together for a long time." "Thanks, Dad." Chloe took the card, feeling a little emotional. He handed the other card to Sandra. "Sandra, take this as a greeting present. There's $666,600 in there. I hope you can live smoothly in the future." No, I can't accept this." Sandra refused, but Peter put the card in her bag. "Mom, take it. It's just a gesture. The passwords for both cards are 6 zeros. You can change it later," Mrs. Dawson added. After lunch, Chloe didn't know if she was full, but she did know that she was filthy rich now. 3 mansions, 3 cars, $888.8 million in cash, and a jade bracelet worth $120 million. Chloe felt like screaming to the world, "Yo, I'm filthy rich." After lunch, the Dawson family's chauffeur drove Sandra back to Sky Blessing Court, while Chloe and Jack stayed behind. They drank tea with the Dawsons and discussed wedding details. They could see that Peter was in a good mood, since he kept making suggestions and seemed as excited as a little kid. At around 10 p.m., the old couple became sleepy, so the young couple drove back to South Hill Manor. On their way home, Chloe asked after some hesitation, "Honey, so you know about Dad's condition? Doesn't he have high blood pressure?" Jack had been busy recently. He knew that his father was hospitalized because of overexhaustion, but didn't know any specifics. "Honey, not only does he have high blood pressure, his CT scans showed a dark shadow in the middle of his brain." Upon hearing this, Jack suddenly stepped on the brakes and with a screech and parked his car off to the side of the road. A shadow in the brain? Jack furrowed his brows. Chloe nodded, took out her phone, and showed him a picture of her father-in-law's CT scan. Jack remained silent after seeing it. He was also a neurosurgeon and understood what was happening better than anyone. A shadow in the brain was not a good thing. "Honey, don't think of the worst. Maybe it's just a tiny blood clot." Chloe softly comforted him. "If it's really just a blood clot, it would have been absorbed by now. But it's been so long and there haven't been any changes. It's definitely a tumor. Maybe it's not malignant. Brain surgeries aren't difficult nowadays. You were successful with Thomas's surgery, no?" "Sweetie, you don't have to comfort me. I'm a neurosurgeon, too. I know the potential outcomes way too well. No benign tumor grows at the center of the brain. Jack never thought that his father would develop such an unacceptable condition. What should we do now? Convince Dad to get treatment in the States?" Chloe asked. "There's no use going to America. They get insane yearly fundings for cancer research, but after so many years, it is still incurable. The procedures are the same there as they are here, and we don't know what will happen after that." "If it really is a malignant tumor, how much time does he have left?" Chloe carefully asked. "A year at best, and a few months at worst." Jack's tone was serious as his eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow. "So soon?" Chloe never had close contact with patients with brain cancer, so she was not too knowledgeable in the field. "So, what are we going to do now?" Chloe was quite worried and didn't know what to do, so she asked again. "We'll take Dad back to the hospital tomorrow in preparation for treatment. We should try not to agitate his nerves to prevent spreading." "Mm-hmm. And our wedding? Should we postpone it?" "We'll have it after Dad gets better. It's never too late," Chloe suggested. "Dad is not going to get any better in the future. The wedding is a must. Otherwise, he may never get to see it." Jack's voice was mournful. He wasn't worrying over nothing. He studied at Harvard School of Medicine for many years and knew where the disease was heading. His father seemed fine now, but if his condition worsened, he might not even be awake for their wedding. How could he witness their happiness then? "Mm-hmm. We'll do as you say." Chloe nodded in agreement. That night, neither of them slept well, and early next morning, Jack headed straight to GK headquarters. Chloe made plans to go shopping with Sarah and Victoria to buy wedding essentials. The media continued blasting the couple's upcoming wedding all over town. Many people were invested in the wedding. They all wanted to see how grand the GK president's wedding would be. At the Hall estate, Bella rarely went out these days. She hid at home and almost never left. Mrs. Hall was really worried about her daughter's condition and kept comforting her. "Bella, how are you feeling?" Bella did not answer. "Are you upset over Jack's upcoming wedding?" "You're lying. Oh, you." Madam Hall thought that Bella was upset over the news of Jack and Chloe's wedding. "Mom, their wedding won't happen," Bella slowly said, enunciating each word. "Bella, are you planning to do something again? Please don't. If you really anger Jack, that boy won't let you off easy." Mrs. Hall was worried that her daughter was going to start drama again and immediately tried to stop her. "I'm not going to do anything. Don't worry. I don't need to." "Someone else is more restless than I am," Bella replied as she smiled eerily. "Andrew wouldn't come to terms with Chloe holding a wedding, would he? It would be chaotic for sure, and the truth was, she couldn't wait for Andrew to take action. And if he could really tear Jack and Chloe apart, she would be able to take advantage of the situation, right?" Green Corporation HQ. Andrew was throwing darts at the target and hitting the bullseye every single time with incredible accuracy. The 28th was a great day, and it was only 2 weeks away. It seemed like Chloe couldn't wait to announce her love for Jack to the world. As for Andrew, he couldn't wait to confess his feelings to Chloe. He found excitement in thinking about it. "President Green, the people you asked for are here." "Good. You can go now." Andrew then put down the dart in his hand and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief. Then, he licked his lips and headed into his office. He had to hurry up and plan a giant surprise for his favorite sister, Chloe, GK headquarters. Jack was just about to leave after taking care of some documents when his office door opened and a young woman walked in. She was about 1.7 meters tall, slim, fit, and she had curves in all the right places. Most importantly, she was strikingly beautiful. Her long lashes adorned her huge eyes, and the shape of her mouth and nose were just perfect. She was a breathtaking beauty. Her beauty was equal to that of Emery and Gianna. "President Dawson, you are?" Jack frowned. The woman was a little stunned that President Dawson didn't know who she was. However, she quickly regained composure and answered, "President Dawson, I'm Madison." Jack remained silent. He seemed to have no recollection of the name. Seeing Jack behave in such a manner prompted the woman to introduce herself. "President Dawson, I am the winner of the Star of GK. Did you need me for something?" I came because I wanted to discuss the exact details of my contract with you." "You should talk to the director of GK Film and Television about that," Jack replied coldly and distantly. He paid her no mind as he left the room. He left Madison, who had dressed up very formally, stunned out of surprise with a folder in hand. She initially chose to compete due to her self-confidence and connections. She beat everybody else by miles in terms of both online and phone voting. However, from the beginning to the end, she never once saw Jack. The truth was he was no stranger to her. She first saw him on an economics magazine while traveling on an airplane. Upon seeing his photo, Madison felt her pulse rise and face redden. She even thought that he was the man she was looking for. Madison didn't come from an insanely rich family, but all of her family members were academics. Her grandpa, parents, and aunts were all researchers. Her grandpa was the director of a famous research institute. Her family background was comparable to Noah's family. Her family was against her joining the entertainment industry, but she never looked back. She didn't do it for fame or money. She just wanted to approach Jack. Unfortunately, it was Chloe who gave her the trophy at the finals. From the beginning to finish, she never saw Jack in person. So, she came to the president's office with her contract bravely in an attempt to approach him. However, she felt as if a bucket of icy water was dumped on her. "Eh? Miss Madison, what are you doing here?" Mark was delivering files when he saw Madison. "President Dawson, does he always treat others like this?" Madison felt wronged. Like, what? Ice cold. "Oh, he's basically always like this. The president is like this to everyone except one person." "And who's that?" Madison was curious. "The young madam, of course. President Dawson is only good to her. He only smiles to her, only spoils her, only tells her jokes, only feeds her food," Mark said in admiration. "But the young madam isn't even that good-looking," she sneered in jealousy, thinking back to the woman in the black suit who awarded her the crown many nights ago. Her remarks instantly displeased Mark. "That's funny. We're not ones to judge her beauty. President Dawson is. Anyways, a woman's beauty is not as important as their manners and qualities." The young madam is at a level most women can never reach. No woman can win a man's respect with their beauty alone. Inner beauty is more important. Without inner beauty, she's just a bimbo. Mark purposefully exaggerated the word bimbo and turned around to leave after finishing his rant, leaving Madison's face pale from anger. He's just a stupid assistant. What's with the attitude? Seriously. Madison, the self-proclaimed most beautiful woman in the city, had run into a cold wall on her first attempt to approach Jack. She wasn't down, however, and she believed that as long as she stayed at GK, she would eventually get closer to Jack. There was no rush. After all, she was still young. She was only 22, 3 years younger than Chloe. Inside the Green Corporation's conference room, a dozen rich businessmen looked uncomfortable as they remained silent. "Everyone, what do you think about my idea?" "President Green, that's risky. You're basically risking 8,000 of our own men just to hurt 10,000 of your enemies. Even if you reach your goal, the gains are not worth that much more than the losses." "Who said that? If we're losing 8,000 men for 10,000, we'll still win by 2,000, no?" Andrew smiled. That's absurd, Andrew. Your idea is crazy. Do as you please, but we're not playing your little games. You're breaking the rules. The industry is going to despise you. The consequences are immeasurable. What if the situation gets out of control in the end? Are we going to go down together? How is that possible? We'll be the biggest winners. It all depends on whether you're brave enough. I agree with President too, Andrew. You're still young and arrogant. You can't act like this. Nobody can. Back in our days, we all played by the rules, and breaking them will lead to bad consequences. You guys, old age had really shrink your guts. Andrew put a piece of gum in his mouth and chewed lazily, as if he paid the businessman in front of him no mind. What are you doing with us if you think we're too old? Play your games alone, then. After speaking, a man in a gray suit who looked about 50 stood up furiously to leave. Before he reached the door, however, he heard Andrew say, "Uncle, say, if your wife knew about your 12-year-old illegitimate son, would she turn against you? From what I know, your wife holds 45% of your company's shares. With your children's shares, they definitely have more than you. If she files for divorce, your assets will shrink by half, and your name will be left in shambles. What are you going on about? What illegitimate son?" The man pointed at Andrew and demanded rudely. Andrew chuckled. "Then again, that son of yours looks so much like you. I bet that you wouldn't want him to study abroad either, because you'll miss him too much. The 6th elementary school is pretty good. He gets driven to the back gates of the school at 7:10 every morning, and gets picked up at 3:15 every day after school. He then goes to a taekwondo dojo named Cloud's Might, and dines at Tang's Kitchen every night at 4:30. You investigated my son?" "No, I didn't investigate him. I'm just reminding you that there are so many accidents in life. I don't want you to lose your son so soon. Andrew, F you." The middle-aged man was so furious that he leaped for Andrew, but the latter quickly spun around and grabbed the man's fist. He squeezed forcefully, to which the sound of bones crunching followed. The man let out a miserable scream, leaving everyone in the conference room as dumbfounded as could be. They never thought that Andrew would be so outrageous and bold. "Old man, I call you uncle out of respect. Don't challenge my bottom line, otherwise your family might suffer a tragic loss. Your son's well-being depends on your decision today." The man was in excruciating pain, but didn't dare to say another word. He knew what Andrew was like. He had no bottom line, and would do anything. Security. A few guards busted in. "Take Uncle to the hospital so he can get patched up." After speaking, Andrew spat the gum out. He then scanned the room and asked, "Does anyone have anything else to say?" Nobody spoke as they lowered their heads, unable to agree nor disagree. Andrew pulled out a chair, sat down, and looked at the middle-aged man to his left. "Uncle Ace, your daughter's got a great body. I happen to have a DVD of hers. She's got quite the exotic taste, ordering black men at the nightclub. Imagine if that got out. President Green, I am completely on your side. I support your idea 100%. Before Andrew could finish, the middle-aged man declared his allegiance. Andrew looked at another elder beside him and said, "Uncle Carter, I was the one who covered up the news of your son raping a college girl. If that news were to get out to the media." "President Green, I support you too." "Brother Kingston." Andrew didn't even get to finish his sentence. The man immediately replied, "I agree with your idea, President Green." After he finished, the rest followed and showed their support. The situation was completely opposite from what it was 5 minutes ago. These people were all smart. Nobody wanted Andrew to poke holes in their perfect lies and expose the horrible truth underneath. Disagreeing meant unspeakable consequences. Andrew seemed pleased and smiled. "Thanks to your support, I shall go ahead then. I will inform you of the plan in the future. Also, if what was discussed in the meeting got out, then funerals will need to be planned." Of course. I'm just getting this out here. Given everyone's wits, I trust that I don't have to warn you against digging your graves. After the meeting, the dozen men left one after another. Andrew was in a great mood as he walked down the stairs. Joyce ran to him and held his arm with her hands. Andrew, I made a mistake. I'll never criticize Chloe again. Please forgive me, okay? Upon hearing this, Andrew narrowed his eyes and looked at Joyce. Forgiving you is God's job, and as for my job is to send you to him. By the time Andrew finished his sentence, Joyce's face became as pale as a ghost. Then, she saw Andrew squeeze her face with a cruel smile. Why are you so nervous? I was just kidding. Joyce finally rested her worries upon hearing this. Andrew was in a great mood as he climbed onto the car with Joyce, and they sped off. Some paparazzi captured a photo of them, and the day's headlines were, President of the Green Corporation seems to be cheating. Where does Ms. Hall's love lie? Some other paparazzi disclosed a picture of Bella leaving her home with an exhausted expression. It made others believe that there was a fallout between them. Imperial Star Entertainment HQ. When Justin exited the conference room, he saw Max sitting on the sofa in his office. Big Boy Cooper, your meeting's over? Mm-hmm. Why are you here so early? Don't tell me you like some girl from our company, Justin joked. No, I've been really tired lately. I'm going to rest for a while and lay off women. Off women? Justin clearly didn't believe him. Mm-hmm. It's only temporary, Max stressed. I still don't believe it. If you can stay off women, I can stay off food. Max was speechless. God damn, Justin. How horny do you think I am? Very. To me, you're someone who can't go 3 days without doing it. Haha. You know me the best. You're like a parasite in my stomach, Max exclaimed. Like father, like son, Justin artistically said. 3 seconds later, Max finally realized that he got played by Justin. Angrily, he threw a ball of paper at Justin's head. I don't have a dad this young. I don't have a son this disobedient, Justin continued joking, leaving Max speechless. Are you upset about Chloe's wedding? God damn. Your mouth is more poisonous than nightshade. You know how poisonous nightshade is? You've had it? Justin refuted. Seeing Max out of words, Justin smiled as he organized documents. Justin, are you invited to Chloe's wedding? Max tentatively asked. What does mean? Is it a yes or no? Max bravely asked. Yes. So, are you really going? Justin's hands faltered from signing documents as he raised his head and calmly asked, Why shouldn't I? God damn. How big is your heart? The girl you like is getting married and you're going? Doesn't your heart hurt? Should I bring a defibrillator? Because I don't think you're going to make it. No, I can handle it. Actually, I think I'll be happy seeing the woman I love marrying someone she loves. Justin finished speaking, lowered his head, and continued signing documents. Justin, you're so admirable. No, I'm just liking her my own way. I told her that it's my business liking her, and nobody has the right to stop me, including her. So, even if she got married and told everybody that she's Jack's woman, it's her business. In my heart, she'll always be the woman I like. It's that simple. My God, Justin. I'm thinking I'm falling in love with you. I don't like men, thank you very much. If I were a woman, I would sleep with you for sure, Max said, smiling. If you were a woman, you would not be a normal one. I would stay away from you for sure. Screw you. Max originally thought that Justin's mental state would be more unstable due to Chloe's wedding date approaching. Justin was the polar opposite from Max's expectations, however, as he became calmer and calmer as the wedding date drew closer and closer. It seemed like he had come to terms with it. He said it himself if he couldn't give Chloe happiness. Seeing her be happy would be enough for him. Justin loved her as much as a person could. He just couldn't show it. He suppressed all his feelings for her deep within his heart. Andrew has been pretty active lately. What do you think he's gonna do? Max tried to change the topic. I'm not interested in his business. Ever since Justin confronted Andrew at the Seductive Fox, he had lost all respect for him. The media is blowing up with the news of his divorce with Bella. I don't know if it's real or not. I really want them to stay together, though. They're a good match. A bastard and a batch, in sickness and in health, Max cursed them. Before Andrew achieves his goal, he won't divorce her so easily. After all, the Hall family can help him out with many things, Justin analyzed. Max nodded in agreement. That's true. Him being active is not a good thing, I feel like. He might do something before Chloe's wedding, Justin slowly said. That night, at their encounter, Andrew had asked Justin if he wanted to do something since Chloe was getting married. Justin could taste the saltiness in his voice. Like Jack, Justin also knew about Andrew's intentions towards Chloe. He was intelligent enough to pick up on the small details. Bella was right. The look that Andrew gave Chloe was different from the way he looked at everyone else. It was as if she was the only person Andrew could see. His gaze was more passionate and doting than that of Jack. But Andrew wasn't supposed to look at Chloe that way. So Justin had a faint feeling that something big was about to happen, that something would not be good. What can he do? That piece of trash is no match for Jack, no? Max never respected Andrew. Other than Andrew's infamous reputation within the social circle, his identity as a rich heir had always been awkward. He was adopted, not a biological son of the Green family. So, he was often disrespected by others. Max didn't think an adopted son could achieve much, and that Andrew was no more than a loser who only drank and hooked up with women. However, Justin didn't think so. He successfully married Bella, took land from Jack, and got approval from Mayor Hall. These feats weren't accomplishable by a normal person. Green Entertainment was only established less than a month ago, but its revenue had multiplied by a couple of dozen times. It certainly was a big slap in the face for those that didn't think the new venture would turn out well. Justin had been in the entertainment industry for so long and rarely saw companies that could butt in and stand their ground successfully. Now, the entertainment industry was dominated by three titans: GK Film and Television, Imperial Star, and Green Entertainment. Green Entertainment was the youngest to join the industry, but it was currently also the most popular company, filled with famed works and stars. Justin also knew that Andrew entered the industry for purposes other than making a profit. He was targeting Jack. Don't underestimate Andrew. He's not as simple as he looks. He might even be the most cunning and insidious person I've ever met. Justin analyzed in all seriousness. I'll admit he's sinister. Max nodded. So you need to stay away from people like him who are willing to do anything to get what they want. The things that he could do, you won't be able to. When a person doesn't have a moral bottom line and is willing to do anything, you can't defeat him. I don't even want to look at his face. He looks like a crazy person. Max never liked Andrew because the latter always wore a creepy smile on his face, and his expression was infuriating. Should we go out for a drink tonight? I can't. I need to go home and hang out with my parents and Grandpa. Your dad's back? Mm-hmm. Justin nodded. Do you want to come with? My grandpa was saying how he missed you and Brenton last night. No thanks, your dad's fine, but I'm scared of Grandpa Cooper. He's so traditional. We get a political lecture from him whenever we see him. Max laughed as he got up. Oh, right. I forgot to ask you how much money you're giving Chloe for her wedding. I heard they weren't going to accept anything, but it's not your style to go empty-handed, haha. After all, you're in love with the bride. One day I'm going to rip off your face. What does my present have to do with you? Justin chased Max out, not sure if he wanted to laugh or cry. He refused to tell Max what he was going to give the Dawson couple. After his friend left, Justin put away his smile and carefully opened his desk drawer and took out a pink invitation. His assistant gave it to him this morning. These were the official invitations GK's Public Relationships Department mailed out. The entire invitation was pink, with cartoons of the bride and groom on the cover, as cute as could be. Inside the invitation was a paragraph on the left and a photo of Jack and Chloe on the right. It wasn't a wedding photo. Rather, it was a photo of them wearing school uniforms. Chloe's hair was in a bob cut, making her look as young as ever. Jack's usually expressionless face surfaced a rare smile. He held a backpack in one hand and placed the other around Chloe's shoulder. Their smiles were sweet, and their love for each other was evident. Justin felt his heart ache upon seeing this invitation. Chloe had such a beautiful smile, but she never smiled like that to him. He would die a happy death if one day Chloe could lean on his shoulder and smile like that. His gaze landed on the left side of the invitation as he read the paragraph. You're like the peach blossoms on a spring day, defying and caressing time. You brighten the sun and nourish the mountains and waters. A lake of spring, a touch of longing, a tree of leaves, and a heart of love. You accompanied me when I was young and naive. 7 years passed by in a flash, and together we will be spending countless 7 years to come, until the end of our lives. The March wind is as innocent as a child's face, and I am willing to exchange undying vows with you in this season. Jack and Chloe, together through thick and thin. Unlike the invitations of other couples, this paragraph was sweet, but not cheesy, touching but not tacky. Even Justin felt his heart melt upon reading this, especially the together through thick and thin part. It was such a simple promise, but it represented Jack and Chloe's undying love for each other. At this thought, Justin sighed and carefully put the invitation away. What was Andrew doing? He was standing next to the windows at his private condo, holding a wine glass in his hand. Joyce's hands were tied up with a belt, and there were bruises all over her body. Andrew toys and outfits at his condo, and today, Joyce was lucky enough to see them. However, she was so scared that she didn't dare make a sound. Her tights were completely ripped as if she had been forced into. She even had deep marks on her wrists. However, she was too scared to cry, since she was the one who came crawling back for forgiveness. Andrew was in a great mood after torturing her. Then, he suddenly thought of something and took out that pink invitation, gently caressing Chloe's beautiful smile with his finger. Chloe's beautiful. He picked up his scissors and cut the photo into 2, subsequently setting Jack's half on fire. As he watched the words disappear into flames, he smiled with disdain. This life? Through thick and thin? Really? I'd like to see how far you guys can really go. He then finished all the red wine in his glass and walked up to Joyce. He looked at her domineeringly. Did you enjoy yourself? Joyce froze for a second before her face turned bright red, although there was no sex involved. What happened just now was quite intimate. At least he was being intimate with her. She was shocked as this thought crossed her mind. Was she becoming a pervert? Why did she feel pleasure after this man tortured her? Joyce opened her mouth, too embarrassed to admit her true feelings. Even so, you're still a fake. How can you compare to the real thing? Andrew pinched her chin and smiled. Andrew, I'll listen to everything you say. Please let me be with you. Upon hearing this, his expression softened almost immediately. Why can't Chloe be as obedient as you are? If she was, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Then, he turned around, picked up Chloe's photo, and kissed her face passionately. It won't be long. This time, it really won't be long. Andrew could barely control the excitement in his voice. GK Corporation. Chloe held the invitation in her hands and looked at it again and again. She designed the invitation, and Jack wrote the paragraph inside it. Honey, is this paragraph too cheesy? I could have written something even cheesier, Mr. Dawson said arrogantly, but Chloe felt a little embarrassed. Is it a good idea? Others will think we're flaunting our love. Isn't love supposed to be flaunted? Mr. Dawson immediately replied with a question of his own. You seem to have a point. Chloe then sent a photo of their invitation to her group chat with Victoria and Sarah. The 2 women immediately went crazy and began replying non-stop, sending Chloe into endless laughter. She never thought that planning a wedding could make her so happy. She loved making decisions on the small details. Honey, what presents should we give our guests? Candies or chocolates? How about gold commemorative coins? That's too much, Chloe said. What about diamonds from GK Jewelry? Honey, don't be so capricious. Diamonds are expensive. We're inviting more than 5,000 guests. You're going to go bankrupt if you give every guest a diamond." Chloe chuckled. "I don't care if I go bankrupt, as long as we can hold a wedding." "Haha, you would have made a terrible emperor in ancient country." Chloe laughed out loud, feeling her heart well up with happiness. Suddenly, Mark knocked on Jack's office door and walked in. "Boss?" he said, as he glanced over at Chloe. "Do you need me to leave?" Chloe got up, but Jack shook his head. Then, he said to Mark, "Go ahead. I don't keep secrets from my wife." "We just got news that the 13 major real estate developers coalesced to push down housing prices to less than $4,000 per square meter." Less than $4,000? Have they gone mad? Jack was immediately enraged. Unlike other industries, real estate prices couldn't be raised or reduced on a whim. There are certain market rules companies must follow. Ever since the global depression in 2008, the domestic real estate market had been booming. As the biggest city in country, their city's prices weren't as staggeringly high as capital city, but the market had maintained an average of $8,000 per square meter. The 10 or so major real estate developers had set their properties at the same prices, so the main area of competition was in location, amenities, and service. GK ventured into the real estate industry more than 2 decades ago, focusing on high-end living. Therefore, although its prices weren't incredibly affordable, the quality of the buildings and resident services were amazing. The company had enjoyed a great reputation in the city. Peter was a traditional man who usually stuck to the convention. Thus, when he was president, he took a lot into consideration and was willing to bring benefits to the civilians. When Jack assumed the presidency, GK's housing prices were no less than $8,000 per square meter. If anyone dared to lower the prices without approval, they would be held in contempt and banned by the other companies. Today, without any written or verbal agreement, 13 of the major real estate companies suddenly lowered market rates to under $4,000 per square meter. This was absolutely insane. Why would they do that? Their costs are at least $3,000 or so per square meter. If the prices are lowered to $4,000, not only will they fail to earn money, they'll even have to pay out of pocket for promotion fees. Have they gone mad? Chloe thought out loud. I don't know what happened specifically, but people are going crazy. Customers who paid their deposit with us are demanding refunds. They said they'd rather purchase apartments elsewhere. After 3 seconds of silence, Jack looked up at Mark. Spread the word. I'm holding an executive meeting in 10 minutes. Yes, boss. Chloe frowned. It felt like a hurricane had just hit their company out of the blue. That night, the residents of the city went crazy. Major media outlets all reported on this incident, and some out-of-province residents even flew to the city to buy property, just so they could sell it and make more money when the market rises again. Housing was built for those with definite need. Some needed to buy property to get married, some needed to buy new property because their old apartments are too old, and some needed more room because they were expecting a second child. Those were people who actually needed to purchase housing. However, because of this sudden price reduction, residents began buying properties, regardless of whether they needed it. It was as if these apartments were distributed for free. Some even borrowed money from friends, family, and loan sharks, just so they could stock up while prices were low. Jack explained the situation to company executives, as well as the immediate consequences. Then, they brainstormed strategies, but, in the end, decided to observe for a while in case this was just all a prank. How long could these low prices last? After leaving the conference room, Chloe walked up to him. Honey, how was it? We're going to observe the market for a while. I wonder why the other companies did this. Jack didn't think he was so despicable that the other companies would come together just to make his life miserable. Therefore, he thought they were just playing a prank that would be over in a day or two. Thus, he didn't draw up any imminent plans of attack. Chloe felt restless and asked worriedly, I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. How are things going at GK Real Estate? The company suffered heavy losses. Clients who paid their deposits have all asked to be refunded and breached their contracts. Even those who have already moved in are demanding a refund. This is absurd. Chloe was more worried than ever. Let's stay calm and observe the situation a little longer. Come on, let's go eat. Jack held Chloe's hand as the two of them quietly headed towards the company cafeteria. On the TV was Chairman Ace of the Z Corporation, surrounded by a bunch of reporters. Chairman Ace? What's the purpose of lowering housing prices? Mr. Ace looked like he was about to burst out in tears as he squeezed out the following words. To benefit the civilians. Chairman Ace, no wonder you're a renowned entrepreneur. You're a model to the rest of us. $4,000 per square meter is a price all civilians can accept. Mr. Ace smiled at the camera, but he was actually cursing Andrew inside out. If the latter hadn't forced him, he could have never done something as stupid as this. His company sold more than 10 million apartments this morning, but after taking all relevant fees into account, he actually lost $7 million. It was only the morning and $7 million already flew away, just like that. He didn't know why Andrew would force him into lowering housing prices, but he knew the latter was up to no good. Andrew had to be doing this for a reason, and that afternoon, he slowly began to understand what was happening. There were 15 real estate companies in the city, and 13 of them came together to reduce prices. The only ones who didn't do anything were GK and the Green Corporation. Mr. Ace heard that many buyers demanded a refund from GK, but the Green Corporation didn't sustain any losses because they didn't have any projects underway. It seemed like Andrew had planned this out meticulously, and the ultimate goal was to overthrow GK. That evening, the Green Corporation announced that their new residential district, Greenstone Garden, will be open for purchase in the morning, with prices at $3,999 per square meter. This announcement immediately reignited the people's passion for real estate purchasing. Greenstone Garden was the Green Corporation's most recently completed project, but the company never began sales. It was located at the edge of 4th Ring Road, and since it wasn't in downtown, public transportation was still underdeveloped. The good thing was, there was a natural lake, East Lake, near the property, with breathtaking views. In the beginning, everyone assumed that a high-end residential district like this would at least cost $9,000 per square meter. To their surprise, the company listed the property at $3,999. Talk about a markdown. This announcement put GK in an awkward position because they had just listed their newest property, an office housing district called Lafay Residence, at $7,500 per square meter. Residence was located near downtown, on 2nd Ring Road. Green Corporation's newest property cost almost half as much as GK's. As an old saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Therefore, when the Green Corporation announced that they were reducing their prices as well, GK's last straw to survival vanished, making the company a public enemy. The truth was, Jack wanted to reduce prices, but he couldn't afford to. Unlike evil developers, GK had been focused on quality. When Peter Still led the company, he emphasized the importance of quality, and therefore the mere cost to build a GK property was more than $4,000 per square feet. Add that to the promotion and other miscellaneous fees, the company made less than $1,000 per square meter. Therefore, GK's prices really weren't unreasonably high. If GK lowered all its prices to $4,000, it would suffer a 50% loss. Some companies may be able to endure that, but GK couldn't. The company's main line of business was in real estate, and it had sold too many properties over the past 2 decades. Moreover, they had a lot of new projects in line, and if they gave discounts to everyone, it wouldn't be as simple as losing $7 million in one morning like Mr. Ace. The entire company would go under. Therefore, GK didn't make any moves and decided to go with its original prices. However, civilians who weren't aware of the truth cursed and judged the company, accusing it of moral abduction. That evening, some anonymous netizen uploaded an article onto a forum. The city's real estate developers are benefiting the civilians. GK's the only one still ripping us off. The article called GK an immoral developer that had been ripping people off for decades, refusing to lower its prices even when all the other companies did so. Therefore, no one should buy their properties. After this article was published, countless people, either netizens or the Water Army, shared it. In a nutshell, this incident blew up in GK's face. Some netizens even cursed at GK on Chloe's Weibo. Jack had Weibo as well, but he never uploaded anything, nor did he allow others to comment on his page. So these people ended up targeting his wife. Chloe's Weibo was verified since she was Southside's chief neurologist and the wife of GK's president Dawson. With nowhere else to vent their anger, netizens gathered under Chloe's page, adding 50,000 comments to her existing 10,000. Chloe, your husband owes us an explanation. You completely ripped us off. We purchased your apartments last year, but other companies reduced their prices this year. Backed Green, you and your husband are evil business people. I hate you. Jack should at least explain why he's refusing the lower prices. I heard your husband's not even country's citizen. He's an American citizen. I wonder if it's true because if it is, I get why an American person would rip us off. Did you become American after you married him? Do you have the guts to show us your passport? Chloe, I believe in you, and I believe that your husband is being put in a difficult position. Can we at least get an explanation? Dr. Green, why are so many people cursing at you? What happened? Chloe, you should persuade your husband into lowering his prices, or else he won't be able to sell his properties. The prices shouldn't have been set so high in the first place. At worst, you'll make a little less money than you're supposed to. The real estate industry enjoys extravagant profits anyways. I'm just waiting for more drama to unfold. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm enjoying this. Chloe, are you still going to get married on the 28th? Will the wedding be affected? I have a feeling that you won't be able to get married. Please don't curse at me, fellow netizens, it's just a feeling. Chloe sighed. Without replying to anyone, she exited Weibo. Show everyone her passport? Why should she? American citizenship? Were they kidding? Force GK into lowering its prices? If it did, the company would go under in a week, and Jack would really go bankrupt. Those in the dark will never know what happens when a conglomerate lowers their prices by 50%. It was basically an act of digging their own grave. Jack stayed at the company overnight, discussing possible countermeasures. Chloe sat in his office and patiently waited for him as she chatted Victoria and Sarah, explaining to them what happened. Imperial Star headquarters, Justin left the company 30 minutes early and drove straight to the Green Corporation. He was determined to give Andrew a good beating today. How dare he fight dirty, working with the old men of other companies to force GK into a tight corner. This was such a shameless move on his end. Sir, who are you looking for? The receptionist stopped him in the lobby, and Justin spat angrily. Tell Andrew to get the hell out here. I'm sorry, President Green already left. He left? Justin was doubtful, and the receptionist nodded. Yes, he left after the afternoon meeting. He's probably at home. You can look for him there. What a coward. Justin clenched his fists. Did Andrew ignore his warnings about not hurting Chloe? Him shamelessly setting GK up must have made Chloe more anxious than ever. Justin almost exploded with fury when he saw netizens cursing at Chloe on Weibo. He even registered a new account to defend her, but it was useless. Public opinion obviously worked against Jack and Chloe, Andrew's private mansion. Andrew, wearing nothing but a robe, leaned nonchalantly against his poolside chair when his phone suddenly rang. What happened? Who told you all to lower real estate prices? This is malicious competition, Mayor Hall demanded angrily. What's so bad about benefiting the people? Why would you be mad about that? Stop trying to fool me. You're trying to drag Jack down, aren't you? Mayor Hall had been a government official for years, and therefore immediately realized who Andrew was trying to deal with. Right now, Jack was in an extremely awkward position. He was in deep trouble. Smart, Andrew admitted. Why would you do something like that? What did he ever do to you? I've known Jack since he was a baby, and I'm close friends with his dad. You shouldn't have done this to him. You're hilarious. That's between you and him. What does any of that have to do with me? Andrew chuckled. I gave you that piece of land you wanted, and Jack didn't say anything. Why would you set him up like this? I'm sorry, father-in-law. I don't think you understand the situation. If Jack didn't take the thing I treasured the most away from me, I wouldn't have done this to him. What thing? Mayor Hall asked. You should go ask him about it. Oh, if you persuade him to give it back to me, I can consider letting him off the hook. You've got to be kidding me. Stop what you're doing right now. This is more than a personal grudge. You basically sank our city's real estate industry. Everything's in turmoil right now. You're the mayor. Shouldn't that be your problem to deal with? Andrew sneered. Andrew, you. Before Mayor Hall finished his sentence, Andrew hung up. Right now, he didn't have the time to quibble with this old man. Mayor Hall wasn't in the city. He was anxious but couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he decided to call Jack, who had just finished up a meeting where they discussed possible countermeasures for tomorrow. Uncle Hall? Jack, are you busy? I just finished up a meeting. I'm at a conference in Square City and won't be back until the day afternoon tomorrow. I heard about what happened at home. Things are really serious, aren't they? I called Andrew, but he seems dead set on taking you down. I know, Jack replied calmly. Jack? What did you steal from Andrew, what? Jack frowned. When I called him, he said you stole something from him he really values. If it's not anything important, just give it back to him, will you? He sometimes acts like a crazy dog who does whatever he wants to do without thinking about others. You shouldn't attack him head on. Always offend the gentleman, not the petty person. Jack remained silent. He understood what Andrew meant, the thing he values. He was referring to Chloe, wasn't he? But the funny thing was, since when did Chloe become his? Jack and Chloe began dating in high school, and that was none of Andrew's business. How thick-faced was he? Upon hearing silence from the other end, Mayor Hall thought Jack was contemplating the pros and cons, so he continued to persuade him. Andrew is a man with many measures, and I'm sure he's the one behind this incident. I know Mr. Ace. He's not brave enough to do something like this. Andrew must have manipulated him. Jack, although my daughter's his wife, I will never favor him. Rather, I've known you since you were a baby and watched you grow up. You're like a son to me, so I would never deceive you. Listen to me. The two of you shouldn't attack each other because of this. Just give back whatever you stole from him and end this chaos, or else the city's development will be steered off track. Today, the provincial government called and scolded me. I'm retiring in 5 years and want to finish my tenure peacefully. Can you understand where I'm coming from? Uncle Hall, I can. But first, what he was referring to didn't belong to him in the first place. And second, whatever he values the most is more important to me than my life. Do you really think I'd give my life to him? Upon hearing this, Mayor Hall fell silent. He didn't know how to respond. Uncle Hall, I know you're trying to help me. If it were anything else, I would have let him have his way. After all, I don't want to fight him either. We're not children anymore, and I'm betting my entire family fortune on this. But I can't compromise this time, no matter what. I'm willing to give him all my money and power and even my life, but I won't compromise. Jack was determined. To him, Chloe was his life. No one could take her from him, and Andrew was no different. All right, I understand then. Don't panic. Let me find out what's happening once I get home, and we'll think of a countermeasure. Okay. After hanging up, Jack fell silent. Mayor Hall didn't say it directly, but Jack knew that he couldn't stop Andrew. If the latter were really afraid of the mayor, he wouldn't have done something so outrageous in the first place. When Andrew decided to pit 13 real estate companies against Jack, he no longer cared about anyone or anything. Therefore, Mayor Hall probably meant nothing to him, meaning that him coming back to the city wasn't going to make a difference. All GK could do was observe the situation and determine how long they could stay in this battle. 3 days later, GK couldn't sit still anymore, and Jack decided to call an emergency meeting to activate the company's backup funds. GK's refusal to lower prices led to reputation loss and public indignation, which in turn caused the company's stocks to dip down to an all-time low. The company had just recovered from the last crash, so this time it suffered even more losses, losing billions in 3 days. If it was about the money, Jack wouldn't panic as much. However, if its stocks continued dropping, the company would go from profit-making to debt-owing. Tell all the real estate project managers to lower our prices to $4,000 per square meter. Sir, if we do that, we're going to lose a lot of money, Mark reminded him. I know, but under current circumstances, there's nothing else we can do. If we don't lower our prices, our stocks will continue to tank, and the company will go under. Sir? Mark felt bad for Jack. Go. Yes, sir. It was smart of him to choose the lesser evil. However, when GK announced that the company would be dropping its prices to $4,000, another scandal broke out. GK's executive vice president, Baylor, was being investigated by the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Apparently, he bribed a provincial official who was recently arrested for corruption. Once again, this scandal attacked GK right where it hurt, and netizens began speculating. Some said that Baylor made the decision to bribe the official himself, and he did a lot of unethical things behind Jack's back. Not only was he corrupt, he even had 5 mansions in the States and a dozen mistresses on the side. Others said that Jack wanted Baylor to bribe the official. Not only did the president fail to stop corruption, he even tacitly agreed to it. Due to the new scandal, GK's stocks continued to drop, and people forgot about the fact that the company decided to lower its housing prices. Jack's attempt to save the company sank like a rock into the ocean. Andrew truly went all out this time. He set up trap after trap for Jack to fall into, each punch more deadly and unforgiving as the last. Jack felt so much pressure that he couldn't breathe. Chloe went to lunch with her mother, but as soon as they left the restaurant, a bunch of reporters crowded up to her. Mrs. Dawson, can you explain to us GK's current situation? Mrs. Dawson, are you still getting married on the 28th? Aren't you going to push it back? According to our sources, GK's lost 10 of billions over the past few days and is on the verge of debt. Is it true? Mrs. Dawson, what do you have to say about what happened with Executive Vice President Baylor? Do you know him personally? Mrs. Dawson, what are President Dawson's countermeasures to GK's scandals? Chloe felt helpless in front of the reporters' questions. Everyone threw curveballs at her, and if she didn't provide a decent answer, it would make things even worse than they already were. Therefore, this time she chose to remain silent. She looked down. Her sunglasses covered her face as she got onto her Audi R8. Originally, she was going to GK, so she and Jack could come up from a plan. However, after dropping her mother off at home, her mother-in-law suddenly called, Chloe, why isn't Chu picking up his phone? Mom, he's been stuck in meetings. Don't worry. Chloe, can you come to the hospital? What happened? Your dad fainted this morning. Wasn't he at the hospital? Surprised, Chloe asked. He was. We were taking a stroll in the garden behind the hospital this morning when he suddenly collapsed. He's still undergoing emergency treatment. I called Jack, but he didn't pick up. Emergency treatment? Don't worry, Mom. I'll be right there. Chloe was going to go to the company, but after this phone call, she made a sharp turn and went through the underway right to the first hospital outside the OR. Chloe and Mrs. Dawson waited anxiously. The latter's face was pale and her hands shivered. Chloe could tell she was scared, so she tried to comfort her mother-in-law. Mom, don't worry. Dad will be fine. Mrs. Dawson nodded, her gaze fixed on the doors of the OR as she held Chloe's hand. Chloe tried calling Jack, but no one picked up. Therefore, she called Mark, who told her that Jack was video conferencing the executives, trying to come up with a plan to save the company. He had been in the conference room for more than 2 hours since the company was just about to go up in flames. Baylor's arrest pushed GK to the teeth of the storm. Chloe was originally going to ask his in-laws who Baylor was. Apparently, this man was close to Peter and was considered a long-term employee of GK. Chloe had never met Baylor because he mainly dealt with GK's overseas business. He came back a few days ago to see his family, but was arrested by ICAC. Everything happened so suddenly. Just then, the doors of the operating room opened, and Chloe and Mrs. Dawson ran up to the doctor. Mrs. Dawson asked anxiously, "How is my husband?" "He's stable for now." Upon hearing this, the two of them sighed in relief. Then, the doctor glanced profoundly at Chloe and said, "Dr. Green, come with me. I'll give you some medicine to feed to the patient later." Okay. Chloe was smart enough to know that doctor wanted to talk to her in private. After entering his office, the doctor took off his mask and said with a serious expression, "Dr. Green, your father-in-law isn't doing so well." Upon hearing this, Chloe's heart sank. "What's his current diagnosis?" she said worriedly. The result came back. "We've confirmed that the black shadow in his head is a tumor. Perhaps something's upsetting him, but the tumor is growing fast. The last CT showed that it was the size of a grain of rice, but now it's the size of a soybean." Chloe didn't say anything, but her heart felt as heavy as a rock. "You're a doctor, too, Dr. Green. You know what this means. The brain is sensitive, and it's dangerous when there's something growing and pressing against it. Him fainting is just one of the many side effects. If he doesn't undergo brain surgery, he might become completely paralyzed." "I know." Chloe's heart sank. "I think you know why I asked you to come. You and your family should make a decision soon. Right now, he has two options. One, a craniotomy, but it's dangerous because the tumor is located in the center of the brain. If it's malignant, the tumor may spread after surgery. The other option is a more conservative treatment, but it's just a stalling tactic. His life would still be in danger if the tumor spreads." Chloe looked down with a serious expression on her face. "Okay, I understand, and we'll talk about it with my husband and mother-in-law. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome, but you need to make a decision as soon as possible. I don't think the patient will be able to hold on much longer." "I will." Chloe walked out of doctor's office with tears in her eyes. She hid in a corner and quietly wiped away her tears. Peter was a conservative man, but he had a heart made of gold and treated her very well. She would die of guilt if her father-in-law died before getting to see his grandchild. She had discussed her father-in-law's conditions with Jack, but didn't think the tumor would grow so fast. After wiping off her tears, Chloe walked into the VIP room. "Chloe, what did doctor say? What's going on with your dad?" "Oh, it's okay. Dad's just tired." Chloe forced a smile. "Your dad spent his life worrying. Jack already told him to take care of himself, but he keeps reading the newspapers. I don't know what he read, but he seemed really depressed today. I wanted to lighten up his mood by taking a stroll with him in the garden, but he fainted. It really scared me to death. Mrs. Dawson didn't pay attention to the news, so she had no idea what GK was going through right now. Mom, take care of Dad. Jack and I will take care of the rest." Thank you for running over." "Don't say that, Mom. We're family." Chloe left after comforting her mother-in-law. On her way to the company, she felt miserable. How was she supposed to tell Jack what the doctor told her? He was so close to his father and would be more heartbroken than she was if he found out. Chloe was heartbroken because knew how much pressure Jack's endured for the company, and she didn't want him to carry everything on his shoulders. However, she couldn't withhold this information from him, since her father-in-law was in mortal danger. "Young madam, you're here." Where is he?" "In the conference room." "Still? How long has he been in there?" 3 hours and 25 minutes, Mark replied. "Okay then, I'll wait in his office." Mark poured Chloe a glass of warm milk before leaving. 30 minutes later, Jack walked into his office. "Honey?" His mood immediately lightened upon seeing Chloe sitting on the couch as if all the clouds hovering above his head were instantly blown away. "Honey, how was the meeting? Did you think of any countermeasures? We activated the company's emergency funds, but I don't know how long we can hold on for. I've also ordered all the departments to devise new strategies. The housing prices are low enough, so we're waiting for the stocks to come back up. Hopefully, things will pick up soon, or else the company's going to go under." Jack didn't hide anything from Chloe, and as smart as she was, she already had an idea of what was going on. "You don't look well." "What happened?" "Honey, Dad fainted this morning. He's not doing well." Chloe bit down on her lips before telling him this. Jack, however, didn't seem too surprised. He slowly asked, "I saw that Mom called me just now. What did the doctor say?" "Basically, what you predicted. He only has two options, conservative treatment or surgery. I don't think Dad should undergo conservative treatment with his conditions, but a craniotomy is also too risky." "I got it." Jack nodded. "Honey, what can I do for you?" Chloe stood up and stared heartbreakingly at Jack's exhausted expression. "You can eat and sleep well." Jack held her face in his hands and gently kissed her eyelashes. "Honey, everything will get better. We'll face everything together." Chloe placed her arms around Jack's waist and thought of the words he wrote on their wedding invitation, "Together through thick and thin." "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Do you mind sitting on the couch for a while? I need to go through the documents." Then, Jack sat down before his desk and went back to work, while Chloe waited quietly by his side. She didn't care about GK and Jack's future, as long as they were together. The loss in sales and dip in the stock market left GK on the verge of collapse. That evening, some renowned financial analyst uploaded an article saying how GK was about to go bankrupt. Then, various famous individuals shared his article, which was later blown out of proportion by media outlets. After finishing dinner at 8 p.m., Jack into the study for a video conference. Sarah sent Chloe a message in their group. "Chloe, what's going on? Why is everyone saying that you guys are going bankrupt?" Chloe, "It's true, we're almost bankrupt." Sarah, "Are you serious? Don't kid me." Victoria, "She's not kidding. The situation is dire right now. How much debt are you guys in right now?" Chloe, "I'm not sure yet. Our debt was at $800 million at the end of the day today. So, it wasn't too bad. I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow, though." She felt like she was riding a roller coaster, constantly going up and down. Overnight, GK went from a company that was worth tens of billions to one that was in debt. Chloe finally understood how a pair of brothers in America went from billionaires to beggars during the 2008 Depression. Yes, they were rich, but that meant they bore more risk than ordinary people. Sarah, how is $800 million not too bad? You're killing me here. Victoria, don't panic, Chloe. I talked to Brenton, so just let us know if you need money. He has about $600 million in liquid funds. Chloe, we're fine at the moment. I'll tell you when I need your help. Thanks, Victoria. Victoria, you don't need to be so polite with me. Plus, I know this is just temporary. With Jack's capabilities, he'll definitely be able to recover from this crisis. Chloe, yeah, I trust him too. Sarah, Chloe, I'm really not of that much help, but I can treat you to food. What do you guys feel like eating? Chloe, I really don't have the time recently. I'll have to take a rain check on that offer. Victoria, Chloe, with what's going on, will you guys still be able to get married on the 28th? After 3 seconds of silence, Chloe replied, I'm not sure yet. I need to talk it through with Jack first. Victoria, okay, let us know if you have any updates. Chloe, I will. After she closed Snap, she decided not to log into Weibo anymore, since the Water Army already sank her page with curses. She couldn't bear reading them all, no matter how strong she was. Her mom didn't know much about the company, so she had no idea what was going on. Thomas, on the other hand, called her several times to make sure she was all right. He heard about GK's crisis from all the way in New Zealand. Chloe didn't want Thomas to worry, so she told him that everything was fine. However, she couldn't help but sigh when she was alone. After taking a hot bath, Chloe walked into the bedroom in her nightgown. She leaned on her bed and let her mind run wild, so wild that she didn't even notice Jack walking in. He walked up to her and grazed the tip of her nose lovingly. What are you thinking about so intently? Honey, should we push back the wedding? Why? Jack got under the covers and placed his arm around Chloe's shoulder. Too many things have happened. You don't have time to do anything else. Plus, it doesn't seem appropriate to hold a wedding at a time, like this. Maybe we should wait until this crisis is averted. I feel like the wedding might actually help us avert the crisis. Don't worry, I can handle it. We'll get married on the 28th. There were 9 days left until their wedding. Could it be successfully held? Why did Chloe feel such unease? The next morning, Jack and Chloe left home together. He went to the office while she continued preparing for the wedding. Jack was going to go with her, but GK was still in a mess, so he had no time. Chloe ended up shopping around some luxury shopping mall, but didn't feel like buying anything. Suddenly, her phone rang. Justin was calling her. Hello, where are you? At the outlet by Rainbow Street. Give me 10 minutes, I'll be right there. Then, Justin hung up. 10 minutes later, he appeared outside the shopping mall. Glancing around, Justin said, Let's go somewhere else, there are too many people here. Let's go into the coffee shop over there. Chloe and Sarah often shopped here, so she knew her way around. Okay. Then, they walked into the coffee shop together. Did you need to talk to me about something? Chloe knew Justin wouldn't ask to see her for no reason. Justin didn't reply. Instead, he took a check out of his wallet and pushed it towards Chloe, who was shocked by the number of zeros she saw. I heard something happened at your company. Take this money. It's Imperial Star's backup funds. I'll ask my dad to give your company a loan tonight. Then, you guys will have enough money to climb back up. Justin's words sounded extremely sincere, and he referred to GK as your company, rather than your husband's company. The way he talked made Chloe feel extremely comfortable. It meant that he treated her as a friend. Justin, I can't take this money. It's too much. You've got to be kidding me. $1 billion isn't too much. You guys are on the edge of bankruptcy, so you'll have to fill the hole with money. Andrew is such a Effie King bastard. I can't just sit there and do nothing. Even so, I can't take your money, Chloe replied slowly, and he looked up at her face. Is it because of Jack? Upon hearing this, Chloe fell silent. The truth is, I know others might gossip about you guys for taking my money, but you've got to weigh the pros and cons here. It's not the time to worry about losing face. Plus, if you don't tell others, no one will know that I gave you money, and you don't have to pay me back in a hurry. Just pay me when you've survived this crisis, and I don't need interest. What do you think? Justin really wanted to help Chloe, so he prepared this $1 billion check beforehand. He didn't even need her to write him a receipt, because he trusted her with all his heart. Still, I can't accept this money. I know my husband. He's a prideful man, just like me. Neither of us wants to take your money. After all, we were involved in scandals before, so I don't want anyone to blow this out of proportion. Thank you for this generous gesture, and I get where you're coming from. Really, Justin, thank you. Chloe? Justin still wanted to say something, but Chloe cut him off with a smile on her face, trying to spare each other the awkwardness. Waitress, can I get a menu, please? I'm so hungry. You want to eat here? Should we go somewhere else? Justin glanced around. This was a coffee shop, not a restaurant. It's fine. I'm too lazy to go somewhere else. You're treating though, right? Chloe beamed, and Justin felt his heart beating rapidly. Why aren't you saying anything? Chloe tilted her head and asked Justin upon seeing how quiet he was being. Justin's face blushed. Nothing. Chloe glanced at the menu and realized there wasn't much to eat. I'd like a medium-well sirloin steak, fries, a fruit salad, onion rings, and a warm milk tea. Thank you. What about you, sir? The waitress looked at Justin, who had no idea what to eat. Therefore, he decided to order the exact same thing. I'll have whatever she's having. Chloe shopped all morning, so she was quite hungry and ate a lot. Justin, on the other hand, didn't have much of an appetite and stole glances at Chloe while they ate. It was so rare for him to eat alone with her. Although Chloe didn't accept his money, He felt incredibly satisfied because he got to have lunch with her, even hoping for time to pass slower, so his happiness could last a tiny bit longer. After lunch, Chloe called the waitress over. "Check, please. The total is $588. Take out your wallet, dude. Why are you looking at me?" "I'm not buying." Chloe laughed as she wiped her mouth off and reminded Justin, who was staring at her in a daze. Only then did he come back to his senses. Embarrassed, he placed 10 $100 bills down on the table. "Keep the change. Thank you, sir." Elated, the waitress immediately took the money and left. "Where are you headed to?" "I'll give you a ride," Justin offered, but Chloe shook her head. "It's okay. I drove here. I need to go see Jack at the company." "Oh, anyways, I'm going to go now. See you later." Chloe waved at him before heading out of the coffee shop. "Chloe, She turned around. "If, and I'm only saying if, here, you guys really need money, just tell me. I guarantee you with my dad's help, we can lend you at least a few dozen billion." "I will." Chloe nodded with a smile. Then she pushed open the door, got on her Audi R8, and left. Justin placed the check back into his wallet, sighing as he stood up. GK headquarters. When Chloe walked into the office, Jack was eating a bento box as he stared intently at the computer screen, seemingly hard at work. "Mr. Dawson, can't you eat a proper meal?" "Mrs. Dawson, have you had lunch?" Jack smiled gently, and Chloe nodded. "Justin treated me to steak." Jack raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "You had lunch with Justin? It was even steak? You seem to be more and more courageous nowadays." "Haha. I didn't ask him out, I bumped into him." "No, wait. Technically he asked to see me." "Justin's nice. He knows our company's not doing well and tried to lend me money. I didn't accept the check, though." "Why not?" Jack asked on purpose. "Because I know my husband can avert the crisis." "Tsk, tsk. What a suck-up." Jack laughed as he embraced Chloe. "Finish your lunch, Mr. Dawson. Feed me, or else I won't be able to swallow all this food." Because of the company and his father's condition, Jack hadn't had much of an appetite and barely ate. He was truly exhausted. Chloe sat on his leg and fed him a few bites of roasted pork balls. What a cheesy couple. Mark felt so awkward when he came in that he immediately turned around to leave. "Come back," Jack called. Boss? I didn't see anything." "You guys continue. We're just having lunch, it's not like we were doing anything else. What's going on in that brain of yours?" Jack glanced at his assistant helplessly. I just wanted to remind you that you're meeting an important client in 10 minutes. "Okay, I got it." Jack nodded as he wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "Honey, I need to see a client about something." Go on, I'll wait for you here." Chloe smiled. Jack nodded, readjusting the sleeves and collar of his suit before leaving. Bored, Chloe turned the TV on and coincidentally saw Andrew's live interview for a finance program. The host asked, "President Green, what do you think about the housing price reductions going on in the city right now?" Chloe sat up and stared at the TV, listening carefully to what he had to say. Andrew smiled. "Isn't it a good thing? Everyone wants housing prices to go down, and they finally did. This way, more people can purchase properties. Young women don't have to stress out their boyfriends, and mothers-in-law don't have to stress out their sons-in-law." Upon hearing this, the audience burst into laughter as they clapped. The female host chuckled, as well as she said, "You're so humorous, President Green. My next question is, what do you think about GK's financial crisis? I heard GK's young madam is your little sister. Will the Green Corporation lend a hand to your sister's husband's company? About that, how should I put this? After all, I'm not a charity and don't have the obligation to help others. Plus, GK needs a large amount of money. However, if my sister Chloe asks me for help, of course I will help her. After all, we're family. Her last name is Green as well." Upon seeing this, Chloe almost exploded with anger as she clenched the remote control. "Andrew, I'd rather die than ask you for help, you despicable a hole. She returned the jade bracelet Andrew gave her to him a few days ago. It was worth $8 million, and Sarah originally wanted her to sell it for money. However, because of what he did, Chloe knew that even if she sold the bracelet, she would find that money disgusting. Therefore, she just gave it back to him. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and Chloe churned with anger upon hearing him make such hypocritical remarks on TV. She rarely got so angry, and most of the time was quite calm for a woman her age. However, it was so obvious that Andrew's despicable measures targeted Jack, and therefore, she would rather not keep his birthday present. The outside world has been spreading rumors that the relationship between you and your wife, Bella, is about to fall apart because of another woman. Is it true? Those are just rumors. My wife and I have a great relationship. Andrew smiled. If Bella saw the live stream, she would probably go crazy. Andrew was incredibly good at concealing his true self. What about the woman you were photographed with? The host paused as she observed Andrew's reactions. He didn't get mad, and he just wore the same smile on his face as he replied, "Oh, she's an artist our company is hoping to promote, so I've been getting to know her." "Oh, I see. Also, I heard the 2 runner-ups of the Star of GK signed with your company. Is that correct?" They did. They didn't like GK's offer, and President Cooper from Imperial Star won't sign with them, so I decided to be the good guy. Andrew made himself seem like a really nice man, but Chloe felt nauseous upon hearing what he said. "Andrew, you're such a pervert and hypocrite. Once my husband averts this crisis, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Then, you'll understand what it feels like to be at the teeth of the storm." Chloe didn't manipulate others, but it didn't mean she didn't know how to. A woman with her IQ could ruin a person if she wanted to. However, she had been so focused on her wedding with Jack and GK's issues that she really didn't have time to deal with Andrew. Therefore, she decided to teach him a lesson after this period. Unfortunately, she had no idea how horrifying the consequences of this incident would be. After Jack came back from his meeting, he worked until around dinner time. Then, he stood up from his chair and walked up to Chloe, putting her hand in his. "Honey, let's have Japanese cuisine tonight. Do we have money to eat Japanese? Let's have street food tonight. How's Malatang?" Chloe looked incredibly cute with her puppy dog eyes. Upon seeing her like that, Jack couldn't help but burst into laughter for the first time in days. "What are you laughing at? Honey, how poor do you think your husband is? Malatang? Do I look like Malatang? You're hot, but not spicy." Jack: "Haha, you're hilarious, honey. I love your expression." Chloe got on her tippy toes and pecked Jack gently on the cheek. Once again, Mark walked into to see them flaunting their love. How big were their hearts? Shouldn't they be worried and depressed during a time like this? Mark thought. Just then, Jack's phone rang. "Rick, what's up? Come to Seductive Fox, let's talk in person." Rick was even more cold and indifferent than Jack, and knew how to be conservative with his words. Okay. Jack knew Rick would never call him for no reason, so he and Chloe immediately drove to Seductive Fox, on the top floor of Seductive Fox nightclub. Chloe suddenly stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Jack tilted his head at her. "You should go in yourself. It's inconvenient for Rick to talk to you if I'm there." Although Chloe never asked Jack about Rick, with her smarts and wits, she had an idea of what his family did. A young man capable of running the biggest nightclub in the city must have some kind of unspeakable background. "Let's go in together. I don't want to keep anything from you," Jack said, as he held her hand and pushed open Rick's office door. Chloe didn't say anything, but she felt a gust of warmth well up in her heart. When a man trusted a woman and they were in love, he would take her to meet his parents and best buddies. He also wouldn't keep any secrets from her, nor ask for personal space. Therefore, those who claimed that people should be entitled to personal space just want time to look for a backup. Jack didn't mind bringing Chloe along, no matter who he was meeting, where he was going, or what he was doing. To him, there was no such thing as inconvenient. Rick was wearing a white shirt and black vest, and his eyes were as blue as the ocean. Everyone knew that mixed-blood people were beautiful, but Rick was so handsome, Chloe couldn't think of a word to describe him. Rick wasn't surprised to see Chloe. It seemed like he had gotten used to the way Jack spoiled his wife. Sit. After sitting down, a server handed them each a cup of tea. Chloe took a whiff. These are Mao tea leaves. The smell is so aromatic. Wow. Rick froze for a second. Then, he glanced at Chloe. Take some with you when you leave. No, it's okay. Chloe waved her hands, but Jack reminded her with a smile. It's okay. He's really rich. You can rip him off. Rick was at a loss for words as Chloe chuckled. What did you want to talk to me about? Jack leaned back nonchalantly on Rick's couch. His relationship with Rick was different than that of Noah. He and Noah were childhood friends, so they often made fun of each other. Rick, however, was a man of few words. They didn't talk much, but were always in tacit agreement. Chloe looked up to see Rick pick up a black bank card from his desk. He then threw it onto the coffee table in front of Jack. What's this? Money. How much is it? $3 billion. Jack asked straightforward questions, while Rick answered the same way. How did you get so much money? My dad and brother gave me some. Chloe listened silently. $3 billion wasn't a lot, but it was enough to stop GK from going bankrupt. Rick was really rich. He may just be the owner of a nightclub, but he was wealthy enough to purchase a small country. You're lending this to me? Mm-hmm. Rick nodded. Can't you lie to me and say that I don't need to pay you back? Jack joked, but Rick answered in all seriousness. It's $3 billion. Of course you have to pay me back. Upon hearing this, Chloe almost spat out the tea in her mouth. $3 billion? Holy crap, they would still have money left over once they repaid all of their debt. Rick was sure low-key. He never once flaunted his wealth. Little did Chloe know that Rick was from a famous gangster family in Europe and the Americas. Aside from laundering money and smuggling arms, they even controlled drug deals and were major shareholders at a renowned international brand. So, why would Rick come all the way to the city just to run a small nightclub? He liked the country and was good friends with Jack. Moreover, he had gotten used to the weather here, and since it was his mother's hometown, he felt attached to this city. I don't have to give you interest, right? Jack rubbed his forehead and asked arrogantly. I won't say no if you want to give me interest. Don't worry, I won't. Plus, you're too rich to care about interest and I'm not that polite, Jack said as he stood up, slipping the card into his pocket in an extremely casual manner. Chloe was shocked by what she saw. Tell me if you need more. I will. Thank your brother and dad for me. What about me? Rick raised an eyebrow. Why did Jack only thank them? Most of this money was withdrawn from his own private account. We're too close for that. Jack smiled and Chloe almost burst out in laughter. Her husband could really be infuriating sometimes. An innocent young master like Rick was no match for him, and Mr. Dawson could tease him whenever he wanted to. As they chatted, someone suddenly pushed open the door, and a young woman barged in, immediately running into Rick's embrace. How many times did I tell you to be more careful? Rick scolded her gently and lovingly. I'm in a hurry. The movie's about to start. Let's go, or else we won't be able to see the beginning. Are there any good movies right now? Curious, Chloe asked. Only then did the girl realize that there were other people in the room. She smiled. Hey, Chloe. Hi, Cece. Chloe smiled back at her. Let's go together. It's a really good movie, Cece invited. Her personality was completely different from Rick's. She was fire, and he was ice. Perhaps their differences were the reason they liked each other. What's the name of the movie? Chloe couldn't help but ask. Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, Cece replied happily, sending her and Jack speechless. Rick, I like your taste. Jack laughed as he looked at Rick. He really couldn't imagine a person like Rick watching a cartoon for children. Rick was at a loss for words. I don't like that cartoon very much. Let's get together next time. We're going to go. My husband and I need to be somewhere. Chloe said as she nudged Jack, who immediately stood up. "We'll be going then." Rick nodded. As they walked out the door, the girl said, "Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a vest." Upon hearing this, Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Is she that funny?" Jack was shocked by Chloe's rabid laughter. "She is. She really is. Cece is so cute. Ha ha ha." "What is love?" Jack asked, and Chloe answered immediately. "Love is when a person meets their vanquisher." "Fine, Mrs. Dawson. You win. Mr. Dawson, should we head back to the company to pay back our debt?" Chloe knew Rick's money would help GK climb out from their slump. Then, they would be able to enjoy their wedding, which was to be held in less than a week. As an old saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. Chloe hummed to herself, feeling relaxed and calm for the first time in days. As soon as they arrived at the company, Jack went into the conference room. The next morning, GK's stocks slowly began to rise, and stockholders watched as their investments slowly came back, feeling less angered than they were before. That day, the front page of a financial newspaper was, "Young Business Genius Revives Investor Confidence. GK Stocks Starting to Climb Back Up." Jack was happy when he saw the transaction data that afternoon when the market closed. If things are continued down this road, he would be able to pay Rick back in a week without losing money. The Green Corporation. Andrew smiled in disdain as he looked at GK's stocks on his computer. "All I wanted was for you to retreat and admit defeat. Why can't you just let go? Why are you forcing me to use my last resort?" That evening, a single forum post blew up the internet like a volcano. The author of the post claimed to be a policeman and tipped off that Baylor, arrested by ICAC, had been officially detained. ICAC was suing him for corruption, bribery, money laundering, as well as other charges. This wasn't the most shocking information. What surprised the public was, during Baylor's first deposition, he claimed that GK's president, Jack, ordered him to break the law. The author even provided a recording of his deposition. Although it only lasted less than a minute, it was indeed Baylor's voice. He said, "President Dawson goaded me into doing all this." The policeman asked, "Which President Dawson?" He replied, "President Dawson Jr." Without doubt, President Dawson Jr. referred to Jack. After this recording was uploaded, the netizens went crazy. They believed that if Jack really had something to do with this incident and was officially charged for it, he might end up in jail, the first hospital. Some busybody from the company sent this forum post onto Peter's phone. Peter rarely read the news or even watched TV. He spent most of his time on bed rest, sometimes playing chess on his phone. Upon reading the forum post, he trembled with anger. "I've treated Baylor well over the years. How can he venomously slander my son like that? Jack's only been back for a little over a year. Why would he order him to do all this? I didn't say anything when he bought a mansion in the States using the company's money. So why would he conspire against Jack?" "Peter, calm down. What happened?" Mrs. Dawson's face was pale from fright. "No, I need an explanation from him. How dare he defame my son? I'm going to tell the reporters that he's lying. Jack's not like that. He..." Agitated, Peter's vision went dark as he fell unconscious onto his bed. "Peter, Peter, don't scare me." Mrs. Dawson's hands shivered. She immediately pressed the emergency button, and the doctors and nurses rushed him into the OR for emergency treatment. After they pushed her husband away, Mrs. Dawson called Jack and Chloe, who arrived at the hospital 15 minutes later. "Mom, how's Dad?" Jack asked anxiously as Mrs. Dawson wiped away tears. "I don't know yet. He's still in the OR." Chloe handed her a tissue. "Mom, Dad will be fine. Don't cry. You need to take care of yourself." After almost 2 hours, the doctor walked out of the OR, looking exhausted. Upon seeing Jack and Chloe, he said, "If you don't make a decision, it'll be too late. Talk it over tonight and give me an answer tomorrow." "Stop dragging this on." "What answer? What's doctor saying?" Confused, Mrs. Dawson glanced at her son and daughter-in-law. Chloe looked at Jack. "Honey, what do you think?" Jack remained silent. As a neurosurgeon, he was aware of his father's current condition. He didn't want the latter to undergo surgery because success rates were low. His father's disease was different from Thomas's accident. The latter formed a blood clot from a car accident, while his father had a tumor in his brain. If they attempted to remove it, and the tumor spread, then there wouldn't be anything that could save his father's life. In that case, he would rather his father undergo conservative treatment, but it didn't seem like an option anymore. "Mom, what happened to Dad?" "He was fine this morning," Chloe asked. "He fainted after reading something on his phone." "What?" Jack asked, and Mrs. Dawson handed him Peter's phone. Upon seeing this, Jack's face darkened. A hole. The person who sent this post to Peter was a Baylor's male assistant, a longtime employee of GK. Why would he do something like this? Was he purposely digging his own grave? "Jack, Chloe, are the two of you hiding something from me? What was your dad's diagnosis, Mrs. Dawson finally felt like something was wrong. What the doctor said just now, and her son and daughter-in-law's expressions, terrified her. "Mom, it's not a big deal. Don't worry." Chloe tried to console her mother-in-law. "Chloe, stop lying to me. I'm not an idiot. Jack and your face said it all. Could it be your dad has cancer?" Mrs. Dawson was as pale as a ghost as she asked them with a shaky voice. "Mom, we're not sure yet. There's a tumor growing in my dad's brain. We don't know if it's benign or malignant. He needs surgery, but the success rates are low," Jack explained, word for word. "Brain tumor?" Mrs. Dawson almost felt her entire body go weak. Chloe was fast enough to catch her before she collapsed. "Mom, are you okay?" "Mom, don't be so sad. Perhaps Dad's tumor is benign." Jack decided to tell a white lie. "He's too old to undergo surgery. Will he survive a craniotomy?" "Your dad's health hasn't been great. I can't believe he would have a tumor. Why is it him and not me?" Mrs. Dawson wailed sadly. Chloe felt heartbroken as she held her mother-in-law. Mrs. Dawson had a sharp tongue, but the truth was, she loved her husband very much. When they were young, she was incredibly beautiful, and people envied her and Peter very much. This was too much of a blow to her at this age. "Mom, don't be too sad. I'll make sure Dad is fine." Jack was determined to be the main surgeon for his father's craniotomy. This way, he could ensure a higher success rate. It was such a sudden decision that he got to discuss this bold decision with Chloe. The first hospital, Chloe and Jack stayed with Mrs. Dawson for a long time before the maid took her home, while the young couple stayed behind to take care of Peter. They were in the VIP patient room, so family members had their own rooms and beds to rest in. "Honey, you should get some rest. I'll take care of Dad." "No, it's okay. I'll take care of him. You should go to bed. Let's not be so polite with each other. Just get some rest, will you? There's still a lot to do at the company tomorrow. Our stocks are rising, but we can't relax yet. We also have to keep an eye on Andrew in case he tries something else." "Okay, sounds good." In the end, Jack couldn't win against Chloe. He turned around and walked into the bedroom. Chloe sat down on the chair next to Peter's bed and watched his drip, pulling his covers up here and there. During rounds, the doctor and nurses all praised Chloe non-stop. Dr. Green is such a great woman. Those who don't know what's going on would think that she's Mr. Dawson's daughter. She treats him and his wife like her own parents. Seriously. Yeah, Dr. Green doesn't talk a lot, but she proves her heart through her actions and isn't fake at all. I like women like her. She's amazing. Apparently Jack loves Dr. Green very much. If I were a man, I would like her too. She's smart, considerate, and not high maintenance. The nurses discussed amongst themselves. After midnight, Chloe became so tried that she napped for a while. A sigh woke her up. "Dad, you're up?" She immediately stood up. "Mm-hmm." Peter's breathing was weak. "Dad, do you want water? Are you hungry?" Peter shook his head slowly. "Chloe?" "Yes, Dad?" Chloe turned around and answered. "Sit down." Peter waved his hand with great difficulty. "Okay, Chloe poured her father-in-law a glass of warm water and set it down on his bedside table. Then, she sat down on the chair beside him. "Where's your mom and Jack?" "Mom's really tired, so she went home to rest. Jack's in the neighboring room. He's been really busy at the company, so I asked him to get some rest. Do you want me to get him?" "No, it's okay. I actually wanted to talk to you." "Sure, go ahead." Chloe nodded respectfully and stared at her father-in-law's exhausted face. She loved Jack, so she treated Peter like her own father. "Chloe, thank you for not holding a grudge because of my wife and my wrongdoings in the past, and thank you for standing on Jack's side all this time. I can't begin to tell you how sorry we are towards you, your mother, and your deceased stepfather." "Don't say that, Dad. Let bygones be bygones. I really don't blame you guys for it anymore," Chloe said sincerely. "I think this is karma. That was the only time I've done something against my morals. So it's my turn to suffer. I know what I have, so you don't have to hide it from me anymore. The doctor told me everything. I guess I won't have much time left. Dad, I know you'll get better. I know my body better than anyone, so stop trying to make me feel better. I guess I'm just not lucky enough to meet my grandchild." Peter's eyes became misty as he said this. Feeling guilty, Chloe looked down and placed her hands on her knee. "Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. No, it's not your fault. It's just my fate. If I die, please take good care of your mom for me. She has a vicious tongue, but she's actually a great woman, who's really straightforward. She had misunderstandings against you only because she was blinded by the words of others. I know she'll be sad if I die, so you and Jack should take her traveling. If Jack's busy, you should take her. Just don't let her be sad and alone. Everyone will die one day, and I've enjoyed my life. I lived abundantly and luxuriously, and have a great son and daughter-in-law. So I don't have any regrets." "Dad," Chloe began sobbing. She felt like her father-in-law was leaving his will. "Chloe, I know how much Jack loves you, so I hope you'll never betray him, okay? I won't. Please don't give up on him. He's a man of a few words and may sometimes seem indifferent, but you're the one he cares most about you. He told me he wanted to marry you when he was younger, but I just thought he was an arrogant little brat. 7 years later, he came back and married you. This was something I never thought would happen. The truth is, my son and I are alike. Once we have our heart set on something, we won't give up until we die. When I was a young man, so many women tried to seduce me but failed, because the only woman I ever wanted was your mom. I know she bet her lifelong happiness on me, so I can't afford to let her lose." Chloe was sobbing so much that she couldn't speak anymore. "Don't cry, people die. I'll be fine." Peter smiled. "Dad, we don't want you to go. Jack and Mom can't live without you. You have to live on without me. I hope to be your family in my next life as well. Once you have children, please remember to take them to my grave. I want to meet them and let them know how much I love them." Upon hearing this, Chloe sobbed even harder and could barely contain her crying. At the same time, in the adjoining room, Jack quietly wiped away his tears. He was dealing with company matters on the phone and didn't fall asleep at all. Upon hearing Chloe's voice, he was just about to walk out when he heard his father and wife's conversation. He felt his heart rip apart. Peter was his father, a man who had taken care of him his entire life. Jack's childhood wasn't as happy and filled with laughter as that of ordinary children, because Peter was extremely strict on him. However, after he grew up, Peter respected and trusted his son enough to directly hand GK over to Jack after he came back to the country. His father's illness, along with the company's incident, felt like constant blows to his stomach. It was as if a giant rock was pushing down on his heart, and he couldn't breathe. His father's words to Chloe sounded like his last words. Just then, he heard Peter say, "The truth is, there's something still bothering me." "Go ahead, Dad." Chloe wiped away her tears. "I read the forum today and heard about what happened at the company. Baylor's worked under me for years. He's one of GK's first employees and one of my closest friends. It's normal for executives to pocket some of the company's money, and I know about his mansion in the States. However, I never thought, and am extremely disappointed that he would frame Jack like that. But I know Baylor well. He's not the kind to despicably push responsibility onto Jack, just to protect himself. So, I have a feeling that someone threatened him. Chloe, although you're not a GK employee, you're really smart. Therefore, you have to look into this incident for me. I can't bear to let Jack go to jail for something he didn't do. Don't worry, Dad. Jack and I are already looking into what happened. According to our findings, someone threatened him. Apparently, his youngest daughter was kidnapped 3 days ago, but no one in his family dared to call the police. This is direct evidence. I won't let anyone harm Jack. He's the most important person in my life, and I will protect him until I die. Thank you, Chloe. Peter was happy to hear Chloe say this. Dad, drink some water and get some rest. Chloe helped him up and handed him the glass of warm water. Jack leaned against the door to the adjoining room. He didn't come out because he didn't want his father to see him cry and add to his emotional pressure. The only thing in his mind was that he needed to plan out his father's surgery and attempt to perform it perfectly. The next morning, Mrs. Dawson and the maid came to take care of Peter while Chloe and Jack left. Chloe was a little worn out, so Jack drove her home. Honey, you don't have to come to the company today. Get some rest. I'm worried. Don't worry. The candies and chocolates we ordered for our wedding will be delivered today. Can you wrap them up as presents for our guests? Honey, let's push back the wedding. Because of Dad's tumor? Jack knew what Chloe was thinking, and she nodded her head with a heavy heart. It's okay. The wedding will proceed as planned, and I'll perform the surgery after the ceremony. What's the success rate if you perform the surgery yourself? Worried? Chloe asked. To be honest, none. Jack looked down, causing her heart to sink. But we have no other choice. At least I have to try. I'm sure he'll be fine. Kind people will be treated kindly. Good girl, get some rest and regain energy. You're going to be the most beautiful bride. Jack gently kissed Chloe's lips before driving off. To his surprise, he saw Bella outside his company. They haven't seen each other in a while. Jack, can I help you? Jack still treated her indifferently. Bella wore a wine-colored cashmere coat and held a white Dior handbag in her hands. Her makeup was sexy, but no matter how pretty she was, Jack wasn't interested in sparing one more look at her. There's something important I need to talk to you about. I have nothing to say to you, Jack said as he headed towards the entrance. But Bella ran up to him. Jack, it's really important. It has to do with the future of your company. You know about it? Jack coldly glanced at her face, and the latter asked, word for word, Andrew did all this. He's the mastermind behind everything. But do you know why? Jack didn't respond. Because that psycho likes Chloe. He's crazily in love with her. Did you know that? Bella declared emotionally, as if she was revealing some important secret to Jack. His face, however, remained calm. He had known for a long time that Andrew liked Chloe, or else he wouldn't have warned her to stay away. Jack had never underestimated Andrew, and he always knew he was a dangerous man. So what? Jack raised an eyebrow and demanded icily. He'll do whatever it takes to get what he wants, okay? Andrew, like us, are incapable of fighting against him because we're not on the same level as him. He's not human anymore. Bella was determined to tell Jack how horrifying Andrew was. Everyone had been deceived by the smiling mask he wore, thinking that he was amiable or kind-hearted. The truth was, he wasn't any of that. He was a bloodthirsty wolf with great ambitions and desire. He didn't give up until he achieved his goal and treated human life like weeds. A person like him cannot be judged by the standards of right or wrong, because in his mind, he was never wrong. So what? Jack continued asking. Bella's information was their old news to him. So he didn't understand why she was making such a big fuss by coming all the way here to see him. Jack was in a bad mood. so he was in no mind to waste his time with her. Just as he was about to leave, Bella walked up to him and whispered, "Jack, you have to kill him." "Are you crazy?" Dumbstruck, Jack stared at Bella in disbelief. How could a well-educated woman like her ask him to commit murder? All Jack wanted to do was defeat Andrew on a business level, returning the favor by bankrupting the Green Corporation, the way Andrew tried to bankrupt GK. He would never consider murdering him. That was a matter of principle and morality. Even if he wanted to, Chloe would never let him step over that bottom line. "Jack, listen to me. If you don't kill him, you won't be able to defeat him. He's terrifying. Even if your company survives this crisis, I can promise you he has more tricks up his sleeve. He'll be even more ruthless. Please, trust me. I'm not exaggerating or crying wolf here. I know better than anyone what kind of man Andrew is." After getting married, Bella saw a side of Andrew that she couldn't tolerate. That was why she was determined to come looking for Jack. If Andrew found out about this, he was probably going to beat her up again. He was the kind of person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Even if you were the tiniest bit disloyal to him, he would strike back with all his might. Jack, on the other hand, was more magnanimous when it came to challenging situations. But Andrew didn't care about all that. In his world, the words petty, despicable, and manipulative didn't mean much. The only thing he cared about was getting Chloe that was his one and only wish in life. Even so, I refuse to commit murder. I can ruin his reputation, but I'm not one to cross my moral bottom line. Jack frowned. He and Rick came up with the perfect plan that will be put into place after his wedding. Once implemented, the Green Corporation will collapse within a short amount of time, and Andrew will lose everything. Jack wasn't going to let him off easy this time. He realized that if he didn't defeat Andrew, the latter would always have his eyes set on Chloe. "It's all useless, really. Trust me. As long as he's alive, he'll be a poisonous tumor, sucking the life out of you. You have to kill him." Bella tried her best to persuade Jack. "Stop talking. Just leave. I have ways to deal with Andrew." Unwilling to listen to her any longer, Jack turned around and walked into GK. Little did he know that although Bella's proposal was extreme, she was right. One had to employ extreme methods when it came to dealing with Andrew. After Jack left, Bella stood alone by the entrance. She was on the verge of bursting into tears. This time around, she didn't say anything about being with Jack, nor did she try to break him and Chloe up. Although she really wanted them to get divorced, because that was the only way she would have a chance to be with Jack at this moment. Persuading him into killing that psycho, Andrew, was more important. She had a feeling that Andrew would make her life a living hell, as long as he was still alive. She was also not naive enough to believe that they would really go their separate ways after divorcing each other. She knew too many things about him, and he knew too many things about her father and uncle. If Andrew didn't die, he would use the Hall family's powers to do even more evil. Right? "Jack, you're going to regret not listening to me today." Furious, Bella got onto her white Audi Q5, and after hesitating for 3 seconds, she called a number. "Go ahead. Remember to not leave any loose ends untied." "We won't, Miss Hall. Don't worry. We take others' money to rid them of any misfortunes." Bella felt guilty upon hanging up the phone. This was her plan number 2. If Jack didn't agree to kill Andrew, then she would do it herself. But will the people she hired succeed? It would be great if they did. But if they didn't, and Andrew found out that she was behind this, then she would probably die an ugly death. Bella didn't even want to think about the possible consequences. 12:30 p.m. Andrew drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom out from the Green Corporation's parking lot. He went to lunch at this time every day. As a picky eater, he never ate at the company, nor ordered delivery, simply because he didn't trust anyone. Therefore, he would buy vegetables himself and go to a restaurant under the Green Corporation, where a 50-something mute lady he hired would cook for her. No one knew where this woman came from, but she had a great relationship with Andrew. When she wasn't at the restaurant, Andrew would cook for himself. The only person he didn't suspect was Chloe, because he knew that she would never do something as low as poisoning him. Less than 100 meters out of the driveway, he saw a giant truck headed towards him, as if it was trying to run him over. Upon realizing this, he quickly turned his steering wheel to the right, but another truck appeared on his right-hand side. He was being pinched from both sides. He quickly backed his car up at an amazing speed. His car was luxurious enough that it started almost immediately, allowing him to avoid the trucks. He wanted to go back into the company parking lot, but suddenly, a black Range Rover sped towards his car from behind. He was surrounded on all three sides. These people were obviously out to kill him. Right before the three cars crashed into him, Andrew quickly opened his car door and ran out. Then, the cars crashed right into his Rolls-Royce, which was worth a couple of $1 million. The sound of the crash was loud enough to wake the dead. He watched as the three drivers started their cars and quickly drove away. Ha! What an exciting scene. But this simple and rude attempt doesn't seem like Jack's style. Andrew leaned against the wall of his building and took out his phone. Get the footage of what just happened and find the three drivers within an hour. Remember to interrogate them. I need to know who's behind this chain accident. Then, he hung up. What happened just now was a close call, but he still found a way to escape. Who was in such a hurry to kill him? Unfortunately. With a smile, Andrew looked up at the blue skies and shining sun. Unfortunately, none of you can kill me. Bella waited left and right, but the people she hired never called her, so she didn't know what happened. Just then, she received a news notification on her phone. Breaking news: a 4-car collision accident happened outside the Green Corporation, completely disfiguring a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Apparently, that's the car of the Green Corporation's president, and his employee confirmed that he was in the car at the time of the accident. No one knows if he's alive or dead. The police have surrounded the scene, and the ambulance is standing by. Please tune in. We will update you with more information as soon as possible. Upon reading this, Bella felt a little emotional. If the accident was this serious, then Andrew would for sure be dead. To confirm, she called Andrew's number, pretending that she cared. I'm sorry. The subscriber you dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Something must have happened to Andrew if he didn't pick up, right? Bella was so happy that she felt like popping open a bottle of champagne and celebrating. Jack and Chloe might not be able to commit murder, but she could. The truth was, Bella and Andrew were alike in many ways. They didn't care about the sacrifices, as long as they got what they wanted. To finish the charade she started, Bella even drove to the Green Corporation. She was surrounded by reporters as soon as she got off her car. Mrs. Green, how are you feeling right now? I'm devastated. I hope my husband's all right. Or else, how am I supposed to live on? Bella replied as she wiped off the tears on her face. She was such a great actress that all the reporters believed her. Mrs. Green, don't be too sad. I'm sure President Green is all right. So do I. I really hope he's fine. Bella continued putting on a show. Imperial Star HQ. Justin smiled after watching the live news. And, yes, President Cooper, tell all the employees to stay after work. I'm hosting a party for everyone. What's the occasion, President Cooper? Anne was confused, but Justin smiled. Today's a good day. Go on now. How great was it for a man like Andrew to get himself into a car accident? Talk about karma. A man like him deserved this ending. This way, Justin wouldn't have to get rid of this psycho himself. After a nap at home, Chloe woke up to find countless messages on her phone. She opened Snap. It was swarming with messages about Andrew. Chloe, did you hear what happened? Did Andrew really die? Everyone's saying that he died because they haven't found him yet. I wonder if his body was crushed into pieces. What a shame, Sarah said excitedly, reveling in what happened. I did. This is awesome. Should we celebrate tonight? Sarah and Victoria hated Andrew's guts, so they were elated to hear that he was dead. I think things are more complicated than that. What do you mean? You don't think? It's not that. I just think he's too meticulous to let something like this happen to himself. The reporters didn't even confirm if Andrew was in the car at the time, and the media tends to exaggerate the truth. So I think it might just be a smoke bomb to confuse others. Chloe was calm. She had a feeling that Andrew wouldn't die so easily. He was too manipulative and calculating to die like that. It didn't seem logical. If he died from an accident like this, he would have died 1,000 times by now. After all, he had too many enemies. You have a point, but whatever. I'm just happy to hear about this, even if it's not true. Should we have dinner tonight? I can't. My father-in-law hasn't been doing well and is still hospitalized. Jack and I work during the day and have to take care of him at night. You're going to tire yourself out. You need to get some rest. You're not made of steel. It's okay. We're family, so it doesn't matter how exhausted we are. I just hope he can get better soon. What Peter said last night completely smashed Chloe's calmness into pieces. She kept telling herself that her father-in-law would be fine, but she knew that she was just deceiving herself. How could an operation that even Jack wasn't sure about succeed? Even if he succeeded, who was to say that the cancer cells wouldn't spread? At this thought, Chloe sighed heavily and walked downstairs listlessly. March in Northern Side was still cold and windy. Chloe put on a black down jacket and headed towards the company, GK headquarters. Jack was delegating assignments all morning. GK was doing much better, and Andrew's measures no longer worked. This morning, the 13 companies restored their original prices, no matter how much the public cursed at them. It seemed like they couldn't afford to keep prices down anymore. If Andrew hadn't threatened them, they would never do anything that not only hurt others, but also themselves. After they restored their prices, the market went back the normal, and therefore, GK announced that it was reverting back to its original prices as well. This marked the end of the real estate war. Jack had a feeling that he would be able to pay Rick and his family back in a few days. What a close call. Thank goodness the hundreds of billions came back to him. Truth be told, he had more than enough of this roller coaster ride. At lunch, everyone talked about Andrew's car accident. Even Mark couldn't help but speculate. Sir, this is really karma. It came for Andrew so fast. A heartless person like him, he deserves to die in a car accident. Who said he died? Jack asked calmly. The media said. The media only reported on the car crash and didn't reveal if he was in the car when it happened. Moreover, no one disclosed if he's dead or injured. So, none of you should spread rumors. You don't think he died? For someone like Andrew, I will only believe it when I see his body. Like Chloe, Jack didn't think Andrew would die so easily. But he did have a feeling that this car accident was premeditated. A 3-car collision couldn't be a coincidence. Whoever was behind this was determined to kill Andrew. This morning, Bella told Jack what she wanted him to do, and at lunch, Andrew was involved in a car crash. Was it just an accident, or is Bella behind this? Jack sank into deep thought, not even noticing that Chloe walked in. Honey, have you had lunch? Not yet. Let's go have some ramen. Sure. Jack nodded. After finishing up his work, the two of them headed over to Ah Shin's ramen. Honey, do you believe that Andrew died? Do you? Jack asked back after taking a bite of ramen. I don't. I think this might even be something he planned out himself. Perhaps he's cooking something evil up again. Me neither. Someone like him wouldn't die so easily because of a car accident. I have a feeling that he's planning something. Jack wasn't a man who relied on his feelings, but his heart had been beating rapidly for the past couple of weeks, and he often felt a suffocating amount of stress. His instincts told him that something even bigger was about to happen. Their wedding was in less than a week, and he really hoped that things would go smoothly. The media continued reporting on Andrew's accident, but no one saw his face. The reporters didn't even see him at the hospital. No one knew where he was. It was like he vanished from Earth. That evening, Bella drove back to Andrew's private mansion. She wanted to take the last of her belongings home. Sick of living a worried and terrifying life, she was determined to sue for divorce. The entire mansion was pitch black when she was at home. Only she and Andrew had the keys to this place, not even the housekeepers. Neither of them even lived here, since their marriage was never real. After gathering her things, Bella was climbing down from the second floor when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was because she saw someone standing at the bottom of the stairs. Originally, she wasn't afraid. However, when she wasn't paying attention, the person suddenly lit up his lighter, showing her his face. Bella was immediately scared out of wits. Ah! With a shriek, she turned around and headed upstairs. But Andrew was faster and quickly grabbed her by the hair. Batch, what are you afraid of? Did you think you saw a ghost? Why are you here? Bella asked with horror in her eyes and voice. Why? Did you think I died? No, but the media said you were in a car accident and that you died. This happened so fast that Bella's mind went blank. She really thought Andrew was dead, so she wasn't as cautious as Jack and Chloe. I know you wanted me dead, but unfortunately, I haven't lived enough yet, so how can I die? Then, Andrew pulled on her hair and dragged her down the stairs, grazing her body along the way. He didn't go easy on her and completely ignored her incessant begging. Please, let me go. It really hurts. After arriving on the first floor, Andrew held her hands with one hand and took out his belt with the other. He then tied her hands up with that belt. What are you doing? Don't you know what I'm doing? Did you think I wouldn't find out that you were behind this? Andrew demanded icily. Behind what? What are you talking about? Bella tried to deny it, but Andrew said, Great, keep playing dumb. Let me remind you, do you know why those people never got back to you? Upon hearing this, Bella's eyes widened as she fell silent. Staring into Andrew's beast-like eyes, she heard him answer his own question. Because they're already dead, would you like to go see them? What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. If you kill me, my dad's going to kill you. Bella knew that Andrew found out about her plan. Was he going to kill her now? At this moment, she was truly terrified. She never thought that she would be so close to death. She knew that Andrew was the kind of person who would do anything. Andrew laughed in a low voice, and the laughter was hair-raising, terrifying. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You're so silly. Do you really think that I'm going to kill you? You're wrong. Killing people is illegal, after all. Besides, if you're dead, it's no fun anymore. Afterward, Andrew took out some yellow tape that he brought with him and started to wrap it around Bella, starting with her feet. One wrap after the other while leaving space in between. Andrew, you a-hole. You're such a psycho. Keep scolding me. I enjoy it. You're right, I'm a psycho. Help! Someone come here. Help! Bella screamed as loud as she could. My dear Bella, it seems like you forgot that our house is specially designed to be soundproof, so even if you screamed until you lost your voice, no one will hear you from the outside. After hearing that, Bella felt her heart turn cold. She started weeping. Andrew, I'm begging you. I won't do it again. Just let me go. If I let you go, then who will let me go? After saying that, Andrew held out his hand and gently touched Bella's alluring face. You really want me to die, don't you? He asked. Bella shook her head non-stop through the tears. Baby, you are saying one thing and thinking another again. I really don't like it when you do this. After that, Andrew pulled out a palm-sized paper-cutting knife from his tools. The blood throughout Bella's entire body seemed to freeze. Andrew, what do you think you are doing? Should I scrape up your face first? Andrew shook his paper cutter. Bella was so scared she turned pale. I beg you, please don't. I know what I did was wrong. Bella was so scared that she couldn't stop crying. Tsk, tsk, you sure think highly of yourself. Do you really think you're pretty? And you seem to really care about this face of yours. But your face makes me nauseous every time I see it. I think Jack thinks the same way as I do. Bella only knew to keep shaking her head and cry. Do you know why Jack doesn't like you, why Justin doesn't like you, and why even I don't like you? Bella didn't answer. Andrew moved his paper cutter right next to Bella's face and moved all the way down. Because you are a Bakch. You know why we all love Chloe? Because she's not a Bakch, answered Bella with a quivering voice. Huh, of course not. Jack loves Chloe because it's become a habit after all these years. It's like when you're used to using something and you don't want to switch to something else. Justin, on the other hand, loves Chloe because he can't get her. Because he can never get her. It only makes him want her more. I'm the only person who truly loves Chloe. I love her no matter what. I love her smile, her anger, her tantrums, even the way she sleeps. So no one else deserves Chloe but me. I am the only person in this world who loves Chloe with a true heart, without any expectations in return, and without any other motives. Andrew, are you crazy? Jack loves Chloe so much. How can you say that he doesn't love her? Bella couldn't agree with Andrew's opinion. She used to be crazy jealous of Chloe all the time, just because Chloe had Jack's doting love. It would be the biggest joke in the world to say that Jack didn't actually love Chloe. What do you understand? Jack's love involved his personal interests. He married Chloe just because she's a genius. Ever since high school, Jack has hatched so many schemes just to get Chloe. He's only using her to further his own career. They all have their own thoughts, and I won't let them win. So, you'll ruin their ceremony on their wedding day? Questioned Bella. No, I won't destroy their wedding ceremony because they won't even have the chance to hold one. Within 3 days. I'll get them to divorce, said Andrew with a confident smile. After dealing with Jack, I'll make sure Chloe comes back to the Green family, Andrew added. Bella looked at Andrew, and she suddenly felt like the person standing in front of her was a total psycho. He was too terrifying. Maybe it's possible to stop their wedding ceremony, but divorce is impossible. She was convinced that making Jack and Chloe get a divorce was impossible. You will see. I'll show you. Andrew laughed again after saying this. Then, he put his hand on Bella's shoulder. Her shoulder area was tied extremely tightly by the yellow tape. There was white skin popping up through the gaps in the yellow tape. Andrew used his sharp paper cutter and easily sliced through the flesh on her arm, immediately leaving a bloody mark. Bella hummed quietly. Though it didn't hurt a lot, it was all of a sudden. It was really. That feeling was hard to explain. She was wrong to think this was as bad as it got, because what Andrew did later drove Bella completely crazy. Andrew cut every bit of her skin that was not covered by tape, leaving her body covered with wounds. There were countless little cuts all over her body, burning with pain. Andrew, you're a complete psycho, yelled Bella angrily. Yeah, I am. Andrew stared at Bella with his extremely innocent eyes, driving the latter insane. But that was not the end of the torture. Andrew didn't feel any guilt as he looked at Bella's profusely bleeding wounds. I'm losing so much blood. Will I die? She sniffed. Now you're scared? Then what were you thinking when you planned to kill me? You're a really tough Bakch. I'm actually impressed by your spiteful heart, because we are the same. Gross, I'm not the same as you. You're a psycho. Do you know that? Bella knew that no matter how much she begged, Andrew wouldn't let her go, so it would just be better to yell everything she was thinking. Andrew walked into the kitchen calmly and took out a bag of sea salt. What are you going to do? The fear in Bella's heart started spreading. Andrew didn't even bother to respond. He just opened up the bag, grabbed a handful of salt, and spread it deep into Bella's wounds. Ah! Her screams sounded like a slaughterhouse. The wounds didn't hurt that much at first, but after the salt, it was heart-rendingly painful. Without letting Bella finish screaming, Andrew continued spreading the whole bag of salt onto Bella. She felt like death would be better than living through this. Only then did Bella realize that offending Andrew was a total nightmare. At the same time, she hated Jack. If Jack and Chloe had made a plan together, Andrew would be dead by now. But why didn't they kill Andrew? Why did they pretend to be saints? It was already midnight, and after torturing Bella, Andrew immediately drove off, leaving Bella alone in the cold house. After an hour, Andrew's henchman came over and sent her to hospital, and she didn't dare to say a word to anyone, because if this was revealed, her ending would be even worse. This time, she learned to be smart. The next morning, Jack and Chloe were in the hospital with Peter for some conservative treatment when Jack's phone began to ring. He saw the number on the screen and hesitated to pick up. "What's up?" It was Chloe's first time seeing there was a call that even Jack didn't want to pick up. "Nothing. I'm going out to answer the call." This was the first time that Jack didn't answer his phone call in front of Chloe, which almost made her feel like her husband was having an affair. "Little brat, it's just answering a call." "What's the big secret?" scolded Peter. It's all right, Dad. It might be related to work, and it's not convenient." Chloe understood Jack really well. After walking out of Peter's room, Jack picked up the call with a voice as cold as the North Pole. "What do you want?" "Jack, let's meet up." "Why would I want to meet up with you?" Jack hated Andrew and had no interest in meeting with him. "Haven't you always wanted to know the true circumstances of Chloe's birth?" "Come, and I will tell you everything I know." After hearing this, Jack fell completely silent. "Meet me this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. at Tien Road, Duo Harbor." Having said that, Andrew hung up without even letting Jack respond. When Jack walked back into the hospital room, his expression didn't look normal. Chloe waited until her father-in-law was done with his IV and was covered with a blanket before quietly pulling Jack aside. "What's up? Who called you just now?" "A really important client," answered Mr. Dawson calmly. "Impossible. What client can make you change your face like that?" "Was that Andrew?" No. Even Jack felt guilty. Was it good having a wife who was too smart? It always felt tiring. He needed to worry about being caught even with the smallest lie. Then who was that? "You don't know him." "There's someone that I don't know? Are you having an affair?" "No," said Mr. Dawson in all seriousness. Whatever. Even joking around with you is boring. You have no sense of romance." Jack was speechless. Was that really a joke? Why did it seem to Jack that he was being forced to confess? After Jack left to go to the company, Chloe went to Victoria's home. Ever since the Blake family learned the gender of the unborn baby, Victoria had been treated like a revered ancestor. If she wanted to eat fish from the North Sea, then there wouldn't be any from the South Sea. If she wanted to have wild ginseng, they would only buy the highest grade on the market. In other words, aside from being confined, Victoria words were basically the order of an empress. But still, with no freedom, she became a bit short-tempered. Brenton didn't have any other options and could only call Sarah and Chloe to visit more often, so they could keep Victoria company. Baylor's affair hadn't been solved yet, and rumors had it that ICAC was already keeping an eye on Jack. Therefore, Jack knew that Andrew calling for a meetup at such a sensitive moment wasn't be a good thing. But it wouldn't be a trap either. After all, it would be during the daytime and also on the beach. What risks would there be? That afternoon, Jack drove alone to Duo Harbor in his inconspicuous Audi A8L. Duo Harbor was the most beautiful beach along the coast and was one of the properties under the GK Corporation. It was extremely brazen for Andrew to set the meeting spot on Jack's territory, which also made Jack a bit uneasy. Jack, wearing a black cashmere jacket, walked over to the beach in a gentlemanly manner. The beach was freezing cold during March, so no one went there. One wave hitting the coast made people feel like it was completely freezing out. It was around 4 in the afternoon, when the sun was almost setting. The scenery wasn't too good, which only made people feel dreary. Andrew was wearing an eye-catching pink suit. He arrived there 2 minutes earlier than Jack, and when Jack arrived, he was staring into the distance by himself. "You are here," Andrew greeted. Jack didn't answer. "Look, isn't the sunset gorgeous? Just like the poem goes, the setting sun seems so sublime, but it is near its dying time. But Jack, you've been the star for so long, and it's time for your dusk to come. What do you mean? Jack looked at Andrew coldly. What I meant was, your era is coming to an end. Huh. Did you forget to take your medicine before leaving home? Jack thought Andrew was insanely self-centered. With nothing even happening, he had already started to daydream. Trust me, I will fulfill my promise. I don't have time to listen to your crazy talk. I'm a busy man, so you'd better keep it short. Plus, if you think teaming up with those old men in the real estate industry and threatening me with Baylor can beat me, then you are too naive. Jack already flipped the situation, so he didn't care about Andrew's despicable methods and wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The only reason he didn't attack back was his father's illness, so he didn't feel like bothering with Andrew. You've got it wrong. I didn't expect to use those methods to beat you. They were no more than appetizers. More interesting stuff is coming up. What tricks are you trying to play now? Jack glared at Andrew, who replied, Cancel your wedding on the 28th. Are you joking? Jack laughed coldly. I want to see the two of you divorce. Andrew, are you daydreaming and spouting bullshit? Even though he was a person with a calm temperament, Jack was forced to swear. It was easily seen that Mr. Dawson was extremely angry. Cancel the wedding ceremony? Get a divorce? These demands all crossed his bottom line and were completely unacceptable. Faced with Jack's ironic remarks, Andrew didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Turning his body towards the ocean and setting sun, he slowly said, You know how much I like her. Jack didn't respond. He only looked at him with an indifferent expression on her face. Have you ever wondered why I never told her how I felt about her? He asked. Jack coldly replied, I indeed have. I fell in love with her years ago. Back then, she was only a teenager. I met her way before you did, but her liking you infuriate me. I couldn't do anything, because back then, I lived like a dog at the Green family. Haha, Timothy kept sleeping around. Evelyn had a man on the side but pretended to be all loyal. Those two idiots, Brenny and Liam, thought extremely highly of themselves. To make things worse, my perverted stepmother had an S&M fetish. She often snuck into my bedroom, tore off my clothes, and whipped me with a belt. However, even if I'm covered in wounds, no one cared about me, because I was no more than a dog to them. How could I tell Chloe how I felt about her? Haha. After saying all that, Andrew burst out laughing while Jack stood there, a little shocked. He knew Andrew's childhood was probably worse than most. But the reality was much worse than he anticipated. No wonder he seemed so odd all the time. The Green family produced a monster. This also explained why he hated everyone in the Green family so much. I sucked it up and survived for this long just so I could climb above them. Now that I've succeeded, I'm ready to claim what I lost. Jack knew Andrew was referring to Chloe. You didn't lose her. She was never yours to begin with. Who cares if you met her before I did? Do you really expect a 10-year-old girl to understand love? You can't guarantee that she'd like you if you told her how you felt about her back then. Haha, I wouldn't be so sure, and neither should you. I can't turn back time, so who knows what would have happened if I told her back then. I don't care about her past either. I just want to spend the rest of my life with her. She's the only ray of sunlight in my dark life, and the only thing I'll ever care about. She's my life. Do you think I'd survive without my life? Jack was infuriated. Ha ha, why would I care about that? I don't care what others think, nor do I care about their happiness. I only care if I'm happy, and I think Chloe would be happy as well. She'll hate you to death, Jack corrected him. No, this life is really long. One day Chloe will understand me and my love for her. Cut the crap. I don't have time to BS with you. Didn't you ask me to meet you so you can tell me about Chloe's family? Jack was fresh out of patience. He wasn't interested in arguing with a crazy person about who liked Chloe first and who loved her more, because it didn't matter. Chloe was his. No matter what others say, it was the truth. Upon hearing this, Andrew threw a yellow envelope at Jack. It's all in here. Take a look at it for yourself. Jack quickly opened the envelope, reading all the documents and going through all the photos. He was left completely dumbfounded. He was at a loss for words. He knew Chloe's family was probably of special status, but this was something he'd never anticipated. It's fun, right? Now, do you get why she's so talented? Everyone in her family members has a monster-like IQ, and Chloe's little sister is a great big headache. She's on Interpol's most wanted list, and her dad, who's been playing M Nation's National Security Bureau like a fiddle. Haha. Andrew stopped talking and watched as Jack's hands began to slightly tremble. I never thought Chloe would be. Haha, you sound so surprised. Andrew laughed, proud of himself. When did you know about this? A long time ago. So, you were the one who interfered with my investigations in Towtown? Jack had been investigating Chloe's background, but he felt like someone was purposely placing obstacles in his way. Andrew nodded. I did, but I wasn't the only one. Who else could there be? Jack frowned and Andrew answered, Chloe's father. Her father? Her birth father. Why would he do that? Isn't a father supposed to be in a hurry to meet his daughter? Doesn't Chloe's father want to see her? Why would he interfere? Jack didn't understand why a father would stop a daughter from finding out where she came from. There's a reason for that, haha. Take a look at this. I can't explain it in a few sentences. Andrew then handed him a piece of paper, and upon reading it, Jack's face turned pale white. The truth is that Chloe's family misses her, but because of this they can't come looking for her. Her sister visited her in the city once, but Chloe probably didn't know about it. As soon as Chloe's identity is exposed, she'll be in mortal danger. You've been in the States for 7 years, so I don't have to explain to you how dangerous and powerful this hostile organization is. I'm not exaggerating here. If others find out Chloe's relationship with her sister and father, she'll be forever. Shut up! Jack roared, interrupting Andrew. Chloe's family want to meet her, but they can't. Upon hearing this, Jack once again fell silent. No wonder Andrew said it was useless to keep investigating. Even a powerful man like Rick couldn't find anything. He finally knew the reason. No wonder his family knew that their daughter was switched at birth, but didn't come looking for her. Chloe's father loved her very much. He just expressed it differently and protected her without her knowing. Upon seeing Jack's silence, Andrew smiled again. There's something else you probably don't know about. What? James's death? In fact, your parents were just used as scapegoats and got framed. What do you mean? Jack immediately looked up upon hearing the name of Chloe's stepfather. James is not as simple of a man as he seems. He deceived you all. He died because he knew Chloe was switched at birth. He did it himself because Sandra had a stillbirth baby, and he loved her too much to make her suffer. Therefore, he worked with Dr. Perry in Towtown to switch Chloe up. Back then, her parents were hiding in that town, and coincidentally, her mother gave birth to Chloe at that health center on the same day. Dr. Perry told her parents that Chloe died at birth, and back then, they thought it was weird. But because they were being chased, they had no choice but to leave the country first. Later, when they came back, Dr. Perry was gone. Back then, that organization already began investigating into this matter. Chloe's father placed his own people in Towtown and killed whoever looked into this matter. Somehow, James found out about this and was hoping to make some money out of the situation by leaking Chloe's identity. He contacted those people, but before they could come to an agreement, Chloe's father's guys killed James in a car accident. It's good that he did, though, or else I would have killed him as well. You're saying that James was going to sell Chloe out, but was killed by Chloe's father? Jack was bewildered by the sudden plot twist. Your parents were just scapegoats, and it was funny that they felt guilty for years. Haha. So my family driver, the one who killed James, works for Chloe's father? Jack's brain was now in a complete mess. It was because of this accident that Chloe left him all those years ago. However, it was all just a conspiracy, orchestrated by none other than Chloe's father. How could he accept this information? Was James really going to sell Chloe out? Didn't he love her like a daughter? You can understand it like that, but I wonder if Chloe's father bought off the driver, or if the driver really worked for him. Anyways, Chloe's father is an extremely powerful individual who's influential on a global scale and has close ties with the top leaders of various nations. He chose to protect Chloe from living in blood and murder because he didn't want that kind of life for her. Her little sister's life isn't so easy. I see. Only then did Jack understand why things seemed off when he and Chloe visited Towtown. It turned out that 2 forces were controlling the area. No, it should actually be 3 forces. There was also a group of people who were viciously looking for Chloe. You must think I'm evil enough to do anything. Aren't you? Jack asked icily. I am, but I'm nothing compared to them. Those people are truly capable of doing anything. If they find Chloe, they'll turn her into ash. So, her true identity must be kept a secret. Would you keep her identity secret? Jack asked. He was willing to keep his mouth shut, because this had to do with Chloe's life. But would Andrew? Jack knew the latter liked Chloe. But, of course I would. But you have to divorce her. That's impossible. Jack immediately refused. Divorce her in 24 hours. Or else, I'm going to announce Chloe's identity to the world. You want her to die? Jack roared in fury. Of course not. I want her to stay alive. But if she's going to be with you, then no. I'd rather see her dead than let her be with you. Andrew, you're evil, Jack spat. He had never hated anyone so much, but he hated Andrew with every bone in his body. How dare Andrew threaten him with Chloe's life? Thank you for the compliment. I've always been like this. Andrew smiled and Jack looked at him with disgust. Why should I believe you? What if you made all that up? Jack suppressed his anger and demanded from Andrew, You don't have to believe me. You can do some digging yourself. But remember, your time is limited, and I said I'd only give you 24 hours. If you're willing to risk it and marry Chloe on the 28th, go ahead. But I wonder if those people will show up at your wedding if I tell them about her. Andrew said all this with such nonchalance, but every word felt like a dagger in Jack's heart. Furious, out of his mind, Jack suddenly pulled out the handgun from his inner pocket and pointed it at Andrew's head. They were standing right in front of each other, so one shot would render Andrew dead. You can shoot, but once I die, Chloe's identity will still be revealed in 24 hours. I wrote on my will that if I die, no matter how I was killed, my lawyer will send Chloe's file straight to their headquarters. Andrew, you're F-file king crazy. Jack didn't think Andrew would be so ruthless. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.